Chapter 1224. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were also in disguise, appeared together. Originally, the two of them had wanted to carefully study the specific tactical arrangements and then send them to various parts of the battlefield. Later, they felt that there was no need. The leading generals of various places had already learned very well. In addition, their weapons were advanced. Even if they hesitated at the moment of attack, they could still send back information in time through telegrams. At that time, they would analyze the specific problems. Even if they came up with a good idea now and sent it over, what if the actual situation they encountered was different? What should they do? This was what it meant when the general said that some orders from the emperor were not obeyed. If the general at the front needed to consult with the Ministry of War behind to use any formation, then what was the point of fighting? In Wang Wan's opinion, not to mention the tactical arrangements of various places, even strategic adjustments had to be consulted with the commanding general at the front. You wanted him to complete the strategic objective and pass through in a short time, but in front of him was a snowy mountain. How could he pass through? There was no time at all. This was because the enemy did not have telegrams at the moment. Otherwise, they would need to use electronic silence. The commanding general was very important. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan considered the situation and decided to temporarily let the commanders of various divisions act freely. They just needed to set the strategic objective into a large framework. The two of them had nothing to do, so they came over to see what their younger brother and sister were doing. Before they entered, they already knew what their younger brother Xiao Chong was doing. It was not a calculation of a gambling game at all. Instead, it was a big gamble. They used their imposing manner to make the banker not dare to cheat, and they used enough money to balance out the small difference in probability. In the end, they would win 4 copper coins. Unless they bet a lot at the beginning, they would only win more. Xiao Chong's method unconsciously displayed the basic rules of capital operation. The more money there was, the easier it was to make money. The bad thing was that although this way of development was stable, the speed of making money was slow. The fastest and best method was to have the sum of expenses and income be zero in a cycle. In other words, there was no profit or loss. The money was always invested as quickly as possible after the profit. Wang Wan felt that this method was the best theory of capital operation in a situation where the risk was relatively high. But Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was best to always put the company in a negative capital operation situation. After overdrawing all the resources the company had, part of the risks or benefits would be transferred to credit institutions. In Wang Wan's eyes, doing so was the behavior of a lunatic. As long as there was the slightest mistake, the capital chain would immediately be cut off. Not only would all the previous income not be returned, but the operator would also owe a large amount of debt. However, Zhang Xiaobao believed that this was the most stable way of development. This was because when operating at a deficit, many credit institutions were tied together, and they could even rope in the political system to participate. Even if there was a little risk, there would be people who would be anxious and help to find a way to solve it. As a result, they had unknowingly overestimated the assets of their own companies. In other words, the local political and credit institutions clearly knew that their own companies were not worth so much money, but in order to recover their investment, they had to continue to increase the amount of loans and preferential policies for their own companies. Otherwise, everyone would be doomed. Therefore, according to Zhang Xiaobao's actual standard, he shouldn't have only earned this little bit of money after so many years. He should have more because Wang Wan didn't allow him to do so. Wang Wan absolutely believed that if she let go of the restrictions, Zhang Xiaobao would play even crazier, and no one would be able to stop him. Since he could not gamble with the economic system of the whole society, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to participate in the small gambling game when he saw it. He had not played for a long time, and his hands were itching. As the main participant of the game, Lu Feng did not know how terrible his opponent was, mainly because he did not know who his opponent was. After seeing a bigger pearl and knowing that his opponent was noble and had a lot of money, he thought that his opportunity to make a fortune had come. He had a unique skill of playing dice, at least that was what he thought. He was not a native of Ijo City, but a person from a nearby village, very far away. When he was at home, he won some money because no one had money. Even if he wanted to win tens of thousands of strings of coins, the total bet of others could not reach that amount. Later, when he was about to make a fortune, he was exposed. He actually used mercury dice. After paying the money, he was even poorer. Therefore, people were not willing to marry their daughters to him, because they thought that one was poor, and the other was not good quality. His bad quality showed that he was active and opportunistic. Later, he found a way to make a fortune. Now, he planned to make more money and make a name for himself. He wanted to go back and show off to those who had looked down on him before. Many people knew that mercury dice could be used to cheat, but not everyone could do it. It required skills and a long time of practice. Mercury was flowing. When it was put in the dice, its weight would be different. Almost no one could tell that it was the effect of the Earth's gravity. The trick to playing mercury dice was to control the strength and get used to it. It was like chopsticks. When you threw chopsticks with uniform weight, it was different to make them spin once or twice. It was easy to make them spin once. After using chopsticks for a long time, they had developed a habit of strength. It was not difficult to make them spin once, but it was very difficult to make them spin 3 times. However, it was relatively easy to change to chopsticks with a heavy end and a light end. It could be done with practice. The mercury dice followed the same principle. The moment the dice was thrown, due to the fluidity of mercury, it would cause the dice to receive an uneven force. If one grasped this degree well, the dice would be able to produce the desired number under certain circumstances. Lu Feng had 3 sets of dice in his hand, each with 3 pieces. The inside of each set was mercury. The color of the outside was different from the material, so it was easy to confuse. If he played with the dealers in the gambling house, he would not dare to change the dice. If he was caught, his hands would be chopped off. Right now, he was bullying outsiders. Outsiders were not people who came from the outside, but people who were amateurs. Lu Feng thought that since the children were from rich families, it was impossible for them to be good at gambling, unless they started their business by gambling. However, from what he saw, it was obviously not the case. He decided to cheat them. He would win the big pearl and more money. After that, he would return to his village and teach all the people who had looked down on him a lesson. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children did not consider what dice Lu Feng would use or how to play. In their opinion, as long as their brother made a move, there was no possibility of losing. Their brother was a godlike existence. As long as they were by their brother's side, even if the sky collapsed, there would be a piece of sky that would continue to float above, because their brother was standing below. Many children were like them, worshipping their parents. Boys generally thought that they should be like their father, and then find a woman who was similar to their mother to marry. Girls were the opposite. It wasn't incest. People who thought like that were too filthy. It was a very normal family habit. Sadly, many boys and girls grew up and received a better education with the help of their parents. Then, they turned around and looked down on their parents. Under natural development, this was not wrong. Old wolves would eventually be replaced by strong wolves. Human development could not be like this. This was the reason why wolves could only be kept in zoos. Human parents always hoped that their children would be better than them. However, many people who did not have children always felt that their parents were holding them back, causing their development to be slower than others. Then, they felt that their parents were very stupid. They did not know how to do this, they did not know that. They taught them many times, but they could not remember. Of course, if such people met Xiao Bei would scold them to death. How many times do you need to teach them? Do you know how hard it is to teach children? I tell stories to Pan Air and the others over and over again, but in the blink of an eye, they forget. What did I say? It was also because they had taught younger children that Xiao Bei and the others were more sensible than many older people. Even now, they still worshipped their brother and sister and swore to learn well. In the future, they would not need their brother and sister to worry about them. They would be able to support the entire family. Xiao Bei and the others worshipped Zhang Xiaobao. In the entire hall, other than the Zhang family and the Wang family, only the Zhuang family knew about it. No one else thought about it. The Zhuang family was very excited. When he saw the legendary figure, he was even more excited that he was able to guess who the 9 little guys were. He really wanted to leave, find the boss, and tell him to increase the security of the gambling house. It would be best if he could persuade everyone else to leave. He could not let them make any mistakes, even if they were disturbed. However, he did not dare. He understood human nature very well. If the other party did not have fun in the gambling house today, the gambling house's consequences would be very tragic. Let's play dice. Big brother wants to gamble with him. Xiao Bei turned his head and said to the Zhuang family in front of him. I'll try first. I've never seen Big Brother play dice before. Let Big Brother see how to play. Xiao Chang took out a few copper coins and signaled for the Zhuang family to roll the dice. At the same time, he also prepared his own dice. The Zhuang family was about to cry. He secretly cursed, "Little guy, you're too much of a bully. My dice is not the same as yours. Can't your big brother deal with me?" Although he thought this in his heart, he had no choice but to roll the dice. The crashing sound stopped when the dice cup fell. The Zhuang family raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao expectantly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said to their younger brother, Xiao Chang, just play 3 rounds, okay? People with pearls don't need other people's help. Okay. Xiao Chang happily agreed. He was about to throw out the dice in his hand. He wanted to bet 3 copper coins. It was not that he couldn't take out more money, he just wanted to play. However, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the dice in Xiao Chang's hand and casually threw it. It was a 2, small. The Zhuang family was stunned. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and said, place your bets. He opened the dice cup. The 3 dice inside were 1, 3, 4, and 4. 1, 3, 4. Eat big and pay small. He gave the 3 copper coins to Xiao Chang. Then, the dice cup fell steadily. Zhang Xiaobao threw the dice. It was a 5. The Zhuang family opened the dice cup, 4, 4, 6. Eat small and pay big. For the 3rd time, Zhang Xiaobao waited for the Zhuang family to finish rolling the dice. He threw a 1. The Zhuang family opened the dice cup, 3, 3, 2. Eat big and pay small. After shouting and giving the money to Xiao Chang, his eyes were full of shock. He already knew that Xiao Bao could hear the sound of the dice in his dice cup. This was definitely not a fluke. After 3 rounds, he did not believe that Xiao Bao was lucky. Then, he looked at Lu Feng with a pitiful expression. He said in his heart, you are dead meat. You could have chosen anyone, but you chose Xiao Bao. Wang Wan's beautiful eyes were also shining. She had never seen Zhang Xiaobao play dice. The information she collected before also did not mention it. But after thinking about it, she felt that it was normal. Zhang Xiaobao first learned his skills in prison. There were many gambling gods who broke their arms, legs, or eyes. Plus, Zhang Xiaobao was smart and hardworking. She believed that it would not be difficult for him to learn a few skills. How come I have never heard that you are good at gambling before? Wang Wan touched Zhang Xiaobao. She moved her lips. Zhang Xiaobao also moved his lips, because you did not send the meteor squad to deal with me. I have always been gambling in private. If I had known, I would have sent the meteor squad to deal with you. Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao chose to be silent. The meteor squad he had at that time was many times stronger than the meteor squad that had just been formed not long ago. If they were to fight, it would be the worst-case scenario. Although the meteor squad was strong in the world, the meteor squad was not the only strong organization. There were other ruthless people and mercenaries. What's the point of watching a little kid play? Little brother, let's compete. Lu Feng felt the pressure. He had won 3 times in a row. Was it true ability or good luck? Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not 20 years old. Moreover, he was different from other people who looked mature at a young age. He had always looked very youthful, even his eyes. If there was no special description, he would be a gigolo who lived off women. However, in reality, this gigolo only freeloaded on a certain country. When he was full, that country would collapse. He was very handsome, especially his hands. They were slender and fairer than a woman's hands. In Wang Wan's eyes, his hands were red and stained with blood. If she had to find a dignified saying, according to Zhang Xiaobao's words, Buddha is merciful, but there are still 18 arhats. After killing people, they would turn back and be saved. After killing people, they would put down the butcher's knife and become Buddha immediately. Even if he was kicked to hell by thousands of creatures, he still dared to make friends with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. I'm doing this for you. I'm afraid you'll be lonely. Zhang Xiaobao showed his hands and said to Lu Feng, how do you want to bet? You and I will throw dice in a bowl. Whoever gets the most points wins. It's a best of 3. Lu Feng suggested. Okay. Someone, bring the bowl and dice. Zhang Xiaobao followed the suggestion. The dice and bowl were brought over. The people around consciously took 2 steps back, looking forward to today's game. Zhang Xiaobao slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearms. He asked Lu Feng, who's going first? Lu Feng grabbed 3 dice and was about to throw when Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. Roll up your sleeves. To be honest, you need to be topless to play dice. It's not elegant. You should at least roll up your sleeves, right? Wang Wan smiled at the side. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to win with skills and not tricks. It was impossible for him to not show his arms. His wide sleeves were enough to hide a set of mahjong tiles, let alone dice. Many people who practiced close-range magic usually rolled up their sleeves to give others the impression that they were not cheating. However, they would always roll up their sleeves. Hence, the rolled-up sleeves would become something to store props, and they could store a lot of things inside. Therefore, when she saw the magician touching the sleeves, she was not interested in watching. What she admired was the kind of magic that was purely technical. The magician knew that the magician's magic was fake, but because the magician's hand movements were too fast, it was faster than the human eye could react, thus achieving the goal of deception. This was real skill. As for the magician who specialized in playing with props, it was better to look at the people in the National Spy Organization who were involved in the production of spy materials. Seeing their ideas and the process of production was truly amazing. However, they could not show their talents on the screen. My arms are afraid of the wind. I'm afraid that the wind will blow my arms. Lu Feng obviously did not want to cancel out the function of the dice. I'll ask someone to close the door, Zhang Xiaobao said. I mean, it's not okay to show your arms. Lu Feng continued to find excuses. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with understanding. Oh. I see. Then, let's use a dice cup and bet on the size of the dice roll. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion was very fair. One was to see the skill of the dice roll, and the other was to see the skill of the listening. It could also be said that it was a game of luck. Lu Feng didn't want to believe that the person who gambled with him had such good skills. Although he had won 3 rounds in a row with the dice, it could be attributed to good luck. After belittling his opponent infinitely in his heart, Lu Feng still shook his head. It's better to do it in the bowl. Others can see it clearly. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and did not correct him. What did he say? Could it be that others could not see the dice roll? Instead, he said okay and reached out to pick up 3 dice. Without any movement, a small knife appeared in his hand. The knife was thin and narrow, and the handle was very short. It did not have a sheath. The knife was 2 inches long, and the handle was more than half an inch. It was very strange. What knife? The people around saw Zhang Xiaobao's knife and were puzzled. Wang Wan narrowed her eyes. This kind of knife did not follow the principle of weight distribution of objects flying in the air, but Zhang Xiaobao had a special skill. When the knife flew up, it was 100% accurate within 20 meters. Even if the opponent had a gun, he was not afraid of within 20 meters. Of course, he would not be crazy enough to use a knife to hit the opponent's bullet. That would be a story, or it would be an accident. He would make a dodging action that the opponent could not aim at and shoot the knife to achieve his goal. No matter how unusual it was, Zhang Xiaobao was now doing something normal with the knife. He was drawing lines on the 3 dice in front of him. The dice were provided by the casino, and it was free, unlike the cockroaches that had to be bought. After drawing a cross next to each of the dice, Zhang Xiaobao threw the dice into the bowl with satisfaction. He smiled at Lu Feng and said, "You can use the dice to throw into the bowl. I've made a mark in case you think I'm cheating." Lu Feng's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. He did not expect the opponent to be so experienced. He hesitated and said without any embarrassment, "It's better to use the color cup. When I see the lines on the dice, I always feel uncomfortable. There are flaws." "Oh. Okay, I'll listen to you. Who's going first?" Zhang Xiaobao was still very easygoing. Xiaobei's eyes were smiling like peaches. She admired her brother's confidence. If it was not for Xiao Yuan's photographic memory, she probably would not be able to find a husband in the future. She would always unconsciously compare others with her brother. Whether it was her big brother's ability or Xiaohai's arithmetic skills, they were deeply imprinted in her heart. In fact, Xiao Yuan was the most powerful among them. In another 10 years, he could transform into an encyclopedia at any time. He was even better than Zhang Song in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. "I'll go first." Lu Feng did not have time to pay attention to the confidence in the eyes of Xiaobei and the other children. He reached out and picked up the color cup, swinging it left and right in front of him. He put the dice into the cup and shook it. After a few breaths, he threw it on the short table in front of him and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He took a deep breath and said slowly, You just dropped a dice. How do we calculate this?" Chapter 12:25. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned, and then burst into laughter. To be able to shake the dice out of the dice cup was not something an ordinary person could do. Lu Feng was very embarrassed, and it was not clear whether he was too nervous or too excited. He lowered his head to look for the dice, and sure enough, there was a dice lying there quietly by his feet. He did not want to cheat by changing the dice with mercury, because his skills were not good enough to control the dice while shaking the dice cup. Putting the dice back into the dice cup, Lu Feng shook it again, but this time his movements were much smoother. Accompanied by the sound of the dice rolling in the dice cup, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, as if he wanted to exert mental pressure on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, squinted his eyes, and did not move at all. Lu Feng shook the dice for a while, and then slammed the dice cup on the table. With a bang, and the sound of a few dice rolling, it returned to silence. Is it big? Or is it small? Lu Feng still stared at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words from his lips. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Lu Feng's hand that was still on the dice cup, indicating that he should move his hand away. Someone else had to open the dice cup, otherwise, it was easy for the person who shook the dice to touch the dice when opening the cup. When Lu Feng moved his hand away, the aura that he had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The people around them all looked at Zhang Xiaobao. The bet involved a lot of money, and there were also 2 precious pearls. One wrong word, and they would lose half of the chance to win. Wang Wan was also very curious about Zhang Xiaobao's knowledge of the dice. She wanted to know how much ability Zhang Xiaobao, who had lived with her for more than 10 years, had not shown her. Sometimes, deciphering one's own man's secrets was also a kind of pleasure. Especially when one's own man knew more, the more interesting it would be to decipher his secrets. Occasionally, the little secrets and mysteries of both parties could add a lot of stability to their family life if dealt with properly. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said to Lu Feng, if it were a normal rule, you would be able to take it all. It's actually 4, 5, and 6. Do you think it should be big or small? Wow, for real. Xiao Bei rested his head on his brother's shoulder and asked excitedly when he heard his brother say the number. The other people around him were also shocked. In the gambling house, for gamblers, rolling out the dice points they wanted was a skill. This skill was very useful in gambling. However, the most useful thing was the ability to hear the number of dice that others rolled. With this ability, one could almost become the god of gamblers. As long as one was careful and did not reveal it easily, one could win a certain amount of money in the gambling house every day, and the gambling house would not care about one's actions. Unless one won too much and was too conspicuous, the gambling house would discuss with one and ask one not to come to the gambling house in the future. There were different opinions about the bottom line of this amount. Some said it was 10 strings of coins, some said it was 1 string of coins, but even the lowest one said it was 1 string of coins. One could earn 29 strings of coins or 30 strings of coins a month. They did not have to do anything else. Every day, they would come to the gambling house, take the money, and go home to give it to their wife and children. It was enough for their family to live well. Of course, those who thought so were all gamblers. They thought very well, but if they could really hear the number of dice one day, the result would not be what they imagined. Otherwise, if they really had a sense of responsibility for their family, they would not continue to stay in the gambling house. Instead, they would look for work outside. Even if they had to work hard to earn the hard-earned money, their family could live a good life. The gamblers were amazed for a while. One of them asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Little brother, can I open the dice cup?" He said what others wanted to say. Whether he had the ability to hear the dice still needed to be verified. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded, indicating that the person who spoke could do it. The person carefully put his hand on the dice cup and used his fingers to slowly raise the dice cup. Before it was completely raised, someone had already exclaimed, 456, 456, it really is 4566. Little brother, you are amazing. Good skill. Someone praised loudly. He was about to lie down and watch. After the dice cup was completely raised, the 3 dice were not close together. There was a little distance between them. Obviously, it was the result of them colliding with each other. At this moment, Lu Feng also saw the number he had rolled. 456 was a very big number, and in some rules, it could be taken all. However, at this moment, he did not have the slightest happiness of taking all others. He almost could not believe that he had rolled it, and that his opponent had recognized it. You are confused, right? Lu Feng wanted to get an answer from Zhang Xiaobao, an answer that could restore his confidence. Zhang Xiaobao still smiled and nodded. Yes, I am confused. My luck is good. Now it's my turn. It's your turn. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand and took the cup from someone. Because he rolled up his sleeves, he looked very proper when others looked at him. His pair of white hands also made many people jealous. They felt that they shouldn't be on a man's body. How could these white and tender hands protect his own family? If his child and wife were bullied, with his past, what could he do other than be beaten? Those who had such thoughts clearly did not know Zhang Xiaobao's fighting strength, and did not guess his identity. The dealer in charge of a gambling table in the gambling house looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a face full of admiration. Compared to Xiaobei and the other 9 children, his admiration was even greater. Even his eyes were beginning to develop in a cute way. This is a pair of hands that kills without spilling blood. The hands that have spilled blood are also very fair. The dealer looked at Zhang Xiaobao's hands, then at Wei Wei's, and then at Wang Wan's hands. He secretly compared them and felt that he could not tell who had killed more people. In any case, his hands were very beautiful. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was holding the dice cup moved. He did not let the mouth of the cup face the dice horizontally like ordinary people. Instead, he directly put the cup vertically close to one of the dice. Suddenly, Wei Wei's hand moved, and one of the dice on the table disappeared. The sound of the dice rolling came from the cup. Then, with another move, the second dice also went in. Just like that, 3 dice went in one after another. After a few clattering sounds, Zhang Xiaobao gently put the dice cup on the table. He did not do any fancy movements like 3 circles left, 3 circles right, or twisting his neck, or twisting his butt, unless he was asked to shoot a movie about the god of gamblers. As the dice cup fell, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Feng, waiting for his answer. Lu Feng was very nervous. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with a trembling voice, 552 small, fuck you, are you lying to a fool? Before Zhang Xiaobao could say anything, the person who opened the dice cup for him scolded first, is it big or small? You said 552, and that's small. Are you trying to block both sides? After he shouted, the people around him shouted as well. For a moment, the silent atmosphere was broken. Lu Feng rubbed his sweaty hands on his body and did not let go. He just grabbed his clothes like that. His eyes started to turn red, sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. He opened his mouth and said with all his strength, yes, 332, small. Open the cup. I'll do it. It's the person who helped open the cup earlier. This time, his movements were faster. With a whoosh, he grabbed the dice cup, revealing the 3 dice inside. Pairs of eyes widened, and there was a series of gasps. How is that possible? The dealer murmured. There were still 3 dice on the table, but the difference was that the 3 dice were not arranged on the table at the same time. Instead, they were arranged one by one. From the dealer's point of view, he could see 2 sides of the dice. From top to bottom, the numbers on both sides of the dice were the same. This showed that the numbers on the dice were the same. For a person who played dice, he did not need to think too much to know that the number on the dice was 1. The small red circle proved the identity of the dice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the person who opened the cup took down the 2 dice on the table and placed them on the side. 3 dice, a total of 3 points. Great, I guessed right. It's small, isn't it? We agreed when we were gambling. Otherwise, my 4, 5, 6, and so on would have taken all of them, right? 3-1 doesn't count as winning all of them. Lu Feng cheered happily. His eyes looked around, waiting for the others to prove it for him. The others first sighed at Lu Feng's luck. He actually got half of the dice right, but at the same time, they felt sad for him. Even if you got it right once, what was the use? It was impossible for you to get it right every time. The opponent you met was like the god of gamblers. He was good at dice shaking and dice listening. If he wanted to win, he just had to play a few more rounds. Yes, it's considered small. Shall we continue, or do you want to go first? Zhang Xiaobao did not show any signs of depression and said calmly. Ugh. Lu Feng, who was happy just now, choked. When he came back to his senses, he also realized that something was wrong. Very wrong. Could he continue to be confused? Let's call it a draw. I don't want to gamble anymore, Lu Feng suggested. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, there is no such rule at the gambling table. When two people gamble, how can there not be a winner? A single round can be called a draw, but there must be a winner in the end. If you want to break the rules, just admit defeat, and the thing will belong to me. That's right, that's right. You didn't look like this when you were yelling at me just now. Didn't you say that a god would give you something? Go ask the god for it. What's wrong with losing once? Xiao Bei chimed in at the right time. Her cute appearance and age made it easy for others to sympathize with her and see her as a weakling. Everyone felt that Lu Feng did not do things properly. When he was bullying the child just now, he was so arrogant. Now that the child's brother came to support him, he shrank back. Continue gambling. Hurry up, or you'll go out lying down. Someone began to threaten Lu Feng. Lu Feng seemed to know that he had to lose all his money and pearls today. He gritted his teeth and nodded, continuing to gamble with Zhang Xiaobao. Sure enough, he knew how to use luck. After 4 consecutive rounds, Lu Feng finally guessed wrong. He saw that his opponent rolled all kinds of leopards every time and had completely lost his confidence. Lu Feng put down all his belongings. His face was pale, but then he put on a look of indifference and said, "Isn't it just this little money? It doesn't matter." After saying this, he left. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and said to Xiao Bei and the others, "Come, follow me. Take the pearls. Brother will go back later." The group also left the gambling house at the same time. Chapter 12:26. Following their sister, Xiao Bei and the others were not in the mood to stroll around. They were all thinking about the situation when their brother was gambling with others and felt very satisfied. Xiao Bei didn't know that listening to dice was more difficult than shaking dice. He grabbed the dice cup with his small hand and shook it. He asked his sister, "How do you roll 3 dice when you put them in one by one?" "It's like a tall house. There's a ladder on one side of the wall, and 3 people are going in. The first person goes to the ladder first, the second person continues to go up the ladder, and the third person stands at the bottom. All you have to do is stick the 3 dice together one after the other, and that's it." Wang Wan explained with a smile. She also understood that the effect of shaking dice was different from understanding the principle. "When we go back, I'll also find a dice cup to practice." Xiao Bei looked eager to try. He felt that he could quickly master this skill with his intelligence. Wang Wan didn't stop him. She believed that Xiao Bei would lose interest after practicing a few times, especially for dice cups. If it was too light, it would be hard to master, and if it was too heavy, it would be tiring. With his dream of becoming the god of gamblers soon, Xiao Bei skipped and walked in front. Just as he was feeling happy, an adult and a little girl about his age walked over from the opposite side of the street. The little girl was also holding a candy figurine in her hand. Obviously, the candy figurine in their hands was not bought at the same place as hers, unless the old man who sold the candy figurines changed places. The little girl's candy figurine was also a little pig. It was very cartoonish, but it was much smaller than the one Xiao Bei bought. After seeing it, Xiao Bei smiled knowingly. He felt that it was very interesting. However, before he could finish laughing, the little girl's hand naturally reached to the side, and the little pig fell to the ground. Yaya doesn't want a little pig. The little girl's tone was obviously not comparable to Xiaobei's. It was too childish. No, no, a little pig is not good. Let's go to the front. Daddy will buy you something more fun. The adult pulled the little girl away. Xiaobei was stunned. Seeing that there was no carriage on the road, he ran to the opposite side of the street and picked up the broken little pig on the ground. Only a small half of it was stuck to the bamboo stick. He shook his head regretfully. Malt candy. Brother said that this piece of candy can let an adult live for a day if they are hungry. Let's go, let's go. He spent money to buy it. If he wants to throw it away, so be it. Our great Tang doesn't lack food now. Xiao Yuan pulled Xiaobei away. Wait, pick it up. What if it sticks to other people's feet? Xiao Yuan, how many people do you think have bought Darling Candy House's candies and then casually threw them away? Xiaobei squatted down and began to pick up the pieces of little pig. He placed them in his palm piece by piece and then grimaced from the stickiness. Xiao Yuan thought about it and gave up on the idea of picking them up together with Xiaobei. However, he decided to stick it to himself. There were only a few pieces anyway. He could wash them when the time came and leave his hands behind. Perhaps he could even help to carry the items. So he stood by the side and answered Xiaobei's question, I don't think so. Our candies are very delicious, and the packaging is beautiful. Every candy has its own story. How much determination would it take to throw them away? That's good. Xiao Yuan, where's that light blue handkerchief of yours? I saw a flower bloom on it last time. Let me take a look again. Xiaobei nodded and stood up to join his sister. He then asked Xiao Yuan very casually. Xiao Yuan also answered casually, yes, I saw it last time too. I just threw it away casually. Also, I feel that if we were to compare based on money, my clothes are more valuable than the candy. Oh. Xiaobei seemed very dejected. His act had been seen through so quickly. It seemed that the people around him were not easy to fool. When he returned to the team, Wang Wan had already taken out a wet towel to wipe his hands. She asked, what's the matter now? Xiaobei's heart aches for a piece of candy. He feels that it can save lives at a critical moment, but he just threw it away casually. It's not good. Xiao Yuan helped to explain. It's okay. Our great Tang has relief stations. If there are really people who don't have enough to eat, they can go to the relief stations. They won't starve to death. The country's food production is enough. Otherwise, your brother and I wouldn't have started a war. Actually, this is something that has existed since ancient times. Those who have more resources have the right to squander them as they wish. Then, people will starve to death at their feet. There's no right or wrong, only choice. Because if you help people who are about to starve to death, they might not thank you. They might even rely on you in the future. At the same time, there are many reasons why people will starve to death. Some are because the weather is bad and there is no harvest. Some are because they are unlucky and their food is washed away by the flood or burned by fire. But there are also some because they are lazy and not smart enough. They are too stupid. Wang Wan tried her best to explain in words that Xiaobei and the rest could understand. When it came to food, she wasn't very strict. She didn't require everyone to eat when they were eating. This was because at that time, other than Africa, it wasn't easy to starve people to death. Moreover, it was not that the world did not have enough food in Africa, but that other people would not provide food to them for free. Humanitarian aid was only a small part of it. However, many people occupied Africa through other means. They planted a lot of food on the land they occupied. A portion of it was used for relief, but more was used elsewhere. Then, people in Africa continued to starve to death. It was a very interesting thing. Therefore, Wang Wan, who was used to seeing human nature, did not think about so many things that should not be thought about. However, Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was very serious about food. When he was young, he had been starved. Even though the relief station at that time could still take care of some of the relief work, no one liked to go there. There were many restrictions, and the food and accommodation were not good. Otherwise, why would everyone stay at home when they went there? This also caused Zhang Xiaobao to be very extreme in some aspects. When Xiao Bei heard his sister's words, he still felt that it was a pity. He said sadly, "Is it natural selection? As long as they are unlucky and have little ability, many people starve to death every year. When the time comes, those who have the ability and luck to survive will have more and more powerful descendants. It's really too cruel." Wang Wan could not help but laugh. She patted Xiao Bei's head and said, "Not all of them. After all, humans are different from other animals. If they had been doing that since ancient times, we probably would not have seen the people of today. Humans are powerful because they know how to pity and sympathize with others. Maybe it's because they have a smart brain that makes them feel more pity and sympathy. Maybe it's because of pity and sympathy that people become smarter. That's why humans can use tools and then unite to compete with other animals for resources. Until now, it has become like this. Then we all say that wolf packs are scary because they are united and know how to divide the work. But what's really scary is humans. Humans are not only united, they know how to divide the work, they also know how to sacrifice. When a wolf in a wolf pack is injured in battle, if they can't keep up with the team, they will be abandoned. If humans are injured in battle, they will be nurtured. This is the similarity and the difference. Wang Wan was very tired from talking. She did not want her younger siblings to become cold, and she did not want them to become kind to the point of foolishness. Therefore, she had to go back and forth to explain. Xiao Bei and the rest listened attentively as they walked. The guards consciously left enough space for them to prevent people from approaching them. After a while, Xiao Bei nodded vigorously and said, "I know. If a wolf in a pack dies, its children won't have a good time. They look very united, but they can't beat a human. If a human's adult dies, its children will be taken care of. A race that doesn't take care of its own children will eventually be swallowed up and wiped out, right?" "That's right. Xiao Bei is really smart." Wang Wan patted Xiao Bei's head again. According to the story, after the main character became very powerful, in order to find a treasure that could make him even more powerful, he went to the grassland mentioned in the story. That place turned into a desert, and the people of the past were all gone. It was said that they were wiped out by other civilizations because the people of the grassland used the law of the jungle. In the beginning, they were very powerful for a period of time, but later on, the technology of other civilizations improved. The grassland people did not care about their lives for themselves, while the people of that civilization did it for the group. The selfish nature of the grassland people made them worse as they fought. In the end, they were gone. Xiao Bei had been listening to this story for some time, but he only remembered the plot of the story. Today, he finally understood the philosophy of the story. Wang Wan nodded with relief. She and Zhang Xiaobao worked hard to make up stories for their younger siblings for this purpose. Those stories were full of leveling up elements to attract the younger brothers and sisters to listen carefully. But what really needed to be told to the younger brothers and sisters was a small auxiliary plot that inadvertently appeared in the story, or even a seemingly useless description. Otherwise, if it was just leveling up, and leveling up, it would be purely entertaining. It was superficial but likable, but it could not be used to guide people, let alone children. That kind of writing was not even as good as a school that had appeared in Taiwan before, the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School. At least, many television series had been based on them. Of course, Wang Wan also knew that the stories she and Xiao Bao made up for their younger siblings had an age restriction. If it was shown to children under the age of 13, it would be very interesting. If it was shown to people between the ages of 14 and 20, it would be over. They would feel that you were forcing an idea and experience on them. Some of them would even feel that you were too long-winded, and they would not be able to see that you had written a lot of children in the story. They would feel that the story was very childish. However, if it was shown to people older, or even people with children, they would feel that it was very interesting and enlightening. If it was shown to people above the age of 30, they would smile knowingly. Even if there were mistakes in the story, they would be able to understand. Wang Wan's evaluation was based on the fact that people in this era matured earlier. If it was her and Zhang Xiaobao's era, the age would have to be delayed. This was because there were many people who married late and had children late, so people matured later. If you told a school student about politics, economics, human nature, and social philosophy, even if you put it in the story, they would not be willing to listen. What they wanted was for you to be bullied first, and then you would use more powerful methods to bully them back, and so on and so forth. As for the other things, they were not important. That was why it was said that the battle leveling up style and the pastoral leveling up style were different. The audience was different. At present, Wang Wan began to consider whether she should take some time to adjust the story with Xiao Bao. She wanted to add a part of the description of the scenery, geography, and mineral knowledge so that her younger siblings could learn more. Also, there's what the story says. Once Xiao Bei started talking about the story, she could not stop. She began to chatter about the story she had heard and her understanding of the story to the other 8 little fellows. Xiao Yuan and the others were very cooperative. Not only did they listen, but they also occasionally helped to add on and perfect the story. This was because they had their own roles in the story, and they wanted to describe themselves as best as possible. They walked slowly. Just as Wang Wan was about to let the little fellows get on the bus and hurry on their way, Zhang Xiaobao returned. "What, did you find out?" Wang Wan asked when she saw Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "No, he's planning to go on a long trip. He's buying things at various stores. Cans, ropes, hatchets, and clothes. This kid actually hid money. After winning against him, he didn't take out all the money. There's a Shiguan note in his shoe. When I think about how I might have come into contact with that kind of money, I feel disgusted. How many germs are on it? I finally know why luck and berry can infect each other, and also breath. Don't come back to disgust me. Is breath the same as berry? I'll stuff a sock in your mouth at night." Then you came back. Wang Wan punched Zhang Xiaobao. "I came back. I can see that he doesn't plan to leave today. He needs to have a good rest. I got someone to keep an eye on him. When he leaves, I'll go over and take it as a break." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his younger brothers and sisters who were looking up at him. He asked, "Why don't you take the car? If you want to go between the clouds and the water, you guys can't go far. It's over there. We'll take the car later. It's good to walk around and see what people are busy with. Just now, there was a child about my age who threw away the candy. What a pity. Look, which restaurant is that? The leftovers from yesterday, right? Why is it only now that someone is going to collect it?" Xiao Bei saw a cart pulling a large wooden bucket. A person got off the cart and took out a small wooden bucket from the back alley of a restaurant. He poured the contents into the big wooden bucket and said in puzzlement. Zhang Xiaobao was also puzzled when he saw this. Under normal circumstances, the restaurant would pour out the things the night before. If it was opened very late, it would be done early in the morning the next day. It didn't seem good to pour it out now. There were many people on the road, and they would feel uncomfortable after seeing it. It would affect the restaurant's business. With doubts in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao led a group of people over. Their actions clearly frightened the person who was pouring the things out. He stood there and didn't dare to move. Zhang Xiaobao came closer and looked over. He said, "It's all steamed buns and rice. Where are the leftovers?" Xiao Bei also extended his arm to a guard and let him carry it. He also looked over. Sure enough, it was as his brother said. The big wooden bucket was full of staple food, and there was very little noodles. The person who was asked didn't dare to not answer. He replied, "The leftovers were collected by someone last night to feed the pigs. After the pigs eat it, they will become very fat. I raise chickens. My family also sells steamed buns and sesame seed cakes. If the chickens eat too much greasy food, they will become greedy. In the future, they won't lay eggs if I don't feed them often." Zhang Xiaobao stared at the other person's eyes. When the other person finished speaking, he questioned, "Are you sure you didn't take the things home and put them back in the noodles?" "I wouldn't dare," the person said repeatedly, but his eyes flickered. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He led his brother and sister and continued to walk forward. Wang Wan, who was beside him, sighed. There are more and more smart people now. They know how to further reduce the cost. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not a big deal. The leftover staple food from last night was taken back by someone. If it's not spoiled, they can put it back in the noodles and steam it or roast it. The high temperature will also sterilize it. Not only is it reusing the resources, but it also saves on yeast. Wang Wan's words were obviously not true. But living in a society, there will always be some helplessness. If everyone could consciously do what they should do, then it would become the communism that she didn't dare to believe. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, "No, we definitely can't allow him to do that. Today, we let him make steamed buns. Tomorrow, he might do something to the vegetables he received. For example, you can first precipitate it, then boil it, filter it, precipitate it again, heat it up again, and filter it again. Then, you can put it in a bucket and sell it to a restaurant at a very low price. The kitchen chefs of the restaurant use it to cook ordinary tofu. If the previous processing technique is not perfect, you can actually taste the minced meat tofu from the tofu. You can give a thumbs up and praise, this tofu is amazing." Beside him, Xiao Bei listened and felt that the processing technique mentioned by her brother was very magical. She thought hard and reminded, "Brother, then can the leftovers be put into compressed biscuits? Compressed biscuits are a lot of things put together. This way, it won't be a waste. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. You can draw inferences from one example." Wang Wan was very helpless. In the past, when she said that the medicine for diarrhea on the skewers could treat dysentery, Xiao Bei wanted to help with the cold medicine to treat typhoid. That's why it depends on how you look at things. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and hugged his sister. If we let it go once, it will happen more often in the future. I hope that the people of Great Tang can save and cherish food, but I don't want to use this method to recycle and reuse. Of course, I don't care if the oil is sold to other countries, but it can't be sold in our country. So many things have been fermented, reacted, and heated. Who knows what will appear in it? What if it affects the genes? Just hearing about it makes me scared. Isn't that right, Xiao Bei? Yes, I'm scared. I feel disgusted just thinking about it. Putting the leftovers of other people's food into a big pot and boiling it, and then giving it to me to eat. It's so uncomfortable. Xiao Bei covered her mouth and pretended to vomit. Pass down the order. Have them pass a law in the imperial court. Then announce it in the newspapers and on the bulletin boards of the local government offices. Whoever dares to recycle food from restaurants and remake it for people to eat will be judged guilty. The person who reports will receive a lot of rewards. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't just say a sentence and then arrest the person and convict him. After all, such a crime hadn't been committed yet. He had to pass it through those boring people in the imperial court first. Let's go. We'll take the carriage back. I'll make ice cream for all of you when we get home. Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and boarded the carriage. The others followed suit. In the outskirts of the capital's Ministry of Works, Li Longji was able to finish filming the last set of scenes before noon today. After which, he could edit and copy the scenes before sending them to various places in Great Tang. At least 3 sets of equipment had to be sent to each prefecture, and then it would be played in the counties under their jurisdiction. If there were villages that were too far away, a team of people would be sent to them so that the citizens of Great Tang could see the heroic image of their emperor. We can see that filming a movie isn't an easy task. During the break in the filming, Li Longji sat under a large sun umbrella and casually grabbed a bottle of iced soda. He opened the cap and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of it. After which, he used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and sighed. He didn't dare to move his hands too much in case he wiped off the makeup on his face. Gao Lisher wasn't guarding the construction site in the palace today. He believed that even if he wasn't around, no one would dare to slack off, let alone cut corners. Hearing His Majesty's words, he didn't say anything. He knew that His Majesty was complaining happily. Filming a movie wasn't just tiring for one person. Everyone was tired. However, only those who were filmed could be shown on the screen for many people to watch. This was a great opportunity to become famous. If other scholars could join in the future, they would be willing to do anything for a spot. Usually, they would tire themselves out by participating in poetry gatherings, cocktail parties, and even sending invitations to high officials and nobles. They would flatter each other and occasionally criticize the government. Their goal was to become famous, and then take the imperial examinations and take in students. Once they succeeded, not only would they gain fame, they would also gain benefits. Now, they could publish articles in newspapers and encourage others to buy them. In the future, when they were filming a movie, they would be able to see the real person and become famous faster. What should they do then? Gao Lisher was worried about the movie. He was worried that when the emperor's movie was released, many officials who had the same idea would use various means in the imperial court to get a chance to be filmed. Therefore, there would be one more benefit to compete for. The imperial court would be very lively, and the censorate would not be lonely anymore. Lisher, I'll give you a few more scenes. Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher was in a daze. He thought that Gao Lisher felt that he didn't get enough scenes, so he comforted him. Ah. Your Majesty, this subject thanks you, but there's no need. This subject has enough scenes. Previously, there was a person who helped you pick eggs and gave this subject a lot of scenes. There were also a few lines of dialogue, such as Your Majesty, look, this small one is an egg, this big one is a duck egg, this bigger one is a goose egg. Gao Lisher didn't intend to continue wasting the film. No matter what, he had to give the emperor more chances to show his face. Li Longji rolled his eyes and said, didn't you cut that part? We can't not tell the difference between chicken, duck, and goose eggs. If it was broadcasted, the common people would laugh to death. Who wrote the script? Punish him. He has already been punished. He was given 10 whips, but he kept saying that he was wrong because his angle was different. He said that he was not filming the official history, but a drama. If it was an official history, there wouldn't be so much dialogue and scenes. Although this subject hit him, I feel that this person is not bad. I plan to let him write a distorted history to belittle the emperor of other countries according to the situation of other countries. After Gao Lisher helped to come up with the bad idea, the person who was hit said that although that person didn't write the script well, he did have some skills. It would be a pity to drive him out of this industry. Li Longji nodded. He personally opened a bottle of soda and handed it to Gao Lisher, praising, "It's my great Tang's fortune that you know how to use people well. Tell me, do you want to send someone to Jianan Road to find Xiao Bao and the others and give them a few sets of scenes? Among the common people, there are actually more portraits of them than of us. It's not good for us to not give them a chance to show their faces." Gao Lisher could tell that this person was obviously jealous. The emperor also had portraits among the common people, but not many of them were used. Furthermore, they were mostly abstract, unlike Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's portraits. There were people who specially painted them and then printed them. They were then bought by people with money and placed in different places. For example, if they were placed outside the rice vat, it meant that there would be a harvest with them around. If they were placed on the stove, it meant that they could replace the kitchen god. If they were placed on the incense table, it meant that they could throw away the sculptures of the Bodhisattva or the three pure ones. If they were placed on the door, not to mention ghosts, even gods could be kicked out. If they were placed under the bed, they would think that they couldn't do this. If others were to find out about it, they would be beaten to death. In any case, it was the kind that had many uses, and almost every household didn't lack it. If they really couldn't buy it, they would draw an imaginary one that was more famous than His Majesty. After thinking for a moment, Gao Lisher said softly, "This subject believes that if His Majesty really sends someone to send the equipment over, they will get the soldiers to take a picture of it and then publicize it. For example, the soldiers of Great Tang fought valiantly, didn't fall, fought to the death, and so on. For example, a soldier's clothes would be torn, his face would be wounded, and his arms would be bandaged. In order to avoid the enemy's fierce rain of arrows, he would carry a rifle on his back and a grenade by his waist while crawling forward. When he was within 20 meters of the enemy, he would suddenly stand up, hold his rifle, and shout, 'Long live the Emperor,' while reloading and reloading. In the end, he would be shot like a hedgehog and be dragged back to his position by his comrades. He would cover his heart where he was shot, speak for a quarter of an hour, explain his will clearly, and thank His Majesty before he breathed his last." Initially, Li Longji was nodding his head in agreement, but as he listened on, he was stunned. He stared at Gao Lisher in shock and said, "What kind of scriptwriter and director are you talking about? Instead of shooting from afar, you would run to the most comfortable range of the enemy's bow and open fire. If he dares to stand up 20 meters away from me, I'll shoot him down with an arrow. Furthermore, it's already 20 meters away. If he doesn't throw a grenade, what kind of treasure is that?" As he spoke, Li Longji shook his head, clearly finding it inappropriate. It was fine to fool those who didn't know, but wouldn't those in the know laugh to death? If this was really filmed and broadcasted to the masses, they would think that Great Tang's guns were useless. This is what Xiao Bao said in the past. He said that it would further reflect the iron-bloodedness of the soldiers and express the desperation of war. Gao Lisher felt wronged. After all, he wasn't the one who came up with this idea. Xiao Bao is always up to no good. What iron-bloodedness? To stand up within the range of the enemy's long-range weapons is to be called a retard. When the masses see this, their first thought wouldn't be about the desperation of the war, but who trained the soldiers of Great Tang. They deserve to be killed. Li Longji said confidently. Gao Lisher nodded in agreement. The two of them chatted about interesting matters regarding the filming of the movie. After Li Longji finished a few more sets, he was finally done with the filming. However, he wasn't sure about the post-production. After all, he hadn't tried it before, so he had to try it out according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's methods. He would just have to familiarize himself with it in the future. After finishing the last set, it was already noon. Li Longji decided to be generous and treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. The location was the canteen of the Ministry of Works. Pointing at the pictures on the wall, he told the crew to choose whatever they wanted. He would pay the bill and put it on Xiao Bao's tab. After all, the Ministry of Works belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family. As the emperor, he couldn't break the rule of not spending money. The crew was extremely grateful. They all greeted the chefs and chose dishes that weren't on the wall. They belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family, so they were used to eating the dishes prepared by the chefs arranged by their families. A peculiar expression appeared on Li Longji's face. If Zhang Xiaobao saw this, he would definitely give a bad taste evaluation. It was as though it was an honor to spend other people's money to treat someone else to a meal. After scheming against Zhang Xiaobao when he wasn't around, Li Longji felt extremely happy. On the other hand, Gao Lishir felt very helpless. Her Majesty was normally fine, but when it came to matters involving Xiaobao, she would always be in a special state. Her blood pressure would obviously rise, but her appetite would also increase. It was very mysterious. The crew took the food and ate quickly. They were really hungry. They only had a bowl of porridge in the morning before rushing back to work. Moving the props back and forth was very tiring, so they could have a good rest after lunch. With a victorious smile on his face, Li Longji asked someone to bring him his plate. He also deliberately asked someone to pour him a glass of wine. He sat down and started eating. Right at this moment, someone from the telegram department came in. When he appeared at the door, he shouted, Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao is calling. Quick, bring it over for me to see. Could it be that Xiaobao found out that I was treating everyone to a meal in the canteen? Ha! Li Longji swallowed a piece of sweet and sour pork and took the telegram excitedly. He read it with a smile. Gao Lishir also took a plate and sat across from Li Longji. He waited for Her Majesty to read it so that he could bring it over. As Li Longji read, he frowned. As he read, his Adam's apple began to move up and down. He glanced down and closed his mouth to let out a muffled groan. He forced himself to hold it back and put the telegram to the side. He then picked up the wine glass and drank half of the wine. Your Majesty. Gao Lishir noticed that the emperor didn't seem to be in a good state, so he asked with concern. Li Longji waved his hand, It's fine, it's fine. Xiaobao probably calculated that I would treat his crew to his canteen and spend his own money to eat his food. That's why he sent me a set of swill processing methods. After some processing, it can continue to be a delicacy on the dining table. For example, this dish of Chinese cabbage in front of me right now. If the chef makes it well, not only will I be able to taste the crispness and tenderness of the cabbage, but I will also be able to taste the meat in the vegetable oil stir-fried dish. Don't you think it's amazing? When Gao Lishir heard it, he felt a little uncomfortable in his throat. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten yet, so he was very glad. However, since Her Majesty had eaten, he could only suggest, Your Majesty, why don't we go on a diet for lunch today? No need. I wasn't prepared earlier, but I'm not afraid now. Xiaobao wants to make a law to prevent others from getting sick from eating. We'll discuss it during the morning court tomorrow. Eat. Xiaobao is against people reprocessing swill. He's even more against people who order a bunch of dishes and throw them away without eating a single bite, especially people like me who don't need to spend money to eat. After calming his stomach and mood, Li Longji began to eat again. He ate very happily, which showed that he had good control over his food. Furthermore, he was confident that no one would dare to feed him swill oil. This method probably hadn't been developed yet. Gao Lishir hurriedly poured wine into Li Longji's empty glass and also poured a glass for himself. He drank it to suppress his disgust. After making Li Longji feel disgusted, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good time preparing lunch. Ever since Xiaobei and the others found out that swill had a great effect, they didn't want to eat lunch anymore. They were preparing to make some snacks, such as nuts. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and chose a dish that wasn't easy to make with swill. That was barbecuing. Barbecuing a whole sheep without oil would be done directly. At most, they would sprinkle some chili powder, cumin, and salt, and eat it with fruit juice. Xiao Bei and the others thought about it and felt that it was fine, but they had to see their brother kill the sheep with their own eyes to prevent them from not knowing where he got the dead sheep. When they ate it, they also had to take medicine to treat diarrhea, which was troublesome. Look at you, you scared them. They can't even eat peacefully. Wang Wan expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaobao, who had just put the sheep on the grill. What are you scared of? You'll get used to it. Of course, you didn't eat it at that time, but other people ate a lot. Zhang Xiaobao began to cut the sheep with a knife. It's just scary. Impossible. Wang Wan shook her head. Forget it. How much oil does the family produce in a year? How much oil does the family use in a year? Where did the extra oil come from? Anyway, I don't have any evidence now. If it was in the past, I could bring you to the kitchen of a restaurant to take a look. You would see many plastic barrels with black grease on the outside. I'm just saying. Anyway, you didn't eat it in the past, and I didn't eat it in the future. I'm just saying. Let's not let them show up while we still can. If they form a chain of interests again, it will be difficult to deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao began to shake the grill slowly, and the sheep emitted a sizzling sound when the grease was being burned. Do your work. When Xiao Bei and the others come later, you are not allowed to say such disgusting things. Wang Wan began to arrange the knives and forks. Chapter 12:27. On the west side of Yizhou City, Zhang Xiaobao came out of the west gate and guessed where Lu Feng was going. There were two big rivers on the west side of Yizhou, which was an important part of the Yangtze River. In addition to the two rivers, there were also mountains, one next to the other. In between, there were many ravines and other small rivers, and even small lakes. The west side of the city was not the main road in Yizhou. The main roads were in the north and south. But now, there were people who took the west side of the road because it was closer. Originally, the roads were all small paths. If you didn't take them for a few days, you wouldn't see any traces of people walking on them. At the same time, there were also various kinds of snakes and insects. Occasionally, a few wolves would appear to cooperate with the people who wanted to take a shortcut. Now, it was relatively easier to travel. There were no cement roads, let alone asphalt roads. Of course, the living standards and quality of people living in a country depended on the development of the country's science and technology, agriculture, and animal husbandry. When these three things improved, handicrafts and commerce would inevitably prosper. People would have higher requirements for the variety and quality of goods, which was directly reflected in the price of goods. Therefore, people who had the means would first think of transporting goods from other places to sell. With the money they earned, they would then buy the necessities they needed at home and the relatively luxurious things they liked. Therefore, the caravan would naturally expand from its original size, and the number of people would also increase. As a very important prefecture in Great Tang, the living standards of Yizhou were naturally close to that of the capital. The locals found that by going out from the west side of the city, crossing mountains and rivers, they could exchange for things that were considered valuable in Yizhou from the west side. On the way, they could even hunt, gather medicinal herbs, and wild vegetables. It was said that people who walked a lot would become a road. This was passive. But the working people would change from passive to active when there was a possibility of improving their living standards. There were mountains ahead. It was simple. They would use saws and axes to cut down trees, and use picks and shovels to level the road. There were stones nearby, which they would put in baskets and occasionally transport to the road to prevent the road from being washed away by heavy rain. There was a river. If they didn't want to buy iron chains or couldn't afford them, they would use bamboo fibers to connect the two sides and lay planks on top. When everything was ready, they could start the road. In truth, the most important thing was the stability of the Great Tang. In the past, no one would be willing to go through the trouble of building a road from the Izhou prefecture to the west, unless they were tired of living. Now, there was no need for him to worry about being bullied by the Tibetans. Tubo had already become a part of the Great Tang, and he didn't need to worry about being harmed by the locals when he went there. Riding on his horse, Zhang Xiaobao had already felt the enthusiasm of the working people under the protection of the country's powerful military. The road to the west of Izhou was a dirt road, but there were many people coming and going. There were wheelbarrows, donkeys and mules, and some people even carried sticks on their backs. Zhang Xiaobao, who deeply understood the relationship between stability and economic development, understood the thoughts of the passerby. An inexplicable pride filled his heart, as he had contributed greatly to this. Without his wife's battle achievements and his last trick, Tubo would never give in. This had nothing to do with the ordinary people of Tubo. It was the ruling class that didn't want to lose their independent ruling status. Although many of the passers-by in front of him had travel-worn faces, there was no hesitation in their eyes. When he pointed out a path for them, a lamp lit up in his heart. This was the joy of helping others. While Zhang Xiaobao was riding on his horse and thinking, a caravan came in front. The other party must have calculated the time and arrived in Izhou in the morning. After a short rest, they would be able to ship out the goods in the afternoon. At night, they would invite the local merchants to have a meal. If they were fast enough, they would definitely be able to ship out the goods tomorrow. After that, they would rest for the night and restock the next day before forming a caravan to rush back. The reason for this was because there were no man-made risks on the road. They didn't need to be like the caravan of the past, where every trip was like a gamble, constantly worrying about being attacked by others. Some were bandits, some were fellow travelers, and some were people who happened to be nearby. Who would dare to make a move now? Unless they were tired of living and couldn't think of a good way to die, so they attacked the caravan of their own country. Once they attacked, regardless of whether it was successful or not, once the caravan escaped back or was discovered by others, the Tang army would be mobilized. It wouldn't be the local yamen runners at all. Then, you could lead a group of people to pray and escape. The prerequisite was that you could be sure that the military dogs, goshawks, and tracking experts wouldn't be able to find any traces of you. You also had to be sure that your internal personnel wouldn't be tempted by the high reward and exemption from punishment. In other words, if you led your men to attack a caravan and earned 1,000 strings of coins and divided it among everyone, everyone would get dozens of strings of coins. If you were discovered, the imperial court would offer a reward of 10,000 strings of coins and exempt the person who reported you from punishment. Do you think your men would be able to resist? When Zhang Xiaobao saw the caravan on his horse, he deeply felt the safety of the other party. An organized caravan didn't seem to be very tired. Everyone was talking and laughing, and they felt that anyone by the roadside was like family. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded to 4 people in a row. For a moment, he thought that his identity had been discovered. Later on, he thought that as long as you looked at him, he would nod to anyone. He was probably a public relations staff member of the caravan. The brother in front, pay attention. The one riding the horse, stop scratching. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood when he heard a shout from behind. Wei Wei turned to the side. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw a caravan of more than 100 people, 20 carriages, and many mules. A large flag was raised in the middle of the caravan. It wasn't accurate to call it a flag. It had 2 poles with a piece of cloth in the middle. The advantage was that people could see the symbol on the flag even without the wind blowing it. The disadvantage was that the wind would increase the resistance. The design of the flag was very interesting. At the top was a row of slightly smaller words Great Tang, as if they were afraid that people wouldn't know that the caravan was from Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao's first impression was that the caravan was going abroad to do international trade. However, they wrote the words Great Tang. Would people recognize them after they left the country? In the middle of the row of words Great Tang, there was a cartoon character. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that it was the character Fan. You have so many characters, but you still wrote it as a cartoon. It's too torturous. Cartoons are popular now, right? Because there were no people on foot, the caravan moved very quickly. Although there weren't many people, it showed the caravan's strong financial strength. Zhang Xiaobao's horse couldn't keep up with the caravan's speed. Naturally, he was overtaken by the caravan. However, Zhang Xiaobao was very puzzled. For a moment, he felt that he had become very stupid, very, very stupid. The road to the west of Izhou could be used by animals and people, but how could a carriage go there? Could it be that there was a special method? That was strange. With infinite curiosity, Zhang Xiaobao hid by the side of the road. When the caravan brushed past him, he asked, "Hey, are you going to India?" "That's India." It couldn't be helped. After all, he had the impression that the caravan was in international trade. If they were going west, they would definitely be going to India. It was the same place that the monk had gone to previously, but the road was different. Someone in the caravan slowed down and looked at the person who asked the question. He smiled and replied, "Why are we going to India? India is too far away. The food in the caravan won't be enough for us to eat." Zhang Xiaobao felt that his question was correct. A carriage could go over mountains, so what was there to be afraid of going to India? Since the other party said no, he could only continue asking, "Are we going to Tubo?" "What Tubo? Have you ever seen a carriage going west?" the other party retorted. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, "That's what I meant too." "Then you go over a few hills and you will be a few dozen miles ahead," the other party said. Zhang Xiaobao felt that his thinking ability had deteriorated. What was the meaning of forming a caravan to take this route? Seeing that the other party was about to speed up and follow them, Zhang Xiaobao had an idea. He took out a bun and handed it over. It was the first time they met, so it was better to have some etiquette. Actually, for those who had cigars, one was reluctant to give it to the other party, and the other party might not know how to smoke them. When the other party saw the person who asked about the matter handing over a bun, his expression changed. He was very surprised, but after some consideration, he still took it. He did not believe that this person would use poison. Similarly, out of courtesy, he took a bite in front of Zhang Xiaobao and nodded, good stuff. Good bun. Beef and onion stuffing. Your bun is fragrant and doesn't have a bitter taste. What's going on?" As long as he could keep the other party for a while, Zhang Xiaobao did not care what topic they were talking about. He smiled and said, "When other people eat beef, they usually don't eat it fresh. The so-called taste is not very good. There are also people who put seasonings. The purpose of seasonings is to get rid of the smell, but too much of it will make it bitter. The ingredients of seasonings are one animal, one plant, and one mineral." Yes. You are absolutely right. Do you know what seasonings to put in wontons? The other party took small bites and was reluctant to eat too quickly. The skin of the steamed buns was thin, the stuffing was big, and the ingredients were good. Excluding Zhang Xiaobao's personal labor costs, just the cost of the steamed buns was 5 copper coins. If sold at the restaurant between the clouds and the water, it would cost at least 60 copper coins. Therefore, people who ate at the restaurant between the clouds and the water generally didn't want to waste money. It was too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Duan Fang was eating happily, so he handed him another steamed bun. He also took one out to eat. He had not eaten in the morning. "Thanks, brother. It's delicious. Hurry up, let's eat while we walk." This person was not polite at all. He took a bun and threw the leftover bun into his mouth, urging him to hurry. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a bun in his mouth and urged the horse to speed up. When the two people finished all the steamed buns brought by Zhang Xiaobao, they started to talk about wontons again. When it came to eating, Zhang Xiaobao could say that he knew a little about it. He was very modest. Seeing that the other party was still staring at the wontons and asking, he said, "It depends on what you are pursuing. Is it fragrant or fresh? What kind of people are your customers? How much do you want to sell a bowl? Is the stuffing pure vegetarian or pure meat? Or is it a combination? From the selection of ingredients to the preparation of the stuffing, the blending of the soup, the taste of the soup base, and the auxiliary dipping sauces, there must be a detailed arrangement. Otherwise, it is hard to say. If you really want to say it all, it is estimated that you will not be able to finish it in a day. There are thousands of combinations of various aspects. Of course, people who are not into this kind of food will not be able to taste the subtle differences. What do you want to know?" In the spirit of helping others, Zhang Xiaobao said very honestly. The other party listened with wide eyes and nodded from time to time. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, the person was surprised and praised, "I met an expert." "Brother, you are a chef, right?" "Absolutely." "Where do you work?" Hobby. I have not considered a full-time job for the time being. In fact, my real identity is an official of a businessman who deals in goods." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the other party would pester him to become a professional chef, so he explained. The person was more confused after hearing that. His occupation was a mess. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very reasonable, so he said, "Well, as expected, a businessman who is not a good cook is definitely not a good official." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Brother, to be honest, the best stuffing for the wontons we make is the mutton stuffing. There is not a lot of it. Mutton is expensive. Generally, pork is accompanied by vegetables, such as pork and celery, egg and chives, and cabbage, loofah, cucumber and dried shrimps, but it is not very much. Dried shrimps are expensive. The soup is soup. The water used to cook the wontons, add some sesame oil, chopped green onions, and salt." The person chose to believe in Zhang Xiaobao, thinking that he could give him a better idea. Zhang Xiaobao listened carefully and said, "In this case, I will teach you a simple method. It is not too troublesome. I guarantee that your wontons will sell well." Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment to give the other party time to listen carefully. "There is no need to say much about the stuffing. I estimate that you can't afford the stuffing. The seller can't afford it. Let's talk about the soup. It must be chicken soup. Put pickled vegetables under the soup. It should be seaweed, but you can't afford it. Put the dried shrimps in the stuffing. If there is coriander, put some in as well. Then prepare the vinegar and soy sauce, and some pepper. Chili, you don't have chili, so don't prepare it. Prepare the garlic. That's all. Just do as you say. You don't have any extra cost. If you think that chicken soup is expensive, pork bone soup is also fine." Xiaobao said a very common recipe. The first time he made it for his family, it was the same. The only difference was that he added seaweed. After listening to it, the other party nodded, "So simple." "Simple." "Yes, simple. Everything is simple. Do you know what the first test of the chef between the clouds and the water test is?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and immediately followed the other party's words. "What?" The person obviously didn't know how the chefs of the restaurant between the clouds and the water tested. 3 dishes. One is scrambled eggs, one is roasted eggplant, and one is cold shredded cucumber. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out 3 fingers. The other party obviously didn't believe it. Between the clouds and the water was such a famous restaurant. The first test of the test was only these 3 dishes. It was impossible. Impossible. He said it out loud. "Do you think it is very simple?" The first dish is scrambled eggs. You need to beat the eggs into the pot. They have to be cooked but not burnt, tender but not sticky. Zhang Xiaobao introduced. You don't need to pour the eggs into the pot and stir them. The other party was surprised again. Then is it possible that it is the test of between the clouds and the water? Because it is simple, you can see the basic skills. If you don't have a solid foundation, even if you play tricks with the kitchen knife, between the clouds and the water won't accept it. The simpler things are, the more challenging they are. The more common things are, the more details they pay attention to. If you don't believe me, I will also make a bowl of wonton for you when I have the chance. You take the ingredients. If you use the same ingredients, I will roll the skin, mix the stuffing, and mix the soup by myself. Let's see if the taste is the same. If the taste is the same, it is for fast food. But Chinese cuisine is particular about spirituality. For example, the steamed buns you just ate were filled with beef, scallions, and salt. Nothing else. The skill lies in the choice of the meat, the position of the scallions, the amount of salt, the degree of fermentation of the noodles, the strength of the hand when rolling the skin, the drawer of the steamer, the amount of water, and the heat. Zhang Xiaobao talked a lot, mainly because they got along well with each other. The other party was used to acting surprised, so he showed the same expression again and asked, "Can you be more specific?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, "No, if there is an absolute ratio, it will become fast food again. I have to see the meat, scallions, and where the noodles are produced before I can mix them. When I am cooking, there can be people watching, but it can only be understood and not explained." I understand. It's a pity that you don't work as a professional chef. Alright, I'll remember the wonton recipe you mentioned earlier. When I meet you in the future, I'll treat you to it for free. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that he had fallen behind the group, the man clamped his legs on the mule and sped up. Zhang Xiaobao waved at him. After the man was far away, he took out his binoculars to look for the water cloud. The water cloud was still slowly circling in the sky. Below him was Lu Feng's position. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road and roughly estimated that Lu Feng had not left the main road yet. The speed of the horse was not fast. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the water bag on the horse and rinsed his mouth. Then he began to think about other things. From time to time, there would be people coming from the opposite side, but there was no group behind them. Obviously, the other caravans were different from the previous one. With so many goods on their backs, they could not catch up. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao saw the team that had just passed by. The flag was very eye-catching. What made him puzzled was that not only did he see the team, but he also saw the target he was following, Lu Feng. The group stopped. Some people were busy there, and Lu Feng was helping. Zhang Xiaobao took out a mirror and looked at himself. After confirming that there was a big difference from when he met Lu Feng yesterday, he urged his horse forward. The man who had eaten Zhang Xiaobao's steamed buns and several people in the group were using shovels to repair the road. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao found out what was on the carriage. The bags were filled with sand and stones. There were several obvious potholes on the road. The people in the group first paved the sand and stones, and then rolled them with stones. Lu Feng held a long iron bar with a sharp tip at the bottom. From time to time, he would insert the tip into the ground where the stones had rolled over to see if the road was solid. Seeing the people working, Zhang Xiaobao did not understand. Were they a caravan or a professional road repair team? Could it be that they could make a profit by carrying sand and stones on the carriage? Brother, you also came. Wait a moment, I'll finish right away. These potholes are easy to flatten. The worst thing is that after a heavy rain, we have to go back and forth a few times to transport enough sand and stones. The man who had eaten the steamed buns raised his head and greeted Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. He did not forget to complain about the damage of the road. Chapter 12:28. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what to say for a moment. He nodded and waited at the side. His target was right in front of him, so he couldn't run ahead by himself. The person who spoke before picked up a few more shovels of soil, clapped his hands, and stopped. There was no more work for him to do. He wiped his sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting, "Our team is only responsible for the 70-li road from Izhou City to the front. Normally, it would take an ordinary caravan a day to travel. This section of the road is completely repaired by us. Once the road is repaired, no one is allowed to set up stalls on the side of the road. We have stalls 30 li and 70 li respectively. We specialize in selling things to people who come and go. Usually, people will be tired after walking 30 li. They will drink tea and eat something. This is the money we earn." When he mentioned his words, Zhang Xiaobao understood. They were not a team that traveled far to do business. Instead, they set up stalls nearby. If there was something wrong with the 70-li road they were in charge of, they had to fix it so that it would be more convenient for people to travel. At the same time, they went out to work and occupied the spots on the road to do business. Just like the small pavilion in Sanshui County, when people were tired, thirsty, or hungry, they would go to the pavilion to spend money to buy things. Of course, if they didn't have money, they could only eat for free. Sanshui County didn't allow people to starve to death there. But he didn't know if the team in front of him had considered this. If people who come back from other places lose money because of business and don't have money, will you still provide food? Zhang Xiaobao thought and asked casually. Of course. The person answered straightforwardly, "Who doesn't have difficulties? People who don't have money to buy food today may be people who make a fortune tomorrow and form a caravan. It's just a meal. Who doesn't have a heart of compassion? Not to mention people, even if a dog is hungry, people will give leftovers when they see it. You can't be black-hearted when doing business. Otherwise, if the authorities find out, the punishment will be very severe. Therefore, the things we sell are not bad. If they are bad, we will throw them away. There are also ordinary medicines in the stall. Relieving people's worries for a moment in exchange for a lifetime of merit. This is a good deal." Zhang Xiaobao listened with a smile on his face. He believed that as long as the leader of the team maintained this mindset, he would definitely be able to create a great family in the future. Unless there was a change in the political situation, however, it was absolutely impossible within the next few decades. In the future, it would depend on himself and Cuckoo. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobao thought of another problem. What if other people also set up a stall? How do you deal with them? It's very simple. If others also want to set up a stall, we'll just pull them into the team and maintain this section of the road together. Then, we'll sell things together, but we can't sell the same thing. Someone from another team happened to walk over and casually said when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question. What if they don't join your team? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Then they won't be able to sell anything. Those who walk this road often know that the current section of the road is the responsibility of our fan family's caravan. We've been working seriously, going back and forth once every 3 days to transport things. They know that we maintain the road so that we can set up a stall. Once they buy something from someone else, it will be difficult for us to do business. We might not continue to set up a stall on this section of the road, and naturally, the road won't be maintained. Other people who sell things by themselves can't take on the work of repairing the road. Even an organized team might not be more serious than us. Therefore, even if someone sells things at a cheaper price, those who walk this road often won't buy them. If they take advantage of them now, they'll lose their future. When you continue to walk forward, you'll know how good this section of the road is. The person who came later was very confident when he spoke. It just so happened that there was a small team coming from the opposite direction. There were 3 mules and 7 people. When they heard this, one of them testified, "It's true. The Fan family has maintained this section of the road quite well, especially the large river and 2 small rivers in front of us. As long as the bamboo rope shows obvious wear and tear, the Fan family will have someone change it. If it rains and the water level rises, making it difficult to cross the small bridge, the Fan family will specially set up tents on both sides of the river to provide a place for us to rest and take shelter from the rain. Then they'll boil a pot of ginger soup and give it to everyone for free." With such benevolence and righteousness, how can we have the nerve to buy other people's things? Yes, it's been 2 years. The road that the Fan family has built is the most comfortable for us. Their 2 stalls aren't just set-up stalls, they've built a large row of wooden houses. When you're tired, you can go in and sleep. It only costs 1 copper coin each time. If you want to rent their bedding, it costs 3 copper coins. However, as long as someone has slept on their bedding once, they'll take off the outer cover to wash it. Usually, when there's sunlight, they'll take it out to dry. Lying on top of it and covering one's body is soft and warm. Furthermore, as long as you eat at their stalls once, they'll remember your preferences. The people at their stalls speak at least 10 different dialects. Zhang Xiaobao's target, Lu Feng, also spoke up. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he felt that this wasn't an ordinary merchant setting up a stall on the 70 Li Road, but the Oriental Hotel in Thailand. Was there such a restaurant in the Great Tang? Yes, there was. Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. That was because it was his family's restaurant, and it could remember every customer. However, the problem was that those who wanted to eat at his restaurant had to register. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to do a chain check. They hadn't reached that level yet, and only special customers would receive such treatment. Now, this Fan clan stall could actually remember people, which meant that the other party had an outstanding memory. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth it to spend so much effort on these 2 stalls. There should be better developments, and he shouldn't waste his energy on these customers who didn't need to be remembered. Zhang Xiaobao sighed inwardly. While admiring the Fan clan, he also felt sorry for them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said with good intentions, the Fan clan should actually make their business bigger. For example, they should take on the 500 Li Road. Then, the Fan clan will be responsible for all the transactions within this 500 Li Road, and they'll have to pay taxes. The Fan clan doesn't just deal in food, drinks, and lodging. They can also repair cars and provide finished clothes. They can also take on the 500 Li Road's emergency messenger business. They can even invite medical centers to station people at a certain place, and the Fan clan will provide rooms, food, and lodging. Zhang Xiaobao said this to the people who had eaten his steamed buns. He believed that if the Fan clan really did such a good job, his subordinates would naturally tell the person in charge that was beneficial to the Fan clan. However, just as he finished speaking, the person who came over to speak sighed helplessly and said, "I'm the current head of the Fan clan. I've considered what you said. Right now, there's the aspect of repairing cars, but my family doesn't have the money for other things. I'm thinking of a 500 Li Road, which requires a lot of money. I went to the bank to ask, and they said that at most, they'll loan my family 15,000 strings of cash. It sounds like a lot, but the cost of building roads and houses is definitely far more than 15,000 strings of cash. I plan to manage the 700 Li Road well first, and when I have more money in the future, I'll gradually push forward. In fact, I've also thought of looking for someone to work with, but they couldn't meet my requirements, so it didn't work out." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He didn't expect that the person who worked with him would be the head of the Fan clan. A businessman who lowered his status to work with his subordinates, a businessman who provided the best service based on the customer, a businessman who had a dream and seriously worked to start from scratch, shouldn't waste his time on the accumulation of raw capital. Then fine, let's learn from him. I'll lower my status and stop looking at all the problems in the Great Tang's overall economic situation. I'll start from scratch and help him meet his needs in terms of capital first. Zhang Xiaobao thought so, but he felt that he should ask more clearly, so he asked, "Why can't they meet your requirements?" "Because they think that my requirements are unreasonable, and say that I'm stupid," the head of the Fan clan said. "My requirements are: first, build a bathing pool in every resting area, and give it to the guests for free." The person from the Fan clan raised a finger, indicating that he still had other requirements. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply and continued to listen. "Second, regardless of whether the guests are sick or not, we have to arrange for people to examine them. At the same time, we have to prepare a change of clothes of all sizes for the guests to wear the clean clothes the next day, free of charge. Third, we have to hire idle people to work at our place. At the same time, we have to buy local game at a high price and bring them back. Fourth, every place has to have at least 2 women who can take care of children. Because some of the groups have women who give birth on the way, we have to think of them." The head of the Fan clan listed 3 more requirements, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "They think that what I said is useless, and that doing it will only increase the cost. But I've always felt that doing business is also being a person. Earn what you need to earn and pay what you need to pay. Only when you treat your guests well will they be willing to spend money at your place." Zhang Xiaobao decided to help the other party. He knew that in this era, there were many inns that could provide guests with services that made them feel at home, but he had never heard of one that was as detailed and free of charge as the other party. Although it was said that the Fan clan would lend a hand to any of their businesses when someone needed help and didn't have the opportunity to seek help from the Yamen, the Fan clan was different. The Fan clan was not doing this out of the ideals of a businessman, but because he and Cuckoo were intensely interested in transforming the Great Tang. In the eyes of the two of them, there were no guests, only the common people of the Great Tang. For the head of the Fan clan to think this way was epic-making, even better than his younger brothers and sisters. He had to think of a way. Since the road was being repaired, the country should provide a portion of the money as subsidies, and then the banks should provide more credit loans. This way, there would be no problem. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. If he were to tell the head of the Fan clan, he would need to show his status, or else why would the other party believe him? His target, Lu Feng, was right next to him. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao continued to smile at the head of the Fan clan. Owner Fan's thinking is truly correct. I'm not very good at judging people, but I'm confident that you'll succeed this time. I'll borrow brother's auspicious words. I'll write a written agreement for brother. When brother reaches the front, if we don't make it in time, brother can go to the stall and drink tea. It's my treat." As the head of the Fan clan spoke, he really did find a pen and paper and wrote a written agreement that he would provide something for free, and then he handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still didn't know if he would have a chance to enjoy this free treatment. Right now, he was considering how to continue following Lu Feng, whether to reach the front first or find an excuse to stop. After some thought, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Many thanks. How far will the road be repaired before you're done?" The head of the Fan clan looked at the road crushed by stones and said, "Now is enough. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Why don't we go together? I've prepared some wine, and today's weather is pretty good." At the same time, he invited Lu Feng to drink with him. Zhang Xiaobao knew that these were just polite words. If Lu Feng went, he couldn't refuse, but if he didn't go, then so be it. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaobao revealed a surprised expression and said to Lu Feng, "So this brother Lu isn't a member of the team. You're really a good person. Brother Lu, how about this? I have nothing to do right now, so I'll accompany brother Lu to sightsee along the way. What do you think?" When Lu Feng heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he immediately revealed a difficult expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I have to hurry. Sorry. It's fine, it's fine. Brother Lu, go ahead. Zhang Xiaobao sat on his horse and cupped his hands. Lu Feng mounted his horse and urged it to gallop away at a fast speed. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and also ran ahead. He was a bit slower than Lu Feng, but faster than the Fan Clan's team. Zhang Xiaobao began to regret his decision. Before he came out this morning, he thought that Lu Feng would run a few dozen miles and then turn into a fork in the road. But now, it was obvious that he had run until noon, and he had passed by 2 of the Fan Clan's stalls. Because Lu Feng didn't slow down, he couldn't stop to drink the free tea. If he continued to run, he wouldn't be able to go back today. However, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about not having a place to stay at night. There were still many people behind him, and they kept a certain distance. When they needed to rest, they would stop and wait. Naturally, someone would set up a tent for them. After a while, Lu Feng finally stopped. Zhang Xiaobao had just let out a sigh of relief when he realized that Lu Feng didn't stop because he had reached a place, but because the horse needed to rest. Looking down at his horse, Zhang Xiaobao also stopped a few miles away from Lu Feng. He found a place with water and led the horse to, watching it eat grass and drink water. After resting for a while, Zhang Xiaobao mounted his horse again and followed Lu Feng. When the sun turned salty like a duck egg yolk and fell on the mountains in the west, Zhang Xiaobao finally came across another stall set up by someone else. He bought delicious food at 3 times the usual price, and let the horse eat some grass as well. When he mounted his horse again, he sped up, afraid that he would lose track of Lu Feng. Otherwise, when night came, the water cloud wouldn't be able to help. When the stars twinkled in the sky, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt uneasy, so he urged his horse to run faster. After running for 6 or 7 miles, he encountered a group of people walking forward with torches. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and asked, but the other side said that they didn't see any other horses. Okay, you're good. You timed it so well. When night came, I was too close, so you could hear the sound of the horse's hooves, but I was too far away, so I couldn't hear your horse's hooves. Where did you come from? Zhang Xiaobao muttered angrily and turned his horse back, wanting to see if there were any traces left. If he went back directly, wouldn't Wang Wan be happy for half a month? If he lost track of Lu Feng with his own hands, it would be recorded in the history books. Where did you go? Is there a hoof print no matter what? The horse is so heavy, and there's a person sitting on it. It's impossible to disappear directly. Zhang Xiaobao, who lost track of his target, continued to mutter. At the same time, he took out his flashlight and shone it on the road, hoping to see an obvious hoof print. After going back a few miles, Zhang Xiaobao met his family. Little young master, we're here. Do you plan to? His family saw Zhang Xiaobao and asked. I plan to look for the hoof print. I don't know where Lu Feng went. Just before the sky turned dark, I saw a cloud of water hovering. After the sky turned dark, I ran for about 20 miles. This is the approximate range. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly said to the people who rushed over. Everyone understood that since the little young master had lost track of his target, then they would help him find it. One by one, they took out their flashlights and divided into several groups to speed up. Then, they began to look for the obvious hoof prints left by the horses. After more than an hour, when Zhang Xiaobao was looking forward to it, someone reported, Little young master, I found it. It's about 3 miles ahead. Go down the left side of the road. There are traces of horses trampling on the grass there. Okay, come with me. I need to get the Ministry of Works Research Institute to figure out the night vision equipment as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobao called out and rode the horse to the place. He asked the others to set up tents and rest here for the time being. A few others went back to report to their family. Zhang Xiaobao led 10 people to follow the tracks. He could have gone there himself, but he was afraid of encountering wild animals. He didn't want to play with wolves, bears, or anything like that. After walking for about half an hour, there were hoof prints on the grass in front of them. If they continued to walk forward, they would reach the mountain. Following the tracks, they saw a horse tied to a tree in front of them. The flashlight didn't shine directly into the horse's eyes. He was afraid that the horse would be startled and hurt itself while trying to break free from the rope. Instead, he shone the flashlight on the ground. When the horse saw the light, it opened its eyes wide and looked over curiously. Unlike the well-trained hungry war horses, this horse didn't show any vigilance or irritation. It was a rental horse. For it, no matter who it met, as long as they didn't do anything to hurt it, it would feel normal, not to mention that there were 11 of its kind. He actually got off the horse and left. Leave 2 people to watch the horse. The rest of you follow me. Don't put the horse with his horse. Clean up the nearby tracks. Zhang Xiaobao ordered and led the remaining 8 people to follow the tracks left by Lu Feng. This time, Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid. Before, he was far away. Now that he was in the mountains, he hid the flashlight in his sleeve and didn't let the light spread out. He could find any trace left by Lu Feng. If he didn't have this skill, he would have been caught long ago. After that, he spent money to learn the tracking methods of the special forces of other countries. No matter what, he was still a professional. Moving forward, there was a river. Zhang Xiaobao observed the sand and stone tracks by the river. After confirming that Lu Feng had crossed the river, he followed him. While walking, Zhang Xiaobao admired Lu Feng. He was really brave. What if he encountered a wild animal in the woods? Did he also carry snake and insect repellent with him? It was a behavior that valued money more than life. Little Gongzi, this person has been trained. He can be considered a talented person. A person said to Zhang Xiaobao. What I am thinking now is where he got the money. Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1229. Zhang Xiaobao led the 8 people and continued to move forward. He disliked tracking people at night the most. If it was a chase, it would not be a problem. However, if he brought along a hunting dog and used a flashlight and a torch to swing back and forth, the person being chased would have a hard time at night. First of all, the physical exhaustion was very high. Although they could see the light, they were always afraid of being chased. In addition, the constant barking of the dog would further deplete their physical strength. At the same time, the psychological pressure was not small, and the body heat was draining too quickly. However, tracking people was troublesome. Without a light, they could not see the tracks, but with a light, they were afraid of being discovered by the other party, not to mention bringing a dog. In the middle of the night, in a place where there were no people, suddenly hearing a dog barking, anyone would have to think carefully about what was going on. I hope we can get some useful clues this time. I have always felt that he was bribed. His pearls were looked at by a jewelry shop, and they said that there is a high possibility that he belongs to the West, which is Duoshi. Zhang Xiaobao saw through the tracks that Lu Feng did not know how to anti-reconnaissance, otherwise, he would not have left such obvious tracks, unless he knew too much and then created a false impression. The obvious branches were broken, which was clearly to tell the trackers that he passed by here. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was very relaxed. He lowered the flashlight and said to the person who was closest to him. This person also lowered his voice and said, "Young master, if he is found to have colluded with the enemy, how should we deal with him?" "That depends on how he colluded with the enemy. I am very puzzled now. You say that he is an ordinary person, not as powerful as the people of the Qin family in Tonghua. If he wants to collude with the enemy, what can he provide to the enemy? If it is information that many people can get, would Duoshi give him gold coins and pearls? That gold coin is unique to duoshire and is very valuable. Under normal circumstances, it is used by a special group of people. Occasionally, it will fall into the hands of the common people and is very precious. However, the gold of our dynasty cannot be used, and can only be used as a special currency. Therefore, Lu Feng must have been valued by duoshire. What did he betray? To be honest, when I saw his actions at the gambling house, I analyzed it a little and felt that even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth that pearl. Don't you think it's interesting? Zhang Xiaobao said in boredom. Then, he saw a mark and almost laughed out loud. It was actually the mark of Lu Feng accidentally lying on the ground. There was a vine in front of him. It was obvious that Lu Feng had tripped over it. With this level of skill, he dared to take action in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he was valued by Duo Cannibal. Zhang Xiaobao felt that there was either something wrong with his brain or Duo Cannibal's head had smashed into a wall. The person accompanying Zhang Xiaobao also saw the obvious signs of lying on the ground, so he covered his mouth in silence. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Little Gongzi, do you think that he might have told others about your arrival in Jianan?" After saying this, he said to himself, "I don't think it's possible. We came with great fanfare to attract the attention of the Duo Eaters, and then let them transfer their troops over so that their other side of the defense would be empty and provide support for our landing operations. Move back a little, don't speak blindly." The person behind the person pulled him to the back and took his place. He turned to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I think that Lu Feng must have obtained some kind of technology and shared it with the Duo Eaters. The Duo Eaters found the technology to be extremely useful, so they rewarded him handsomely." What kind of technology could have attracted the attention of the Duo Eaters? All right, don't speak anymore. Just follow me. I'm about to be misled by you all. If it were up to me, I would say that he has sold himself. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and nudged the head of the person behind him. That person was too close, so close that they were almost touching him. The person behind chuckled and fell silent. They had always been very casual with Zhang Xiaobao. As long as it did not involve serious matters, they even dared to joke with Zhang Xiaobao, and even tease Zhang Xiaobao. The atmosphere in the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had always been so relaxed. Of course, if they were in danger, they would also rush over and stand at the forefront, using their own lives to protect the main house. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaobao occasionally joked with them. What else could you ask of someone who would die for you at any time? The 9 people followed the trail in such a relaxed and happy mood. After crossing the river and crossing the mountain, when the moon was clearly above their heads, they finally found more footprints in front of them. These footprints clearly did not appear from the path they came from, but from another path. Then, these footprints converged in the same direction as Lu Feng's footprints. Zhang Xiaobao deduced 2 points from this. The first was that the other party had always had a secret hiding place in this area, and the footprints were left when they were delivering supplies or delivering information. The second was that Lu Feng had agreed to meet them at a place they were familiar with, and they had only arrived today. At this time of the year, the vegetation was lush, and if not for the short interval between the footprints, it would be impossible to tell which one it was. Unless it had rained 2 days ago, and these people had come before and after the rain, then the footprints would be different. Now, Zhang Xiaobao did not have the advanced equipment to take samples and analyze them, and it was not worth it. To deal with the current Duo Qi, there was no need to spy on them. Unless their military strength increased, they could solve many problems on the battlefield that could only be solved in other aspects. As they continued forward, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly made a few low sounds from his throat. The 8 people following behind him immediately stopped moving, no longer speaking as casually as before, and turned off their flashlights. Zhang Xiaobao had already heard the sound of people talking, so he took out his binoculars to look carefully. He frowned, but did not see any light. It seemed that the other party was very vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, and then made some very soft sounds from his throat. If one was not close enough to hear it, one would think that it was an owl calling. Even if one were to find a zoologist who specialized in raising owls, after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's voice, they would definitely not think that it was made by other animals. Zhang Xiaobao was at this level, or else he would not be able to casually imitate other people's speech. After a few simple goo-goo sounds, the 8 people behind Zhang Xiaobao spread out and carefully spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while, but did not hear any movement from his own people, so he was sure that the other party had not sent out any sentries. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaobao felt that playing this game with the enemy was really bullying them. He did not know what the enemy was thinking. Did they think that just because they ran into the mountains, they could not arrange for sentries? If his own intelligence personnel were like this, they would not be able to graduate. Since no one was on alert, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried. He followed the direction of the voice and quietly made his way over. The closer he got, the clearer the sound of the voice became. Moving forward and turning a corner, Zhang Xiaobao finally found the light. It was very weak, as if there was a cave in front of him. He did not know if it was a man-made cave or a natural formation. Zhang Xiaobao bent down, reached out, and touched the grass in front of him. There were no other tall trees nearby, so Zhang Xiaobao lifted his foot and stepped on the place he had just touched. Moving back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao approached the entrance of the cave step by step. Using the weak light inside, he looked around and chose a place where it would be difficult for others to pee. Zhang Xiaobao sneaked over. He did not want to be discovered or be drenched in urine. Relaxing a little, he focused on his ears and listened carefully to the conversation inside. Lu Feng's voice was very recognizable, even if he was speaking Arabic. Zhang Xiaobao could tell from the quality and tone of Lu Feng's voice. Lu Feng's foreign language learning was really bad. He was clearly speaking Arabic with local characteristics. If he were to be the translator, he would be beaten to death. Xiaobao listened attentively. He knew Arabic from the start, but some of his vocabulary was different from what he had learned in the past. Even his pronunciation was different. Hence, when he was considering fighting polyphagia, he specially learned it. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how long it was, but he knew that they had not talked about the main topic yet. It was Lu Feng who had been toasting, and the other party would praise the wine. How can wine not taste good? You can't drink it normally. Whoever dares to drink it will lose their life. So Lu Feng came out to buy wine, especially for the followers who are not allowed to drink. Did he rely on this to get pearls and gold coins? Zhang Xiaobao thought. If that was the case, then it was not considered colluding with the enemy, and there should not be any serious business. It should be known that in polyphagy, no matter how much gold coins they had, they could not buy wine. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao thought that Lu Feng was a talent. Selling combs to monks, selling ice fruits to Eskimos, and selling sand in the Sahara Desert were all talents. But to make a man believe that his other half was a male monkey, and to provide things that the followers did not allow, this was a great talent. Back in Tubo, throwing pig dung and pig innards at other people's place was too kind. Looking at Lu Feng, he was definitely more skilled. Zhang Xiaobao continued to listen. It was probably because polyphagy had not drunk for a long time, so his alcohol tolerance was poorer. When he spoke, Lu Feng's pronunciation was more authentic, and the other party had deviated from the dialect to some extent. It's decided. If you don't make any big mistakes, when you come back, I'll give you an official position to specialize in diplomacy. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a promise to Lu Feng in his heart. If he did not use such a capable person, he would be guilty of the crime of hindering the integration of the world's races. Lu Feng, what good stuff did you bring this time? One of the cannibals spoke up. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and began to frown. Lu Feng had indeed obtained useful information, and it seemed to be related to the real thing. It's nothing important. This time, I brought the manufacturing process and blueprints of cannons. I'll show them to you first. When the time comes, you can consider what kind of price to offer. Lu Feng's words rang out, and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes narrowed. He wondered where Lu Feng had obtained the manufacturing process of cannons. This was something that he had always been in charge of, and the civil servants of the Ministry of Works could not even think of getting involved. Moreover, his father was in charge. Where did something go wrong? Zhang Xiaobao heard the sound of paper flipping. Then, Polyphagy's voice rang out again. This is different from the blueprint you brought last time. Last time, it was a grenade. This time, it's a cannon. Did you guys make the grenade? Lu Feng was speaking now. We didn't. We did according to what you said, and also compared it to the blueprint you drew. However, there was no explosion at all. There were only a lot of sparks coming from that place, similar to fireworks, Polyphagy said. How is that possible? You definitely didn't understand the main problem with the grenade. First, there needs to be something to store the grayish-black powder in the fireworks. Then, you need to leave a spark on the fireworks, light it up, and throw the grenade. It will explode with a bang, right? Lu Feng said in a tough tone. Yes. When we came into contact with the Tang army in the north and had a small battle, we picked up a few grenades that did not explode. It was indeed as you said. However, we made them and then put in the gunpowder of the fireworks. We found that it was useless. Once we lit it up, it would spew out fire from the small hole. It was very beautiful, but it just didn't explode. Polyphagy's voice was full of grievance. I see. What they used was gunpowder, and the powder you used was fireworks. You put it in the iron, so of course it wouldn't explode. However, too many fireworks can hurt people, so after you get the fireworks, you have to take them apart. Don't put the powder in the iron, understand? Lu Feng seemed to be very patient as he continued to explain the theory. Now that you understand, what should we put it in? Polyphagy asked. Put it in the paper. Iron is too strong. If you put the powder in the paper, won't it explode? Lu Feng seemed to be very impatient. It made people feel that he was complaining that Polyphagy was too stupid. Yes, yes, yes. Put it in the paper, Polyphagy said. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a stomachache. The gunpowder of the fireworks was originally wrapped in the paper. Instead of taking out the gunpowder and putting it in the paper, it was better to just throw the fireworks. At least the craftsmanship of the fireworks was more authentic, and the quality was good. The explosion rate was close to 100%. If it was Polyphagy's handiwork, it would be good enough if half of them could explode. The rest would either be put in Qihua or misfired. Why did I ask you to rewrap it in paper? There's a problem here. As if he felt that there was something wrong with what he said, Lu Feng's voice sounded again. What problem? You must be very curious. It turns out that the smaller the fireworks in the Tang Empire are, the less powerful the explosion is. When you redo it, take out the powder in 10 fireworks and roll it in the same paper. Won't it be powerful? Yes, yes, we will definitely do it when we go back. Now, let's talk about the cannon. Why did the cannon you drew have 2 holes? A few Sundays ago, the cannon we saw at your side had 1 hole. From the sound of it, Polyphagy was tongue-tied. It seemed that the wine was delicious. That's a good question. Why are there 2 holes on the left and right? When your side fought with the Tang Empire army a few times ago, they saw 1 hole. It involves a new kind of technology. You have seen fireworks, right? The kind that is arranged in rows. Once it's lit, it can fly up into the sky one after another. Have you seen that before? Lu Feng's tone changed again. Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with it and missed it. When he first started learning how to cheat, he used this kind of tone. His voice was sticky and magnetic. It was said that he had been a technical official for more than 20 years and had always been at the department level to have such a voice. This was because when one reached the deputy department level, one would appear very gentle. When one reached the department level, one would be full of energy and gentleness. Only those department-level officials who had been in technical positions for a long time would speak like this, making people feel that they were very confident, authoritative, and unquestionable. For this reason, he had practiced for 3 months before he reached the standard. This was because he had enough talent. He didn't know how long Lu Feng had practiced for. To be honest, Zhang Xiaobao had never seen a double-hole cannon before. He had seen a double-hole autocannon and a double-hole hunting rifle. If he had to talk about a double-hole cannon, it was fine. A double-hole self-propelled cannon was like a tank, but it was 2 up and down, not 1 left and 1 right. Now, the Tang Empire hadn't created a cannon that was parallel to the left and right, and they wouldn't create one either. That was just too idle. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, a voice came from inside again. I've seen it before. What kind of technology is it? If you want to understand what kind of technology it is, you first have to know that the Ministry of Works has a special research department. It's called the New Combined Power Gunpowder Weapon Connection System Autonomous Control Long Range Strike Killing Technology Institute. Yes, most people don't know that there is such a department. Even those who have heard of it occasionally definitely don't understand the main function of this department. What does it do? Why does it do this? What kind of problems were discovered in the process of doing it, and what kind of technical channels were used to solve them? Lu Feng's voice began to become aggressive, high-pitched, urgent, and powerful. Zhang Xiaobao instantly liked Lu Feng, the kind of like that of admiration. His words were really too beautiful, and he had a bright future. If he had known that this was the case, he wouldn't have won his pearls yesterday. It would have been fine even if he had given Xiaobei's pearls to him. After all, Xiaobei didn't lack those lousy pearls. Duoshe was clearly dumbfounded and couldn't say anything for a while. Lu Feng very understandingly continued, the series of problems I just mentioned, in the entire Tang Empire, you won't be able to find a second person who understands the situation to tell you. Come, I'll explain it to you in detail. Bring the blueprint over, and you come over too, by my side. Okay, pay attention, don't be distracted. What I hate most is when other people are thinking about other things when I'm talking. Now, follow the dotted line that my hand is drawing. Look here, there are 2 muzzles, but look carefully. Isn't there a connecting hole in the middle of the 2 muzzles? Why is there this small hole? Do you think that fireworks also have small holes in them, and then they are connected to each other and ignited one by one? Let me tell you, you're wrong to think so, very wrong, very wrong. If that's really the case, then the people in the research institute are all trash, rice buckets. This hole is empty, let me tell you, it's empty, it's always been empty. Why? Why is it empty? It involves the aerodynamic linkage of inhalation and exhalation, it doesn't exist independently. If it exists independently, do you think the research institute has any value? New Combined Power Gunpowder Weapon Connection System Autonomous Control Long Range Strike Killing Technology Institute. Think carefully about the name of this research institute. Did you notice the problem? There are a few key words in its name, one is joint, one is loading, and one is autonomous. Of course, the most important words are long range, strike, and killing. Think carefully, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? Tell me. They want to create even more powerful weapons to kill us, Do Renjio said with a trembling voice, slightly sober. Yes, and no, to kill you is simply killing you. What I want to say is that they want to use a low price to kill you, and they want to kill you efficiently. Do you understand efficiency? Alright, Jiu Ren, I won't say any more. Actually, I really don't want to hand over the technology to you. After all, I'm from the Great Tang. But, how did they treat me? As a technician, I don't even get paid as much as a pork seller. What do you call this? Last time, you said that you arranged for troops to be stationed at the border. How are the arrangements? You must remember, don't be within the range of their cannons, and build more wooden and grass houses around your camp, so that they can't tell which one to blow up. I have an irreconcilable enmity with them, and I can't take revenge myself, so I have to rely on you. How are you doing now? Let me analyze it for you. Lu Feng seemed to be persuading them to drink again. Take a look and help us analyze it. Don't worry, we remember what the Great Tang did to you, and we'll help you take revenge. I'll draw it for you first. We're still sending troops to the border, and the logistics are also moving to the border. It's all here, and here, good wine, you won't be able to drink it when you go back. Do Renjiu said a lot, and then he kept praising the wine. It's not easy for me to come here. Let me say first, I don't want gold coins. That thing is only worth a few hundred copper coins, and it's not worth much. I need to spend money to get the technology. Yes, this paper money will do. You still have a way to make money. I don't want pearls, it's not easy to sell, and it's easy to arouse suspicion. I'm thinking for you. What? You're asking where Xiao Bei and Xiao Bao are now. I'm a technician, can I help you find them? Yes, they're in Izhou, and I heard that they change places every 2 hours. They're afraid of assassinations, so don't let me go to the restaurant. Now, the restaurant is closed to outsiders. How about this, I'll tell you one last time. I'm not in charge of finding out their exact whereabouts, but I'll tell you something. The day after tomorrow, they'll hold a military parade 12 li west of Izhou City. Take your men there. Give me some more money. I'm afraid that your ambush will fail, and they'll find out in advance. Then, they'll increase the security and search the city. Yes, they're searching now, but it's not too strict. It's not too strict for me, but I'm afraid that if you're exposed, they'll be even stricter with me. Be careful, be very careful. Give me 600 strings of coins. Fine, you don't have money either. If I didn't have a grudge against them, don't expect me to give you information with this little money. As for wine, I'll bring you some next time. Don't drink too much. You can't hold your liquor well, and drinking too much will delay things. I'm leaving, and you can continue drinking. Ah, my conscience, you're condemned, aren't you? Sometimes, I'll be scared awake in my dreams. After all, I've betrayed my country. Fine, don't comfort me, and don't send me off. Following Lu Feng's series of words, the cave was quiet at first, and then footsteps were heard. Zhang Xiaobao saw Lu Feng swaying out of the cave and then walking in the direction of Canma. Zhang Xiaobao quietly followed beside him. After Lu Feng walked 100 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Seeing that no one was following him, he let out a long sigh, exhaled, and walked a few hundred steps forward. He laughed to himself and murmured, "You're so gullible. Damn, I have to find a way to pass the news to Xiao Bao and the others. I've done a meritorious service, and it's a great meritorious service. Damn, I'll show those who look down on me that I, Lu Feng, am also capable and can make contributions." Zhang Xiaobao, who was nearby, took a deep breath, pursed his lips and nodded. Chapter 1230. Lu Feng left without any hindrance. He also did not notice that he was being followed. When he rode back to the main road, he met Zhang Xiaobao by chance. Zhang Xiaobao rode alone, saying that he wanted to enjoy the scenery at night. Lu Feng thought that Zhang Xiaobao should go to the medical center in the city to have a good look. The bodyguards who followed Zhang Xiaobao disguised themselves as a temporary business bodyguard team. They wanted to see if they could get any work, so they also met Lu Feng and Zhang Xiaobao by chance. When there were more people, it would be lively. Lu Feng felt that it was the most reliable. He did not want to walk alone at night, and he especially did not like to eat the dry biscuits that he carried with him. The temporary team of bodyguards warmly invited him and Xiaobao to have a meal together. What's more, it was a stew that was still warm. There was no other way. When they came, they didn't prepare enough, so it was impossible for them to prepare other dishes. Brother Lu, it seems that you have finished your business. When you return to the city, come to my place when you have time. I opened a new place that sells stationery. See if there is anything that you like. I will give you the capital. Xiaobao had a good impression of Lu Feng, so he warmly said to Lu Feng while they were on the road after dinner. Lu Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that this person who liked to enjoy the scenery was actually a businessman. When they met before, he seemed to have said that he was an official. Could it be that all the officials now started to do business? Lu Feng nodded in confusion. Then he shook his head and said, I can go to your place to have a look, but not to buy anything. I am not a scholar. Is your stationery store specialized in selling the 4 treasures of the study? Zhang Xiaobao smiled under the light of the team's torches and explained, more than that. The 4 treasures of the study store sell a lot of things, but I sell more. What do you have? Tell me roughly. Lu Feng was interested. He also knew that the 4 treasures of the study were not only the ink, paper, and inkstone. There were many other things, such as water drops for dripping ink on the inkstone, pen holders for holding brushes, and so on. Most of the shops nowadays were about the same, but from what the other party said, it seemed like there was something even better. He didn't know if he could use it. Zhang Xiaobao had already made arrangements for Lu Feng. When he heard Lu Feng's question, he nodded and said, there are indeed a lot of things. If I were to tell you all of them, I wouldn't be able to finish them all by tomorrow. In addition to buying things commonly used by scholars, my shop also sells things used by craftsmen. There's a horizontal ruler. It's a tool to see if a flat surface is flat or not. You know how to build a house, right? You need a string. Mine is attached to a flat surface. There's a small bubble in the middle. The bubble is in a kind of water. As long as the surface is uneven, the bubble will lean to one side. It's very useful. Lu Feng had never even heard of the things that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned, let alone seeing them. His eyes revealed a curious look as he asked, apart from this thing, what else is there? Yes. For example, the tool caliper. It's a ruler with a small gadget on one end. I call it a vernier caliper. It's very convenient to measure the inner and outer diameters of an object. My caliper is also very accurate. It's made of good materials. You can use it not only to measure things, but also to draw pictures. Zhang Xiaobao continued. He had overheard Lu Feng's conversation with the duo cannibals. They had talked about the blueprints for the cannons. Moreover, it was a double-holed cannon. There was also some data. It seemed that Lu Feng had some knowledge of this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to trick them. No matter where Lu Feng learned it from, at least it showed that he had a good foundation. In that case, he would give him a set of tools. It wasn't necessary for him to use this set of tools to do something earth-shattering. It was just to give him a job. Sure enough, Lu Feng was very happy when he heard that he could draw pictures. He hesitated and said, is there really such a thing? How about wood? Is it expensive? How do you take care of it? It wasn't easy to pretend to be a technician. Lu Feng had unknowingly asked as a technician. Wood? I have wooden rulers, but most of them are used by ordinary people. Vernier calipers are made of stainless steel. I'll give you the cost price, 20 copper coins. If it was someone else, I wouldn't sell it. It's difficult to maintain it. The caliper is very accurate. It can't come into contact with water, salt, or vinegar. It also can't be maintained when the air is too humid. But Brother Lu, you don't have to worry. When you come to my shop, you can look at other things. I'll give you a set of tools specially used for maintenance. I still have a telescope. It's very useful. Zhang Xiaobao's shop hadn't opened yet, but there was no need to rush. Someone in the group had secretly gone to the back of the shop to report. Now, there were probably people in the city looking for a place. Although it was already midnight, the procedures were still smooth. Even if they needed the seal of the provincial governor would still get up. Zhang Xiaobao said it casually, but Lu Feng didn't feel relaxed at all. He was already very surprised by the caliper. Was stainless steel something that ordinary people could have? And it was only 20 copper coins. What was even more bizarre was the telescope. He had heard of this thing before. It could be used to see the scenery from far away. However, ordinary people definitely couldn't get it. In an instant, Lu Feng felt that he had encountered a swindler. It was just like how he had swindled Duo Cannibal. He didn't expect that this chef, businessman, or whatnot, was also a swindler. Lu Feng was unhappy. After a moment of silence, he slightly urged the horse to go faster. This was a way to express his dissatisfaction. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to notice it. He was still talking to Lu Feng. I still have the microscope used by the medical school. It's not very accurate, but it's still okay. It can be used to observe sections. Do you know section? For example, if you want to see what's inside a leaf, you can cut it open and put it between two pieces of glass. Then, you can put some other things on it and take a look under the microscope. You can see very clearly. I also have a set of drawing tools in my shop. No matter if you want to draw a square or a circle, it can be done in the blink of an eye. Also, you can add different kinds of pencils. When you have time, you can use them to draw sketches. You should have seen them before, right? As Lu Feng listened to Zhang Xiaobao, he forgot that he was in a situation where he was being swindled. He nodded subconsciously. Suddenly, he reacted and revealed a cold smile. He cooperated and asked, "Do you have a more precise scale with you? They can be used to weigh very small things." You've asked the right person. Yes, it's even more accurate than the ones used to make medicinal herbs. There are quite a number of weights. Let me tell you this. As long as you want, you can buy them from my shop to make anything you see on the market. Whether it's a blowtorch, glass test tubes of all shapes and sizes, or chemical agents controlled by the Ministry of Works, I have everything you need. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest. He seemed very confident. The enthusiasm on his face didn't change. Okay. Lu Feng faintly said these two words and then stopped talking. He treated Xiaobao as a dishonest person. They had only met twice, and he even said that he was looking at the scenery outside. How could he lie to someone he met? Are those things that you said you can have? Brother Lu, do you not believe me? Zhang Xiaobao asked. I believe you. If Brother Zhang says you have it, I will believe you. If you say that you have a pistol now, I will believe you. Lu Feng's tone was obviously not right. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care and smiled. It will be dawn when we go back. Let's speed up and get to the place in the morning. Brother Lu will know then. Okay, I will wait. Lu Feng sped up. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk with Lu Feng about other things. He talked about the scenery of the places he had been to, the products, and the culture. Anyway, he said everything that could be said, as if he knew everything. Therefore, Lu Feng was under a lot of pressure. On one hand, he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a liar. On the other hand, he listened carefully when Zhang Xiaobao talked, because many of the things that came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth seemed to be true. When the sky started to brighten, Lu Feng was very suspicious. If Brother Zhang, who was chattering non-stop, continued to talk to him for a while, he wondered if he would get an illness in his head. It was really too torturous. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finally stopped talking. He had secretly taken medicine to soothe his throat twice. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao had a purpose in saying these words. He felt that Lu Feng was angry in his heart. It could be said that he was sulking or ambitious, but the target of his anger was obviously the people in his village who looked down on him in the past. This was not good. It would make people become extreme. Usually, they would not have much contact with things. Spending all their time in anger was not good for the body. Telling him about the outside world would broaden his horizons and broaden his mind. When he sees the things in the stationery store again, she believed that after some time, he would realize how foolish he was in a fit of pique in the past. When he was alone in the house, he would feel that the scenery in front of him was not good. Then, he would open the window and look at the more beautiful scenery outside. When the team returned to Yizhou City, it had been 30 hours since Zhang Xiaobao came out. Lu Feng looked sleepy, but Zhang Xiaobao and the guards were better. After all, they had received training and could cope with the current situation. "Ah, you're back. Brother Lu, do you want to have breakfast together?" Zhang Xiaobao invited. Lu Feng wanted to sleep now, so he was not in the mood to eat. Hearing that, he shook his head. "Since Brother Lu doesn't want to eat, I won't eat either. Come to my place first, look at the things, and then sleep for a while." Zhang Xiaobao invited again. At the same time, he pointed in front of them. There was a sign with the words Magical Stationery Store written on it. Lu Feng looked in the direction Zhang Xiaobao pointed and was stunned. When he came out yesterday, he remembered very clearly that there was no such store. It turned out that the store was selling grains. Did he go to the wrong place? Not only was he surprised, but the people who came to buy grains in the morning were also stunned. They were used to having a grain store in this place. How did it change overnight? "Brother Lu, do you want to have a look?" Zhang Xiaobao invited again. Lu Feng was stupefied. He followed Zhang Xiaobao to the door. When they got off the horse, the door was open from the inside. A man dressed like a manservant came out and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Boss, you're back." I'm back. Do your work well. Brother Lu, please." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and invited Lu Feng, who was still in a stupefied state, into the store. There were many glass counters in the store, in which were some of the things Zhang Xiaobao mentioned on the way. Lu Feng walked over and picked up the telescope in the most conspicuous position. He raised it to his eyes and then his eyes widened. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother Zhang, do you know people from the Zhang family and the Wang family?" Chapter 1231. Just as he asked this question, Lu Feng suddenly put down his binoculars and rushed to the door. He closed the door with 2 loud bangs. His eyes flickered as he picked up the latch and quickly locked the door. He turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Do you know what you are doing? I don't care if you open a shop to make money, but you can't sell things that you shouldn't sell. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because you know their family. Can you sell binoculars? Can you? Also, look at the things you have here, look at how exquisite they are. If you sell them, not in case, there will definitely be other enemies who will buy them. You want to reduce the technology gap between us. You are more hateful than the people who directly sell strategic materials to them. You should be arrested and shot, put on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. I sell stationery, look at this stationery box. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Lu Feng, walked behind a counter, and took out an antique stationery box. According to his calculation, it was an automatic stationary box from many years ago. There was a button on it, and when pressed, a stationary box would pop out from somewhere else. It was very fun, but it was later eliminated as it was not practical. When the students held the stationary box in class, they were not obedient. Their attention was all focused on the button, and then the pencils and pens inside would either break or leak ink. In fact, it was not suitable to take it out for the children to use, because in addition to pencils, the children still needed to write with a brush. Obviously, the stationary box could not put a brush, even if the brush was up and down, and would not directly hurt the brush hair, but when it moved, it would shake, and it would be very harmful to the brush. Zhang Xiaobao chose to take it out because the stationary box was designed by his brothers and sisters. When they were playing with assembling toys, they played with it and assembled the stationary box. Since that was the case, it was better to produce a batch and then let the children who could afford to play with it. At least it could cultivate the children's interest. He believed that there would be curious children who would take the stationary box apart and then assemble it again by themselves. This was the inherent thinking and behavior of a normal person. They liked to think about things, and even adults were the same. As long as they felt that something didn't require too much technology, or thought that their knowledge could be applied to it, they would always want to take it apart and put it back together. Of course, in the process, most of the things eventually broke down. Science was all about curiosity. There was a saying that the poor studied while the rich studied martial arts. However, those who were truly involved in research needed money the most. Those who could afford to buy a pencil case were most likely from wealthy families. 10,000 bought, 5,000 opened. Perhaps many years later, it was precisely because of a pencil box at this time that a scientist with a major invention was nurtured. Sure enough, when Lu Feng saw the stationary box, he found it very interesting. He placed the stationary box on the counter and pressed the buttons over and over again. For a moment, he forgot about his tiredness and hunger. He was completely absorbed in it. Is it fun? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Is it interesting? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Did you find it interesting? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng nodded. Then do you think it can be sold? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Lu Feng shook his head. No. Is there a spring inside? And it's a spring made of better material. What if someone from Duo Nihility buys it and uses it to make guns? Don't think that I don't know about springs in guns. I've seen Duo Nihility's guns. They're filled with gunpowder, then iron pellets are put in, and a shot is fired. It's very dangerous if you get close to it. Also, they're currently researching impact ignition. Don't think that they're stupid. They can also think about it. If you put firecrackers on hard ground and hit them with a hammer, what does it mean? It means that the firing method of a gun can be studied carefully. If it can't be fired, the power of the firing can be increased. Now that there's a spring in the pencil case you're selling, what if they use it to make a firing device? What do you say? I have to take a good look at the things in your shop. If there's anything that I don't think others can learn, you're not allowed to sell it. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed. He said 3 things in a row and Lu Feng nodded. According to conventional thinking, Lu Feng should continue to nod when the 4th question was asked. Unexpectedly, he shook his head. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and smiled. It seemed that Lu Feng knew a lot, but he wasn't proficient in it. It was too difficult to use gunpowder to make a firing gun. He might as well hold a hammer in his hand. It was more useful than a spring. As for the accuracy, he couldn't care less. Okay, I'll listen to you. You go to sleep first. I won't open the door today. When you wake up, I'll ask the shop assistant to show you around. Zhang Xiaobao planned to go back to sleep as well. He would sleep after drinking a bowl of soup and not eat any dishes or staples. Lu Feng looked at the closed door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You know their family, so you can take things from them. Why don't you do me a favor? Help me pass a message to Xiaobao or Cuckoo. Just say, no, help me contact them. I'll tell them personally. It's very important, very important. I'll go to sleep first, you contact them." Okay. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "Look at how happy you are. Did you find something good?" Zhang Xiaobao went back to the restaurant. He greeted his younger brother and sister who were studying and asked someone to bring him a bowl of egg drop soup. He soaked himself in a big wooden bucket filled with hot water. He bathed to relieve his fatigue while drinking the soup. Wang Wan saw that his expression was good, so she asked. Zhang Xiaobao blew the floating green onions in the bowl. He took a deep breath and said, "It smells good." When people are tired, they need hot water, salt, and a little bit of fat. Drinking a few mouthfuls of hot soup can increase people's chances of survival in a difficult environment. "So you're so happy to see the soup." Wang Wan held a book in her hand. She didn't read it and pretended to talk to Zhang Xiaobao. "Not exactly. Yesterday morning, when I went out to follow them, I found a colleague, a very interesting colleague. Lu Feng, this kid is not bad. He's talented, hardworking, and most importantly, he knows how to use any resources to help himself gain benefits." Zhang Xiaobao tried to drink a mouthful of the soup. It was so hot that he stuck out his tongue and continued to blow. Wang Wan had long been used to Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. She wasn't in a hurry. She looked at the words in the book again and waited. After sticking out his tongue, Zhang Xiaobao moved his body, making a sound of water. He suddenly asked, "Why didn't you put a spoon in the soup for me? Since I met you, I've never seen you use a spoon to drink soup. Generally speaking, your mouth is facing the edge of the bowl. Look at Bei Bei and Xiao Yuan drinking soup. They're all influenced by you." I tried to persuade them again and again, but the effect was very bad. Wang Wan still didn't ask about the previous words. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and tapped the table a few times with her hand. "We're also considered a big family. We have to cultivate the quality of our children from a young age. Aristocrats aren't born. You don't use a spoon to drink soup, and you make noises when you eat. What qualifications do you have to enter the upper-class circle? I protest. You're mocking us working people. Drinking soup with a spoon isn't satisfying, but when you open your mouth, it's delicious. In the past, when people who were cheated by me saw me eat like this, they praised me and said that I was bold. It's the same principle as pouring wine on one's body instead of swallowing it into one's stomach. For example, my harvest this time. When Lu Feng went to cheat people and competed in drinking with many people, no matter what he said, many people would flatter him at the side. Otherwise, how could they let themselves be cheated so comfortably? Zhang Xiaobao's body kept moving as he spoke. Obviously, the space in the wooden barrel was small and not as comfortable as in the pool. Wang Wan put down the book and showed a curious expression. She asked, "Oh. You're saying that Lu Feng can cheat many people to drink wine? In this period of time, they don't seem to be allowed to drink because of the food problem. If they get addicted to drinking, maybe they'll find a way to make wine themselves. That's a good idea." "Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking about how to secretly trade them a good winemaking method. I want to break the current prohibition rule and change it into the future. That is, people can drink, but they can't do anything that endangers public safety because of drinking. Alcohol can make people relax to a certain extent. If drunk in moderation, it can also drive away the cold and speed up people's blood circulation. Drinking on the battlefield can make people braver. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and said to Wang Wan with a smile. In his heart, he had a plan. Wine was more harmful to the country than to individuals in this period of time. Fruit wine consumed fruits, while white wine generally consumed food. It was not easy to make fruit wine into white wine. Wang Wan frowned slightly and nodded after thinking for a while. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. After the war began, in addition to the fierce confrontations at the front, there would be small-scale conflicts and the repositioning of the border. They had to fight continuously, but they also had to control the rhythm and attack countries with strategic positions. This was the disadvantage of not being able to quickly occupy them. If they didn't have very sharp mechanized troops, they couldn't fight a blitzkrieg battle. If they didn't have a good policy to pacify the people, they couldn't guarantee that the people in the places they fought wouldn't organize resistance. If they couldn't guarantee that the supply line would be extended due to various factors, then they couldn't rush too fast. Otherwise, if they forcefully pushed forward, it would lead to more deaths. Not only would they be killed by the enemy's guerrilla warfare, but there would also be psychological stress and illness after a long period of war. When fighting to a certain extent, Zhang Xiaobao's methods would be needed to break down the enemy's soldiers' will and destroy the people's mentality. The best method was to let the enemy realize that they couldn't beat the opponent in front and that they had nothing to eat at the back. In addition to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, if several steps were used at the same time, the effect would be very good and obvious. It's actually a loss that you didn't go with him. Lu Feng is too interesting. I don't know how he got in touch with the man-eaters. He actually gave himself the identity of a technician, the kind that is oppressed and unfair. He drew the blueprints himself and wrote the technical information himself. Yesterday, he sold a new powerful weapon to the man-eaters. It's a double-hole cannon arranged side by side. There's a small hole between the two muzzles. This kind of technology is not accessible to ordinary people because it was successfully researched and tested by our new combined power gunpowder weapon connection system autonomous control long-range strike and kill technology equipment institute. It's a very powerful research department. Just the name alone is scary enough. Count, how many words? After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he began to drink the soup. It was a little cold now. If he didn't drink it now, he would feel uncomfortable. His stomach was already aching. Wang Wan, after being stunned for a while, she asked with a smile, Lu Feng actually tricked the man-eaters and even created his own department. At the same time, he drew blueprints and wrote data. He's really a talent. So, he also got his money from the man-eaters? No wonder there are special gold coins for the man-eaters and pearls that match the local characteristics. Yes, but yesterday he didn't ask for the gold coins and pearls. He said that the gold coins were not valuable and that it was troublesome to sell the pearls. He took people's. I estimate that it was 700 or 800 strings of coins. He seemed to take less at the beginning. Later on, he specifically asked for 600 strings of coins. It's enough for him to spend for a while. He said that in 2 days, we will hold a drill outside the city. When the time comes, we will participate and let the man-eaters cooperate with the assassination. Now he's waiting for my reply to see if he has contacted the Zhang family and the Wang family. He wants to make a contribution and then use it to attack the people who once looked down on him. Zhang Xiaobao said and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan and Wei Wei opened their mouths. He suffered a lot in their village. He actually thinks about revenge all the time, and even dares to deceive the man-eaters. Once the man-eaters realize that there is a problem, or if they think that he has enough knowledge, they will tie him up and he can forget about coming back. Yes, that's why I admire him. He's a living person. He has his own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. He has his own pursuits. His understanding of happiness is also different from ours. He wants to use his future identity to make the people who look down on him regret. He wants to return to the village after he has money and show it off. But he can't figure out other ways to make money faster, so he takes the risk. Through his words in the gambling house, we can know how much resentment he has for the people in the village. It can be said that his hatred is monstrous. Zhang Xiaobao said with a sigh. He could actually understand. It was just like when he was taking revenge on others. When he was wronged, he would not seek any legal support. He could not fight against the power of others, but he could do it more directly. He could not represent the law, but he had his own scales. The most direct reason for this situation was that the people who enforced the law were people, not machines. People could not get rid of social relations, and the importance of human resources was well reflected. Wang Wan also sighed and said, so Lu Feng chose a different path. He did not use direct force to kill the people in the village who looked down on him. In the village, he had an inferiority complex. After he came out, he was confident. He was better than you at that time. He did not challenge the country's law. Don't drag me into this. He's probably just discriminated against because of economic pressure. It's not that he was beaten up by the county magistrate. If it's the latter, do you think the current law enforcement department of Tang Empire will let the county magistrate off? What about me? If it was also the county magistrate who beat me, what do you think the consequences would be if I went to complain? You still have the nerve to mention this kind of thing. If someone broke the law against me and I went to complain, then I would be suppressed or even persecuted. If it was more serious, I would disappear. In order to avoid this situation, I used other means to take revenge. I was breaking the law, and then no one helped me to suppress or excuse me. Does it mean that the best way is for me to choose to endure? Otherwise, I would be a bad person, a person who endangers public safety, a person who does not know strategy, a person who crosses the street like a rat who is hated by everyone. In fact, I am worse than a rat, because no one cares whether the rat crosses the street or not. Zhang Xiaobao was angry when he talked about this kind of thing. It seemed that after being bullied, he had to do things according to other people's rules. Otherwise, it was wrong, and other people's rules were to protect other people's interests. So Lu Feng is a very good person. Wang Wan sighed and blamed herself for bringing up this topic. She couldn't possibly change the mentality that Zhang Xiaobao had developed over a long period of time. Although it was extreme, it depended on the strength one had. When one's strength reached a certain level, then it was no longer extreme, but the truth. At that time, although Zhang Xiaobao couldn't become the truth, he could make it so that you couldn't use the truth to deal with him. At the same time, he could also make a move on the people who protected the truth, then hide in other places that didn't agree with your truth. Yes, it's very good. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to talk about this old topic. He was only occasionally touched and felt uncomfortable. This was also the reason why he encouraged Li Longji to spend a lot of money every year to send waves of inspectors to different places. He had been wronged and suffered injustice, so he wanted to try his best to let people who were in the same situation as him suffer less. In this regard, he could not be the world, he only represented himself. After drinking the soup in the bowl, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said to Wang Wan, who was helping him dry his body, "What makes me most gratified is that Lu Feng is still protecting this country, or this regime, when he wants to take revenge on the villagers. If he is willing, I believe he can find a way to sell restricted goods of Tang dynasty to Duoshi, like the Qin family. But he chose to cheat people of Duoshi, risking his life. Not only is he cheating people of their money, but he is also considering cheating people of their lives. You know the shop I opened after I came back, right? There are a lot of things in it. Actually, I don't intend to sell them at all. The things I want to sell are all ordinary things that don't require high technology. For example, slightly higher precision rulers, compasses, protractors, and so on. Also, I don't only sell them to children. If the craftsmen want to buy them, they will also sell them. If the tools are not uniform, there will be a big difference in the products produced, which will affect the overall craftsman of society. In the future, if any craftsman invents something good, we will buy it directly. If the craftsmen do not have high technology, we will make a finished product and help them sell it. Even if it is a child who invented it, it will be the same. When the stationery box is sold, I will sign an agreement with Xiaobei and the others to share the technology patent. This will be a great boost to Tang Dynasty's technological research. It is too slow to only rely on the rewards given by the Ministry of Works for craftsmen. As for the phenomenon of imitation, I have considered it carefully. We can imitate the theory, but we cannot completely imitate the appearance. Also, every imitation must have a little bit of its own technology. If not, we will investigate and punish severely. What do you think? After he finished speaking, Wang Wan dried Zhang Xiaobao's body. He did not return to the master bedroom. Instead, he slept on the bed in the study that was neither a study nor a side bedroom. Wang Wan covered Zhang Xiaobao with the blanket and sat at the head of the bed. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying there, and said, "I understand what you mean. If the person who imitates wants to avoid the law, he has to add in his own technology. When he adds in the technology will belong to him. If others want to imitate, they will have to change the technology. In this way, as time passes, all kinds of technology will appear among the people, which is very beneficial to the overall development of our country. Let me add that the craftsmen now do not have many requirements for patents. They have always wanted to use their own means to keep it a secret. If you have to say that there is a requirement, it is best to write their name on the patent. The person who invented it will be named. Many foreigners are like this. The name of the thing is actually a person's name or an abbreviation of a person's name. If it is done, the craftsman will be very happy. In addition to the rules you set, if we help them sell it in the early stages, they will be able to earn a lot of money. Especially when they use our name, that will be a brand. When the craftsman's income increases, they will consciously continue to invest in research to earn more money and gain a greater reputation. Fame and profit, I have not found anyone who does not need it. The foundation of a country's development is to increase the production of profit and fame. At the same time, it is to maintain the rules of fame and profit. It is very stable, but it is very difficult because any rule has a loophole. There are many people who want to break the rules. Alright, I have already thought of it. You are planning to let Lu Feng be in charge of this, right? His luck is really good. He can go to a gambling den and meet Xiaobei and the others who are shopping. There are many people like him in the world, but not everyone has the same luck as him. Hey, are you asleep? As Wang Wan spoke, she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not moving. His breathing had become even and his eyes were closed. She started to get angry. Who was she talking to? No. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes. I am thinking about how to deal with it the day after tomorrow. We will start fighting tomorrow. Will they come to assassinate us? The people who are keeping watch over there have not sent back any news. What should we do? Wait, what else can we do? They probably won't come. Let's take the initiative to go there. Which of the guards in the house has not killed before? We can go there and kill a few to train our courage. But if we don't catch them and then train, many people will not be able to get past the psychological barrier. If there are many of them hiding in the mountains, we can catch them to repair the road. Wang Wan felt that the guards in the house had been too idle recently. A small portion of them had not participated in battles. No matter how harsh the training was, it would not be enough. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and hugged Wang Wan's waist. Madam, you are so thoughtful. All right, I will listen to you. I do want Lu Feng to be in charge. Now that the magical stationery stores are opening in the central cities of various states, he will be in charge of being a deputy in Ezhou before he is trained. I admire his patriotism. There are many advanced things in the stationery store. After he saw it, he directly blocked the door of my store. He clearly knows that I am in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he still righteously scolded me. Human nature is like this. He has his own shortcomings, but he also has his own merits. I don't care about his shortcomings. I only use his merits. Of course, if he can slowly get rid of some of his shortcomings, that will be better. Doesn't he want to be outstanding? I will give him a chance. When there is a need, I will vigorously promote it. I will say that he is not afraid of difficulties and dangers. He fought with the enemy with wisdom and courage. With the support of his patriotism, he won the battle at that level. He is a hero. A hero who comes from an ordinary family but dares to do anything for the Tang Empire. His opposite is the Qin family. The Qin family is rich, but they can never be compared with Lu Feng. Lu Feng is more important than a goose feather, while the Qin family is less important than Mount Tai. What nonsense is this? Is there a saying that the Qin family is more important than a goose feather? You are brainwashing. I agree. If the ruling class doesn't brainwash them, they will be robbed by the ruling class. Wang Wan smiled and patted Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She stood up and said, "You continue to sleep. I am going to see Xiaobei and the others. It seems that you can't eat lunch. What are you going to eat for dinner?" "I will cook dinner after I wake up." Go. Oh, there is also the Fan family. You should also contact them and provide them with money. Let them do a good job in road construction and management. He is also very good. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and retracted his arm. He leaned inwards and hugged part of the quilt to sleep. He had this habit of hugging the quilt to sleep. Even in summer, he needed a thin quilt to cover himself. After the quilt warmed up, he would turn over and continue hugging the other side because it was cooler. On the road to the west of Izhou City, about 40 miles away, there were more than 10 connected houses by the roadside. All of them were built with wood. As noon approached, more and more people came from both sides of the road. Many people would habitually look up at the sky when they saw the houses, looking for the position of the sun. Then they would find a place under the shed outside. Some people directly took out money and ordered food. Some people even drank. Generally speaking, people who came from the west drank because there were only a few dozen miles left. At the end of the road was Izhou City, where they could have a good rest. There were also people who didn't have money at all. They just took out some fried noodles from their bags. They were dry fried and didn't want to use oil. If oil was used to fry noodles, it would waste a lot of oil. There was only a little bit of salt in it. These people didn't order food. They just greeted the waiter and asked for a bowl of water. People who walked this road often knew that the hot water at the Fan family stall didn't cost money. If they really didn't have money or food, they would give them a steamed bun when they saw that they only had water. One steamed bun wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, but it could prevent them from starving to death. They could persevere until they reached the city. When they reached the city, they didn't have to worry about starving to death. They could just go to the local government office and ask them to find a suitable job for them to feed themselves. "Old Fan, give us a jar of yellow wine and some hot dishes. Serve the cold dishes first. We'll drink." 3 people came from the west. Each of them was in charge of 2 mules. Familiar people could tell at a glance that the 3 people didn't travel too far. Moreover, they chose the right path. Otherwise, one person wouldn't be able to watch 2 mules. The 3 people were dressed the same, but they were definitely not relatives. The most common thing was that each of them had a full beard. Obviously, because it was difficult to wash them on the road, their beards had stuck together into strands. One of the people with a black mole under his left eye shouted at the person in charge of collecting money. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. Otherwise, they would normally call each other waiter. The person who was shouted at was the head of the fan family that Zhang Xiaobao saw yesterday. He stayed at the stall to take care of the accounts and collect money. The person in charge of the accounts had gone to do other things. When he saw the three people, he revealed a warm smile and said, "Second brother Do, it seems that you guys are rich this time. The last few times you came here, you couldn't bear to spend money on wine, let alone hot dishes. You guys can handle a bowl of noodles. How about 4 dishes? 6, 4 is too little. For cold dishes. Old fan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but look at the restaurants in the city. When customers come, they serve cold dishes first. There are also a few small plates that are free. Why don't you prepare some?" The person who was called second brother Do unbuttoned 2 buttons on his collar and sat there boldly. He laughed and teased the head of the fan family. "Oh, isn't this the second son of the Do family, Do Cheong? Why, are you so poor now that you want to eat for free?" Before the people of the fan family could speak, someone at the table next to them interrupted. Judging from his tone, he was also familiar with second brother Do. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly regretted it. Because there were 2 people, one old and one young, who were also poor. In front of each of them was a steamed bun, a bowl of hot water, and a plate of pickles. Real pickles, not cold dishes. According to him, these 2 people were eating for free. His words struck a blow to everyone. He hesitated, but seeing that the old and young people didn't even raise their heads, he didn't have the nerve to deliberately apologize. However, his face clearly turned red. "I'll say it again. My name is not Cheong, it's Cheong. It's very delicate. You said that I'm eating for free, so I'll eat for once. Today, you have to treat each table to a dish. Otherwise, you'll have to say what you said." Do Cheong also glanced at the old and young people, then said to the person who just spoke. "Of course, I'll definitely treat, but the dishes won't do. The head of the fan family doesn't have enough hands, so it's troublesome to cook. Let's just have a bowl of wonton each. Those of you who ordered other things, like wine, I won't care." The person nodded at Do Cheong gratefully. This was a chance to apologize. Otherwise, based on what he said just now, those who knew him today would laugh at him when they saw him in the future. The old and young people didn't provoke him, so why did he have to criticize them? Who didn't have difficulties? The head of the fan family, Fan Cheating, also quickly followed. "Today's wonton is different from other times. I've been taught by an expert, so when I got up in the morning to prepare the ingredients, I specially made a bowl and tasted it. The taste is simply amazing. Xiao Ba, each person has a bowl of wonton. Those who order and drink wait until they're almost done eating." The waiter, Xiao Ba, was very perceptive. He immediately agreed and immediately put 2 bowls of wonton into the pot. After boiling for a while, he took out the wonton and put it into the bowls. Then, he added the ingredients according to the method Zhang Xiaobao taught him yesterday. The bone broth was mixed, and the aroma was overflowing. He sprinkled some coriander and chopped green onions on top and carried it to the old and young people's tables. "Old master, give me some face. Someone insisted on treating us. It's hot, so take your time." The waiter was very good at talking. The old man looked at the 2 bowls in front of him and then looked at his grandson who was looking up at him. He touched his grandson's head and said, "Eat, this uncle is treating us. In the future, if you have the ability, you can go and help others. Today, we have to travel more. When we get to the city, you can go to school. I'll go to the yamen and ask them to arrange a job for us." "Old master, where did you come from? It seems that you have traveled a lot." The person who was treating them saw that the old man understood everything, so he greeted him. In the west, the child's parents came out to look for work. I heard that they went to Hunan province. There are only mountains in my hometown, so it's close to the border. I brought my grandson and didn't want to wait any longer. It's hard to send a message. So, I came here first. When I have enough money, I'll go there to look for his parents. Thank you very much. The old man explained his situation and thanked the person. Don't thank me. It's not a big deal. You also had difficulties on the road. When you get to the city, it'll be fine. People like you don't need to look for work at all. When you go to the yamen, just tell them where you are and the yamen will arrange a place to take care of you. You don't have to worry about the little ones. When they get to the school in the city, there will be someone to take care of them immediately. I'm familiar with this. First, they need to take a bath. If they can eat, they can eat. If they are tired, they can choose a place to sleep. When they wake up, they will have new clothes. As long as they are in the school, their food and clothes are better than what we usually eat. Many businessmen are willing to invest in the school. Compared to them, my situation is nothing. When I came over, I heard that Xiao Bao and the others had arrived. Maybe Xiao Bei and the others will go there and let your grandson meet them. The person who was treating them continued, as if he was saying that it was a blessing for his grandson to meet Xiao Bei and the others. I heard. The old man continued, I heard about it on the way here. When I was at the front, the yamen even gave me money. I didn't come out and took the wrong path. In the end, I took a big detour and spent the money. I didn't get to the place, but many people helped me along the way. This place is better than my place. There is no yamen to manage my place. There is no yamen at all. Along the way, I heard people praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as their younger siblings. Praising is the right thing to do. Who dares not to praise? The relief area in the yamen was built according to their request. There is also the school for the elderly. The school was originally called, what was it called again? The person forgot as he spoke. It was started in Baoxin County. It was called Operation Chaoyang. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were still young. They had just finished leading the army and returned to become officials. That was when they started. Until now, there are businessmen in all the places in Great Tang that we go. A few days ago, I heard that Xiao Bei was angry because there was a Tunghua county in Maozhou that only had the yamen's kindergarten. The conditions were very poor, and there were no good schools funded by good businessmen. Therefore, Xiao Bei said that he wouldn't force the businessmen to fork out money. Wherever there was no school funding, their precious candy house would take care of it. However, in the future, even if the local businessmen wanted to fork out money, he wouldn't give them a chance. Old fan, don't you think so? I heard that you fork out a lot of money. Do Cheong drank a big mouthful of wine to help replenish her drink. She even talked about something new and treated it as news. The grandfather and grandson came from afar, so they really didn't know what was so great about Xiao Bei. From what he said, it seemed that he had to give them a chance to pay. Therefore, the old man asked in confusion, if they don't fork out money, they will take their lives. Is it very important for Xiao Bei to give them a chance? They don't want their lives. Fan Cheating, who was named, said with a smile, as long as you don't make any mistakes, no one will take your life. There won't be any bad consequences, and your business won't be suppressed. However, from now on, all the businessmen in that place will be recorded by Xiao Bei and the others. In the future, they won't look for you if there's anything good. Moreover, once you commit a crime, they might come to arrest you personally. Once they catch you, they'll finish you off. Even if you have the ability to complain to the morning court of Hanyuan Palace Hall, no one, from the emperor to the ministers, will say a word for you. My family really doesn't fork out a lot of money. Every month, we get about 70 strings of coins. It's not that I don't want to give more, but the school doesn't need that much money. There are other people who will pay. I've always believed that in this world, there is a return on investment. It seems that there is no return on investment, but in fact, that's not the case. For example, according to my normal family wealth, I can get a loan of 10,000 strings of coins from the bank. However, when I asked, they said that I can get 15,000 strings of coins because I'm paying for the school. They are looking at your character and reputation. A person who cares so much for children, I believe that he can't be bad. Fan Cheating described the treatment he received to prove the relationship between investment and return. While everyone was discussing national affairs, a few fast horses came from the west and came directly to the stall. The people on the horses dismounted. The first person looked at Fan Cheating and asked, "Are you Fan Cheating of Ijo's fan family?" "Yes, you are." Fan Cheating was puzzled. "I'm the manager of Ijo's Tang Bank. Yesterday, the young master met with you and instructed us to provide you with a low-interest, high-limit loan. He said that you have the ability to repay and that there is no problem with your reputation. If you're not busy, come with us to sign the contract." The person who came had a businesslike appearance. "Young master. Your family. Xiao Bao. Yesterday, the one who said that they would go sightseeing was Xiao Bao." After hearing this, Fan Cheating suddenly shouted in surprise. The others looked at Fan Cheating enviously. They thought that investment really did pay off, and it came so directly and so quickly. Chapter 1232. Fan Cheating left in a special happy mood. Before he got on the horse, he asked the waiter to add a serving of salted beans for each table. Other people got up to see him off. They looked at Fan Cheating's small figure with envy. They were not only envious that Fan Cheating could borrow more money, but also envious that he met Zhang Xiaobao yesterday and got the method of making wontons from Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, a bowl of wontons." Do Qiong shouted at the waiter. She didn't mention that she would be treated. She still had money for a bowl of wontons. The old man who left his hometown with his grandson was still in a trance. On the way here, he had heard many people talking about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but he had never felt so real. What was the matter with the loan? "Grandpa, it's delicious." The old man's grandson ate the steamed bun and looked at the half bowl of hot water left. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of another bowl of wontons and chose not to drink the water. As a result, he, who had never eaten wontons before, was instantly conquered by the delicious taste of wontons and shouted at his grandfather. The old man looked at his grandson who was eating wontons and didn't worry that the little thing would eat too much. Although the little thing was only 7 years old, his appetite was not small. Moreover, on the way here, there was little oil in his stomach. Every meal he ate was comparable to an adult. What made the old man absent-minded was that he almost didn't recognize the country he had heard of before. Because it was remote and located at the border of 2 countries, the old man and others who were similar to the old man didn't have a sense of belonging to the Tang Empire. Anyway, there was no local government, so it was fine to say that they belonged to any country. The thing that made the deepest impression was not long after his grandson was born. In the past, every 2 or 3 months, he had to come out of the mountains, cross 2 rivers, and walk down the last river for half a month to trade with the local people for salt. At first, the price was very high, but he was already used to it. After his grandson was born, he occasionally went down with other people in the village to trade. He found that the salt was cheap, and it was no longer black. One kind of salt was white and delicate, and the other was very cheap, with a little black color and big grains. Later on, he heard people say that they would continue to head east, where they could find work and earn more money. Only then did his son and daughter-in-law leave. When they left, his grandson was only 3 years old. 10 years later, they never saw each other again. She had originally planned to beg for money along the way when she brought her grandson out. Who would have thought that from the moment they met with the first official, their way of life was different? The people who came and went wore good clothes, and they even received money. The official's request was very simple. The grandmother and grandson had to report their names, tell them where they lived, and then put their fingerprints on 3 pieces of paper that they did not recognize. One of the 3 pieces was for her to keep. After that, the yeoman gave them money and someone told them how to get there. Unfortunately, because they had never been out before, they took the wrong route and took a big detour. After spending all their money, they had to rely on others to help them along the way. Whenever they met people on the road, they would listen to what they said. They heard a lot, but they were not complete. The one who felt it the most was that the people in the yamen were stupid. They actually gave money just by leaving a fingerprint. The people they met on the road were generous and did not care to treat them to food. It was only today that they heard people speak, and someone even asked them to eat wontons in an apologetic manner. They felt the most emotional. When they were young, they ate wontons once when they exchanged food with others. The taste was still unforgettable. Standing by the table, the old man felt like he was in a dream. When the others sat down again and his grandson called him again, saying that the wonton in his bowl was delicious, he suddenly woke up. He sat down again, scooped up a wonton with a spoon, put it near his mouth, and gently blew on it twice before putting it into his mouth. A strong meaty flavor immediately filled the old man's mouth. After drinking a mouthful of fresh and hot soup, an indescribable smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Use a spoon. The old man corrected his grandson's way of eating wontons with chopsticks. His eyes began to look at the people around him, feeling that everything in the world had changed. Old man, do you want some wine? Do Cheong asked as she poured a bowl full of wine and brought it over. The old man grinned and said, "That's good to hear. I'm always afraid that people will lie to me and say that the school arranged for the kid in Ijo City is a lie, and that the job at the yamen is a lie." The old man didn't refuse the offer of wine, but talked about something else. He had been very tired along the way, so he didn't know much about Tang. After hearing about it from others, he would always mention it casually when he met people again. One was to verify what he had heard from others, and the other was to show that he was familiar with Tang so that he wouldn't be bullied. Many times when he was sleeping with his grandson by the roadside in the wilderness at night, he would be awakened by the slightest noise. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a grandson to take care of, he might not have been able to survive. Do Cheong was stunned by the old man's mumbling and relieving words. She soon understood what was going on with the old man. She guessed that he must have been very careful and on tenterhooks along the way. It was normal to be afraid of being bullied and cheated when traveling. However, Do Cheong suddenly realized that she hadn't felt like the old man for a long time. The last time she had the same feeling seemed to be yesterday, but it also seemed to be very long ago. When did it start? Ijo. Logistics camp. Do Cheong stood at the old man's table with a bowl of wine in each hand and murmured. The old man stretched out his hands covered with blue veins and calluses and carefully took the wine. He took a sip and smacked his lips, revealing his yellow teeth with 2 missing teeth. He praised, "Good wine. What's the logistics camp of Ijo?" "It's nothing. It's just an army that used to be temporarily used to deliver things in wars. Now it still exists, but it's different from before because 2 people are missing." Do Cheong shook her head hard, trying to shake away the idea in her mind. She casually explained to the old man, raised the wine and proposed a toast, and also smiled. "Deliver things. Deliver things to the army. Oh, I know. Before I came out, there were many people who delivered things on the other side. It's not easy for them to carry things on their shoulders and hands. They delivered food. My side didn't send many animals, and they were all people they found from other places. They were all like us and had a hard life. Although it's called an army, in fact, they can't fight in wars. The name of the logistics camp. Ha! The old man had his own little calculation, and at the same time, he also had the thought of showing off like many ordinary people. He tried his best to show that he knew more. He was different from those old guys who surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all day. Those old guys were all shrewd, and it was hard for others to guess what they were thinking. The person who was treating them interrupted, "What do you mean, old man? The logistics camp can't fight in wars." If the logistics camp of Ezhou can't fight in wars, there will be no strong army in the world. I don't know how the armies in other places are famous, but the logistics camp of Ezhou's fame is built with corpses. Whose corpses? The old man asked with a slightly unconvinced look. Ours. Another person in the small team spoke, but the expression on his face was very calm. The person who heard his voice immediately felt embarrassed. Obviously, since he could say this, he must be from Tubo. The leader is the one you mentioned just now. I've heard many times along the way, Cuckoo. The one who cooperates with her is another name, Xiao Bao. Demoness Cuckoo, a smile that can destroy the whole world, and a ruthless Xiao Bao who kills without spilling blood. The person who continued the conversation couldn't help but shiver. The old man was stunned. He unconsciously drank a mouthful of wine and recovered from the alcohol. He asked puzzledly, "Didn't you say that the two of them were doing good deeds? They wanted the government to help the people and let the children be literate. Why did they kill people?" Another person in the original Tubo team said, "They only help the people of their own country. Take you for example. If you admit that you are the people of the Tang Empire and put your fingerprint, you will be helped. If you don't admit that you are the people of the Tang Empire and don't put your fingerprint when they ask you to, you and your grandson will starve to death on the road." The old man was also shocked. He didn't think of anything else when he was imprinting his handprint. He didn't think of anything else. Anyway, he and his grandson were penniless. They wouldn't be sold. They weren't worth anything. Who would have thought that this would happen? You were beaten up by them and many people died. Then they put your fingerprint. The old man guessed and asked. Actually, not many people died in the war. In total, there were only about 100,000 people. The ones who really died were Xiao Bao's extermination plan. Later, we found out that he didn't show any mercy. In addition, our king also agreed, so we surrendered. After we surrendered, our lives started to get better. If we had known, why did we fight? Who was it? He came up with a plan to dig up the Yangtze River, and the place he dug was the place where the father of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao was an official. This person obviously didn't hate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, he hated the person who came up with the plan. The old man didn't hear this on the way. He couldn't follow the other party's train of thought. After hearing it, he asked, "Who is their father?" A third-rank official in the imperial court, the Minister of Works, Zhang Yongqing. Even if I tell you, you don't know how powerful he is. He is very, very powerful. He is much more powerful than the most powerful official you have ever seen. Even the most powerful official you have ever seen would have to depend on luck to meet him. You might not even have the chance to meet him in your entire life. Do Qiong helped to explain. In fact, he didn't know in the past. The officials in the capital were too far away for him. It was as if he didn't live in the same world. Now, there were more newspapers. There was a detailed introduction of the official positions in the newspaper, including their ranks and functions. Those who didn't buy the newspaper would ask others to help them copy it. Those who could read would take it out and read it by themselves. Those who couldn't read would find someone to read it. Then, they would memorize it. When they were chatting with others, they would have something to talk about. Today, they could talk about it with people who didn't know. It seemed very knowledgeable. The old man raised his head and thought about it. He sighed, so it's because they have a good father. Old sir, you are wrong. But it's also true. Without a good father, they can't be born. But our feelings for them definitely have nothing to do with their father. To say something disrespectful, if their father dies, we should live our lives. But if they die one day, sigh, I don't dare to think about it. I really don't dare to think about it. Do Cheong patted the old man's shoulder and said with a fatherly look. Grandpa, it's gone. The meat is gone. The old man's grandson actually ate up the whole bowl of wontons in a while, even drinking up the soup. He raised his head and said to his grandpa. It seemed that he wanted to eat more. Little guy, don't eat anymore. If you eat more, your stomach will burst. Lil 8, do you have any dried fruits? Give some to the little guy and let him grind his teeth. Do Cheong knew that the little guy was addicted to eating and ate so fast that he didn't feel full for a while. But after a while, he would feel full. Noodles and meat were digested faster than rice, but there was still time. It was better to eat some dried fruits. No dried fruits, but there are fresh fruits. Last year, the Sidong temple helped to cultivate the former apples. My master planted a batch of them and kept them until now. They haven't gone bad. Give some to him. Lil 8's attitude to the old man and his grandson was also good. He treated them as people of the Tang Empire, and also as people who came back to their parents' home for the first time. He wanted to let them feel the warmth of home as much as possible. So he ran back to the house and took out an apple and a plate of boiled fava beans. These were his snacks. He put them in front of the child and the old man. The fava beans were used to drink wine. The old man was very embarrassed. He had taken advantage of others today. He raised his eyebrows and asked Do Cheong, little brother, how much is today's food worth? It's not worth much. Just like what the old man said to the little guy just now, when he is successful, he can help others. We're going back to Ijo, so we can take care of each other. Lil 8, rent a mule cart from your stall. We'll send you home directly. Our mules are also tired. Let them rest and give them a ride. Do Cheong decided to be a good person to the end. This time, they had made a lot of money, so it didn't matter if they spent some money. The little guy didn't care about the adult's business. He took the apple and took a big bite, eating it happily. The old man raised the sleeve of his coarse linen clothes to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. He drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and was silent for a while. At this moment, an eagle cry sounded in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Shuyun. Someone cried out in surprise, why is Shuyun coming out at this time? As soon as the voice fell, the ground began to tremble, followed by the sound of horse hooves. A large group of soldiers and horses appeared in the direction of Ijo City. The people on the horses all looked serious. In front of the horses was a flag with the word Thai written on it. Everyone stopped what they were doing and watched in shock as the cavalry troop rumbled past. After a long time, the old man patted his chest and said, I thought they were here to kill people. How scary. Do Cheong took a deep breath and said, I think they are here to kill people, but not us. I haven't seen anyone along the way who should be killed. Why are they even sending Shuyun and the Tibetan Underground Cavalry Battalion? I think there are people from Duoshire hiding somewhere nearby. Otherwise, they wouldn't send General Shuyun out. Another person guessed. That beautiful white eagle is a general. The child asked excitedly. His name is Shuyun, a general of the Tang Empire. He's very powerful. Other eagles can't beat him. As long as he's in the sky, he's the absolute ruler. Lil 8 introduced him with a smile. The old man thought a lot and asked, are they going to attack the troops that are transporting goods over there? I have something to tell the people in charge. There's something else in their troop. It's very powerful. Who can help me find it? Sir, you're not lying. Are you telling the truth? Do Cheong didn't expect this old man to have intelligence. Normally, he wouldn't bother Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but it was easy to get military intelligence. He could see it at any time. After asking and seeing the old man's confident look, Do Cheong quickly ordered Lil 8, set up the carriage for us. Leave my mule here first. We'll leave right away. Lil 8 nodded nervously and said, Okay, I'll be right away. I still have horses here. I'll look after your things. Let's go. Not long after, Do Cheong and the other two left the goods and the mule. Each of them rode a horse and guarded the mule carriage. They carried the grandmother and grandson to Yizhou City at the fastest speed. Chapter 1233. Do Cheong and the other two escorted the two of them forward at a rather fast pace. If they had been on a good horse, they would have been able to travel more than 800 li. Although it was now a civilian road, it was much smoother and wider than the official road of the past. The official road had already been built by the imperial court for the common people. Every year, the common people had to volunteer, and if they didn't work, they had to fork out money. In other words, they had to hire servants or be called laborers. If they didn't want to work, it was easy to do. They just had to replace them with something else. The imperial court's tax was actually passed to the common people, while the tax on merchants was collected in proportion to their assets. Moreover, the tax on merchants was very irregular. Most of the time, it was calculated according to the population, and this population was calculated according to the agricultural tax. Thus, although the status of farmers was higher than that of merchants, they had to bear a heavy burden of tax. It was not worth it. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, they began to instigate the imperial court to levy a special business tax. In the beginning, the tax was based on a small percentage. Later on, the normal tax system in history was still not the same, because there was also the rent and tax of the farmers. In the past few years, collecting the tax on merchants had been very difficult, but even so, the imperial court's revenue had clearly increased. Once Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stabilized their positions, the tax on merchants began to increase. Last year, when the tax was distributed on a large scale, no one in the Great Tang could stop it. Whether it was the officials, the great clans, or the hidden business consortiums, when faced with these two powerful individuals, there was no other choice but to obediently exchange benefits with them. Last year's revenue from the national treasury was around 100 million string of coins, and this year, it would definitely reach 250 million strings of coins. It wasn't that the Great Tang was poor. It was the imperial court's national treasury and ordinary farmers who didn't have much land that was poor. In the past, it was divided into two extremes, with the government and merchants on one side and the workers and peasants on the other. Those who controlled absolute resources didn't have to pay much tax. Now, the tax was collected based on income, and the price was that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Longji had to give up the right to distribute the railway. Li Longji appeared depressed and uncomfortable on this point. In truth, he was much better off than before. At the very least, the national treasury and his own internal funds were abundant. But this was how people were. The more they obtained, the more they wanted more. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed letting Li Longji wait patiently for a few years. Then, as the resources of the railway increased, the people who made the exchange would naturally know what they had lost. Wang Wan believed that things would eventually go according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Not to mention that people nowadays didn't understand Taidi's economic methods. Even if they did, they couldn't beat Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cheat so much money back then. As a result, when the imperial court exploited the commoners to build roads, the commoners were very unwilling to work. If they could slack off, they would. Most importantly, the commoners did not have the strength to work. The imperial court did not provide them with food or drink, and did not even provide them with tools. Under such circumstances, wanting to fix the road was no different from a fool's dream. The reason why the road was good now was because the commoners' yearning for a better life in the future was related to the economic foundation they had. It was a kind of spontaneous labor behavior. In addition, there were merchants who helped to pay for it. Everyone had the same goal, so a road that was smoother and more spacious than the official road was produced. The real macro control was like this. It was a little worse than the inaction system, but it followed the rules. If you wanted the commoners to do something, you directly ordered them to do it. It was better to provide them with a good policy environment. Then, you would find that the little drops of rain and dew you gave to the commoners would give you green willows and red flowers in return. Of course, the premise of all this was the ratio between the ability and honesty of the people in power. It was not that the more honest the better, and it was also not that the stronger the ability, the better. The balance between the two was the Tao. The sound of the horses kicking and the wheels rolling could be heard. Do Qiong and the other two people were on either side of the carriage. There was no coachman on the carriage. The old man did not know how to drive a carriage. He had never even owned an animal before, so how could he learn how to drive a carriage? The mule pulling the carriage was not a newcomer. It knew that it had to follow the road and not go to the side. At the same time, it knew that it should try to maintain the same speed as the rider, unless the rider was running too fast. The child who had never sat in a carriage looked at the scenery on both sides and looked back. He was very excited. The old man was nervous. He already knew that the person he was going to meet was a high official, so high that he did not dare to think about it. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and get his head chopped off. He was even more worried that his grandson would be implicated by him. So he sat on the coachman's seat, and his grandson sat on the other side. Both of them held the shaft of the carriage tightly with their hands, expressing their nervousness and excitement. "Little brother, how much longer?" The old man's body moved with the slight jolt of the carriage, and he shouted to the person on the left. "Don't worry, there is still more than an hour. The mule runs slowly, and the military horses will have already entered the city." The person who was with Do Qiong shouted to the old man. He was also looking forward to it. Although he knew about the matter of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they did not know him at all. It was not good to meet them without any reason. If he delayed their business and was known by others, it was very likely that he would be beaten to death. "Are they easy to talk to? I will be so scared that I can't speak properly. Little brother, you need to help me." The old man shouted again. "Okay." The second person began to feel nervous. He was worried that he could not even stand when they met later. How could he help others? Sure enough, after an hour, the five of them arrived at the city gate of Izhou. Although it was called a city gate, it was actually very dilapidated. The top of the city wall was bare, and there was a lot of grass growing everywhere. One of the city gates was missing, and the other one was open inwards. The paint on it was peeling off, and it seemed that no one had cleaned it after the rain, so there was a lot of green hair growing on it. The 3 horses and 1 carriage slowed down. There was a team in the city that was heading out. More than half of the team had already left. Do Qiong could not ask them to return, so she could only wait. The old man in the carriage looked at the city gate and city wall, and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, "Little brother, the city is broken, and no one is repairing it. Even if the city gate is installed, it will be fine. I don't know who took the city gate away, but the remaining half should be gone soon. It's good wood, and it can be used to make boats and houses." I suddenly remembered that the missing half of the gate is in the provincial government office. It was divided into 2 pieces and used as a notice board. The person on the left side of the carriage had a good memory. He actually remembered where the city gate was. In fact, it was not cost-effective to use the city gate as a notice board. It was not a thin board, but more like a wall. The advantage of using a notice board as a notice board was that it was sturdy and durable. One could even climb a ladder to sleep on it. Do Cheong looked at the team that was leaving the city. She knew them, but their business was very big, so she did not have much contact with them. She only nodded occasionally when they met, but now she nodded as well. After nodding, she said to the old man, "Old man, there is no need to be afraid. From Ijo to the west is Tubo. If someone really attacks, they will have to attack Tubo first. Old man, where is your hometown? Did you come from Tubo? Otherwise, you should know more. Is there a lot of cannibals in your hometown? It's over there. They said that we have to walk diagonally to the north. I have never been out before, so I turned a big circle while walking. I can't remember how I walked. Are you talking about the cannibals who are always shouting la 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 la? Yes, there are some who are chanting Buddhist scriptures. Our place is very chaotic. If we walk south from the mountains, there are often people who go there and come back. This year, those who are shouting la 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 spend a lot of money to find people around us. When we come out, we see them. When we see them. I don't want to tell you. The old man who had never been out of his hometown obviously did not have a detailed geographical knowledge. He did not even know where he was. Anyway, he heard that the east was better. Since his son and daughter-in-law came first, he followed them. While they were talking, the team had already left. Do Cheong hurriedly urged the horse. When they entered the city gate, they did not encounter anyone who stopped to check or collect the entrance fee. Only poor places would do that. There was no need for that in the Tang Empire. After entering the city, Do Cheong dismounted and pulled the mule's halter. He slowed down to avoid bumping into pedestrians. Although the main road in the city was for animals to use, if you did not have special circumstances, you would be severely punished if you hit someone in the middle of the road. Only when there was a military emergency would you be killed. Who asked the person who was hit not to be careful when crossing the main road? The old man and his grandson could not see anything. The city was different from the outside. The main road was wide, and there were many, tall buildings on both sides. They did not know any of the words written on the shop signs. Not for people. The old man asked in surprise. Are you talking about the residential area? Behind you, there are shops near the main road. After walking for about 20 minutes, more than a quarter of an hour, we will reach the place. Do Cheong was not a qualified tour guide. Obviously, it was his first time here, but he did not give him a good introduction, such as where there were many local specialties, unique snacks, or scenic spots. He did not say anything. The old man and his grandson could not see anything, so they did not have the mood to ask anything else. The little fellow was attracted by the fragrance of the roadside restaurant and swallowed his saliva. He had eaten a steamed bun, a bowl of wontons, and a big apple before and did not do anything, but he felt hungry again. 20 minutes passed very quickly for the old man and his grandson. Before they had seen enough, they arrived outside the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. Because Ijo was one of the important cities of the Tang Empire, the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was built very high. It had 4 floors and all the windows were of the same color. The first and second floors were windows directly adjacent to the street, while the third and fourth floors were outer cloisters with canopies above. People could come outside to enjoy the breeze while watching the people below. Moreover, there were many courtyards behind the main building of the restaurant, and the price was not low. People who paid a little attention to the restaurant knew that the main dish was seafood. We are here. Do Cheong said to the old man. The old man looked carefully at the restaurant and nodded. He must be a high-ranking official to be able to eat here. His family lives here, and there are other places. I don't know where they are today, so it's not wrong to ask. Do Cheong walked to the door. It was not open now, so there was no sound of people eating inside. Oh. It must cost a lot to stay here for a night, right? The old man felt that he would never be able to stay here for the rest of his life. The restaurant is owned by his family. They don't need to spend money to stay here, so they don't charge for accommodation. The man with Do Cheong explained. The old man was confused. Didn't you say that he is an official? Is he a businessman who lives here? He is an official while doing business. His family was doing business before he became an official. He is the richest family in the Tang Empire. It will be troublesome if he runs out of money one day. His family, Xiao Bao, wants to suppress other businessmen in the Tang Empire. You won't understand even if I tell you. Without Xiao Bao, the Tang Empire will be in chaos with the current development speed. Just remember that they are very powerful and important to us. Okay, that's good. The old man really did not understand. Do Cheong knocked on the door and said a few words to the man inside. Then she came back and said, "You can go in now. We are lucky today. Xiao Bao and his family live here, so you don't have to go anywhere else." Old man, that man just now promised to find someone from the government to help you transfer your hometown to Izhou. Then you and your grandson can talk to Xiao Bao and go with the people from the government office. The little guy will go to school to study, and you will go to the retirement place. You can work but can't stay idle. You can ask someone to arrange things for you to do for fun. The old man was waiting for this. It was not a big deal for him, but the most important thing was that his grandson could learn to read. He did not dare to think about it before. Learning to read was a promising person. Then he thought of Do Cheong saying that the people from the government office would come. The old man said uneasily, "We will find our own way. There is no need to trouble the government." No trouble at all. The government office in Izhou is temporarily taken over by Xiao Bao and his family. There are too many idle people. They can't just eat their salary for free. They are like mules. If they don't work, they will be lazy. Old man, don't be afraid of them. If they dare to give you a hard time, you can report them to the telegraph office. Speaking of the telegraph office, you can ask them to help you send a report to Hunan province. Then you can ask the local government to help you find your son. As long as they are in Hunan province, or have been there before, and have worked there before, you don't have to worry about losing them. Do Cheong was not afraid of the officials at all. She led the old man and his grandson into the house while talking. The old man felt like he was in a dream. He could not understand why people were not afraid of officials. When he entered, he saw that it was a big empty room with only 2 tables. He was even more curious about how the restaurant usually did business. Before he could ask, Do Cheong said to him, "Many tables have been removed. We will wait here. Learn from me and raise your arm." After saying that, Do Cheong raised her arm. The 2 people with her did the same. The old man was at a loss, but the child found it very interesting. As soon as they raised their arms, someone immediately came to search them. The knife and coins carried by Do Cheong and the other 2 were also taken away. The old man and his grandson had nothing, not even a change of clothes. The old man understood. It seemed that the person he wanted to meet was relatively timid. He was afraid that they would hurt him. After sitting in the chair, Do Cheong reminded him again, "When you see them later, don't get up or go forward. Otherwise, you will be easily killed in the blink of an eye. You said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were afraid that I would hurt them." The old man sighed helplessly. He thought that he would not dare to hurt them even if he had 100 times the courage. What Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? It's Xiao Bei and the others. If it's Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, then you don't have to worry about us. According to the storyteller, the 2 of them are very powerful. That's what the storyteller said. Very, powerful. Do Cheong obviously did not understand the terms used in some dialects. For example, when he called others melon, some people understood the meaning but did not know why he called them that. Moreover, the meaning of praise and derogatory words could not be judged by the literal meaning. It needed to be judged by the person, the expression and tone of the person when speaking. Just as Do Cheong finished speaking, a voice came from behind. Yes, it's us. We can't beat the Lord. In times of emergency, safety first. Ah, this kind-looking old man is the one who wants to talk to us about important information. Haha, there's also a timid little brother. Xiao Bei was the first to come out. He smiled when he saw people. His eyes looked at the old man and then at the little boy who had not seen much of the world. The little boy's face turned red and he lowered his head. He wanted to hide but did not know where to hide. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people also came out one after another. They sized up the crowd but did not speak. The old man's cloudy eyes lit up. Along the way, he had never seen such a beautiful child. Looking at his age, he should not be much older than his grandson, but he was so much taller. It must be related to the good food he usually ate. This involves military secrets. Unrelated people, please leave. Xiao Bei looked at Do Cheong and the others with a smile. Do Cheong smiled and asked, "You're killing the donkey after it has left the millstone. Where are your brother and sister?" "My brother is sleeping. Yesterday. I won't tell you what happened. My sister went to sleep after eating. We woke up and came to ask first. There will be rewards for not killing the donkey. You guys go to the back. Someone has prepared the seafood. You guys can rest and drink at the same time, okay?" Xiao Bei pointed at the side door and said to Do Cheong and the others. The 3 of them could not ask for more. After greeting the old man, they went out from the side door to eat, leaving the grandfather and grandson behind to talk. Xiao Bei and the others sat opposite the grandfather and grandson. Someone served them fruit juice and pastry specially prepared for the little boy. In front of the old man was tea. "Grandpa, you must have worked hard to come all the way here. Speak, we'll listen. We'll deal with what we can. If we can't, we'll look for my brother and sister. Little brother, eat quickly. Once you reach my sister, you'll be home." Xiao Bei held the cup with both hands and spoke to the grandfather and grandson. The old man was very surprised. He had thought of many things. When he saw people mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he thought about how to say things and not to be afraid. But no matter what, he did not expect that the people who wanted to talk to him were actually a group of children. Although this group of children looked smarter than his grandson, wore better clothes, and were beautiful, he was serious about what he wanted to say. But what he was going to say was a big deal. What was the use of a bunch of children hearing about it? The old man felt helpless in his heart. In the end, he decided to say it. In any case, he would do his best and not worry about anything else. "You're called Xiao Bei. Our place is very far from yours. There is a large area where there are no government offices. There are all kinds of languages. Just like what you said, we also need to go down the mountain to exchange for things to learn. We are poor, and it is not easy to eat salt. The land in the mountain is cultivated, and it does not grow well. There are times when people die when hunting. When we come down from the mountain, we walk north for a day. There is a road. On the road, people go there and then come back. We transport cloth, tea, and salt. When we come back from there, we carry other things. There are animal skins, pearls, and seeds. We can always hear people saying that some group has been killed, or that they can't come back. There are also people who catch slaves. It is very chaotic. We don't have a good life. Do you know?" After the old man finished speaking, he felt that he had spoken in vain. What did a child know? Just like his grandson, it was useless even if they were 1 or 2 years older. Xiao Bei and the others listened very seriously. When the old man stopped, Xiao Bei blinked and frowned. He asked Xiao Yuan, "You're talking about the Silk Road that brother and sister talked about, right? Did the Tang dynasty's caravans go there?" "Where?" Xiao Yuan couldn't figure out where the old man lived. He said that there were various languages, but did that include dialects? If it was the orthodox language of a race or religion, it would be easy, but there were many dialects. How could he guess? Are you stupid? Of course, I'm talking about the Brahmaputra River that sister mentioned before. That's because that's the only place where we haven't deployed troops within a year. The road there isn't easy to travel, and the population is small. Furthermore, it's not under our control. If we were to go up there, unless we directly pass through Tubo, it's impossible. With the two of them, old and young, do you think my patrolling guards would ignore them after seeing them? If they were to go further north, I don't think they would be able to come back alive. Look at the clothes they're wearing. Even if they weren't eaten by wild beasts, they would have frozen to death. Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan. After that, he asked Xiao Zhu, "Is that Sister Xiao Zhu?" Xiao Zhu nodded. Yes, the location of their house isn't completely under the jurisdiction of Duo. It's under the jurisdiction of India. Actually, India can't control them. What conspiracy can Duo have over there? They shouldn't have taken a detour when transporting things. Isn't it better to walk their own path? After she finished speaking, the 9 children all looked at the old man, waiting for him to answer. The old man was stunned. He looked at the 9 children in front of him and then looked at his grandson. He sighed and said, "It's good to be literate." At this time, the old man's grandson did not eat the pastries or drink the juice. Instead, he lowered his head deeply. Occasionally, he raised his head to look at the girls in front of him. Then, he continued to lower his head in embarrassment. He seemed very uneasy. The old man gently shook his head. He didn't plan to compare his grandson to others anymore. Slightly relieved, he said to Xiao Bei and the others, "When we came out, we heard people say that there were people shouting, 'Ah la la' and 'Ah la la,' who were exchanging things with others. You guys are talking about Duoshire, right?" "Yes, there are also people called the Abbasid Caliphate, that's them. Allah is the God in their hearts, just like how Buddhists always say, Amitabha. We plan to attack them immediately." As for the reason was very simple. My brother and sister said that they had something good and we needed it, so we attacked. Their territory is not small. Anyway, even if we don't attack them now, when they feel that they can attack us, they will attack us. Old Grandpa, please continue. What do they want in exchange? Xiao Bei really didn't want to think of a high-sounding reason. However, the old man felt that this excuse was very good. "I'm better than you. If you have something I need, I'll snatch it from you." "That's right." Then, he said, "Aren't they always there when they are exchanging things? I heard people say that they are going around exchanging things like poisonous snakes and other poisonous things. Other than exchanging things there, they also spend money to find people to help deliver them. Many of the people at the place where we came down from the mountain to exchange things were found by them. They found people and gave money to their families. They told them that they would come back after helping them deliver the things. The things they delivered were a lot of wood in the mountain. I don't think wood is very useful. I don't know what they are thinking." After the old man finished speaking, he nodded vigorously, indicating that he didn't have anything else. After speaking, the old man was no longer in a daze. It was Xiao Bei and the others' turn to be in a daze. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. "What's going on?" Xiao Bei muttered, "Using poison. Going into the river or smearing it on weapons?" Putting poison in the river, how much would it take to poison the people who drank the water to death? How would they know when we were going to get the water? It would be gone in a rush. Could it be that they have developed the same chemical weapons as us? Xiao Yuan chimed in, Grandpa, do we have an army at the place where you live? Ah, yes. Then it's useless for them to have wood. Don't they know that our artillery can easily destroy walls and camps made of wood? Xiao Yuan was talking about the previous small-scale skirmishes and training. Occasionally, the Tang Empire would send artillery support, but it wasn't at the place the old man mentioned. It was further north. It was impossible that the news couldn't be transmitted. How could the cannibals not know the power of artillery? Don't think about it. Tell brother and sister to avoid wasting time. Xiao Hai couldn't figure it out and didn't intend to continue relying on the strength of the 9 of them to analyze. It would be very troublesome if they made a mistake. Xiao Bei nodded and said to the old man, Grandpa, you and little brother wait here. If you want to eat something, get someone to send it here. In a while, someone from the government will come here to handle the procedures for you. We will go find brother and sister first. I believe the information you sent will be very useful to us. We will reward you when we are done. Xiao Bei didn't know if it was useful or not, but he couldn't say it directly. It wouldn't be good to disappoint them. After speaking, the 9 of them got up and left to find brother and sister. Immediately, someone came to ask the grandfather and grandson what they liked to eat. He introduced more than 10 dishes for them to choose from. The old man didn't refuse. He could choose not to eat, but his grandson was hungry. And now he knew very well that Xiao Bao's family was rich, so he couldn't let his grandson suffer. He told the person who asked to arrange a few dishes casually. Then he patted his grandson's head and said, You must learn well. Did you see those 9 brothers and sisters just now? Learn well and you can be like them. Can you bring that one called Xiao Bei home? The little boy was obviously more mature and knew a lot of things. He had ideas about Xiao Bei. The old man was shocked and comforted his grandson, there will be someone better than her in the future. She can't. You won't understand even if I tell you. They are not the same person. The little boy obviously didn't understand the difference in status. He naively thought that everyone in the world was the same. He nodded, but there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1234. Wang Wan naturally did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. Not to mention that the Poliverous people would not be able to think of such a trick, it would be useless even if they thought of it. International opinion, who was the international opinion? Even if they found out, they would side with the strong country. After pondering for a while, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, I am not very worried. We have to fight a war, and we have to find a way to achieve results. We are playing a small-scale conflict with them in the north to train our troops, and they are also training their troops. The difference is that we are paying with money to train our troops, while they are paying with their lives. We use artillery to find their weaknesses, so that the soldiers can practice the use of weapons through actual operations. They use flesh and blood to observe the deficiencies in the use of weapons when we attack, so that they can think of a way to deal with it. You sleep for a while, don't worry. When the battle starts, we will use our own methods. They won't be able to cause much trouble. A small-scale conflict is different from a full-scale attack. Wang Wan advised Zhang Xiaobao not to think about it, but she was still worried. There were only 2 points for each method, strategy and tactics. If the Poliverous people could use poison to make an antidote, according to the lethality, the poison tactics they developed could directly threaten the rear of the Tang Empire, and it would be a large area. That was a strategic weapon. Throughout history, Wang Wan had not found any race or country that had achieved good results in this area. The research and use of biological poison was not as easy as it seemed, unless it was a virus, but even if the Poliverous people were given 100 years, they would not be able to research it. It was not even as good as the plague tactic that Zhang Xiaobao said jokingly. That was the simplest biological weapon, but in terms of use, one had to consider the geographical issues, otherwise, it would be harmful to oneself. Since it was not a strategic weapon, it was a tactical one. There was nothing to think about this. One was the poison that was spread, and the other was smeared on the weapon. She did not believe that they could collect all the poison and then achieve the goal of controlling it in a short time through some special training method, so that they could command the war from a distance. That was too hard to imagine. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan say to sleep, he felt a little sleepy. He nodded, lay down, looked at the ceiling and continued to yawn. Then he said, "Why do you think animals need to rest? How good would it be if they could work all the time? Then, our technological level can be improved even faster." A scientist who could live for 300 years was definitely more useful than 300 scientists who could live for 100 years. This was the gap in the inheritance of knowledge or experience. If we were to invent a drug that would allow people to not sleep for several days and nights, and if the soldiers were to use it, I dare say that we would be able to rule the world within 30 years, no, 20 years. Go to sleep. We're talking about other people's strategies. Why do you have to talk about life and human physiology? Wang Wan felt that perhaps Zhang Xiaobao did not have enough rest and was not in good condition. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Poisonous things are meant to affect one's physiology. They are either for us or for themselves. I'm actually not worried about them buying poisonous snakes. What I'm worried about is something else." "Chopping and transporting wood?" Wang Wan asked. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao admitted and said, "But I'm not concerned about the wood itself. Even if they took out agarwood and Phoebe Jinan, I don't believe that our soldiers would be bribed by them, let alone some local specialty wood. I definitely think that they are chopping wood and transporting it far away just to warm up or burn it into charcoal. Do you think that there is no wood in that place? Do they have to buy it from the border? Do they need people to help transport it far away, all the way to the place?" Wang Wan's mouth moved, but then she shook her head and said, "Anyway, I don't think they are in the mood to cut down trees to create an artificial barrier at the border. It's not like it's a fire. How many people do they need to create an artificial barrier to stop the enemy from advancing on the battlefield? Hubby, do you think they are using the wood to burn the poison and produce a large amount of poisonous smog that will be blown towards us with the wind and shroud our soldiers?" Wang Wan asked, thinking that she had become stupid. If they really did as she said, how much poison would they need? Moreover, the killing effect was uncertain. It was estimated that it would not be as lethal as the pungent smell. And what if the wind changed direction? Zhang Xiaobao smiled, chuckled, and asked, "Where are the grandfather and grandson who came to report now? Where else can they be arranged? First, they eat and rest in the hall on the first floor. When the people from the government come, they will be handed over to the government and let them be in charge. They came all the way here. Even if they are a diplomat from a hostile country, we have to treat them well, let alone a citizen of the Tang Empire. This is not to show grace, but to give myself a shot of confidence. When I express my magnanimity, I give myself a hint, telling myself that I have confidence and don't need to deal with the diplomat. Otherwise, it will be cowardice." Wang Wan poured herself a cup of coffee as she spoke. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao on the bed and asked, "Are you still sleeping? Can you rest by lying there and talking and thinking about things?" "I'm not sleeping. I'm just lying down for a while. The mental fatigue is gone. I'm just sleeping. That's why people say that people always have something to cling to. The sleepy people cling to the bed, the lonely people cling to the home, and the people who go further away cling to the country. Those who say, 'This place is my home,' are probably helpless. I guess what they really want to say is that the moon is the brightness of the hometown. It's not easy to be a wanderer. For example, the Song of the Seven Suns that they once sang. Ah, the lyrics are so well written. Zhang Xiaobao was still lying down and talking to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Now, you can either sleep or go to the kitchen to see what you want to eat tonight. Don't be poetic in front of me. To be honest, your literary skills were taught by me later. You are still far from it. I'm not poetic. I'm emotional and expressing my attitude. I hate people who live on the border the most. You say that they are from our country, but they occasionally feel close to the other side. You say that they are from the other side, but their location is within our country's territory. It can't be said that there is no good person among them, but they don't have much attachment to their country. They will choose based on the strength of both sides and the attitude that they treat them. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not patriotism. That's waiting to see who can offer the highest price. Back then, there were many places that were under our control in history. Later on, didn't they all establish their own countries? Moreover, they weren't close to us. Zhang Xiaobao's words seemed to carry a lot of resentment. Wang Wan nodded in understanding. She felt that things were indeed as Xiaobao said. Back then, there were a circle of small countries around our country that had all kinds of inexplicable entanglements with our own country. If you directly deny it from the perspective of ethnicity, and the people who originally belonged to the same ethnic group became a minority in the country, denying it was denying your own people. But if you acknowledge them in this aspect, they won't acknowledge you. There are too many problems mixed in between. You have to rope them in, but you also have to keep a distance. AI. With a sigh, Wang Wan said, "Then what's your purpose in telling me this now?" The historical reason in the past was that our country ruled in name, but in reality, no one was there. We couldn't treat them the same as the people in our country. Yes, and you clearly know that they don't acknowledge your country, but you still have to express your acknowledgement of their attitude at the crucial moment. There have been anti-Chinese actions in various places. The Chinese who are bullied in other people's land don't acknowledge you. If you don't help, you are pushing away the Chinese who acknowledge you. If you help, they will think that you are a busybody. It's a mess and you can't explain it clearly. Then, whenever other people are anti-Chinese, you have to stand on the Chinese side. Isn't it cowardly? Isn't it sullen? Zhang Xiaobao sat up from the bed and sighed with Wang Wan. It's a little uncomfortable. According to you, we should now. Wang Wan changed the topic again. What we should consider now is, once the multi-cannibals push the people who are mixed up in the border to the front line, and then they follow behind, should we fire or retreat? Zhang Xiaobao finally said the problem. Wang Wan was shocked, and her eyes widened. Then she said, "You mean, what they want is not the wood at all, but the existence of the grandfather and grandson in our country's territory. Do they want to push our people to the front like the minefields in the movies we've seen before?" Yes, they want to cook Liu Bang's father, Xiang Yu. Liu Bang can say, "You cook my father, right? Remember to bring me the best piece of roasted meat, I want to taste it." But we can't do that. The people who can help transport the wood are all local strong young people. Behind them are their children, parents, and brothers and sisters. That's why I said it's very difficult. If we don't fire, the enemy will advance. If we fire, we will hit them. Then, the multi-cannibals will spread the news to their families. This is the most difficult thing for me. If it were the people of Sanshui County, I believe that when they know the situation they are facing, they will definitely turn around and fight the enemy, even if they are unarmed. They will give us an accurate attitude, that is, they would rather die in battle than to implicate us. At that time, we can. I know. Wang Wan continued, "We can let the artillery fire cut off the enemy's contact with the rear, then send snipers to snipe at a fixed point, and immediately order the people in front to immediately put up their bayonets and rush over to our people. But as you said, they are not the people of Sanshui County. They are people that even the government can't send. They can't turn around and launch a desperate attack. They will wait and hate, not only hate the multi-cannibals, but also hate us. Whether to fire or not, it's a difficult choice for us. If we fire, we will lose the people in that area. If we don't fire, they will be treated as cannon fodder, but they will feel that there is hope for survival, and they will help the multi-cannibals to charge at us. It's too cowardly. Wang Wan didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao was talking nonsense, but thought that the possibility was very, very, very high. Chapter 1235. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the bed while Wang Wan leaned on the table. The two of them were thinking of a solution. It was obvious why the duo cannibals asked the local youths to help transport the wood. There was a large area of forest there. If they wanted wood, they might as well ask experienced people to cut it down. At the same time, they didn't need a large number of people to go from afar. Obviously, they wanted to trick the hostages and put them in front of the army. Let's see what the Tang army can do. Wang Wan knew very well that the duo cannibals wouldn't be stupid enough to tie the hostages up. The rope was very long, and if the duo cannibals controlled it, there would be enough space between the two groups of hostages. That was something that happened in movies. If that was really the case, they only needed to adjust the shooting angle of the machine gun team, and the hostages in front would lose their function as hostages. Furthermore, they would be successfully rescued. They would definitely send out suicide squad members to carry the hostages forward. Even if they send out snipers, they wouldn't be able to catch them. Actually, in some cases, we can think that there are no hostages. Just treat them as consumables in the war. At most, we can say that it was an accident. Retreating isn't a good idea. Just fire. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face with his hands. It was a bad idea, but at the same time, it was the right idea. How could there be no deaths in war? How many people died in the world's 1 or 2 wars? Not to mention the civilians. Wang Wan shook her head. She didn't want to attack the hostages, even if she had a way to solve the problem of the people's hearts. Send someone over to ask who was hired and tell the families of the hostages that they were tricked into becoming cannon fodder. Tell them how sinister the enemy was and how dangerous the battlefield was. Then find a random reason to make the helplessness of firing the cannon into a movie. Create a strong public opinion and give more benefits to the locals. Basically, no one would suspect that the Tang Empire deliberately fired the cannon. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just said that they would kill the hostages, spoke again. I am very disgusted by the duo cannibals. Just fight the war properly. Why play tricks? Even if they win the war in the end, isn't it an unfair victory? Wang Wan still didn't open her mouth. Her distress was written all over her face. She was pondering what method she could use to rescue him. Otherwise, wouldn't she be admitting that she and Xiaobao didn't have the ability to face such difficulties? Most of the time, I treat this life as a game. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed silent for more than an hour. Seeing that it was getting late through the window, Zhang Xiaobao got up and went to the kitchen to cook. So I didn't care about anything. But I realized that I was wrong. It wasn't that I mistakenly treated this life as a game, but that I couldn't care less. If we had truly become a person of this era, we would have made the decision to directly attack in the current situation, because we had no other choice. Only when we were helpless in the current situation would we truly consider ourselves as a person of this era. That was a form of surrender. Any successful ruler was actually playing a game, enjoying the process, and then obtaining victory. When our bodies and minds were completely integrated into the era, that was the moment when we were powerless. So we never gave in to anything. We always had to achieve our goal. No matter how difficult it was, we had you all the way. While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao had already walked outside and stood at the door. Wang Wan stood up, smiled, and said, Yes, from the beginning, we despised everything in this life. We were immortals, we were geniuses. Not only were we geniuses now, but we were also geniuses at the top of the pyramid in our time. So we cared more about the improvement of the living standards of the people, the happiness of the children, the dignity of the Tang people, and the little things around us. We were playing a grand game, just like the game of Monopoly. We hoped to take every step well. We firmly believed that if we two geniuses worked together, many people would still tremble even in our era. But in terms of conspiracy and intrigue, I trust you more. I believe that you, who could kill a prime minister of a country, can't think of a way to solve a simple hostage problem. What do you want to eat tonight? After speaking, Wang Wan also came to the door and stood beside Zhang Xiaobao, meaning that the two of them would cook dinner together. Zhang Xiaobao lifted Wei Wei's arm. When Wang Wan tacitly reached out to hold his arm, he raised his head, puffed out his chest, and walked toward the kitchen. What do you think of making braised potatoes? The kind with lard. It's the first time I've heard that braised potatoes are made with lard. Not to mention cannibals, even Xiaobei and the others won't eat them. After a little cooling, the reverse taste of the potatoes and the meaty taste of the pork will make people refuse to eat these two things from now on. Wang Wan also raised her head. As the two of them talked, they arrived at the door of the kitchen. There were already cooks busy inside, because Zhang Xiaobao couldn't cook for everyone. He was only responsible for dinner for his family. Seeing the two of them come over, someone quickly went to check on the single room inside. Seeing that no one else was there, he smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, you're here. Seeing that it's already late, we were just about to ask you if you'd like us to do it. I didn't expect you to come with the little miss. Do your thing. I'll see what dishes there are. Don't worry about us." Zhang Xiaobao nodded at him and then began to look for things on the shelves in the kitchen's ingredient warehouse with Wang Wan. This is good. Onion. In fact, I've never liked to eat it. And before we came here, our Tang people didn't like to eat it, so it wasn't spread here. Later, we came over by sea. How many detours did we take? Zhang Xiaobao picked up a few onions and sniffed. He didn't smell anything pungent. There was skin on the outside. Wang Wan took it and put it in the basket that she had just picked up at the door. She said, "It tastes good to fry beef and mutton. It's better than green onions. The onions will shrivel up when they're fried. Then count them in tonight. And tomatoes. You'll plant a lot of them today, right? At least they can be sold in several big cities in summer. And chili. Let's have some of them." Good, tomatoes are really delicious. Zhang Xiaobao picked out chili and tomatoes. He also put the beef packed in cans on the other side of the shelf into Wang Wan's basket. After choosing a few more pieces of beef and mutton, Zhang Xiaobao began to cook. Wang Wan said that she would help. Seeing that the dishes Zhang Xiaobao chose were simple and didn't need fillings and side dishes, she could only stand by and watch. She was closer to each other and gave each other warmth. She wanted to think of a good idea as soon as possible and not directly shoot the hostages. Otherwise, in order to win the war, the hostages would undoubtedly die. But after the war, the two of them would feel uncomfortable and regret. Because the dishes were simple, Zhang Xiaobao made them very quickly. There were cucumber strips that were just marinated, the sauce that he had mixed, a few washed vegetables, steamed rice, and a tomato sauce or juice. After these were done, he began to roast the meat. He cut the meat into small pieces and put them on the iron grate to roast. After a while, the fragrance floated out. He waited for the rice in the pot to be cooked. He heated up the sauce just now and poured it on the rice. Well, there are meat and vegetables. It's nutritious. Because the staple food is a little greasy, it's good for digestion with cucumber. Help take it out. Xiaobei and the others are probably hungry. I didn't hear that they ate any snacks in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaobao divided all the dishes into plates and placed them on 2 large trays. He invited Wang Wan to take one out each. Wang Wan looked at the dishes, her head full of doubts. Smelling it, it was fragrant, but she didn't seem to like it. She guessed that her younger siblings might not be happy eating it either. The two carried the trays to the family room. Xiaobei and the others were already sitting and waiting for the dishes to be served. Each person had a plate of rice, but there were no chopsticks, no knives and forks. The 9 children, who were used to using tableware, couldn't start for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat separately so that they could help their younger siblings at any time. Eat, don't just look. Remember to use your right hand. Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings with a smile. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and began to grab the rice on the plate. He quickly stuffed it into his mouth and said, "Try not to get your hand in your mouth when you eat. This is a way to eat special dishes." Xiaobei showed her hand and waved it back and forth in front of her eyes. She looked at her brother and found that her brother was not joking. So, she sighed exaggeratedly and began to eat. She picked the side dishes that were not hot. The other children followed suit. Anyway, it was just eating. They believed that their brother would not harm them. Zhang Xiaobao ate a few mouthfuls, picked up the vegetables and dipped them in the sauce and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed, picked up a cucumber stick, and dipped it in the sauce as well. Xiaobei gradually adapted after eating it a few times. She liked to challenge new food cultures. In the past, she had eaten many kinds of food specially made for her by her brother. Although the salad on the plate in front of her was different from the steak she used to eat, it was still edible. Wang Wan also ate. After eating about 10 mouthfuls, she stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Why do I feel like this is Indian curry rice?" Definitely not. Indian curry rice has more seasonings than what we eat now. It is almost a hodgepodge of seasonings. If you want to eat it, I will make it for you tomorrow at noon. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Let me tell you, curry tastes the best when it is made by someone like me who has sold 13 spices. It is not an exaggeration to say that very few Indians can beat me. In the end, they became lazy and bought ready-made curry powder. Many people do not know how to make their own curry powder. The faster the times develop, the more traditions are lost. Sigh. They always say that they are a strong country. I am worried about them. Eat it. This is an authentic Arab diet. I plan to carry it forward. Part of it is chili, part of it is not chili. Because I don't know if they can immediately adapt to chili rice. We have a canning factory here, right? Yes, we do. Otherwise, many things that can't be directly transported to Beijing and other places will be a problem to preserve freshness. After dinner tonight, I will ask them to process this kind of canned food. Zhang Xiaobao was not afraid of burning his hands at all. He ate very quickly and could talk while eating. Brother, when you have new things, don't you want to give them to our inner courtyard first? Xiaobei felt that they could eat now, so he did not ask to change the food. But he was very confused. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "This is not for our inner courtyard. This is prepared for those who lack virtue for 8 lifetimes. I want to add enough barbituric acid, which is the ingredient of the sedative medicines sold in our medical hall now. These bastards are playing tricks on me. I'll let them see what a trick that's impossible to guard against is. I'll let them like to eat this kind of thing first. I'll put in something with caffeine and poppy water. When they're addicted to it, I'll change the ingredients." Zhang Xiaobao needed a way to vent. After cursing fiercely, he continued to eat. After Wang Wan heard this, her eyes lit up. Then, she lowered her head and began to think. Xiao Bei wiped his mouth with the napkin in front of his chest and reached out to grab some rice. He stopped there and nodded. He supported his brother and said, "The people who eat more are indeed hateful. They clearly have good resources in their country, but not only do they not sell them to us at a low price, they also don't allow us to go and pick them ourselves. Don't they think about who we are? We are the powerful and highly skilled Tang Empire. We shoulder the responsibility of the beautiful future of the entire human race. If they eat more and stop us, they are going against all of humanity and making things difficult for the world. All right. There are no outsiders here. Put away your tricks." Xiao Yuan could not stand it anymore. How thick-skinned was this person who said such words? Xiao Bei, who had found an opportunity to practice his diplomatic speech, was exposed by Xiao Yuan. His face turned red and his body twisted a little. He said embarrassedly, "I'm used to it. From this, you can see how hard it is for me to be a diplomat. I have to pay attention to my image at all times, including my facial expressions and body movements. Do you think it's easy for me? But even so, sometimes people don't understand. They say that I'm just saying clichés and that it's no different from not saying anything. They say that I repeat the same thing over and over again. Is that really the case? Xiao Yuan, tell me." Xiao Yuan shook his head. "No, definitely not. Every word is changed differently, and the meaning expressed is also different. It may seem like clichés, but if you think about it carefully, you'll realize that there's a lot of meaning behind it. Actually, I've said everything that needs to be said. It's just that many people are not educated enough and can't keep up with your rhythm." Although Xiao Yuan did not like to hear Xiao Bei say diplomatic words in front of him, he supported Xiao Bei. That was a form of wisdom. Unless there were special circumstances, one had to be ambiguous when expressing one's meaning. Otherwise, if one said something wrong, it would leave a flaw for the enemy. How could ordinary people understand the skills of a diplomat and the profoundness of diplomatic words? That's right. Xiao Bei freed up his left hand and patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder in praise. He looked like he was saying, "You're not bad, kid. You guys live in such a big place. Your farming skills are not good, and your industrial skills are not good. Your country has a lot of resources, but your military force is not as good as ours. If we don't fight you, who do we fight?" After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled and said to the 9 little guys, "Tell me the truth. Do you like eating the current food? If you don't like it, then don't eat it. Ask your brother to make it again for you guys. Tell me, in order to deal with the poly-eater, he has to make things difficult for us in terms of food, right?" The 9 of them looked at each other and instantly communicated with their eyes. Then, Xiao Bei said, "Sigh. Let's just make do with it. Fortunately, it was made by my brother. I reckon that if the poly-eater made it themselves, would have a stomach problem. In the past, we said that Japanese dishes were special, so when my brother made them, we felt that they were not bad. In the end, when we ate the food made by the Japanese, we finally understood that what was good was not the food, but our brother. So, we believe that my brother's plan will definitely succeed. With the delicious handheld rice, it will be like eating for the people on the grassland. The poly-eater will go crazy when they see it." After Xiao Bei said this, his eyes suddenly showed doubt. He asked, "Brother, are we bored? We have cannons and bullets. Can't we just shoot? Why do we have to use a trick on the poly-eater?" The other 8 little guys listened to the movements of their hands at the same time and looked up. This matter started with the grandfather and grandson who came before. "Your brother and I didn't guess what the use of collecting the poison was, but the transport would behind them already knew. They wanted to drive our people away. Facing our gunfire, your brother and I were worried sick. But now, your brother has thought of a very good plan. First, send the poly-eater canned food with stimulants for a few days, and then find a suitable opportunity to give them canned food with sleeping ingredients in it. Then, we will solve the hostage problem. Now, we have to send people to all our borders and bring the people there to a safe place. Your brother and I plan to play the game more beautifully. We don't plan to use the most helpless method. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. A professional was indeed a professional. The quality of a professional swindler never needed to be questioned. He could actually think of a plan in such a short time. People who often schemed against others could indeed face anyone's schemes at any time. After this plan was implemented, there was no need to worry about the Polyeater not falling for it because there would be a supporting operation. Xiaobao didn't need to say this. He already knew this. The Polyeater tricked the hostages at the border between India and the Tang Empire. Of course, they wouldn't use them on the battlefield in India. Instead, they would move to the place where they stationed troops in the north. Because the information transmission technology was not advanced enough, they wouldn't know that the war would start tomorrow. They would definitely travel slowly. After 10 days to half a month of travel, they would contact the people at the place where they were beaten. Then, they would abandon the useless wood and move forward lightly. They could wait for the first few days before they met up and send special forces to destroy their supplies. Then, they would send troops to the front to stop them. They would push out the hostages, and the interceptors would use snipers to take out a few of them before retreating in panic, leaving behind some supplies. After losing their supplies, they could only check what the Tang Empire left behind and let the hostages try it. After eating, they found that not only were they not poisoned, but they also became more energetic. In the process of praising the Tang Empire's superb technology, they ate with all their might. At the same time, they secretly thought that their own people were smart. This happened a few times. On the night before they said that they were going to regroup with the scattered and regrouped troops, they would take advantage of the time when they were relaxed to give them a can of sleeping pills. While they were sleeping soundly, the special forces would come out and kill them. Everything was solved. Of course, this was their own idea. The specific implementation would depend on the situation at the time. They believed that there would be no problems in general. The hostage rescue plan was like this. No one could guarantee a perfect success, but having a solution and not having a solution were two different things. The 9 little guys pondered and figured out what was going on. So bad. Can't they just fight properly with us? Why do they have to play tricks? I despise such enemies the most. Xiao Bei once again spoke in the name of justice. Eat it. All is fair in war. Xiao Yuan's admiration for his brother and sister was indescribable. When they went to meet the grandfather and grandson, before they could figure out what the information would be used for, his brother and sister had already thought of a way to deal with it. As expected, he had to continue learning. After relaxing, Wang Wan decided to torture Zhang Xiaobao on the bed. Then, she proposed to hold a large-scale singing and dancing performance tomorrow. As for starting a war, it seemed to have nothing to do with her. The capital was one step ahead of Izhou to understand the sunset at dusk. Li Longji had no idea that something had just happened in front of him that made things difficult for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also seemed to have forgotten about the war and walked leisurely on the road to the zoo. Gao Lisher followed beside him and described the progress of the construction in the palace. They would be able to enter in August. At that time, they would have a new mood in the new office environment. Your Majesty, Xiaobao hasn't sent the plan yet. It needs to be published in the newspaper tomorrow morning. Is it urgent? After Gao Lisher finished talking about the construction, he talked about something more important. With a faint smile on his face, Li Longji walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he glanced at the tourists passing by. Some tourists hurried by, while some recognized the emperor. At first, they were surprised, and then they nervously looked around. On the surface, there were more than 30 tourists following him, but who knew how many were secretly following him? The tourists who recognized the emperor very tacitly made the same choice. No matter which direction they went before and what animals they wanted to see, at this time, they all chose to walk the same path as the emperor to see the same animals. Moreover, they followed at a place that was neither too far nor too close. They didn't want the emperor to talk to them personally. They just thought that protecting the emperor was what they should do. At the same time, they secretly complained, "You don't take more guards with you when you go out. Don't you know that you are going to war? We won't hurt you. What if there are enemies in the crowd? You are cheating us." Many people thought so. While complaining, they were also proud. The emperor dared to walk around in person, which meant that he had a clear conscience. He was confident that he had done what he should do and that the people wouldn't assassinate him. He was a good emperor. Only an emperor with a guilty conscience would be afraid to face the people. Therefore, they had to ensure the emperor's safety. If he was killed and replaced with a bad emperor, how would they live? Therefore, more and more people gathered around Lilongji. They were all vigilant. When they looked at the people around them, they felt that they were enemies and were ready to attack at any time. Lilongji also noticed the situation and smiled warmly at the people around him. He didn't respond to Gao Lisher's words. Instead, he looked at the place in front of him and asked, "Is that the place where koalas are raised?" Gao Lisher helplessly replied, "That's right. Your Majesty, look at the special trees. They are eucalyptus trees. Many of them were transplanted here, but many of them died. However, the merchants who went out to sea would send more than 10 live eucalyptus trees every month to donate to the zoo. Therefore, the zoo has always had eucalyptus trees." This subject was once interested and saw a merchant who was donating eucalyptus trees. I asked him why he spent so much effort and cost to transport the eucalyptus trees over and didn't charge any fees. He said that his identity required him to come to the capital often and he found that the children liked to carry koalas the most. He said that the name of the koalas was directly translated from the pronunciation of the locals. He said that since the children liked them, he would help raise the koalas. He said that when he went out personally, or when his caravan went out, what he felt the most was not the beautiful scenery of other places but the warmth of the Great Tang. The people of the outside world were never as peaceful as the Great Tang. More often than not, there was war and the displacement of tribes. When traveling, sick children and old people would be abandoned. As long as they didn't seem to be healthy, they would lose the opportunity to follow the caravan. Every time they encountered such a situation, they would help as much as they could and arrange things for them to do in the various camps they had set up. However, he said that it was because he felt pity in his heart, but he lamented the plundering between the people of the region. Thus, he felt that he needed to cherish his country more. Every time, he would painstakingly bring back many things that didn't have much commercial value. He wanted to contribute to his country and seek a trace of peace in his heart. Gao Lisher rubbed his eyes. He was clearly moved by the merchants and also proud of his Great Tang. Many years ago, he didn't even dare to imagine that the Great Tang would one day be like this. This was true strength, not the strength of the past when he was always fighting others. Back then, the strength came from the will of the emperor. Now, the strength came from an inexplicable strength of the whole. Just like how the vegetation was flourishing, one could feel the arrival of spring from any place. The current Great Tang was like an endless sea. Its strength didn't lie in how high the waves were on the surface, but in the surging waves beneath the water. And this powerful center. When Gao Lisher thought of this, he looked at the emperor beside him and then turned his gaze to the far west. The two people there were the root of this strength. Lilongji also turned his head to the west. He seemed to be looking at the setting sun, but also seemed to be looking at the red sunset. Lisher, go and find that koala who got sick because no one carried him. Bring him over here. We want to see how this little fellow is doing now. Li Longji ordered Gao Lisher, who thought that he was going to talk about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Gao Lisher froze for a moment, then nodded. He quickly walked to the front and negotiated with several people. When he returned, he brought a little girl with him. She was around 12 or 13 years old, and she was struggling to hold a very cute koala bear. Of course, she was also very cute. Her hair was spread out, most of it falling on her shoulders, with only a few strands floating by her forehead. There was a large pink bow on her head, and she was wearing a white princess dress. Perhaps because she was afraid of the cold weather, her parents had put on long, flesh-colored stockings for her. On her feet were a pair of red leather boots with cartoon dog decorations on the front. She was holding Koala, and Koala also stretched out an arm to wrap around her neck. The other hand was holding a eucalyptus tree branch, and from time to time, it would take a bite. Okay, you're only allowed to hold it for a while. I held it first, you're not allowed to snatch it and not return it to me. Little Doo is the most willing to let me hold it. When he walked closer, Li Longji heard what the little girl said to Gao Lisher and couldn't help but laugh. Gao Lisher nodded helplessly and promised. When the little girl stood in front of Li Longji, she reluctantly handed over the little Doo in her mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Li Longji, as if she was afraid that the other party would snatch her toy and not get it back. She had a hard time holding it, but Li Longji was much more relaxed. It was not heavy, and it was not easy to make it too heavy. Koala was very easy to talk to, as long as someone was holding it, it didn't care who was holding it. When it was wrapped in Li Longji's arms, it felt that this person did not need to be hugged, so it grabbed the eucalyptus tree branch with both hands and slowly ate it. It was Li Longji's first time holding a koala, and he finally understood why so many people liked this kind of small animal. It was really too fun, just like holding a quiet child. It's furry and looks like the cloth dolls sold by Xiao Bei and the others. Those who don't know would really treat it as a dead object. Let me see, as expected, with makeup, someone will hold it. Lisher, why do you think koalas like to be held by people? Li Longji looked at the little animal in his arms and asked Gao Lisher. Your Majesty, not all koalas like to be held by people. Wild ones are not good, they have to be in contact with them for a period of time. There is a comparison between people, and it is the same between animals. It sees others of its kind being held by people, but it is not held by anyone, so it naturally gets sick. Gao Lisher explained. It's like raising a dog. You are good to one dog, but the other dogs are not comfortable. Girl, its name is Little Doo. Li Longji lowered his head and said to the little girl who brought the koala. The little girl did not answer immediately, but kept blinking her big eyes, looking at Li Longji in surprise, then turned to look at Gao Lisher and asked Gao Lisher, what did you call him just now? Your Majesty. Gao Lisher nodded. Uncle Emperor, you should have said so earlier. If I had said earlier that Uncle Emperor wanted to hold Little Doo, I would have already sent it over. Uncle Emperor, it's actually not called Little Doo, its original name was Tang, but Pang saw that its eyes were sunken in a lot, and its color was not good, so he called it Little Doo when I was angry. I called it Little Doo Uncle Emperor, who gave it a good name. The little girl seemed to be very smart, guessing Li Longji's identity from a name, and did not forget to ask for the Emperor's support. Little Doo is good, very good. Li Longji said. Not to mention that this name was very cute, even if it was unpleasant, he had to follow the little girl's words. Otherwise, what if he made her cry? I've always thought so. When I go back, I'll tell Pang that the name was decided by Uncle Emperor. If he dares to disagree, I'll find the authorities to arrest him and punish him for 10 days, no, 5 days. He won't be able to eat anything from my precious candy house. The little girl was very happy that she had obtained the Emperor's approval. In the future, she could bully the second fatty that she spoke of. From the clothes on the little girl's body and her words, Li Longji understood that she was not born in an ordinary family and was definitely a child of an official. If she was from a merchant family, then her family was too powerful, because the bow on her head was specially made by Xiao Bei and the others as a gift to the officials of the capital. To be able to get the bow from the hands of an official, what price would a merchant have to pay? The brackets of this bow were made of gold, and the sparkling things inlaid on them were diamonds. It was very expensive to make, and the production was very small. Each bow had a number on it, and the design was also unique. All right, I will definitely punish him. If he dares to say that he is not called Little Doo, how old is this girl? What's your surname? Li Longji said with a smile. 11 years old. Do you think I look 13 years old? I specially dressed up, because little fatty is 12 years old, and he calls me little sister. I'm not young anymore, so I become 13 years old, and when he sees me like this, it's very funny. My face is like that, just like that, do you understand? The little girl said with a smile. I know. Is it like that? Li Longji cooperated and made a depressed expression, causing the little girl to repeatedly nod her head. Li Longji's eyes reddened as he looked at the little lass's appearance. He thought of the past. In the past, most of the girls her age were already married, and there were even more who were engaged. They had to mature early and couldn't enjoy the childhood that belonged to her like the one in front of him. Now, if a girl wanted to marry, she had to be over 18 years old. More often than not, it was according to an unintentional requirement, which was to have children at 20 years old. During this period of time, they could go to school, play, and have countless stories waiting for them. The people who caused all of this did not seem to have a childhood. They left their childhood to others, and they had to learn many skills from elementary school. They had to govern a region, lead troops, manage countless industries, and participate in the imperial court's orders. If you ask where your heart is, you will obtain the world's love. Wei Li Longji shook his head and smiled again. He looked at the little girl in front of him and felt that she was so happy. She could play to her heart's content, while the people who could make her like this were planning a grand war. Uncle Emperor, my surname is Liang, and my father is the county magistrate of Wanyan County. The little girl didn't know what her Uncle Emperor meant, but she remembered that her Uncle Emperor had asked her 2 questions. Li Longji nodded. Oh, your Uncle Emperor knows that your father is Liang Yudao, the county magistrate who always says, listen to Xiao Bao, right? Yes, that's right. Uncle Emperor, you remember my father. My father is from Jinjia, right? Your Uncle Emperor must remember everyone who comes out of that place. Tell Uncle Emperor, how has your father been recently? Li Longji helped the little girl solve the problem of not being able to remember. Jinjia was a legendary academy, which was even more powerful than the Imperial College, the highest academy of the Tang Empire. Even the people of Jixian Academy did not dare to say that they could compete with all the students there. The little girl was happy at first, but then she shook her head. It's not good. In the past half-month, my father has been sighing and saying that there is a big contradiction between the speed of economic development and the proportion of people who have resources. He has said it many times, but my mother and I don't understand. We just remember it. Uncle Emperor, you are very, very powerful. Can you tell me what is going on? I went home and told my father that my father has lost weight. My mother advised my father not to think too much, but my father. But your father is from Jinjia. It is impossible for him not to think about it. It has become his instinct. Can you go back today? If you can, tell your father that tomorrow, everything will be fine tomorrow. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also waiting for the sun to rise. Li Longji said to the little girl. Even if he did not know what would be in tomorrow's newspaper, he believed that the news would come in a while. Otherwise, it would be too late to print the newspaper and spread it to various places. Chapter 1236. The next day, early in the morning, all of the branches of the Great Tang newspaper company delivered the day's newspaper to the homes of the subscribers as quickly as possible. The notice board of the Yamen was also updated with the day's new content. Almost all of the Great Tang citizens acted as usual, not noticing anything amiss. However, when more people finished reading the newspaper, a portion of them noticed a problem with it, and the entire Great Tang began to fall into chaos. In Hanyuan Hall, Li Longji sat upright while the officials stood by his side, listening to the contents of the newspaper. From today onwards, the royal court will add a new policy. First, the tax on farmers, such as the tax on farmers and the poll tax, will be replaced with currency. All farmers will have to sell their crops to raise money. When the first clause was read out, the officials who were qualified to attend the royal court frowned as they pondered over the function of this clause. After a moment of contemplation, most of them found that it didn't have much of an effect. At most, the grain that had been handed over previously would be converted into money, and the farmers would have to sell their crops themselves. Li Longji narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. The reporter continued to read. Second, all cultivators are allowed to work together with other cultivators in the surrounding area. All cultivators are allowed to work together in groups of 100 households, or in villages. A leader is chosen, and the members of the group are the owners of all the land. The leader can choose two types of farming. The first is to negotiate the distribution of the crops. That is to say, the owner of the land will reach an agreement with the leader, and the variety of crops to be farmed each year will be decided by the leader. The second is to lease the land. That is to say, the leader will lease the land of all the farmers and hire the owner of the land to work in the fields. All decisions will be made by the leader, and they will be protected by the corresponding laws. The moment these words were said, the officials burst into an uproar. They finally understood the function of the first clause. The first clause was to serve the second clause. After a transaction, the amount of money one would earn would depend on the price set at the time of the transaction. If one sold for more money, one would make a profit. If one sold for less money, one would make a loss. All of the risks would be shifted to the owner of the land. The next day, there was another way of land acquisition. If one chose the first option of the second option, the owner of the land would have to bet with the team leader. They would bet that the team leader's decision this year was correct. Although it was said that it could not be changed, in fact, once the seeds were planted, they could not be changed even if they wanted to. It would delay the growth of the crops. If one were to choose the second option, the owner of the land would avoid the risk of selling their own grain. They would pay for the land and receive two portions of money. One portion would be the rent for the land, and the other portion would be the income from labor. There were two risks in the process. One was the risk of not being hired, and the other was the risk of their own income being reduced when the price of grain was high. If it was completely up to the team leader to decide, the team leader was likely to exclude those who were not good at farming. These people would only receive a portion of the income from the lease of the land, but they themselves would be unemployed. I don't agree. Without waiting for the person reading the newspaper to continue, Zhang Jiuling stepped out and said bluntly. He had a good relationship with the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he could not let his personal relationship go to waste. Li Longji put the microphone to his mouth and said, Minister Zhang, stand down. Today's court assembly is not to hear whether you agree or not. It is to let you listen carefully and act accordingly. Today is different from the past. Everything that is done, starting from me, to the head of the secretariat, to the lower ministries, you only need to cooperate and are not allowed to question. However, Yuan Qianyao, who was nearby, did not agree. He stood out forcefully and asked loudly, Your Majesty, I don't know why this policy was not brought out to discuss with us first before coming to a conclusion. Why did it have to be passed today? Bring it out to discuss. Didn't you need to discuss for a long time? Can you guarantee that not a single piece of information will be leaked? Do you know what the consequences will be once the nobles of the Great Tang know about this policy in advance? Minister Yuanqing, I ask you, do you know the situation that our dynasty is facing now? Li Longji threw out a few questions consecutively and waited for Yuan Qianyao to give a reply. Yuan Qianyao pondered for a moment and said loudly, Your Majesty, our dynasty is now filled with the benevolence of the emperor. The people are of one mind, commerce is connected, agriculture is flourishing, and the army. Speak frankly, I don't like to listen to people talk for a long time without saying anything practical. No matter how much you flatter, the problems that should exist will not be solved. Li Longji interrupted Yuan Qianyao's words. All the officials, including Zhang Zhong, sighed secretly. They felt that His Majesty had been influenced by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to be too utilitarian. There must be practical returns for his efforts. If not, he would definitely not waste his time. Yuan Qianyao coughed lightly and changed his way of speaking. Your Majesty, our dynasty's national treasury is now filled with money. This year's national treasury can't be used up just based on the budget. As the agriculture temple has been vigorously researching crops, the cultivators all over the country know how to be flexible when farming. Furthermore, they use fertilizers and pesticides. The crop output has more than doubled. In addition, the roads are well repaired, the railways are connected, the caravans are organized into a large scale, and the small products developed by the Ministry of Works help the people increase the efficiency of manual labor. The situation is very good. Also, in terms of education, many people spontaneously learn to read with their children at night. There are countless schools all over the country, and they can participate in the work of heaven and earth. Everything is very good. Good, I naturally know that there are good aspects. However, in the way of heaven and earth, there must be a yin and a yang. There must be a disadvantage to every advantage. I also know that our Tang Empire's military is strong, our weapons are advanced, and our morale is high. We can fight whoever we want. However, I am asking about the disadvantages of the advantages. When Li Longji said this, he was very proud. Especially in the past 2 years, the Ministry of Works had developed a lot of research results. For example, pesticides and fertilizers, as well as the improvements made by the agriculture temple, the development of the entire country was like flying. No matter which place was affected by the disaster, as long as the people were fine. As for the money and food that the people lost, the imperial court would directly make up for it. Furthermore, it wasn't like in the past. When the disaster struck, the people would be very grateful just by reducing the rent or sending people to cook a few bowls of porridge. At the very least, they didn't have to leave their homes and die on the road. But now, when the disaster struck, the people's homes would be registered with the government. Even if a cow died in your home, the imperial court would compensate you with a new one. If your house collapsed, it was easy. When the disaster was over, a new house would be built for you. If it was a drought, the government would arrange for you to work elsewhere. They would definitely not let you bear the pain of the disaster alone. This was a great contribution. In the past, which emperor had done this? Which emperor dared to say or think about it? Only Zhen's Kaiyuan era. Your Majesty is right. Minister of Works Zhang Zhong stepped forward and said, even though our government is harmonious, there are still some disadvantages. Although Regional Commander Zhang and Deputy Regional Commander Wang have done many things, such as providing for the elderly, educating the young, and treating the sick, all of these are national benefits that don't require the people to spend money. However, in the process of rapid development, many things have happened that are not conducive to the stability of the country. Moreover, it has reached a critical period, so we have to investigate and take action. When Zhang Zhong said this, some people started to pout and cursed in their hearts. Why are you pretending to be a big wolf, Zhang Zhong and Deputy Regional Commander Wang? It's as if you aren't familiar with them. If you don't stand out and show off, will it kill you to directly say that you have a son and daughter-in-law? How shameless. You are really shameless. You are using the fact that you have a good son and daughter-in-law to attack others. Where is your conscience? Do you still care about the friendship of your colleagues? Although they were cursing in their hearts, they had to endure this anger. Otherwise, if they offended them verbally, the revenge would come very quickly. The first to take action would probably be their other children. Yuan Qianyao's face didn't look very good when he was mocked by the emperor and the minister of works at the same time. He lowered his head and thought about it before saying, "There are also disadvantages, but they are not big. Due to the increase in national benefits, a small number of people have become lazy. Especially the policy that the imperial court will pay for the raising of infants, all kinds of men have started to work." Is there anything else? Li Longji asked again. Yes. Yuan Qianyao said firmly, there are also people who are active at this good time. After they earn money, they won't spend it for a while. They buy a lot of luxury goods and compare their wealth with others. Their friendship with others is usually measured by their wealth. They are arrogant because of their wealth, causing others to compare with them. After saying that, Yuan Qianyao probably thought that he had admitted his mistake, so he explained, of course, this is human nature. Moreover, rich people buy a lot of luxury goods, which will help increase the income of the imperial court's treasury. It can promote the competitiveness of others and make them work harder. Logically speaking, after 3 generations, it will return to peace. Logically speaking, if we don't solve it immediately, we won't need to wait for 3 generations. This generation will definitely cause the country to be in turmoil and the people's hearts to be unstable. Everything is based on money. At that time, will the world belong to people or to money? Those who only know their nature and food are animals. Money can buy sex, food, clothes, and houses. With money, you can do anything. Do you still want ethics and morals? If you lose the warmth of people and only have money left, I don't care about this country. Li Longji said angrily. In the end, he had already started to hit the armrest with all his might. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials persuaded in unison with tacit understanding. Yuan Qianyao trembled and knelt on the ground. He said, this official has committed a crime of not thinking deeply and not being aware of many things. Li Longji waved his hand. Get up, I don't blame you. I did the same in the past. Who would have thought that there was such a hidden danger behind the prosperity? It was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who told me over and over again. After analyzing it over and over again, I finally understood that things in the world are unpredictable. I believe that all of you know how capable the 2 of them are. When they encountered monstrous disasters, the 2 of them worked together and stubbornly fought against them. When they encountered military disasters, the 2 of them laughed and chatted non-stop. When they said that they didn't have enough money, the 2 of them talked about the world and turned stone into gold. No matter what they encountered, I have never seen the 2 of them afraid. As for your impeachment, it was just a joke to the 2 of them. However, every time they talked about today's matter, the 2 of them would always have a serious expression. Occasionally, they would show a panicked expression and sigh when talking to me. All of this shows that the pressure this matter has on the 2 of them is far greater than the previous few cases. The sum of the previous cases is not as serious as this. Isn't this enough? Isn't this enough to explain the problem? What exactly is hidden behind the prosperity that makes the 2 of them so afraid? Do you think there is anything in the world that can make them afraid? As Li Longji's voice fell, the sound of people inhaling could be heard in Hanyuan Hall. Under the warm sunlight, the officials felt their bodies turn cold. They had always known that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were strong. It was a kind of strength that was soaked in their souls. They had never been afraid of anything and could easily solve any problem in front of them. They were knowledgeable in astronomy, knowledgeable in geography, and knowledgeable in the study of things in between. Regardless of whether it was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song, or poetry, whether it was farming, craftsmen, or merchants, they were able to spread government and administration, and as a general, they were able to open up new territories. They were invincible in battle and were invincible. Such people would actually be afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid of something that could make them afraid? However, it clearly looked very good now and there wasn't much of a problem. Why were they so scared? Brother Yongqing, do you know? Prime Minister Song Jing asked. He was asking Zhang Zhong. After all, he was Zhang Xiaobao's father and had probably interacted with him often. Everyone's gazes simultaneously shifted to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong considered, then solemnly said, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo once said that our great Tang does not fear calamities. Calamities are nothing more than rebuilding one's home. We also do not fear weapons. When we fight with our lives. As long as the hearts of the people are united, as long as we are of one heart, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. What they fear is that the hearts of the people are scattered. Officials do not work for their own interests, instead using public office for personal gain. Farmers do not plow their fields, instead stealing their jobs. Craftsmen do not learn their skills, instead using shoddy goods. Merchants do not sell their goods, instead hoarding them and inflating their prices. Teachers do not look good, instead choosing students for their own benefits. Doctors do not inherit their virtues, instead using money to divide the affliction. If they do not control it now, when the time comes, it will be very difficult to change it. When the time comes, who will make the first move? Will they be able to kill all the people in the world? How many years will it take to change a nation that has lost its spiritual pillar? What methods will they use to recover the original soul? That kind of country is not a civilization, but a slave to money. Thus, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have always been worried about this matter. They need to find a good balance in the process of development, and at this moment, they need everyone's help to settle on this point first. We can talk about other points later. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he used a sincere expression to look at his colleagues in the hall. Some nodded at him, some responded with firm gazes, and some lowered their heads in deep thought. After a while, Li Longji ordered, "Continue reading." At this time, no one objected. Everyone was frightened by what Zhang Zhong had said. The person reading the report took a deep breath and read again, "The second decree, the Great Tang Bank will reduce the loan interest by 10%, the deposit interest by 10%, and the reserve rate by 20%, using the internal funds. Any handicraft industry with more than 100 workers and less than 500 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of 3,000 strings of coins from the bank. Those with more than 500 workers and less than 1,000 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of 10,000 strings of coins from the bank. Those with more than 1,000 workers can enjoy a one-off loan of less than 200,000 strings of coins from the bank according to the requirements of their development plan, and the loan amount can be increased in the future." The officials knew that Zhang Xiaobao was starting to give out money, allowing the people of Great Tang to take out their savings and spend it. At the same time, he was encouraging handicraft industries to swallow each other. There were many consequences, but the most direct one was the depreciation of the currency, even if the country did not increase the amount of currency issued. Song Jing pondered for a moment, then walked up to Li Longji and asked softly, "Your Majesty, can you let the currency depreciate?" His voice was soft, but there was a microphone in front of him, so everyone heard it. This caused Song Jing to be taken aback, and he sighed helplessly. Li Longji smiled and shook his head, "It's fine. This is soft depreciation, also known as temporary depreciation. As long as the imperial court does not suddenly increase the amount of currency issued, there is no need to worry about the currency being worthless. After all, this is a cyclical process. The depreciation that you are worried about comes from the taxation of currency circulation. Every time you spend money and earn money, there will be taxation. You're afraid that the imperial court will spend money in a short period of time, causing the production of actual goods to be unable to keep up with the sudden spending of money, resulting in a depreciation of the currency. Is that right? Song Jing nodded, that's right. Furthermore, if we do this, the people will take their money out of the bank and spend in a rush. This will cause the price of goods to rise, and if the goods are expensive, the money will be cheap. Of course, this is a small problem, and Xiao Bao does not care about it. Song Qing, do you know what the main source of goods is? At this time, Li Longji felt that he could be a teacher. Back then, he had chased after Xiao Bao and asked for a long time before he finally figured it out. Gao Lishir, who was standing at the side, also had a smile in his eyes. At that time, he had also followed along with Wu Huifei. If he did not learn, he would not have known. After learning, he realized that the more he learned, the more ignorant he became. The methods, goals, and execution of the various historical dynasties that he had read in books were far inferior to Xiao Bao's. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Bao had played the economic game to the height of the Dao. It was unknown when the people who were learning now would be able to learn all of Xiao Bao's economic knowledge and continue to improve. As a prime minister, Song Jing was quite capable. When he heard the emperor's question, he immediately replied, "Your Majesty, is it the production of land and mining of minerals? What you said is only a part of it. There is more." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and said, "There is more. There is also the transportation of goods from the outside. This is the most direct." Song Jing said. "Then how do you do it? During the transportation process, how can you guarantee that the domestic currency will not depreciate in the flow of goods and goods between the cost and profit?" Li Longji asked again. He wanted to show his professionalism. Song Jing regretted. He regretted that he had not properly studied Zhang Xiaobao's book recently. That book was only circulated among the upper class, and ordinary people could not even think about reading it. He was not afraid that others would read it and learn it, but he was afraid that they would learn it at a half-baked level and use it blindly. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao would have to come back and clean up the mess. For example, a person who thought that he was smart would start to play with cash flow after reading the book. He would use all kinds of methods to collect funds. Then, a problem would occur in a certain part of the process, and the chain of funds would be broken and all would be lost. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to add such trouble to himself. Song Jing decided to go back and learn properly. Otherwise, if he was always questioned by the emperor in front of other people, it would be embarrassing. Song Jing hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and replied, "This subject feels that we can use force to solve the problem and make the nature of the trade with the outside world less fair. This way, we can use low-cost goods to exchange for high-profit goods. This is a bandit's way of thinking. It's a sign of incompetence. Then just say that you are like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who did not even exchange goods and relied on the army to fight for them." Li Longji was amused by Song Jing's words. "Your Majesty, please teach this subject." Song Jing played along. "Fine, we will teach you. It's your fault for not learning properly. What you just said was correct, but you did not mention the most important problem. The key lies in the production and application of production technology. Whether it is planting in the fields, mining in the mines, or trading with the outside world, they all require technical support. The problem of the fields is left to the agriculture temple, the updating of the mining tools is left to the Ministry of Works, and the trading with the outside world is also the Ministry of Works. If we want to reduce the actual cost of the goods, we have to increase the cost of the technology. For example, how much do you think a mirror is worth? A palm-sized mirror is not even worth a copper coin, but when we trade with the outside world, we can give it a value of 10 strings of coins. This is the cost advantage brought by technology. If you don't have the technology, you can only accept the other party's cost. If you want to own something, you can only pay as much as the other party says. Thus, a portion of the taxes that our great Tang earns can be allocated to the technical research department, and a portion can be used to build infrastructure, such as roads. Once the roads are built, the cost of transporting goods will naturally be reduced. For example, if you send 5 people to transport a cart of rice, and the road is not good, you will have to travel for several months. Even after the cart of rice is eaten by you, you will still starve to death. The time wasted by your 5 people is actually non-productive consumption. I might as well not ask for a cart of rice and let the 5 of you find a place to raise chickens. Li Longji gestured as he spoke. That's not right. Song Jing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Your Majesty, look, the land needs people to grow it. If you don't grow it, someone else will. There are only so many lands, and with the same technology, you don't need to be a laborer. Wouldn't it be a waste for you to go and farm? It's the same for raising chickens. Chickens need to eat, and no matter what they eat, they will consume the local resources. The resources are only in a cycle, and they don't increase. It's not like obtaining things from the outside world. Your thinking is wrong. The resources are indeed in a cycle, but we don't make use of all of them. For example, if you don't raise chickens, can you fully utilize the resources of the land and forests in the area where you raise chickens? Furthermore, these resources are increasing. For example, sunlight and wind. If you don't use them, they will still exist. When the time comes, it will be wasted. The most direct manifestation of sunlight is the growth of plants. There's also water. Clouds bring rain from other places to our great Tang. If you don't use them, they will flow into the sea. Why don't you hoard them and raise fishes? As for wind, it's not easy to make use of it now. The technology can't keep up. For example, the generator in the wind can produce electricity to illuminate the land. If you think that illumination is useless and people only want to read books, then you should think of using it to replace candles. There's also heating. For example, hatching chickens in winter. If you use electricity to hatch chickens, won't you be saving other resources? Li Longji began to give examples to Song Jing. In fact, when he reached the end, Song Jing already knew, but he didn't want to interrupt him. It wasn't easy for the emperor to teach you, so shouldn't you listen carefully? This subject understands. Song Jing saw that His Majesty had stopped talking and was drinking tea, so he immediately said respectfully. Li Longji nodded contentedly and instructed the person reading the report, continue reading. There are many policies today. Chapter 1237. Article 3. Males who have reached the age of 18 and meet the standards of health must serve 2 months of military service every year from the age of 25 and receive military service subsidies. Males between the age of 26 and 30 who meet the standards of health must serve 1 month of military service every year. Those who evade military service will have all their benefits revoked. The reader continued to read the third article. Based on the previous situation, he stopped reading and waited for the others to discuss. The officials fell silent. No one made a sound. They all looked at the reader. Continue. Li Longji spoke. Article 4. Those who participate in the imperial examinations must accumulate 100 days of voluntary teaching and 200 days of voluntary social work. Those who fail to complete the examinations will be disqualified and will not be allowed to participate in the examinations again for 5 years. When the fourth article was read, the 2 sides of the stairs of Hanyuan Palace began to buzz with discussion. The officials whispered to each other. Wang Bei was very close to Zhang Zhong. As they were both ministers, there was only one person between them. When he heard the fourth article, he couldn't help but squeeze to Zhang Zhong's side and ask, Zhang Xiaobao, what a Wang Wan. Now you feel that you are not afraid of anything. You are beginning to raise your blade against the officials. How bold, how bold. Zhang Zhong, you gave birth to a good son. Zhang Zhong smiled and nodded slightly at Wang Bei. Why do you say that, Lord Wang? Officials take the imperial examinations. If you are a local official, don't you still need to understand education and the people? What's wrong with learning first? Or directly manage the economic field? At the very least, you need to understand the goods and needs of the people, right? Speaking of the economy, I just remembered that last night, Xiao Bao called and said that the new group we formed together might be able to generate profits this year. It's no longer about breaking even. He said that it's about accumulating and accumulating. After settling down to a certain extent, it will finally start to flourish. Wei Wei was stunned. Then, he became even more indignant. Zhang Zhong, do you think that the matters of the world's scholars can be enticed with money? Do you think that a noble person can be enticed with money? Do you think? About 3 million strings of profits. It said that we will first distribute the profits and then consider selling them overseas. This way, we will be able to generate profits every year. Zhang Zhong finished his own words. Wang Ke was stunned again. He looked away and took 4 deep breaths. When he faced Zhang Zhong again, he asked seriously, really? Does Lord Wang want to see the proposal? Zhang Zhong asked. I'll believe you this time. Where were we just now? You can't tempt people with benefits. Yes, there is such a thing. We can't use money or benefits. This is the righteousness of the country. Upholding virtue and proper conduct is virtue and virtue. Zhang Zhong, Brother Yongqing, you're going too far by talking to me about money. Am I someone that can be moved by money? How can I be unreasonable when you're talking to me? Actually, I deeply agree with what you said before. Yes, you're absolutely right. Students were taking the imperial examinations because they wanted to become officials. How could officials not know the hardships of the common people? In my opinion, the days are still too little. In total, it should be 500 days. However, if the time limit is set for too long this time, it might be repeated. It's better to try it out first. Wang Bei patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder affectionately and said righteously. I think so too. Zhang Zhong still responded with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's not easy to think of the same thing. Brother Yongqing, are you free tonight? I heard that prawn rakes are ready to be eaten. Your restaurant bought a lot of them. How about you treat us to a meal? Wang Bei said with a greedy look. Of course I should treat you. How about tonight? Zhang Zhong agreed. Okay, okay. See you tonight. Wang Bei nodded happily and returned to his original position. He ignored the person in the middle as if he didn't exist. That person was the Minister of Personnel, Pei Guangting. Pei Guangting heard everything and suddenly realized that people who were in charge of money really had no resistance to money. 3 million strings of cash wasn't just Wang Bei's profit, but he had been bribed. Can't you have some backbone? You lost in 1 round, and it was such a thorough defeat. After belittling Wang Bei in his heart, Pei Guangting thought for a while and squeezed in Zhang Zhong's position. He turned his head and whispered, Brother Yongqing, does that company still need to increase its shares? I have some spare money. You know that if money isn't spent and doesn't flow, it will lose its effect on the economy. I'm willing to contribute to the prosperity of Tang's economy. Pei Guangting was more than 10 years older than Zhang Zhong. His 3rd grandson was already 4 years old. He wanted to consider for his family. In fact, it was not bad to rely on bribery, but there were very few officials who bribed now. Even if he did, he couldn't help much. If bribed officials made mistakes, they would be punished. He didn't dare to oppose, even if he was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. He wasn't afraid of the censorate or the head of the secretariat. He even dared to argue with the emperor. However, he was afraid of Xiao Bei and the others who were just like him. Moreover, the emperor's argument showed that he had the ability. He was caught by Xiao Bei and the others on a whim, but no one helped him. Therefore, it was better to find a proper business and invest more to get a return. He had shares in the new company, but not a lot. It would be good if he could increase his investment. Brother Lianqing, don't worry. Zhang Zhong comforted Pei Guangting and said, you'll understand if you continue to listen. There are many benefits to being an official. Otherwise, we as officials have no money, but businessmen have money. If we put all our thoughts on money, how can we use psychological politics? How many people can become saints? Pei Guangting's eyes lit up. He asked for confirmation. In that case, even if official Wang supports us, the new company will still be profitable. Of course, but Brother Lianqing will have to work hard in the future. What do you mean? Pei Guangting asked again. After the hidden high salary, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo demanded that the officials must be honest. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to solve problems. The officials who received the hidden salary have to do things. The faster our great Tang develops, the more loopholes there will be. We may not be able to catch all the patrolling officers, and to catch the officials, we need your department to participate. What do you think we should do? Zhang Zhong listened to his son's request and began to compromise with the officials. However, he also knew that his son's schemes were never the kind where he would take a step forward. He took a step back because there was a need for greater benefits. I've given you face, do you dare to take another step forward? Moreover, this exchange was beneficial to the Great Tang as a whole. Otherwise, they would not use the method of exchange but other means to achieve their goals. Pei Guangting clearly understood the temperaments of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It did not matter what they obtained in the end, and they should not covet it. It was fine as long as they could benefit. Otherwise, if they really angered them, they might not give them any benefits at all. Thus, he solemnly promised Zhang Zhong, don't worry. Any official who takes money but doesn't do anything during the Great Tang's rapid development will be severely punished. The lightest punishment is imprisonment, and the heaviest punishment is extermination. Thank you. Zhang Zhong clasped his hands in respect. No need, it's my duty. Pei Guangting returned the gesture. Zhang Zhong had dealt with 2 people, so the rest was simple. There was still the Bureau of Rights, Bureau of Justice, and Bureau of Military Personnel. If the Bureau of Military Personnel passed, the Bureau of Military Personnel would not dare to obstruct them. Since that was the case, he began to approach Su Yi's side and make a deal with him. Similarly, when he gave him benefits, the Great Tang would benefit. The officials in the court had no time to care about where Zhang Zhong was going or who he was exchanging with. Many of them were deep in thought. The 5th, wait. Just as the reporter was about to continue reading, Xiao Song, the Bureau of Military Personnel, shouted. He was very imposing, and it was obvious that he was from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Official Xiao has objections. Li Longji glanced over and asked. The officials suddenly looked at Zhang Zhong as if they were looking at a joke. Zhang Zhong had already reached Su Yi's side. Seeing the Bureau of Military Personnel stand out, he stopped what he was doing and looked over in surprise. The situation became awkward. The officials wanted to see Zhang Zhong make a fool of himself. Look, there was a problem in the place that you thought would be the least problematic. What are you going to do now? Some people looked at Wang Bei. Wang Bei wanted to curse Xiao Song for betraying Cuckoo, and curse the people who looked over. Damn it, why are you looking at me? You want me to stand up and support Xiao Song? Then when can I earn back the money I invested? Don't you fucking just want to watch others fight? The problem is, do you know how much pressure I'm under? I can't earn back the money I invested, and then the benefits from Zhang family and Wang family were cancelled. Later on, I had a grandson who was about to be born, so I was able to enjoy some benefits again, and it was always given to the grandson who was born. It would have been easier without these benefits. Ever since there were benefits for children, my life has been getting worse and worse. The servants in the family don't look at me right now. I'm about to betray everyone. Didn't you see that I went over to talk to him personally instead of standing up? I'll remember you. Don't expect me to give you money easily in the future. Wang Bei cursed in his heart as he glared back. The situation paused for a moment. Xiao Song seemed to feel that he had given enough time for others to think, so he deliberately said in a rough voice, "The fourth clause refers to the humanities exam, right? What about my martial arts exam? I strongly request that the Imperial Court not discriminate against us martial artists. In the future, those who take the martial arts exam must also take out 300 days to do volunteer work." I'll stop here. Even if the policy doesn't stipulate that those who take part in the martial arts exam need to do volunteer work, the Ministry of War will strictly implement this policy. Unless I'm removed, as long as I'm minister, those who take part in the martial arts exam can forget about taking advantage of the loopholes. This time, it was the people who were watching the show who cursed in their hearts. Xiao Song, would you die if you didn't flatter him? Without waiting for others to finish cursing, Xiao Song spoke again. Also, regarding the third clause on military service, I declare that the Ministry of War will be strict with those who take part in the military service. We will unconditionally complete His Majesty's training. From strategy, tactics, to personal military skills, we will train those who take part in the military service in all aspects. We will train them into qualified soldiers of the great Tang Empire, to the point where they can fight and win when pulled out. We will also strengthen the ideological education of the army so that all officers and soldiers will not retreat, waver, or hesitate in the face of danger. That's all I have to say. As he finished speaking, Xiao Song took a big step back and stood back. The people who were watching the show were speechless. Xiao Song, you're the minister. You have the nerve to stand out and not show any restraint. Are you afraid of Wang Wan to this extent? Li Longji held back his laughter and said with relief, "Very good. Official Zhao's awareness is very high. With him in the Ministry of War, I can rest assured." Yes, Hong Er still lacks a martial arts teacher. Why don't you add the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince? I won't let you down. Xiao Song stood out again to show his loyalty. He got a first-rank official just like that. A first-rank official was still a first-rank official. Although the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince was an empty title, he would still receive a rank 1 salary. However, when he thought of empty titles, he also remembered that there was a group of young fellows who also had empty titles. They were the young minister of the Supreme Court and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. They were the 9 people of the Great Tang, no, the 10 people of the patrol team. They held multiple titles and did not need to go through any department to convict someone. They just did it directly, depending on their mood. Therefore, these officials who wanted to stand out and say something shut up. The Minister of Rights, Su Yi, who was also waiting to watch the show, put away his thoughts and asked Zhang Zhong with a smile, "Yongqing is here?" "He's here. There's a matter regarding the application and management of video education, as well as the planning of the printing of newspapers and books. Do you want to take a look?" When Zhang Zhong spoke again, his tone was gentle. It was a display of confidence. Su Yi could understand Zhang Zhong's confidence. If he had such a son and daughter-in-law, he would be so confident too. He asked, "Is there a lot to talk about?" "Yes, I'll go after the court meeting." Zhang Zhong lowered his posture even more. "Don't, I have something to ask." "I'll go. My washing machine is leaking. It's not the kind that leaks next door. It's the kind that leaks by itself when I don't need to. I was washing it when the water ran out." Su Yi didn't dare to trouble Zhang Zhong now. He wanted to go there personally. As for the leak, was that a problem? That's fine. There's probably a mistake with the seal. I'll have someone go take a look. At the same time, there's a new washing machine that can rotate in 2 directions. It's better than rotating in 1 direction. I'll be very grateful if you can help me try it out. Zhang Zhong said with a smile. His face was worth a new 2-way washing machine. He would probably take out those that had rotating barrels as well. Well said, well said. Su Yi also smiled happily. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Zhong went back to the topic. The secret exchange of benefits was so dirty. However, as long as it was good for the common people, it was worth it. Most of the common people only saw what was in front of them and what was in front of them. They never knew how many people had paid for their benefits. Yu Wenrong, who was also the prime minister, had no choice but to stand up and speak up. His current position was very high, and he was on the same level as the secretary. Thus, he had to figure out what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do. Of course, he was also clear that the reason he could become an official now was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop him. Although they had a small conflict in the past, they recognized his ability. This made Yu Wenrong sigh. He admitted that he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it when he was in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and still not deliberately attack his opponents. Because if the 2 of them wanted to deal with him, they didn't need to seek balance or exchange benefits. It was just a matter of a sentence. Perhaps they didn't even see him as an opponent, even if his father was the Minister of Works, who was of a lower rank than him. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a kind of majestic aura, vast and unstoppable. As long as you didn't cross their bottom line, they wouldn't care. However, when they cared, you would be gone. Thus, when Yu Wenrong became the prime minister this year, his conduct had always been very proper. At this moment, he had to ask clearly on behalf of all the officials. Your Majesty, after this subject heard these 4 conditions, his heart is not clear. Speak. In truth, Li Longji hadn't received any explanation from Zhang Xiaobao, but he was confident that he understood thoroughly. This was a kind of tacit understanding, and the source of this tacit understanding came from their daily interactions. Yu Wenrong paused, then said, the first 2 conditions seem to shake the foundation, and the last 2 are exhausting manpower. This subject wants to understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are thinking. When he spoke, he didn't call Zhang Zhong like he did. He was clearly the closest person, yet he still insisted on calling him something like Jidishi Zhang. This made others think of how Zhang Zhong had been at the very beginning of the 2's imperial examinations. The result made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel extremely awkward. Quite a few of the people standing on either side of the steps nodded. When Li Longji heard the first 2 conditions, he had already considered this question. Hearing this, he said, we will tell you. The first 2 conditions are to bring out the hidden contradictions. There should be similar policies behind them. Once they are brought out, they will be resolved together, and we will obtain several years of stability. The 3rd and 4th conditions don't actually require the common people to become soldiers, and it's also not impossible to have no students to become teachers and volunteer. This involves psychology. Every year at the age of 18, they become soldiers and receive military management. This can help the common people develop a strict and resolute way of thinking and doing things. This has a great effect on the stability of the country. When students go to teach and volunteer, there is one thing you have to know. Only when a person is willing to contribute to something will they have some attachment to it. If they go to teach, they will interact with the children. If one day they become an official and do things that involve the children's interests, I believe that the chances of them standing on the children's side will be very high. Similarly, when doing volunteer work, they still need to first understand it, or perhaps understand and feel it while doing it. Most of the students are actually not up to standard in terms of living. If you don't believe me, during the imperial examinations this fall, you can ask each of them to cook a dish. See how many people can cook it. This is a part of life. How can people who don't know how to live be an official? We like people from Jinja Academy because they know how to cook and mend their own clothes, so they understand the people's livelihood better. Zishou, do you know how to cook? As Li Longji spoke, he suddenly asked Zhang Jiuling, whose name was Zishou. Zhang Jiuling smiled faintly. Your Majesty wants to try this humble subject's meat with preserved vegetables. The preserved vegetables are produced in this subject's hometown. This subject is afraid that Your Majesty is used to Xiao Bao's food and will find this subject's food tasteless. We believe that you can cook better than Xiao Bao. The food from one's hometown naturally has the taste of one's hometown, Li Longji said meaningfully. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Wei Wei said, this subject doesn't dare. Xiao Bao's hometown is Great Tang, and the food in his restaurant is divided into different cuisines. He can even create a unique taste for wild vegetables, so how can this subject compare to him? Everything that is born or raised can be eaten. This subject definitely can't do the same with Xiao Bao's ability. Do you understand now, Qing? Li Longji turned around and asked Yu Wenrong. Yu Wenrong muttered to himself for a moment before raising his head. I understand for now, but this subject is afraid that 300 days will be wasted on other aspects, which will be detrimental to my knowledge. That's not right. Zhang Jiuling, who had just finished answering Li Longji, didn't return to his seat and directly said, what is knowledge? Is it the University of Moderation? Is it the Book of Songs? What is waste? No matter what you do, no matter how small it seems, you can learn something from it. You should know that a withered grass in spring is a disaster, and a blossoming tree in autumn is also an anomaly. Every blade of grass and every tree is also a heart of love. Yu Wenrong had heard Zhang Jiuling's words. After thinking about it, he cupped his fists and nodded. I've learned. Li Longji laughed happily and instructed the person reading the newspaper, continue. Chapter 1238. After receiving the order, the newspaper reader raised the newspaper and read, Article 5, formulate specific regulations for national sports competitions and professionalize sports participants. After reading this article, he stopped and waited out of habit. This time, not only were the officials confused, but Li Longji was even more puzzled. Everyone knew that the most typical sports competition was football. Currently, every state had its own football team that represented the local government. There were two best stadiums, one in the capital and the other in Luzhou. Every state had their own stadiums. The wealthier places had better stadiums, while the poorer places only had stadiums for appearances. Some did not even have a lawn. Apart from the government, there were also private companies that were interested in forming their own football teams. There were even people who liked to play football who formed their own teams and played with others. Naturally, football was not the only sport competition. There were many other sports such as badminton, billiards, track and field, swimming, and so on. What puzzled the people in Hanyuan Hall was why it was included in the government's decree when it was usually done for fun. Would it affect the country if it was done well or not? Hence, those who were confused looked at Zhang Zhong, hoping to get some information from him. Zhang Zhong was also confused. He looked at the other person and gave him a, I don't know, expression. I'll ask Xiao Bao later. Read it. Li Longji gave up on the idea of figuring it out for now. Article 6. Lift the restrictions on the purchase of lottery tickets, further crack down on private gambling houses, and increase the number of sports lottery tickets, the newspaper reader read out. Everyone understood the meaning of this article. In the past, buying lottery tickets depended on other people's wealth and income. The original plan was to control gambling, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo realized that they could not control it. Since there were too many private gambling houses, since they could not control it, they might as well reduce it. Instead of letting the local people earn the money, it would be better for the court to take it. At least, it could be used for public welfare. The pursuit of profit was difficult to eliminate since ancient times. After a while, they thought that Article 5 might serve the purpose of Article 6. There must be rules to increase the number of lottery tickets. Otherwise, how would they sell the tickets if they stopped after 2 rounds? Li Longji gestured to the newspaper reader. The newspaper reader continued reading. Article 7. Encourage craftsmen to create their own skills, improve the technology protection law, strictly unify weights and measures, and reformulate the craftsman's skills assessment standards. Article 8. Increase food quarantine standards and gradually improve the implementation of food classification. Article 9. Implement the minimum income protection plan for migrant workers. There will be no upper limit on migrant workers' income. Formulate a standard for migrant workers' 1-day working hours. Overtime will be double the wage. Increase the cycle of migrant workers' work and rest standards. A week of 7 days, with 1 day off in each cycle. The 10th rule. Wait, this subject has something to say. Yuan Rong stopped the newspaper reader. He turned his head and asked the emperor, Your Majesty, this subject doesn't understand. The officials have a rest. If the workers also rest, it's like building. If they rest, will the construction stop? Or when the ship is unloading goods at the dock, will it stop when it's time to rest? Should we stop? Li Longji wasn't sure either. It was mainly because it was too sudden and he didn't have much time to react. After pondering for a while, he said, You can take turns to rest. Or you can also work overtime like you do on a single day. As for why it's 7 days a week and not 10 days a week, I guess it's based on the Sunday of a certain place. Li Longji seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He knew about the Sunday. If he took a day off every 10 days, perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would think that it was too long. Yuan Rong nodded and asked again, If everyone takes a day off, won't it indirectly reduce the Tang people's work time, and thus reduce the production? What is the classification of the migrant workers? Do the farmers also need to rest? There will be a supplementary explanation. It should be sent here before noon today. Zhang Zhong stood up and explained. Even now, he still didn't understand why his son and daughter-in-law didn't send the detailed explanation first. Instead, they made the others wait. That's fine. Yuan Rong didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, I've thought about the 9th rule a bit. It means to protect the people who work for them. They're worried that the employers will exploit them. But this way, the employers will be very selective when choosing people to work for them. Only in this way can they guarantee greater benefits. So many people with professional skills, when faced with this situation, won't they lose the opportunity to find a job? While protecting a portion of the people, they are actually harming a portion of the people. How does this work? The officials all frowned. If it was in the past, perhaps some people would think that this matter didn't concern them. But now, they couldn't. The imperial court needed efficiency, and it also needed a civil servant to have a sense of responsibility. If they dared to be perfunctory when it came to official matters, they would definitely be taken down. As development sped up, there were more and more things to do, and the connections with the local authorities were also closer. Every day, every department sent out telegrams non-stop. There were always some matters that needed to be resolved. It was impossible to return to the leisurely days of the past. There were already many officials who couldn't ask for leave to go out with their families. Li Longji was very satisfied with the attitude of the officials in the imperial court, but he also couldn't think of a way to resolve the problems and contradictions that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had come up with. Just as everyone was actively thinking, the person reading the newspaper gathered his courage and said, There is a 10th rule. There is. The 10th rule. Read it. Yuan Rong said, overstepping his authority. Li Longji didn't have the heart to care about such a small matter, so he nodded. The 10th rule is that the local authorities will increase the expenditure on vocational skills training. In the past, the local authorities would passively accept the training of people looking for jobs, but they would actively require people to participate in the training. For example, the people who work at the docks will need to undergo basic training on the use of docks tools, so that they can understand the use of the tools and properly allocate their strength. The person reading the newspaper read out. That's more like it. At least there's a supplement to the previous rule. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo saw that the National Treasury had too much money, so they helped to spend it. Li Longji said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the National Treasury's money was placed there and couldn't be spent immediately. The income of the past 2 years had increased too quickly, and it had broken the previous mindset of spending money. Moreover, the local officials didn't blindly ask for money to be spent for corruption, so the money could be used reasonably. However, new spending projects hadn't been found yet. It couldn't be said that the money couldn't be spent carelessly. The simplest way to spend money was to repair roads and river embankments. If they were to spread out throughout the country, the National Treasury wouldn't have enough money. It might seem like a lot, but if one wanted to build roads, bridges, and river embankments at the same time, even if they threw in a fifth of the money, they wouldn't be able to build them. However, the problem was that there were other policies supporting the construction of roads. It was that the merchants would build them and then charge for them. The merchants were very active, and some logistics companies even worked with others to build roads. They needed to quickly ship out their goods, and after some calculations, as long as the fees collected from the roads and bridges exceeded the interest of the Great Tang Bank and the depreciation of the currency, it would be a very good profit. For the time being, it seemed that the recovery period was just a little longer. There were some that took 5 years, some that took 7 years, and some that took 10 years. As for those that took more than 10 years, because the roads weren't built that well and had to withstand the pressure of hundreds of tons of carts, those that took 10 years were already very good. The far-sighted merchants liked to build roads and bridges. They could see how fast the Great Tang was developing, and the more advanced and practical the technology was, the more the people would earn, and the more goods there would be, so they needed more circulation. Currently, they were calculating the recovery period based on the circulation of goods, but they believed that it wouldn't be long before the actual income would be several times or even more than 10 times the current calculation. At that time, they would have to sign a supplementary agreement with the imperial court to redistribute the sudden increase in profits. Back then, when they signed the contract, it was agreed upon. As such, the officials of the imperial court couldn't directly spend money to build roads. If they wanted to build a road, after they had just gotten someone to measure it, and before the money was allocated, a merchant came to ask for it, would they give it to him or not? Now, all the officials knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan intended to spend the money on the training of Great Tang's workers. This official thinks that this money should be spent. Wang Bei, who was in charge of the money, stepped forward and said to the crowd. Many people were surprised. Wang Bei, weren't you always at odds with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang clan? Why are you speaking up for them? Could it be that you have reached an agreement with Zhang Zhong just now? But how much can you give away? How much do you get? Is it worth it? Wang Bei didn't care about the different gazes of others. As an official of Great Tang, this official sincerely supports this spending. At first glance, after the money is invested, it won't be recovered in a short period of time. However, when the country does things, it can't always look at the short term. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's Chaoyang operation, now that the merchants are providing the money, our country's national treasury can support it even without the merchants. It's just to let the merchants remember the basic moral requirements of being a person at all times. I believe that everyone has seen it now. 10 years, how are the lives of the people of our country? How many of them are educated? It's not like in the past where it was difficult to understand government decrees. As long as the government posted the notice, the people would be able to understand it. Knowing the affairs of the country and discussing them, knowing the law and abiding by the law, learning the material and applying it, understanding the principles and taking the right path, this is the power of education. The little sapling that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planted many years ago has finally grown. I believe that in another 10 years, in another 20 years, the talents cultivated by our country's education alone will be enough to easily suppress the other countries and make them unable to raise their heads. This is the cultivation of children, but now it's the cultivation of adults. It's the cultivation of people who missed the education period 10 years ago. 10 years later, everyone, think about it. When all the craftsmen have their own skills, what will our great Tang be like then? After Wang Bei said this, those who previously had other dirty thoughts began to admire him. At this moment, his back was straightest. He put aside his personal grudges and spoke from the perspective of righteousness. Even if he was an enemy, he would gladly do it. Then, the officials began to consider according to Wang Bei's ideas. This was especially so for those officials who had seen outsiders. They deeply felt the envy and yearning of the people of other countries for Great Tang's education, as well as the fear and desire for Great Tang's technology. Li Longji sighed in relief and nodded. Good, I also feel like I'm in a dream recently. I almost can't believe that this is what our great Tang is like. Come, bring me the newspaper. I'll read a few articles. Chapter 1239. Article 11. All fees for small-scale individual businesses will be waived, but they will not be allowed to move around and sell their goods. Those who are farmers and become individual businesses will not be listed as merchants. Those who are merchants can pay a fee to change jobs at any time. The same goes for craftsmen. Li Longji read out the words from the newspaper, then raised his head to look at the others, waiting for them to discuss. Your Majesty, isn't this a mess? Zhang Juling said with a bitter expression. Merchants were lowly and were 2 levels lower than farmers. Although merchants had a high status in many situations, at least others had a psychological advantage when compared to merchants. Zhang Zhong's subordinate, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, glanced at his leader and had no choice but to stand up and say, I also think so. In the past, farmers and workers tried not to do business because of the issue of origin. Now that they can change jobs as they wish, isn't this encouraging everyone to do business instead of production? What do you say, official Zhang? Li Longji asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had been focusing most of his energy on the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works and had not spent much time studying economics. Hearing the emperor ask, he shook his head and said, I don't know. Ha, you're not as good as me, Li Longji teased. As soon as these words came out, the others were speechless at Zhang Zhong. His Majesty did not always say I in private, but this was a court meeting. Wasn't it too frivolous to talk to Zhang Zhong? Yes, I'm not as good as you. Zhang Zhong's personality was a bit straightforward, especially when it came to the etiquette of a ruler. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone over to Zhang Xiaobao and called his son Zhang Jidushi during the imperial examinations and reprimanded Zhang Xiaobao for not knowing the rules in court. Because of this, the officials could not find fault with him in this aspect. The consequences of doing anything to him were very serious. It was obvious that they were bullying an honest person. Just look at Wang Bei and the others. Li Longji helplessly shook his head when he saw Zhang Zhong's solemn expression. He couldn't understand why Zhang Zhong couldn't be more tactful. Why couldn't Zhang Zhong be more tactful? Why couldn't he make small talk or flatter him? That would make him seem more amiable. If she insisted on being stubborn, how many people would have attacked her if she didn't have her son and daughter-in-law behind her? But this was fine as well. If others were attacking him, he could use him without worry. This was the sort of person who, when asked if he had betrayed the great Tang with a blade by his neck, would do his best to turn his head, pledging his loyalty to the country with his life. All right, since you don't know, I'll ask your son's adoptive father to tell you. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was a eunuch. Normally, he was not supposed to speak during court meetings, but speaking in private was very useful. Now that his name was called, he had no choice but to stand up. Gao Lisher smiled at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong hesitated for a moment before returning a smile. He really wanted to stop Gao Lisher, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was not the first time Gao Lisher had spoken. Moreover, Gao Lisher was able to reason with him. If he stopped Gao Lisher, he would be jealous of him. Since His Majesty has asked me to say it, I will show my incompetence. Everyone, just treat it as a joke. If there is anything wrong with it, please laugh it off. Gao Lisher said humbly. None of the officials dared to treat him as a joke. Treating him as a joke would be a real joke. It is said that agriculture, industry, and commerce are interchangeable, and that one's birthplace will be confused. In truth, the birthplace of agriculture, industry, and commerce exist only in name. Farmers also buy and sell things, such as the excess food in their homes or the poultry they raise. Craftsmen naturally have to sell the things that they make. Merchants also buy land to grow crops and research tools to create and process goods. As I said before, let the farmers gather together and use the 100 households as the foundation. However, there is no need to collect rent and instead use money as a substitute. Isn't that the same as being a merchant? Why is there a need to make such a clear distinction? Interchangeability may seem chaotic, but it is actually a process for the common people to adjust themselves. Those who believe that they can do something well can do it without worrying about the influence of their birthplace. I trust that everyone knows how fast our great Tang is developing. There are many talented people in every industry, and the purpose of birthplace is no longer to divide people into different classes. Instead, it is to make statistics and management more convenient. In the past, it was said that merchants were inferior to farmers because they did not produce anything and only transported goods. Now, everyone knows that merchants do not only buy and sell, they can also promote the development of other industries. For example, if merchants say that chickens are worth money, everyone will work hard to raise chickens. If merchants say that handicrafts are worth money, craftsmen will produce more. Merchants can even transport goods from overseas. A qualified merchant is very useful. Let's talk about the people on the top list of billionaires. Speaking of this, everyone seems to find it funny. Its appearance was caused by a children's game for Monopoly. Now, it has become a symbol of whether a merchant is successful or not. At the same time, it is also a test for merchants to learn the economic rules. Then, everyone knows the rules. Not only do you have to be rich enough, you also have to pass the test. Otherwise, even if you buy a lottery ticket and win a few million strings of coins, you won't be able to enter the list. Of course, a person with a few million strings of coins won't be able to enter the list. When Gao Lisher said this, many people laughed. Some people found it amusing, while others laughed nostalgically, thinking of the past. Back then, who would have thought that a game would have such a far-reaching influence? Who would have thought that a game could earn so much money? Who would have thought that the person who designed the game would do everything for money, but no longer care about money when he had money? That was a legend. That was a legend. Time seemed to have gone on for a long time, but it also seemed to have always been in front of them. Monopoly had always been popular, but the person who designed it no longer played games. That period of time could not be sealed away. There was no need to recall it because it would never be forgotten. Therefore, everyone began to reminisce about the time and place of a court meeting. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and experienced the happy process of reminiscing. He said, all right. Let's get down to business. Let's talk about the origin, status, and contribution of merchants. Everyone snapped back to their senses and smiled at each other as though they were not the ones reminiscing. Gao Lisher thought about what he wanted to say and continued, any merchant who can enter the list has contributed a lot to the country. They will take the initiative to communicate with places that provide goods when there is a need. For example, there is a merchant who goes to Wanyan County and says that he wants to buy a large number of poultry in half a year. The price is relatively high, about 100,000 birds. The county magistrate of Wanyan County is an ordinary county magistrate, not from Jianjia. Because the difference is very big, an ordinary county magistrate will immediately tell the people when he hears it, and the people will increase the scale of breeding. For merchants who can't enter the list, he will wait for Wanyan County to breed them. However, for merchants on the list, he will send people to investigate. After finding that there are too many, he will tell the people that you can't breed them like this. Otherwise, when he collects enough, you won't be able to increase the price and will lose money. At that time, he will think of a way to adjust, discuss with the people, discuss with the government, and help the local farmers to distribute in scale. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Of course, if the county magistrate is someone from Jianjia Academy, he will adjust immediately without the need for merchants to adjust. I'm just saying. People from Jianjia won't passively wait for merchants to come to them. For example, the county magistrate of Wanyan County has already finished planning and took the initiative to negotiate with merchants. He is only waiting for the contract to be fulfilled. After saying a bunch of words, Gao Lishir didn't say anything else. He had already expressed what he wanted to express. Zhang Jiuling reacted quickly and said, "Thank you, General Gao. I didn't think it through just now, but now I've thought it through. Indeed, we can't look at merchants like we did in the past. They all have a sense of responsibility, and the stability of Tang is indispensable to their contributions. Besides, Xiaobao has always been suppressing the status of merchants, but suppressing doesn't mean belittling them. Xiaobao just doesn't want merchants to have a higher status than others. We shouldn't discriminate against merchants." Then I'll continue reading, the last one. Li Longji didn't expect that everyone's views of merchants were so different. However, there were merchants in every official's family. Otherwise, where would they get money? Their previous salaries weren't enough for them to eat, drink, and play. They just didn't want the status of merchants to increase and be out of their control. Otherwise, why did they have to use the method of exchanging benefits when raising taxes? The biggest resistance behind the scenes came from them. Li Longji understood everything, but he couldn't directly kill them. If he killed them all, who would help him govern the country? Moreover, if he killed a bunch of them, the new ones wouldn't be clean either. Article 12, the local government will set up a county-style carriage company. 90% of the Great Tang's army will be eliminated and used for transportation. At the same time, the postal department will be integrated, and a uniform stamp will be issued. A uniform fee will be set for the weight and distance of mail. After reading the last article, Li Longji put down the newspaper and picked up his teacup. However, he didn't drink from it. Instead, he used the lid of the teacup to sweep the water. The civil and military officials on both sides once again entered a state of contemplation. Some simply returned to the small table at the back and sat down to drink tea. There were chairs and tables behind them, but there was only tea on them and no snacks. They could sit there from the start of the court session. The main reason was that the people at the front didn't sit, and the people at the back wouldn't be able to see the emperor if they sat. Moreover, they didn't have such treatment in the past, so they weren't used to it. The discussion today took too long, and some couldn't stand and had to sit down to rest. After a while, everyone sat down as if they were having a tea party. Only the chamberlains of Jin still had to stand there with their sabers. When Li Longji saw the situation below, he was amused. Usually, when the court session was held in Xingxing Palace, everyone would sit. However, when it came to the morning court session, everyone would stand. Later, he discovered a problem. If they stood for too long, once the court session ended, the officials wouldn't immediately return to work. Instead, they would rest, which would affect their efficiency. Therefore, during the winter, not only did they have to install heaters, but they also had to provide chairs for everyone. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea and waiting for someone to refill it, Li Longji looked at the people sitting and said, "Everyone, speak. Your Majesty, the tea is good." Jiangzhen, the person in charge of the agriculture temple who was being stared at by the emperor, had no choice but to speak. "An. Have you eaten breakfast? You're drinking black poo or tea." Li Longji nodded and continued to stare at Jiang Xian. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Jiangzhen rubbed his stomach and replied, "I haven't eaten. No wonder I'm hungry." This official was thinking that since many of the military horses have been eliminated, could they be used for farming? "We can use oxen in dry fields and paddy fields. Where's Shao Qing?" Li Longji looked at the Minister of War, Shao Song. Shao Song also didn't eat breakfast. There was only tea on the coffee table, but he brought his own food. He didn't bring any buns. There was stuffing, but he was afraid that the smell would spread too far. He brought hot and dry biscuits. Each biscuit was only a quarter of the size of a palm. There were pickles in the biscuits. When he ate one biscuit at a time, there was no smell, so he wasn't afraid of choking. At this moment, he took the time to eat 2 biscuits. Before he could swallow them, he was called. It must be said that martial artists were also quick-witted. While chewing, Shao Song quickly picked up the cup of tea and gulped it down. Then, he sighed and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this is indeed a famous poo or tea. It's very tasty." Li Longji smiled and nodded, "I still have hibiscus cakes. Shao Qing, do you want to try some?" "No need, this official isn't hungry." Speaking of the military horses, this official is only worried about one thing. After the military horses are eliminated, will the remaining ones be enough for war? Although there are guns and cannons now, and there's no need for soldiers to ride on horses and charge with swords, transport still needs to be used, right? Cannonballs and bullets, as well as food and medicine. Shao Song rubbed his chest as he spoke. Just now, he had swallowed too much and choked. However, he wasn't afraid that the emperor would see him eat. It was normal to eat in the morning court, but if he was caught, he would be embarrassed. It would appear that he had no ability to steal food. "Is there anything else?" Li Longji asked. "No." Shao Song put down his hand that was rubbing his stomach. He felt much better. "Then you don't have to worry about this. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already discovered that the cannibals have gathered no less than 30,000 cavalrymen at the border of the 2 countries. They said that the Arabian horses are more useful and they want to take them by surprise." Li Longji explained. Shao Song raised his hand and scratched his head. This official knows about the border. 30,000 cavalrymen is very difficult to take down, right? If you fire the cannons, the cavalrymen will scatter. If you use the guns, when the enemy charges, you must kill the horses in front. Then, the horses at the back will trip or take a detour. When you take them down, there won't be many left. That's their problem. If they can't take them down, they'll think of other ways. In any case, they said that it's enough to leave 10% of the military horses. Li Longji also didn't know how to take other people's horses. I don't understand. Shao Song shook his head and didn't say anything else. Li Longji didn't care what Shao Song was thinking. His gaze continued to sweep across the officials below. This time, there was no need for him to name names. Yuan Qianyao, who was very close to him, put down his teacup and asked, "In the beginning, there was only military mail and no civilian mail. Later, Xiao Bao and the others set up one. Then, there were private companies in other places. Relatively speaking, it's still considered standard. However, the mailing locations can't cover the entire country. Will the newly established mailing department steal their business? This official has the same question, Yu Wenrong echoed. Xiao Bao's intention might be to steal their business. After all, their coverage is small, and their information system isn't as complete as the imperial court's. Xiao Bao didn't let his own intelligence department participate. Li Longji didn't understand what was going on, so he wanted someone to help him analyze it. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was annoyed. He still had things to do in the Ministry of Works, so he said, this official will immediately get Xiao Bao and the others to send a detailed explanation. We'll look at it when the time comes and discuss it. In the end, we still have to do according to what's written in the newspaper. Why bother? Only Gao Lishir understood what was going on. As long as Her Majesty encountered something that Xiao Bao was involved in, she would definitely consider it carefully and think of a way to scheme against Xiao Bao. It was a habit that had been formed over many years. It wasn't easy to change it in a short period of time, and perhaps it would never change. The officials nodded. They were also vexed. Seeing that no one was helping him, Li Longji sighed gloomily. Court is adjourned. I'll get the Imperial Kitchen to send each of you a boxed meal with 2 meat and 2 vegetables, so that you won't feel uncomfortable secretly eating below. If it really doesn't work out, set aside a quarter of an hour during morning court to eat in the hall. Those who came early can come in to eat. I really don't need to worry about any danger if the palace doors are opened early. It's now the era of firearms. As long as you don't bring explosives or guns in, it's fine. In the future, make sure to reserve diesel locomotives. Even if you're late, you won't be considered late. Disperse, disperse. Waving his hand, Li Longji didn't leave. He sat there and looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. The civil and military officials were now used to the situation where etiquette was getting worse and worse. Her Majesty was beginning to be pragmatic. She saved time on etiquette and could do other things, even if it was just listening to music or reading stories in the newspaper. Therefore, the officials didn't want to waste time. They drank all the tea in their teacups and got up to leave. Those who brought food couldn't eat it. When they went back, they would eat boxed meals. At noon, there would be people from Savant's restaurant or Success House who would send them food. Life was getting better and better. This bunch of people, I really don't know what to say about them. Li Longji shook his head and complained. He then instructed Gao Lishir, go to the pear garden and choose a few crosstalk and skits. I'll be happy. Tell me, what kind of reaction do you think the 12 national policies will have? Gao Lishir turned his head and glanced at eunuch Luobin. Luobin was very perceptive and ran to the pear garden to make the arrangements. Turning his head, Gao Lishir reached out to help Li Longji and said, I think it will be very chaotic. After a day and a half of chaos, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will take the opportunity to take action and resolve the unstable situation. If it were me who saw the newspaper, I would definitely be confused. I've been confused for a long time. The officials haven't even discussed the specific consequences, let alone the common people. Chaos, chaos, chaos. After a while, there will be stability for a few years. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need anyone to help him. He walked to a corner, grabbed a bicycle, and rode it toward the pear garden. Now, he didn't sit in a sedan anymore. It was slow and not as comfortable as riding a bicycle. Gao Lishir also quickly took a bicycle from someone and rode it. With a wave of his hand, the large bicycle team left Hanyuan Palace Hall. There were also people with guns running behind them. The hot air balloons above were signaling to each other, doing their job as guards. It could be said that Li Longji wasn't afraid. The palace and the main streets were illuminated by large light bulbs. The hot air balloons in the sky were on alert. There were also many hidden sentries. Who could come in and assassinate him? When reading the newspapers in the morning court, the major prefectures had already begun to post the newspapers. There were also people who delivered the newspapers to the various counties. Those who were too far away could only see the newspapers at night. As for the villages that were further away, they had to be weekly or monthly. In any case, there wouldn't be anyone who would go out of their way to deliver the newspapers every day. The commoners who didn't subscribe to the newspapers at home all gathered at the bulletin board. Those who subscribed to the newspapers also gathered in front of the bulletin board. In fact, there were many people who subscribed to the newspapers in the prefectures. This was because in the end, they didn't lose money at all. Moreover, by cutting out the parts where there were discounts from the merchants, they had an overall advantage. The first few pages of the newspapers were content, while the back pages were filled with advertisements. The merchants who placed the advertisements would bear the cost of the subscriptions. Furthermore, it wasn't that wool came from the sheep's back. The price of similar products was the same. If they placed the advertisements in large quantities, they would earn this portion of the money. If the quantity was large to a certain extent, the price could be lowered when the goods were purchased. This would cause the merchants who didn't advertise similar products to not have to pay extra, but they would earn less. The law of the market was just that interesting. Of course, the Yeoman's bulletin board couldn't put the advertisements on the front pages. They only put up the useful ones at the front. There were 2 copies, and both sides had to be displayed. The commoners who weren't in a hurry to work basically liked to look at the bulletin board in the morning. They would chat with others and discuss the state affairs. The commoners who were used to reading the newspapers came to the bulletin board today. When they saw the first 12 national policies, they suddenly felt unaccustomed. What's the meaning of this? A bunch of policies came out today. In front of the Yeoman's bulletin board in Luoyang Prefecture of Hunan Province, a person who usually learned to read a few words from a child was stunned when he saw the 12 national policies. Usually, there would be a national policy every 10 days or half a month. Most of it was about the new laws. The economy was developing too quickly, so there was a need to constantly supplement the laws. Therefore, most of the time, it was about the laws. Most of the time, it was about the new security requirements and the situation of the poultry being farmed to let everyone pay attention. Most of the advertisements were printed according to the situation of each prefecture. Unless it was a chain store that crossed prefectures, there would be merchants from other places who would come to spend money. 1, 2, 3, 12. There are 12 in total. Another person followed. In fact, he was just showing off that he knew how to read. You still need to count one by one. At the end, it says 12. Of course, it's 12. The main question isn't how many, but what is written every day. The person who spoke first continued. Everyone looked at it as if they were reading it. Occasionally, someone would read a few words. Not only did they not read it completely, but even if they did read it, there were some who read it wrongly. Who can tell us what the newspaper means? Everyone crowded to look at it for a while and realized that they didn't understand. They began to look around for someone who understood, such as a scholar. Otherwise, if they let their children read it out at home, they wouldn't understand either. Everyone looked around for a while and finally found a scholar who had just finished his breakfast. More accurately, he was a teacher. He taught in the largest school in the prefecture and was a high scholar. Usually, he would only teach in the afternoon. In the morning, he liked to wander around the bulletin board to gain extra respect. Teacher Yuan, good morning. Quick, help me take a look. What's written on the newspaper? I don't understand. As soon as he arrived, someone greeted him. The teacher with the surname Yuan smiled reservedly. He strode through the path that others had made way for him to get close to the notice board. He looked up and said, the first rule, the first point is, it is a series of material tax forms minus the farmer's rent and poll tax. It is replaced by money. All farmers need to sell their grain to raise money. Teacher Yuan, can you tell us what it means? When the people around heard this, they couldn't understand. It means. It means that in the future, you don't have to give them food or other things. You just have to give them money. Using money to pay the rent, isn't that making things difficult for them? After Teacher Yuan finished explaining, he added another sentence. The people around looked at him and waited for him to continue. Look at this. You have to sell your own crops and exchange them for money to pay the tax. If you sell your crops for a lot of money, then it's fine. But if you sell your crops for a little money, then won't you lose money? And when the crops are harvested, it's also the time when the crops are cheap. How can the imperial court do this? Teacher Yuan's tone became serious. He was obviously very angry. He didn't understand how the imperial court changed in the blink of an eye. The people around started to discuss. Then what should we do? How can we do business? Even if we raise chickens, someone will come and collect them. It's the same for our crops. We have to wait for the government to come and take them away. Teacher Yuan, are you sure you didn't read wrongly? Teacher Yuan, please think of a solution. How did it become like this? Teacher Yuan, please read on and see if there are any other explanations. Alright, I'll read it. Mr. Yuan suppressed his anger and continued reading the newspaper. The first and second point is that the cultivators are allowed to work with other cultivators in the area around them. All decisions will be made by the leader, and they will be protected by the corresponding laws. After reading the second point, the people around continued to wait for his explanation. Teacher Yuan pondered for a moment and then sneered, "All right, you don't have to worry about selling your own crops or silk. The imperial court has already thought of a plan for you. 100 households will be grouped together and one person will be chosen as the leader. Or you can group a village and choose one person to be the leader. If you want your own land, you can discuss with him and see what you want to plant. Once the decision is made, you are not allowed to change it. When the time comes, you will be responsible for whether the crops you grow lose or earn. If you don't know anything, just rent the land to him and wait for him to hire you as helpers. If you lose or earn, it will all belong to him. After all, you don't have to sell your own crops anymore. But if the leader feels that your family's health isn't good and you work slower than others, he won't let you be his helper. You will have less income and it will be worse than farming on your own. What a good imperial court, what a good national policy. This is clearly land annexation. This is the law of the jungle. This is self-elimination. I can't help but ask, has the Tang dynasty's emperor changed? Are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo not around anymore? Teacher Yuan had turned into a roar at the end of his words. His hands were clenched into fists. The people listening to him were dumbfounded. Even the yamen runners standing next to him were dumbfounded. According to what Teacher Yuan said, wasn't this a national policy? It couldn't be, right? For a moment, the people were scared. They were afraid that Teacher Yuan's words were true. If the emperor was changed, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would also be gone. What should they do? The sky was falling. What nonsense are you talking about? A person walked out of the yamen. He was the secretary of the Department of Defense. The people all knew him. He was Su Wei, Su Yingyi. Secretary Su Wei's eyes swept over the people and Teacher Yuan. He said, "Look at the back." The 12 national policies were written by Xiao Bao and then unanimously passed by the imperial court. What happened? Do we need your money to see a doctor? Don't let children go to school for free. Don't you have a place to complain? Can't you eat and starve to death? Don't you have a single old man to take care of? Teacher Yuan shook his head and looked at the back. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's names were written. There was also a seal. He was even more puzzled. If it was Xiaobao's policy, why did he allow for the annexation of land? Furthermore, he used the first point to speed up the annexation of land the next day. The people around were not as worried. When they heard that it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who wrote the national policies, they were relieved. Then, someone asked Teacher Yuan, did you think wrongly? You. It was clearly written. How could I think wrongly? I am a high scholar. How could I not understand such a simple thing? Teacher Yuan, no one said that you don't understand. It's just that. Look at it from the beginning. Think carefully. Everyone makes mistakes. Right? There were still people who did not believe him. Teacher Yuan was so angry that he did not speak. He looked at Tian'er. Advisor Chao laughed and helped him out. It's just as Brother Yuan said. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's national policies, according to the literal meaning, are to encourage the annexation of land. However, I don't think that they would have the intention to harm the people. It's just that we are unable to understand the deeper meaning. Everyone, there is no need to panic. That's right, that's right. What's there to be afraid of? Would Xiao Bao and the rest harm us? I don't believe it. They would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Isn't that so? If they say that I am harming myself, I believe it. If they say that Xiao Bao and the rest are harming me, I don't believe it. I guarantee that there is something that we do not understand. Let's not worry about it first. Teacher Yuan, please continue reading. There are still 11 more. Teacher Yuan was clearly in a fit of pique and didn't say anything. I'll read it. Su Wei, who had already read the 12 national policies 3 times, stepped forward. Official Su, please continue with your work. Just find an official to do it. An official to do it is even busier. I'll read the same thing. The second policy, the Tang Bank will reduce the interest rate in one go, and can increase the amount of loans in the future. Su Wei read the second policy out loud and explained it according to what he understood when he was reading the newspaper in the yamen. The purpose is to tell everyone not to keep their money in the bank. Take it out and spend it. If you are not willing to spend it, the interest rate will decrease when you keep your money in the bank. There is no need to worry about the money you have saved before. Furthermore, it encourages everyone to work together to open a workshop and take a loan from the bank. The interest rate will be lower than before. Furthermore, the bank will have enough money for you to take a loan. There is no need to be afraid that the bank will not have enough money. But money will become less and less valuable. Teacher Yuan could not help but say. Su Wei shook his head, that is hard to say. Whether money is valuable or not depends on its purchasing power, not how much it can be spent. The second policy is just like that. Su Wei then read the third policy, which was military service, and the fourth policy, which was for students to work as volunteers. The people did not understand the first 2 points, but the third point did not matter. Being a soldier was much better than being in the past. In the past, they had to prepare their own weapons and armor, and they were not paid. Furthermore, there was only so much time every year, and they could still shoot to satisfy their cravings. The food in the army would not be bad, and after some training, their bodies would be strong. In case there was a need to fight, they could pick up a gun and contribute to the country. The fourth policy was for students to work. If they want to do it, they can just treat it as training. Don't study all day and become stupid. Su Wei then read the fifth policy. The people felt that this was good, and it would be more lively in the future. The sixth policy was for lottery. The people were indifferent. Only those who opened gambling houses were troubled. The seventh policy was for craftsmen to use the same ruler. The people felt that it was not bad. In the future, when making furniture, there was no need to worry about the different sizes. The eighth policy was for food quarantine. The people around the announcement nodded their heads. This was right. What if they ate something bad? The ninth policy was for workers to have a minimum wage. Good. In the future, if any employer dared to give them less, they could sue them. As for rest, there was no need for that, right? Rest when you are tired. Rest when you are not tired. Just wait and see. If you really can't do it, you can do it secretly. The 10th policy was for the government to train. In the past, they could go to the yamen to learn and then arrange for them to work. Now, they just had to go to the yamen. Perhaps it would be a waste of time. They did not know if there was a need for them to learn. The 11th policy was for sellers and stalls to not have to pay any money. Was there such a good thing? There was no management fee. All the money they earned was their own. The 12th policy was for them to send things to distant people in the future through the yamen. They did not know if it was cheaper than the original. If it was cheaper, they could use the yamen. Would it be faster to send things? If it was faster, they could also use the yamen for the same price. Su Weinian explained a little, and the people followed suit. Their thinking was very simple. Everything was for their own benefit. Deeper knowledge had nothing to do with them. Alright, that's the general idea. There is a lot of knowledge in it. Including the one in front of me, I have already read it 4 times. I still do not understand it. In any case, most of them seem to be beneficial to you. After Su Weinian finished, he added this sentence. He shook his head and remembered what he came out to do. He continued to work. After he left, Teacher Yuan was still in a daze. Previously, he had concluded that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's national policies were harmful. However, after the last 10 policies came out, they started to become good. What was going on? Teacher Yuan, look, you misunderstood Xiaobao and Cuckoo, right? I knew it. How could the 2 of them harm us? In the future, we can go and watch normal football matches. It won't be like now. Sometimes they play, sometimes they don't. It makes people anxious. Someone nudged at Teacher Yuan and said. But the first policy is indeed, I don't understand. Is there a need to say that Xiaobao is scheming? You may think one thing, but it is actually another. You may think that he is good to you, but he might not be good to you. You may think that he is bad to you, but he might not be bad. Yes, he is not bad. Someone said at the side. Teacher Yuan really could not understand what was wrong. He shook his head. Forget it. I will take one step at a time. We will see in the future. I am going back. You can see for yourselves. After he finished speaking, he left with his hands behind his back. He bent down and lowered his head. It seemed that he was still thinking. The people did not disperse. They still surrounded the bulletin board and said a few words from time to time. They were mainly afraid that they would forget. There were 12 policies. They should memorize them first. It would be easier to show off when they told others later. Especially when their children came home from school, they would let them read it and ask them what it meant. If they could not answer, they would teach it to them. They would let them understand that parents were still very powerful. Chapter 1240. What are you going to perform tonight? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan as the 2 of them returned to the restaurant and waited for the news of the firing. Wang Wan thought about the few performances she usually prepared and replied, how about I sing Xiao Hongqin? Song and dance. Then I'll sing Ocean's Laughter. Zhang Xiaobao followed suit. Why don't you choose a few new songs? They're old songs that have been around for more than 100 years. There's nothing new about them for you and me, Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No. To us, there aren't any new songs. The so-called new songs have been around for a very long time. Besides, the popular songs of that time didn't even last for more than a few years. If we hadn't come here, I reckon that after a decade or so of normal time, the people of that generation wouldn't even remember the popular songs. That's true. Then why do you still remember Xiao Hongqian and Ocean's Laughter? Wang Wan began to discuss this question with Zhang Xiaobao again. The two soldiers seemed to have forgotten that there were still several battlefields as they nervously prepared. It didn't matter if it was because they were confident of victory or because they didn't care. In any case, there wasn't a trace of the haze of war in the sky from them. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said uncertainly, it's probably related to the mode. The two songs both use pentatonic modes, which is the easiest way to resonate with the human body and make it easier for people to grasp the intervals. Am I right? How would I know? Anyway, the Europeans like a different kind of structure, influenced by the 12 equal temperaments. It's mainly early church music, which generally pursues overtones. Later, due to the hard work of the colonial era, there were black elements in America. Under the influence of European music, rap music was added. Rap music is popular not because of the good mode, but because of the strong sense of rhythm. Different from the mode that affects the human body's body structure and voice resonance, the biggest influence is the human body's blood flow and heartbeat. It can be said that they lead to the same destination by different means. Wang Wan analyzed the relationship between the existence of music and people from another perspective. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, but he really couldn't come to a conclusion. He could only return to the original topic. Then, are we still going to sing Laughing at the Mortal World and Laughing at the Sea? Sing. Why wouldn't I? The 3 Strokes of Plum Blossoms is even more old-fashioned. Haven't there always been people who like to listen to it? There are a few songs in Carmen. Let's not talk about that. In the past, someone actually said that Sister Zhang sang better than the original version. Why don't you sing the Matador song from there? Wang Wan had always liked the original version. She felt that the original version not only put in a lot of effort at the beginning, but also had a contemporary feel. I'm not going to sing. I don't like narrative songs. I've realized that the difference between China's songs and Europe's songs is that they focus on the details. Just like language, drawing, and so on, China's songs focus on depth and connotation. When singing, Europe wants to directly express their delicate emotions through their voice, while China's songs focus on touching the inner feelings. Their ideologies are different, so it's very difficult to perfectly integrate them. If one day they really integrate, it's China that embraces them, not them absorbing China. The simplest example is the division of land. Their large land is divided into small pieces, divided into different countries. If it weren't for special geographical restrictions, it would be impossible for such a situation to exist in China. They would have been annexed long ago, or they would have been annexed by others. That's why our Chinese people are a nation that loves peace and stability. We don't like to divide a piece of land into many parts, and then we're always on tenterhooks about fighting each other. Zhang Xiaobao talked about ideology from music, and then praised his own nation. Wang Wan was angry and amused. We all know what that last sentence means, so don't say it. Okay, where are Xiaobei and the others? Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had been back for a while, but he didn't see his younger siblings. They're probably preparing for some performance. They didn't go out yesterday, saying that they were afraid that someone would attack them during the war. If they were hurt, it would affect us. The provincial governor invited them to Yizhou school to take a look, but they refused. In their courtyard, other than teaching each other, they're assembling toys. Wang Wan smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wasn't worried about anything happening in Yizhou. The guards she brought had firmly controlled the entire prefectural city. Her younger siblings were very sensible and stayed at home to not cause trouble for the adults. Xiaobei and the others were currently in their courtyard. They weren't teaching each other, nor were they assembling toys. They weren't even preparing for a performance like Wang Wan had said. They were reading newspapers, ignoring advertisements and stories, and studying the 12 national policies together. Xiaobei's face was full of sadness. I can't see anything. It involves all kinds of aspects. It's a mess. Gap, this is the gap. Xiao Yuan supported his chin with his hand and nodded. There has always been a gap. I originally thought that the gap between us was gradually narrowing. Today, I realized that it was because our older siblings didn't use their full strength. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Why don't we just assemble toys? Toys, toys. Is research more important, or is playing with toys more important? Xiaobei pouted. For us, playing with toys is the most important thing. We need to learn. We need to learn while playing, not reach the sky in one step. Reaching the level of our older siblings is just a dream, absolutely. Brother Xiaohai, what do you think? While speaking, Xiao Yuan flipped through a catalog with the names of various toys. She wanted to choose one to play with. They had a lot of toys, so many that they could fill up a large room. They were divided into many types, and each type of toy required them to treat seriously. They contained all kinds of knowledge. Even the simplest pushcart game had to be played with brains after adding in the rules. But at least they were playing, unlike now, where they stared at the words on the newspaper and pondered over them. When the words were combined, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a story. It was a strategy related to the stable development of the entire Tang Empire for a period of time. Xiao Yuan felt that with the current level of the Tang Empire's inspection team, they should stay away. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, they would be qualified to participate. Xiao Hai, who had strong logical thinking ability, was currently in a confused situation. He wanted to use his logical thinking ability to organize the 12 policies, but the more he did, the more illogical he felt. It was too painful. Hearing his brother Xiao Yuan's question, he sighed and said, "Anyway, I still have to learn. Sister said that my mathematics level is at the level of a second to third year in a certain period of time, the kind that has a little contact with mathematical Olympiad. There's also something like first to third year in high school, followed by professional first year to fourth year, and only a certain category. After that, it's a graduate student of that category. Then when will I be able to understand all of the categories? Then I'll continue to learn to a higher level, to the extent where I can calculate the circulation of the universe and calculate the trajectory of time and space. Sister also said that she can only teach me to the level of a graduate student in one of the categories. I have to walk my own path in the future. Otherwise, she told me to wait for her and my brother to find time to specially study it. With their talent, they might be able to teach me to a higher level." Xiao Hai trembled as he spoke, clearly feeling the fear of the future. Wang Wan had indeed told Xiao Hai that if she wanted to continue teaching Xiao Hai, then she and Zhang Xiaobao had to give up many things and focus their energy. Then, the two of them would study mathematics together. With the two of them's IQ and previous experience, there was hope to achieve the dream of educating Xiao Hai to become an academician. And as for academicians, no matter which discipline they were in, on the path that belonged to them, it was only the beginning. Even Zhang Xiaobao admitted that in his lifetime, he was just a baby who had just opened his eyes in the field of economics. The world was so strange and varied. Let's understand one thing first, okay? Don't worry about the rest. Xiaobei saw that everyone had lost interest in the 12 national policies, so he made a request. Zhang Chang shook his head vigorously. It's not that I don't support you, it's that I don't understand it at all. It's not like you don't know my brother's style. What's the use of taking out one of the policies? It's a chain of policies. Not one of them can be missing. It's much more difficult than the various reforms we learned in history. That's right, that's right. Xiao Yuan echoed and said, after seeing my brother play, I know that the reforms of the past were really too simple. Let's play Monopoly, okay? Okay. Xiao Bei gave up on continuing to study the 12 national policies. What program are they preparing? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting for time. They did not wait for a telegram, but they did wait for someone to check on Xiao Bei. They're playing Monopoly. Many people are busy. They want to add in the 12 national policies rules. They say that they want to carefully study the reforms in the game and reach half of your level. The person who went to check on them reported. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and smiled. Wang Wan also smiled and said, "The people who proposed the reforms in history are all heroes. What ability do we have? It's nothing more than summarizing the path taken by our predecessors. In fact, everything we have was given to us by our predecessors, so we have the obligation and responsibility to pass it on to our descendants." Wang Wan thought about the development of various parts of the world in various historical periods and was filled with emotions. The figures that stood out in every period seemed to be right in front of her eyes. They were so vivid and distinct. Whether it was success or failure, there was a star that belonged to them in the night sky of history. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice and knocked on the table with his hand. He said, "That's why humans are more powerful than other creatures. The inheritance of human experience is systematic. Xiao Bei and the rest are really smart. They know that they don't understand, so they let people put the rules into Monopoly. As they play, they can feel the specific changes. This is an era full of vitality, and we have a lot of potential. What you can do is to invade, and you're encouraging me to invade as well." Wang Wan habitually attacked Zhang Xiaobao. "We're spreading the seeds of civilization so that the people of the world can feel the abundance of spring and the harvest of autumn as soon as possible. And the heat of summer and the cold of winter, right?" Reporting, a call from the front. "The vanguard of our first army has engaged the garrison of the Akangduo. They're advancing at full speed under the cover of artillery fire." While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were leisurely chatting, a person who was guarding the telegram ran in and reported to the two of them. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. They were finally fighting. As for the engagement, that was impossible. What kind of fire did the other side have? The other side probably had a stomach full of anger. Wang Wan thought for a while and waved to the person to leave. Then, she analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. "Using artillery, it's probably because the local garrison of the Akangduo has gathered troops. At the same time, the infantry also took bulletproof measures. If they use thick wooden shields, normal bullets can't penetrate them. At the same time, the enemy's arrows are also effective. The Akangduo are learning to be smart." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed with Wang Wan's words. Hot weapons were indeed superior to cold weapons. It was an overwhelming advantage. However, the two of them pursued 0 casualties in the battle. As for running and falling to death, being bitten to death by poisonous snakes, or even dying of illness, that didn't count. To achieve 0 casualties, long-range attacks had to be in place. Otherwise, once they entered the range of the enemy's long-range weapons, there would definitely be casualties. That was absolutely unavoidable. Now, what was tested was the supply of artillery shells. As long as they were willing to spend money, the Tang Empire's military supply could keep up. It wasn't difficult to destroy the enemy. Wang Wan still looked indifferent and said, "The Akangduo can only last through the first wave of attacks. Even if they make wooden shields, when the situation is out of control and they are defeated, they will definitely throw away the shields. Or, the main defensive weapons of the defending troops will be removed by the small cannons. War is about logistics. They have no way to use their advantages to counterattack and can only passively defend. If we want to rely on mobile warfare, our commander must be stupid and advance into their encirclement alone. I believe that our commander won't be so stupid. Yes, it's just like India. Not the current India, but the India of our time. They only know how to buy weapons from others. They don't produce good weapons themselves and rely on buying. If they really fight, they will be used up after a few rounds. What will they do then? Buy more. If they don't use nuclear weapons, it won't take too long. 3 years, and the entire country will be worn down. Zhang Xiaobao followed and deduced. The cavalry that the Akangduo could think of was to gather at the periphery and wait for an opportunity to attack. Then, they would make simple defensive equipment. This should be the result of previous small-scale conflicts. But if they had to rely on bulky and heavy wooden and iron shields to block the barrage and were blasted by the small cannons a few times, would the production be able to keep up? How many people and tools did they have to produce the shields? Thus, it sounded very serious. In reality, the use of artillery had always been beneficial to their side. As for which direction they should continue to advance and occupy, they would need to see the actual situation. It would take 3 to 5 days to understand. They're not going to fight a blitzkrieg, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Relying on infantry to fight a blitzkrieg. Not to mention now, even Germany during World War II couldn't fight a blitzkrieg when faced with the current Akangduo. They had to fight a positional battle and advance step by step. Wang Wan chuckled and shook her head as she imagined the map of the Akangduo's territory. This was the strategy that had been formulated before. Originally, they wanted to wait for the Akangduo to gather more troops and supplies at the border. Then, the navy would disembark. But there was a small problem, so they had to start the war early. Even if they started the war early, they had to take it slow. They had to give the Akangduo the illusion that the Tang Empire was attacking from land. The Akangduo probably wouldn't think that the Tang Empire would play a land battle. So, what we're waiting for now is Xunlao's movement. I've been angry this whole time. Why did they have to wait for us to start the war? When their people go back, they'll give us some trouble. I'm guessing that they felt that they had received a lot of rewards from the Tang Emperor this time. They think that we have to be on good terms with them because we want to fight, so they took the opportunity to indulge. But they forgot about the two of us. Fuck, they dare to bully the women of the Tang Empire. If I can take this lying down, I'm not a man. I'd rather not fight the Akangduo to let them understand what they can do and what they can't do. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the previous matter again. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Wang Wan's face was also cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is not over. Even if they don't resist and let us catch them, we'll have to punish them when we have time. After we complete the early strategic goal of fighting the Akangduo, you go and cripple Xunlao through economic means. I'll organize the troops. If they make a move, we'll go and kill them directly." Reporting, our troops in mud polo have broken through Guangyan City and are camping outside the city. At the same time, we're chasing the enemy who escaped from the city in the form of small troops. We're not going to get supplies from the city because we're afraid that the people in the city will play tricks. We'll continue to bombard or use explosives to blow up the walls in other directions of Guangyan City. Another person came in to report. Got it. Go and wait. Send back as soon as there's news. Who's in command in mud polo? They didn't send electricity when they attacked, and only told us when they drove people out of the city. Isn't this called, a general on the outside can't obey the orders of the emperor? We'll deal with him later. That's referring to the situation when the communication system was not developed in the past. Now there are telegrams and various transmission points along the way. Would he die if he told us in advance? When Zhang Xiaobao heard that the city was broken and the troops were camping, he remembered to send a message and cursed angrily. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and said with a smile, "That's our family's people. They probably feel that it's meaningless to tell us in advance. If they tell us in advance, we'll fight. If they don't tell us, we'll still fight. It's better to tell them after the fight. If it were the generals of the imperial court, they wouldn't dare to do so. It's easy to be accused of having bad intentions. Our family's people can be so flexible. They're clearly playing with us. I can't say whether it's good or bad to have such soldiers under us. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. His family's people could do so because of Wang Wan's teaching. None of them were serious at all. Especially when facing weak opponents, they always liked to show off. If he was right, what if something went wrong? If he was wrong, there were many such generals in history who were famous generals. All right, don't worry about him. If he can't fight, send a report to him in the middle of the night and scold him, Wang Wan said. He might not be able to sleep in the middle of the night. He'll definitely come up with some wicked ideas, like setting a trap or something to let more man-eating drillers do a night attack. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed this person's personality. That's possible, Wang Wan agreed. Reporting, our troops guarding Gamma Labo have not found the enemy crossing the river to fight. They're now crossing the river. The vanguard has already passed by 15,000 people. Another person came in to report. Wang Wan frowned and muttered, then where are the enemy's ships? Chapter 1241. The so-called crossing of the river was actually the Brahmaputra River, which was also the Brahmaputra River in India. Although it was called India, there were very few indigenous people there. The land was fertile, the flow of the river was abundant, and there was a lot of rain. There were also many types of animals and plants. The reason why there were so few people in such a good place was because there were also many floods. It rained almost every year, and most people did not have the courage to live there, especially the small rivers and tributaries. Because there were water, mountains, trees, and wild animals in the mountains, water could provide the necessities for people's survival. Thus, the cannibals treated this place as an important place to attack the Tang Empire. As long as the army crossed the river and continued north, some of them would die and they would be able to reach Lhasa City. There were many good things in Lhasa City of Tibet. Other than the Tang Empire's army helping them when they were affected by disasters, the usual things were all transported to Lhasa City by the Tang Empire and sold there. Tibetan specialties were also sent to the city and then transported to Tang by the merchants of the Tang Empire. Trade with each other and exchange what they needed. The original Tibetans had better days, and the Tang Empire also got what it needed. Compared to the previous war, the trade activities were many times better. Then, what exactly was there in the city that the cannibals coveted? First, there were various advanced tools for accurate calibration. Second, there was a small hydroelectric generator and 2 small wind generators. There was also a munitions factory directly controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was a medicinal material classification center, a simple processing center, countless pressure cookers, endless salted eggs and century eggs, cloth and silk from the Tang Empire, finished medicines, and hundreds of tons of salted fish and shrimp sent over from Qinghai Lake. There were also books, seeds provided by the Sinongsi, and a large research branch set up in the area. There were barrels of soybean oil and high-quality white wine, cleaning products, skincare products, and iron ingots with good hardness and toughness. There was also a smelting workshop set up by the Tang Empire. There were 3 main telegraph stations, a substation for the Weather Collection and Measurement Department, a branch of the Institute of Disease Prevention and Research, a bookstore for the humanities and history editors, a breeding base for the military and police Tibetan mastiffs, a breeding base for goshawks, and a farm for other animals and birds. These were all things that the Tibetans did not even dare to think about in the past. They were a bunch of things that could directly form a social development system. Zhu Zan of Child was still the local manager, and the princess of Jincheng still treated him as a married wife. The difference was that Zuzan Chitta had thrown the idea of independence beyond the 9th heaven and buried it in the bottomless abyss. What he had to do every day was to help manage the merchants that came and went, and to learn all kinds of books from Princess Jincheng. On the other hand, Princess Jincheng was a woman of her word. Other than raising the child, she would instill the thoughts of the great Tang into the Tubo people. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood or feeling unwell, she would allow the other women to accompany Zhu Zan for the night. When the weather was good, the couple would travel to the capital of the Great Tang Empire and see if they could bring back anything good. Thus, such a good city was targeted by the man-eaters. As long as they could attack it, even if they couldn't defend it, they could move the craftsmen, students, and other things back. However, the other places were heavily guarded, especially the Wuchang region in the north. Originally, there was a direct route that could easily lead to the original location of the Turkic Khaganate. But now, that place had become a training ground for the Great Tang. Small-scale conflicts were incessant, and all kinds of weapons were used for testing. In a situation where there was no other way, the man-eaters gathered an army of 120,000 and planned to sneak through the Brahmaputra River's sluggish basin. Then, they would cross the mountains and ridges to launch a surprise attack. The other armies in the other places would cooperate with them to feign an attack. Although it was called a feign attack, it was actually a suicide mission. The man-eaters' idea was not bad, and they were willing to pay a huge price for it, even going as far as to take a detour. According to the historical records that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, they had never done so before. But the current Great Tang was developing too quickly, so quickly that it was like a piece of cake smeared with honey in the eyes of others. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of it and then retreat, getting as much benefit as possible. It was much better than watching the Great Tang develop to its limits and then turning around to bite them. Of course, if everything developed according to history, the Great Tang couldn't have sent scouts everywhere, especially the Brahmaputra River. If one went north, the geography was extremely harsh. Canyons, snowy mountains, and dense forests were not places that people should go. Man-eaters believed that they would have to sacrifice a lot to attack this place, but they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Thus, they secretly built the ships. They didn't need ships that could be transported across the ocean, and they didn't need ships that could withstand strong winds or currents. As long as they could get the people to the other side of the river, they would have completed their mission. Man-eaters' calculations were not bad. In the past, if he didn't care about other battlefields and just concentrated his forces to attack, the Tibetan cavalry wouldn't have been able to hold. Now, they no longer wanted to seek victory on other battlefields, even paying the price of religious compromise. But their opponent was not the original Great Tang, but the Great Tang controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them would not allow their intelligence network to have a blind spot. No matter where the border was, regardless of the local environment, as long as there was a border, they would definitely send people to investigate. After the two of them received news of the man-eaters' movements, they also secretly sent their soldiers over, and they even sent a total of 46,000 people. Their goal was that after defeating the man-eaters, some would stay behind while the rest would continue the pursuit. The man-eaters had sent 120,000 soldiers, not more than 1 million, but less than 200,000. How many supplies would 120,000 soldiers need? Where were their supply points? Where was the source of the supply lines? Are there any local Indian ethnic groups involved? Both sides moved in the same way, stealthily. The difference was that the Great Tang side sent over small cannons, which were mortars, and grenade launchers. For this reason, the grenades were specially primed, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be fired. As for why they didn't send the field cannons over, it was because they lacked transport helicopters. The two of them originally planned to attack when the enemy was crossing the river, and then continue to attack after crossing the river. How could they make the other party attack at the time they requested? As long as they sent out a small portion of their troops to stand on the other side of the river, the man-eaters would be afraid that the Great Tang would send more troops and expose themselves. Under such circumstances, they would have no choice but to attack earlier. The idea was good, and there weren't any problems during the operation. The problem was that when the man-eaters saw the small portion of Great Tang's troops, they didn't forcefully cross the river. From the simple telegram, the other party seemed to have given up. Wang Wan was puzzled. Their side had sent over 15,000 people, so where was the man-eaters' resistance? Whether or not their ships were captured by them could be judged from these 2 points: that the other party had made a strategic move in advance. Go and ask. The content of the telegram just now was too vague. Let them say a few more words. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who passed on the message. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao didn't know whether to comfort himself or Wang Wan. He calmly said, "There's no need to rush. The man-eaters aren't gods. It's just that the information they sent over wasn't detailed enough. The commander there is Zhang Shougue, and he sent the eunuch Yang Xishuan to supervise the troops. We'll send 2 battalion commanders, graduates of the Third World. I'm not worried about the man-eaters suddenly disappearing, but I'm worried that the man-eaters will destroy the enemy's ships and kill the future slaves." Wang Wan continued. "That's true. We have information on him. This person likes to use the lives of his enemies to intimidate them. We don't need that now. I hope he learns to be smarter. Otherwise, we'll lose slaves. I'll have him carry the stones himself." Zhang Xiaobao had a good understanding of Yang Xishuan. Wang Wan's words were also recorded in history. This person liked to kill, and he didn't even let go of captives. In Zhang Xiaobao's view, this was a form of intelligence. Killing the enemy's captives could intimidate the enemy, and at the same time, reduce the enemy's youth. Otherwise, if you attacked and captured a lot of people, bringing them back would be a problem. What he was afraid of was that he would use this intelligence on the man-eaters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's goal wasn't to kill people, but to obtain resources. Human resources were also resources. They had only built one railroad, and they had to continue building it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was thinking about who should die in the construction of infrastructure. "We also need people to blow up the river. Blowing up the submerged reefs is almost a death sentence. We can't use our great Tang people. I can't bear to add people to it." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion and asked, "Blow up what river?" "It's the river between us and India, the Brahmaputra River and the Brahmaputra River. If we can form a navigation channel, it will be very useful." Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No, the place we're connected to is affected by the geographical environment. It's not navigable. If we build a dam in the future, we can add a few sets of generators. Can you think of something more practical?" A map appeared in Wang Wan's mind. She shook her head and rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. "I'm being practical. The geographical environment can be changed. In the past, it didn't change because of India. China has to spend a lot of effort and countless manpower and material resources to transform the river so that it can be navigable. However, India directly said that you can come over. What do you think China should do? Is the investment in the early stage gone? Tell me, which river in the world can't be transformed? The main problem is whether the investment is proportional to the return. We're not at that time now. Why do you want to stop the duo crossing the river and send troops to track down their supply line?" Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation at that time and asked Wang Wan. "I'm thinking that if someone in India gets involved, we can attack them, question them, and force them to admit their mistake. Then, we can give up a line of the Brahmaputra River, including a certain area on both sides. They can't control it now, and there are always floods. They think that by paying a small price, they can get the forgiveness of the Tang Empire. So, we can occupy the river, just like the Qing dynasty ceding land to pay reparations. Occupying the Brahmaputra River is occupying the lifeline. What's there to be afraid of floods? We can build a dam and slowly transform it. If we don't have the opportunity to occupy it, we will be struck by lightning." Wang Wan repeated the strategic intention that they had discussed before to Zhang Xiaobao. "That's right, then why don't we transform the river together? We can't even think about building a dam to block the river within 10 years. It's better to open it to navigation. Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Destruction is always easier than construction. As long as we are willing to sacrifice the lives of others, I promise to bomb the river within a year and complete control of the entire river basin within 3 years. That's the entire basin of the Brahmaputra River and the Brahmaputra River. I've already thought about it. Capture captives and let them bomb the canyons and reefs for me. If they don't die after the first bomb, I won't let them go a second time within a month. If they don't die 3 times in a row, I'll directly give them a generous reward and let them get rid of their status as captives and slaves. Then, our country's people who lost their land through the 12 national policies can go there and give them a large piece of land on the plains created by the river. They can buy cattle from India. Anyway, India doesn't value cattle, so they can buy them for our people to use. If it rains heavily and floods are coming, our people can directly retreat and rush over. It's not a pity to rush over the land that was taken for free. If there's any harvest, it's ours. Zhang Xiaobao was in a state of almost sleepwalking, imagining the good times in the future. Wang Wan also listened with a look of yearning. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she pointed at Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "You really don't blush when you talk nonsense. India doesn't value cattle." Value. I remember that Indians value the neem tree more. After other people plant it, other people can casually pick the branches and leaves of whatever they pass by and use it to brush their teeth. Can cattle be casually used by other people? Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious look. Brushing teeth is valued. Then cattle also needs to be valued, because Indians also use cow dung to brush their teeth. Say something else, I'm disgusted. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao on the shoulder. He actually led the topic to this. I'm disgusted too. Anyway, we have to occupy their livestock. The river has to be built, and people have to be arranged there. This is not called colonization, it's a normal migration, or it's arranged to a slightly more remote place to enjoy high-wage job opportunities. Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself from thinking about the habits of India and dreamed of planting his own land and other people's land. Report. The person who had just left came back and said to the two, "The troops guarding Karma Nagpo have sent back news again. They found that there are many cannibals, large and small, and there are countless boats." When the cannibals saw our small troops, they suddenly panicked and scattered. Our troops took the opportunity to cross the river and chase them. The enemy ran on horseback and ran on 2 legs. The enemy also threw away a lot of weapons, some made of wood and iron, and some made of wood. There are also places where they live, some made of branches, some made of leather. They also drank from wooden buckets. Some were spliced together with pieces of wood, but most of them were hollowed out in the middle of a piece of wood. Most of the food they eat is also made of wood. There are. Little Liang, get to the point. They foolishly sent back such detailed information. Why did you read it? Zhang Xiaobao glared fiercely at the person who reported. Did the daily habits of the cannibals need to be explained in a telegram? The person called Little Liang by Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly and nodded. Okay, what Zhang Shogui mainly said is that they have already occupied the original camp of the cannibals. They just occupied it. Now, some of the follow-up troops are left behind, about 5,000 people, and the others are crossing the river. The troops who have already crossed the river are chasing the enemy's scattered troops and capturing many prisoners, mainly to let the people who can speak the language of cannibals shout. General Zhang Shogui also said that a lot of the supplies of the cannibals are still there, not burned, and not protected by anyone. Zhang Shogui wanted to ask what to do next. He judged that the fleeing cannibals might look for grass roots to eat. Our troops only need to find a place with a water source to encounter the cannibals. But it is impossible for the fleeing cavalry to kill horses for food. It is more likely that they will run far away, at least to the next supply point on the supply route of the cannibals, or even attack the Indians to plunder survival resources and obtain physiological satisfaction. The main content of the telegram was relatively euphemistic, but the meaning was clear. The cannibals were defeated before the battle. Those are 120,000 people, and 120,000 well-prepared soldiers. They ran away when they met our small troops. Madam, do you believe it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Liang, send back a telegram. Tell General Zhang Shougui to retreat immediately after a day's pursuit and defend the riverside. Use the resources provided by the cannibals as supplies. It is forbidden to kill prisoners for no reason, and it is forbidden to go in alone. Process the captured ships and use the local resources to continue to build simple transport ships. Wang Wan instructed Little Liang. Little Liang did not ask any more questions and turned to leave the telegram. Wang Wan turned back and said to Zhang Xiaobao, I believe it. Winning a war is not a matter of numbers. We made a mistake and overestimated the cannibals. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on us. When they see our people, the first thing they think of is the advanced weapons and communications of the Tang army. They are afraid that if they run too slowly, the Tang army will call in more people to attack them. If a few of them run first, they will definitely lose the morale of the entire army. It's not like this didn't happen when the Japanese attacked China in the past. In the First and Second World Wars, this kind of phenomenon is really too normal. What I want to say is that if they run away, our strategic purpose will not be realized. Isn't it to kill the enemy's strength? After they run away, how many people can we catch in a day's pursuit? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the cannibals were not giving them face. What could they do if they persisted? Couldn't they learn how to attack halfway? It seemed that they could not. As long as the people in front of them passed by, the machine gun positions and artillery positions would be set up. The gap between weapons made many tactics useless. Wang Wan did not continue to explain to Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that it was not that Zhang Xiaobao could not learn, but that sometimes he was not willing to learn military skills. Even if he knew, he still pretended to be stupid and asked her. Wang Wan was helpless and happy about this. She was happy because she understood that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to set her off, let her perform, and then be happy with him. Many men did not understand this. Generally, women understood, so their family life was very happy. What made her feel helpless was that Zhang Xiaobao actually knew that she understood his intentions, but he still pretended to be stupid. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not look pretentious, but cute. He was really good at coaxing girls. Hubby, tell me, how did you train? Wang Wan suddenly asked. It had nothing to do with the war they were talking about just now. I saw it in family psychology and couple psychology. Zhang Xiaobao immediately knew what Wang Wan was asking, and his current behavior and tacit understanding explained his understanding of the two kinds of psychology. What I'm asking is... Forget it, I'll tell you about the 3 essentials and the knowledge of how to use them to survive, okay? Wang Wan returned to the previous topic. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao sat upright. Chapter 1242. First point. Wang Wan raised a finger. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it seriously. When he realized that it was not the middle finger, he did not do anything else. To survive, the military structure cannot be lacking too much. Even if there is only one person left in a battalion, the structure is still there. Why is it a battalion and not a squad, platoon, or company? Is it because there are more people in the battalion? Zhang Xiaobao said enthusiastically. There are more people in the regiment. I am talking about our time, not now. Now, the regiment is under the battalion. The battalion now is a regiment, or a reinforced company. Yes, reinforced company. Now, a regular battalion has about 600 to 700 people, and a reinforced company can have more than 1,000 people. For example, Guards Company. Zhang Xiaobao continued to be enthusiastic. Yes, now we are not talking about guards or not. We are talking about why the battalion structure needs to survive. The number of people in our battalion can form a natural survival unit. It is gathering, farming, hunting, guarding, and building. The number of people in a battalion can be replenished, and in the case of no one to rely on in the wild, they can survive independently. In fact, they can even survive, but it is very difficult. As for a platoon of 30 people, can they survive? In theory, they can. If they want to live a good life, half of them need to be from the Special Forces, and the other half need to graduate from the Shonan Science and Technology University. Then their survival rate is higher than that of a battalion. Are you saying that almost all of them are like the two of us? Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and said confidently. Your role will not be reflected in the situation where we do not meet other tribes. Then what if we meet them? Very simple, we will no longer be two people. They will be confused by you and then work for us. Even if there is a language barrier, I believe that you have the ability. Thank you. You are welcome. That is why, in order to maintain the survival of an army, the existence of the structure is very important. It is enough to replenish the personnel. The role of the veterans must not be ignored. The second point is that we need a strong political leader. In the situation where we cannot achieve military victory, he must use his rhetoric to paint a picture of a pie for the soldiers. Is it to quench one's thirst by looking at plums? Zhang Xiaobao echoed. More or less. Under normal circumstances, this political leader can't be someone who participated in the direct command of the battle. Otherwise, confidence won't be able to gather. If he's still a commander who participated in the battle, he can still play the role of winning people's hearts after his failure. Then, he's not an ordinary person. For example, Napoleon. I think that in this era, the two of us should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have much confidence when he spoke. Who knows? The people of the great Tang already treat us like gods. In their hearts, we represent invincibility. If we lose, then I'll have to readjust my domestic policy. How about we also make a movie and advertise it, saying that we had times of failure, but in the end, we stubbornly survived. This way, we'll leave a psychological hint to the people that we're also humans. Our strength lies in our tenacity. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips, as if he didn't want to adjust the policy after failing. Do you think it'll work? Wang Wan asked. No, absolutely not. We're gods, we're not mortals. The people think so too. Third, what's the point of thinking about this? I don't believe that there's anyone who can compete with us in terms of military and economic power now. At most, a sudden natural disaster will cause losses to our army, but we can slowly push forward and try to circumvent the weather disasters as much as possible. The third is simple. In addition to the above structure, we can't lose much. We also have to have a political figure with strong affinity and charisma. We also have to collect the necessary resources for human survival. Snow mountains and grasslands are not easy to live in. That's why I admire the Red Army at that time. Brainwashing needs to be done to a certain extent. Wang Wan raised her third finger and said. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his nose and asked, then, what does that have to do with your previous arrangements? The third is that they need water and food. There are more fish and shrimp in the river, and many animals go to the river to drink water. We just have to leave the boats and search along the river. Why should we follow behind and eat dust? What if the small pursuing force is surrounded and annihilated? Wang Wan finally said why she had told him that the troops would be back in a day. If the defeated army wanted to regroup and rest after losing all their supplies, they had to find a place with sufficient water, not all of them going to their long supply line. Only when the defeated army went there would the people at the supply transit point would be scattered. The combatants would eat and drink and then take away the valuable things. The non-combatants would take away the relatively less valuable food and fodder. They would never be entrenched, unless it was the second line of defense that had been set up before. The idea of the cannibals at the Brahmaputra River was to launch a sneak attack. Their usual supplies were calculated, and even slightly insufficient. Why would they set up layers of defense and play a strategic game of depth? Listen to you. You're the commander. Do you mean that my logistics supply has to be increased to the Brahmaputra River line? Zhang Xiaobao considered his mission. Originally, it was to defend. Now that a large portion of the more than 40,000 people had advanced, the supply line would inevitably be extended. Yes, your mission is very important. Think about it now. I'm going to see my brother and sister. I'll cook tonight. Wang Wan got up and planned to leave so that Zhang Xiaobao could think about where to get people to send supplies to the front line. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face a few times with his hand and said to Wang Wan, who had walked to the door, "Tell the kitchen to prepare the seafood for spicy soup and chicken soup. I'll go over to prepare the ingredients later." You're not thinking about logistics? Wang Wan asked in surprise. No need. I'm not going to send food to the front line over there. Tell them to save their bullets. Don't shoot hundreds of bullets when facing one person. I'll get someone to send ammunition once and bring enough money. Let them find a place in India where there are people to buy things, Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Wang Wan raised her eyebrows. Buy? Yes, buy. If we encounter a large number of Indians, use our Tang dynasty money to buy from them. The use of international currency will be perfectly reflected at this moment. Let them tell the Indians that if they don't want to use money to buy gold, they can go to Tang dynasty to buy other things or wait for Tang dynasty merchants to go over. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it was possible. There might be people in Tang dynasty who had never heard of countries like India, but the Indians would definitely have heard of Tang dynasty. For the Indians, it was very cost-effective to exchange food for foreign currency. Usually, they would not be able to exchange their food for Tang dynasty's money because Tang dynasty did not lack food. Just as she was about to agree, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something very important and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are you sure they know about Tang dynasty's money?" "It's fine as long as they know the Tang dynasty's army. We don't have to print a batch of fake money for them. Now, that place is not completely under our control, right? And there are many people there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao said. "Where?" Wang Wan was confused. "Trust River." Zhang Xiaobao said. "Then it's called Indus River in our time. Do you think there are people there?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all. "Yes, there should be." "Then, is there anyone in Pakistan's Fort Murmok now?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Yes, the duo cannibals are there. There are quite a few of them. It's an important entrance for us to attack the duo cannibals. Do you really not remember, or are you just trying to find something to say?" Wang Wan was too lazy to continue talking. Yes. I'm thinking of something else. Let them quickly take down Fort Murmok. What is it called now? No name, right? It's the LoveLore tribe. What are you going to do? Wang Wan asked. Occupy. Let the troops be fast. First, occupy a few salt mines. Send a report to Lasau City and let them print salt tickets. Mobilize Shuayan's family and send the printed salt tickets to our troops in Brahmaputra River. Let them rob some horses and quickly go to the relatively nearby places to tell the locals that we have salt tickets. We will exchange them for salt later. Isn't it more direct than money? Zhang Xiaobao thought of a solution in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan sighed. She knew that the troops would be stationed there for a long time in the future. That was because the current Hindus did not know that the place Xiao Bao wanted to occupy had several very good salt mines. Their salt mainly came from the original Tubo side, which was Qinghai salt. How much salt does that place have? It could be used to build roads. However, it was very expensive to bring it to India. How expensive was it? Salt itself was a currency, and its value was very high. Ever since her family occupied Qinghai Lake, she had made a lot of money just selling salt. Of course, for the domestic market, it was just a flat transportation fee, but not for India and Duoshire. This was probably the reason why Duoshire always wanted to attack. In the past, trade was not restricted. Now, salt was a strategic resource. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing to be restricted like this. Therefore, it seemed that most of the people fighting were the various countries and vassals of India. In fact, Duoshire and the various countries in India had discussed this. Different religions could unite when they had a common enemy. Wang Wan knew that even though the Indians who had been convinced by the Polyeater were not helping either side, they had been secretly helping the Polyeater all along. Once they knew that there was good salt at their doorstep, they would almost 100% send troops to get close and try to get it. It could also promote the temporary alliance of their various countries and races. Of course, if her army was strong enough, it could also become a large trade market and conduct more trade with various countries and tribes in India. Xiao Bao, I can't think of what will happen after your goal is achieved. We have to continuously transport arms and medicine there. Don't you understand what kind of demand the Indians have for salt? Wang Wan wanted to persuade Zhang Xiaobao to take back this decision. After all, her family still controlled an area of Qinghai Lake. Anyway, they were selling salt. Why should they cut off the original market? Consequences. Can we still fight a planetary war? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be stupid and said. Chapter 1243. Then you should organize the logistics of the space battleship to fight Star Wars. I'll tell the kitchen to make malatang tonight. Sichuan is more humid, like the sea. Eating more spicy food will help with blood circulation. Wang Wan didn't plan to talk nonsense with Zhang Xiaobao. With a flash, she disappeared from the door. Zhang Xiaobao sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he got up and chased after her. As he chased, he shouted, "Wait for me, I'll go too. I have to tell the kitchen to prepare rice noodles. Just seafood malatang won't be able to fill my stomach." When he caught up with Wang Wan at the staircase, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Today's soup should be bland and less salt. We're not some Indian, Arabian, or polyglot. They shouldn't eat too much salt, they'll be thirsty. The problem is that they don't have salt. The drying method of sea salt hasn't been passed to them yet. You don't let their people get close. Say, they're stupid. Why don't they think of ways to learn from Japan and Shinluo? Didn't we have an alliance in the past? That time with Japan." Wang Wan felt that it was sad for a nation to be controlled by salt. In the past, we worked with many countries in the world. Have we learned all the techniques? How slow is it to directly dry seawater? How many of them know that they need to put in brine later? Let the people by the sea continue to boil salt and put a rope or something in a container. It's good to crystallize. Speaking of which, our people are the ones who are blessed. How much did salt cost when we came? How much does salt cost now? In daily life, other than water, the cheapest thing is salt. 1 copper coin is enough for a person to eat for half a month. This is because the transportation cost is high. Zhang Xiaobao recalled and felt satisfied. He continued to work hard to improve the living conditions of others. Then, he sighed, salt is the root of so many racial wars. When Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the kitchen, she stopped and admitted, "Indeed, there are many wars caused by salt." Wars between races, wars between religions, wars between countries, and wars between people. Food and salt are the most basic needs for survival. You can make the arrangements. At worst, we can increase the war investment and try to see if controlling a country's salt can stop its gradual rise. Don't always think about investing. There are returns. They are all places with slavery and caste systems, right? If we control the salt mines there, we will directly control the two river basins of India, the Sindhi River and the Brahmaputra River, not the Ganges River. According to what you said, the Ganges can also be controlled because the Brahmaputra River is further away from the Sindhu River. It is now called the Naga River. The two rivers basin refers to the place between the two rivers. Doesn't that mean you want to control the whole of India? What I mean is that you should try not to use force to conquer India, because the man-eaters still need us to fight a long war with them. You can give the Indians more preferential treatment in trade. Wang Wan was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would calculate and eventually force the Indians to launch an all-out war. That would be very busy. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head as if he was thinking seriously and then looked up. Preferential treatment? It must be preferential. In the past, if it was half a kilogram of salt in exchange for a slave, I will increase the price by 5 times. 2 kilograms and a half of salt in exchange for a slave, male or female, but not a child. I will not let them raise a child. Their own country has not yet understood how to raise a child. There are also ceramics, silk, glass mirrors, and tea leaves. If it really doesn't work, I will specially mix various kinds of curry powder for them. I would rather let the Tang people eat less chili and provide them first. Wang Wan shook her head and stopped talking to Zhang Xiaobao. She opened the door and went into the kitchen. As soon as she said not to force the Indians to launch a war against the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao used other means to tempt the Indians to fight their own people. Slaves were not planted. There needed to be war to plunder, and they needed to be oppressed by caste to obtain slaves. The kitchen of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was very clean. The bluestone floor had to be cleaned every day and all the dirt had to be sprayed with disinfectant. If someone wanted to eat at night, another kitchen would be used. The chopping boards for raw meat, cooked food, and vegetables were separated. Except for the chopping board that needed to be chopped raw bones, the rest were all made of bamboo. After using them, they were brushed with an iron brush. After a few days, they were thrown away. Anyway, bamboo grew quickly. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came in, they heard the sound of cooking and cutting. Because there was no range hood, the air was full of the smell of various dishes. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed. There is the smell of chopped green onions. How many dishes don't have chopped green onions? I can still smell the oil. Wang Wan also sniffed and looked for the person in charge in the smoke, who was the head chef. It was a little early for the kitchen to cook now, but the people in the inner courtyard didn't eat in a big pot as long as they could afford it. They would only cook in a big pot when they had no other choice. At that time, even Xiaobei and the others would have to eat with them. Now that they could afford it, the restaurant cooked in advance and put them in insulated food boxes. When the time came, they would take them out for the inner courtyard to eat. Therefore, they were very busy. The head chef had good eyesight and soon found that there were 2 more people in the kitchen. He came over and asked, "Young master, are you two going to? We are going to eat malatang tonight. Make some preparations. There are also rice noodles. We will eat them during the performance. Find someone to prepare enough cooked food for the performance venue. We can use a big pot." Zhang Xiaobao ordered. The head chef nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, there have been a lot of cows and sheep recently, especially females." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He looked at the head chef and waited for him to explain. Most of them are people from the West. They drive the cows and sheep and drink milk along the way. When they reach Izhou Prefecture, they sell the animals and find other jobs, the head chef said. Oh, I see. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't give any instructions. He turned around and left with Wang Wan. The shadow of war hangs over the sky. I hope they will come more often, Zhang Xiaobao said as he came to the door. Wang Wan nodded. They are from Tubo, which is on the border with India. They don't want to be directly involved in the war. When they found out about the cannibals and Indians, they had no choice but to come here with their family property. The males were probably killed and eaten along the way. This is an abnormal loss in war. It's just a small loss. It's okay. Give the order. Let the merchants in Jianan Road buy livestock at a normal price. They will find a place to build a farm. There is a lot of alfalfa, so it's not worth much. We can make up for the loss in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the livestock we will buy along the way will be in good shape. Their genes will be very good. Zhang Xiaobao was optimistic. It wasn't a big problem to exchange livestock from the Indians and Indians. Let's go and see Xiaobei and the others. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the courtyard of her younger brother and sister. 5:00. Let's go until we reach Hongnong County. I will invest 5,000 strings of cash to build a local market. You have to buy when you come in. After Xiao Bei threw the dice, he picked up his little figure and walked 5 steps forward to an open space. He took out the fake money that represented 5,000 strings of coins from his box and handed it to the game referee. He said happily. The map they used was a very vague and abstract map of Hunan province. It was much more profound than the Monopoly games played by ordinary children, but it was also much simpler than the games played by adults. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the top-ranking assessment. That kind of assessment not only depended on how much assets you had, but also your assessment results. If your assessment results were good, the bank would give you a loan to help you do business in the real world. It was the same as when you came up with a plan and looked for venture capital. After Xiaobei finished speaking, the referee picked out a small model of the market from the box and placed it next to Xiaobei's little figure. The map was very big. It was 11 meters long and 6.5 meters wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cover the entire Hunan province. If the game didn't end today, they would remember the location and roll up the map. They would put it back the next time they played. That's not right, right? I took out 5,000 strings of cash. Why did you give me a small market? Hongnong County is a big county, not a small county. It's the one that had a flood. Xiaobei looked at the model and realized that it was a small market. She turned to look at the referee. The referee smiled and explained, it's a small market. The price of the materials used to build the market has increased. It's mainly reflected in the cost of labor. Hongnong County used to be an important county where the army was stationed. It is now a Shang County and has a lot of farmland. Due to its good location, there are many cattle. That's right. With many cattle, it means that the cost of labor has decreased. Why is it still expensive? Xiaobei argued. If she had known, she wouldn't have spent the money on the market. Because the land is grouped into a group of 100 households and villages. After the merger, there are cattle for large-scale farming. The team leader fired many of the original farmers. A portion of the fired farmers left the area to seek more income. Some of them wanted to do small businesses. Some of them had good skills and were given a very high grade during the assessment. Hence, their income was high. The final portion went to participate in training. Hence, there was less cheap labor available in the area. The referee patiently analyzed the situation. Xiaobei blinked and looked at the other 8 people. Everyone looked at each other and communicated with their gazes. After a while, Xiaoyuan reacted and said, "So the effects of the 12 national policies on society are so direct? Then what will happen if the population of Hongnong County decreases? Will it be demoted to Zhongshan County?" "No. Because Hongnong County is an important county in Hunan Province, it has developed water transportation. Furthermore, the county will increase the number of merchants seeking opportunities. Hence, there are more immigrants than locals leaving. However, the newcomers are usually people who don't have any skills in their original areas. They won't go to the market. Instead, they are willing to accept low wages and squeeze into the service industry, as well as the port transportation industry." The referee explained to Xiaoyuan again. Xiaoyuan lowered her head and thought hard. Xiaonan interrupted and asked, "Will the previous port workers of Hongnong be affected? What will happen to them?" "That depends on how many new products Hongnong has produced. What's the concentration of production efficiency and demand for goods? If the merchants prefer luxury goods, it will cause a large influx of luxury goods from outside in a short period of time. If the local workshops and agricultural groups further increase their efficiency, it will speed up the export of local goods. Because the original port workers of Hongnong have rich experience, the new laborers working at the port will not be as efficient and safe as the local workers. Hence, the wages will be divided into different levels. At the same time, the local workers will be promoted to become the foreman of the new workers." The referee continued to explain patiently. These 9 little guys were the hope of the future. They had to be taught well. It's a loss. Xiao Bei didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the explanation. Hence, she agreed to spend 5,000 strings of coins to buy a small market. The main reason was that her market was beside the county, far away from the workshop. Furthermore, there were many shops in the city. "Actually, I should have built a chess room," Xiao Bei added regretfully. "What you should have built is a gambling site. The investment is small, but there are many people entering and leaving the city." Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded at the door. Chapter 1244. Xiao Bei looked back at her brother and sighed, "Alas. There are 12 national policies. Everyone is anxious. It's hard enough to play games, but I don't know what it's like in real life. Just do what you're supposed to do. Let's take a rest. We'll leave the city in a while. There will be a good show tonight," Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters with a smile. The little guys began to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to their room to rest. Night fell as everyone was looking forward to it. Tens of thousands of Tang citizens who had passed the household registration verification came to the west side of Izhou City. The stage was not facing one direction, but was surrounded by the crowd. It was a test of the actors' ability to control the situation. They had to take care of all aspects. There was an empty space in the crowd facing the north. Zhang Xiaobao and the others sat there and put the Malatang utensils on the rack. People in other places began to give out lunch boxes. There were no disposable plastic boxes. They were made of thin bamboo slices and could be used again after being cooked. 2 copper coins per serving was enough to cover the cost. As for the snacks, they were handed over to the local merchants to sell. They didn't care how much they sold them. While the host was still talking on the stage, the whole place was filled with the smell of food. Fortunately, the performers had eaten a little in advance. Otherwise, it was easy to not be able to continue the performance. Many people opened their lunch boxes and looked at the food inside, then closed them again and waited until midnight to eat. Although they had been informed that there would be a restaurant selling lunch boxes at night, and they had not eaten dinner, they could not bear to eat now. Otherwise, what would they do when they were hungry later in the night? The host was stirring up the audience's emotions. Seeing this, he pretended to be angry and said, "You look at me after looking at the lunch boxes. Do you think I'm a dish?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Okay, let me tell you. There will be a midnight snack. If you don't eat now, you won't be able to eat too at night. If you take it away, you'll have to pay for the lunch boxes. How about this? In order not to waste everyone's time watching the show, let's eat first. Before the actors appear on stage, I'll sing first. I'll sing a Jiangnan's Purple Bamboo song. I'll repeat it 20 times, and I believe you'll finish eating. The audience continued to burst into laughter. They had never seen the same performance before. In the past, when they had seen a song and dance performance, it was very serious. Whether it was singing or dancing, it was all methodical. The noble mood made the audience full of admiration for the actors. Only when they were listening to storytellers in the tea house would they relax a little. Therefore, when it came to people who sang and played on the stage, they wanted to listen but were also restrained. When they finished listening, they felt that their souls had been washed away. However, if they wanted to feel happy, they needed to flatter others afterwards. There was no such thing on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally knew what the audience wanted. When it came to elegance, the two of them knew it. Moreover, they could arrange it very well, ensuring that the atmosphere of the venue, as well as the actors' expressions and professionalism, would allow the audience to understand the artistic conception of spring and snow. However, even after the commoners comprehended it, they still didn't gain anything. They couldn't possibly learn it so professionally. Therefore, the two of them began to use the performance method they had at that time. In fact, it evolved from the form of the northeastern two-people rotation. Some people said that two-people rotation evolved from the beggar's method of falling lotus. In any case, regardless of the origin, this method was chosen because it was closest to the commoners. It refined the singing and communication of folk songs, forming an all-round contact and interaction with the commoners from language to dance to musical instruments. During the performance, the actors showed self-deprecation, ridicule, commoner thoughts, carefree, and acknowledgement of the reality of society and unyielding. This was the portrayal of the soul of every normal commoner. Therefore, when it came to the two of them, all the performances and programs were in this style, even if it was a gala on CCTV. But they also understood that at that time, not everyone liked it. A small number of people were unhappy when they saw it. One was people who were criticized by the content of the program, such as officials. The other was a small number of people who lived at the top of the pyramid. They hoped to hear an aria from an opera, to see the fingertips glide over the 88 black and white keys, and then they would squint and think with enjoyment that this was the Ninth Symphony. Or to listen to the high mountains and flowing water, the kind of zither where the performer had to sweep the zither 72 times, which was to sweep the strings continuously, and then think beautifully, this was the 72 rolling and flowing water. Or it would be a national symphony. First, it would be Jiangnan Spring, played by the flute. Then, it would enter the main melody. When it heard the part about the forced marriage, it could even hum in its heart, Dwishi Laudo Sua, Dwishi Laudo Lai 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 Lai. But which commoner would have the time to remember that the sound that appeared was a horn? Who would care about the change in tone of the main spin during the butterfly transformation? The commoners would usually hum a few lines of the main melody, and sing the lyrics, the green grass is green and the blue flowers are in full bloom. If it was the zither, the commoners were more willing to use it as a companion and sing the song, Swallows Fly Together, which was sung by the very famous Qian Chuesin and his wife, Jiang Ying, when they were childhood sweethearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also liked it very much. Occasionally, they would sing, Swallows Fly Together, the picturesque railings are quiet in the evening breeze. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had their family, who were in charge of entertainment, learn elegant and popular ways. If there were people who needed elegance to eat in a restaurant, they would let them experience this kind of atmosphere. Of course, being elegant also meant that the price was high. Moreover, the restaurant also specially provided a venue for the guests to enjoy a Western symphony. There were pianos and so on, but they had only practiced for a short time, only 7 or 8 years. The problem was that the guests did not know what a rhapsody was, so it was fine if they did not play it. Li Longji had once asked Pei Guangting to treat him to a meal. Pei Guangting's family was rich, and because he was an official of the imperial court, he had a 30% discount. Therefore, a blue Danube waltz only cost him 4,900 strings of coins. Including the dishes and drinks, that meal came to a total of 6,125 strings of coins. The change was rounded up, and he only received 6,100 strings of coins. He gave him a small gift and did not give him an invoice. Since then, when Li Longji asked people to treat him to a meal, he would change the program to crosstalk, skit, or sing a few songs. Today's performance was free, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to put anything expensive on the stage. The piano was quite heavy, and it took a lot of effort to move it around. Tonight's performance did not have a duet or an allegro. There were a few folk music pieces to be played separately and in unison with the folk music. There were also a set of timpani, a drum set, 2 cellos, a harp, 2 trumpets, a trombone, and 2 guitars. Unfortunately, there were no effects instruments, and the timbre was required. It could be considered a combination of Chinese and Western music, although there were no such instruments in the West. The main thing was that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were going to sing Laughing at the Mundane World and Laughing at the Vast Sea. Zhang Xiaobao chose the Mandarin version, as he felt that the Cantonese lyrics sounded better. However, in terms of emotional expression, Wang Zhan's version was better. Wang Wan also chose the Mandarin version, as the Cantonese lyrics were a bit of a failure. Of course, these instruments and musical scores were all taken out by Wang Wan. She knew how to play them, and she could even teach Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had always been very sentimental about this. If only he could have been born in the same family and received the same kind of nurturing. How good would that have been? Wang Wan also sighed. Hardships made people. Xiaobao had fought his way up from the bottom of society, showing off his heroic spirit. His life was not in vain. The host on the stage did not know more about the meaning behind this, nor did he know about the past encounters of the young master and young lady. At this time, he was singing the Purple Bamboo tune. Sometimes he would spin around, sometimes he would do a handstand, but he did not stop singing. Originally, it was time for others to eat, but when they saw him playing around on the stage, everyone looked at him. After singing twice, the host half knelt on the ground and stuck out his tongue in tiredness. He said, "Eat, I'm so tired." "Why aren't you eating? How many times do you want me to sing? Everyone, please be merciful." There was a cheer from below, and the children brought by the adults also jumped, and clapped happily. The whole party had just started and was full of jubilation, but who would have thought that there was gunfire somewhere else? Zhang Xiaobao had a gratified smile on his face. While cooking seafood skewers for his younger siblings, he also cheered along with them. Wang Wan also put her hand in her mouth and whistled loudly under the surprised gazes of Xiao Bei and the others. Then, Xiao Bei and the others understood. They had to be as happy as possible today, so they coordinated the rhythm and shouted together, "Sing, sing, sing, sing 100 more times." The host, who could control the whole scene, naturally paid a lot of attention to the north. He was a spy, so he had to be vigilant of the situation below on the stage. When he saw the little ancestors shouting, he could easily see their mouths under the bright lights, so he made a bitter face at Xiao Bei and the others. He turned around, pointed behind him, and said, "Did you see that? Did you hear that? Just because you didn't eat, our little ancestors made me sing 100 times. I'm so tired." When the audience heard the host's words, they all stood up and looked at where Xiao Bei and the others were. Actually, only the front could see, but the people behind were blocked. Carry us up high." Xiao Bei had a chance to show off, so she quickly instructed the people around her. Thus, a simple human ladder was set up. At the bottom were 3 people, and at the top was an adult. The adult was riding a little fellow on the adult's neck. There were a total of 9 human ladders. Xiao Bei supported the head of the bodyguard with one hand and held a string of sea cucumber with the other. In fact, it was only half a string. She waved it vigorously, then stopped to take a bite, indicating that she was also eating. She had the temperament of a celebrity and was not afraid at all. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were much worse than Xiao Bei. They could only wave their hands and did not do anything else. When Xiao Bei finished eating half of the sea cucumber, she finally got someone to put her down. The audience was excited and sat back down after a while, burying their heads in eating. They were indeed hungry. If they did not eat now, it would be even more difficult to eat later when a better program came up. The host did not continue singing on the stage. Instead, a female host came up and played with him. This kind of thing had not been rehearsed before. In fact, all the program arrangements had not been rehearsed. What they usually practiced was the basics. As long as they had a solid foundation, they could do whatever they wanted when it was time to perform. In the entire Tang dynasty, the family performance team that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan organized was the only one that could organize and perform immediately when Li Longji suddenly arrived and requested to watch the program. The 2 of them joked on the stage for more than 10 minutes, and the audience had already finished their food at the fastest speed. Looks like everyone has finished eating, right? I won't wait for those who haven't finished eating. If you stay any longer, it will be my performance. Oh, there's still that person. Alright, let's watch the first program. A famous beauty from Tang dynasty will perform a song and dance for everyone. Xiao Hongqin, please take the stage. After the host finished his speech, he was the first to applaud. The audience did not know who it was, nor did they know who Xiao Hongqin was, but they still followed suit and applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 1245. At this time, Wang Wan had already changed her clothes in the dressing room below the stage. She wore a pink dress with many gold and silver threads. Part of her hair hung down from her temples, while the rest draped over her shoulders. The head ornament was inserted almost all over her head, trembling and reflecting the light. Other than her eyes, the rest of her face was covered by a horizontal veil, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. When the song started, that set of instruments was used. This set of instruments was usually not taken out casually outside. Even when eating in a restaurant, there was no drum accompaniment. At first, the people around thought that it was a jia drum, but later they realized that it wasn't. Before they could figure it out, they saw a woman in pink walk up from the slanted steps below. She had a small microphone around her neck, and there was a long line connecting it to the speaker. From another place, a group of men and women floated up. Some wore loose dresses, some wore tight short shirts, some held wine glasses, some held swords, and some held fruit platters. It was a very mixed scene. Worldly affairs' laughable infatuation is the most boring supercilious alright. The voice came from the woman on the stage as the audience watched. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Even the children didn't shout blindly. This woman was really too beautiful. That figure, that voice, and that gaze. They couldn't see clearly. It was too far away. While the people were marveling at the performer's beauty, they were also conquered by the comfortable tune and lyrics. Zhang Xiaobao could understand the feelings of the people. If this wasn't a pentatonic mode, the people might feel uncomfortable and have to listen a few more times to get used to it. Now that it was a silent mode, and with a special arrangement, it was refreshing. Zhang Xiaobao knew that people who listened to this song for the first time would be attracted. After all, those who weren't attracted were in the minority. There was no other way. You couldn't let everyone admire you. The only thing you needed to do was to put more effort into the people who admired you. Wang Wan had also specially practiced this kind of spinning stage control. She practiced it in her own courtyard. The difference was that the stage was spinning, and now she was the one spinning. She continued to sing, "When I wake up, I smile to people in my dreams, I forget sigh it's too early the next life is hard to predict love and hate are written off to drink and sing, I only wish to be happy until I'm old." At this moment, the drums suddenly played a small continuo, and then the hanging cymbals, the stepping cymbals, and the ground drums sounded one after another. Then, no matter how cold the wind is, I don't want to run away. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want them. Let me float. Wang Wan sang the first part of Endure Me Float with a strong sense of rhythm. When it hooked people's hearts, the four words, "Allow me float," accompanied by the swaying of her body like a willow, expressing the meaning of this sentence incisively and vividly. This kind of fast rhythm suddenly turned into a soft and tenacious effect, conquering everyone in an instant. Some people in the audience held their breaths, some clenched their fists, and some people's legs were trembling. Just as these four soft and tenacious words were sung, without waiting for others to breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Wan sang again, "The higher the sky the smaller the heart, don't ask how much karma alone, drunk today cry tomorrow laugh, don't ask for anyone to understand, proud singing dancing long night finding happiness." Interlude. The people who were listening to the song were stunned. This song was not only soft and tenacious, but also had a strong sense of rhythm. The dance was the same. Every rotation, every flutter, every pause, every stretch of the body, they all matched the song perfectly. It was originally a song sung by a woman, but for some reason, the people who listened to it felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. There was the realization of life, the pursuit of life, the coldness of the long night, and the noise and prosperity in their eyes at this moment. It was like nostalgia, reluctance, tenderness, and determination. No matter what, they could not imagine how a song could contain so many emotions. Good, good, good. Cheers rang out, causing the surrounding air to vibrate incessantly. Some people even jumped and jumped, trying to find a way to vent the emotions in their hearts. When the song reached the climax again, Wang Wan suddenly lifted the veil on her face and flung it out, revealing her beautiful face with cherry lips and a jade nose. She continued to sing, "The wind is cold." Those who were not far away were all stunned when they saw the face behind the veil. Then, they went crazy and shouted in a mess. "Cuckoo, it's Cuckoo. She's singing Cuckoo. Cuckoo is singing up there." When they shouted, those who were far away also looked carefully and wanted to squeeze forward. They vaguely saw that others were shouting Cuckoo, so they also thought that it was Cuckoo. Because there were people and stools in front of them, they could not squeeze forward, so they shouted along. Those who had good memories even sang along. After the song ended, Wang Wan's figure disappeared from the stage. The people who were watching the performance shouted and clapped crazily again. They felt that if they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that the person who sang for them was Cuckoo. What kind of joke was this? How could Cuckoo go up to sing, and sing so well? If she was not crazy, then the world was crazy. Everyone was excited and happy, but at the same time, they were shocked. Cuckoo could sing so well. Who said that she only knew how to fight? Alright, thank you for your applause. Xiao Hongchen's song was indeed very good. Of course, it was mainly because the singers sang it well. I did not introduce it before the song, but I believe that I do not need to introduce it after the song. Everyone should already know. That's right, the singer of Xiao Hongchen's song is my goddess Cuckoo. Then, just like the song just now, the song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long and unknowingly, the search for happiness. Cuckoo sang the first song so that we can continue to enjoy the performance tonight. The next song is a solo on the horse-head zither. Please let us. Alright, you can come up by yourself. I will not introduce you. The host returned to the stage at the right time and said to the audience. He did not introduce the person who played the horse-head zither because there was no need. This person was also from the intelligence department and was disguised. In the future, he would not perform for no reason unless it was necessary. This person did not have any accompaniment, only a horse-head zither. The most pure music. He took the microphone, adjusted it, and lowered his head to speak. Actually, I am very unwilling to be the second to come up. This would be a very sad thing for me. When Cuckoo finished singing, your hearts had already flown away with her. I discussed it with the two brats behind me. I said that you should switch with me. After all, you are performing a language show, which is different from the previous song. Perhaps you can win back some of the audience's hearts. For this reason, I was even willing to treat them to a big meal, such as hot pot. However, I was mercilessly rejected by them. I found that they are very smart, as smart as I am. This is because it is impossible to eat hot pot outside in the inner courtyard, and eating at home is free. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter. Some people were quick-witted and immediately understood that the person who played the horse-head zither was also very capable. If he did not say a few words to amuse the audience and just started playing the zither, it would really be like what he said. No one was listening attentively. Everyone was thinking about Cuckoo's Xiao Hongqin. Why don't I stop playing the zither? I will perform a stand-up comedy for everyone. When everyone is done laughing, I will see what those two behind me will do. There was another burst of laughter in the audience. Although he said that, he still had to perform the horse-head zither. After testing the notes, he began to play. His level was also very high. The audience sat back down and listened attentively, enjoying the moment of joy. This is really fun. While Xiao Bei was waiting for her brother to make something to eat, she looked at the person on the stage and said, "Is he a professional performer?" "No, he's from the intelligence team." Zhang Xiaobao whispered to his sister. His hands did not stop moving. He was currently peeling the shell of the prawn rake. He used a small knife to cut along the edges, opened the shell, and took out the meat inside. He placed it on a deep plate. After placing a dozen or so prawns, he scooped up the hot soup from the malatang utensil and poured it over the meat. After pouring it over the meat, he poured the soup away from the plate and poured it over again. After doing this a few times, the meat would be cooked. Xiao Bei waited patiently. She sniffed and smelled the soup. She nodded and said, "The people in our intelligence department are indeed very good. Especially after the incident in Jiangnan society, they usually train harder. I have to train harder in the future and show my professionalism. Isn't that right, brother?" "No need. If you're tired, just rest. You're still young. You have time to learn slowly." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that if he said the right thing, his sister would compete with diplomacy all day from tonight onwards. In the end, she would confuse him. While they were talking, the prawn rake meat was cooked. Zhang Xiaobao specially prepared a small dish of sesame paste, sesame oil, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Whoever wanted to eat could dip it in. "Come and eat." Xiao Bei called the 8 people watching the performance. She first used a stick as a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. She shook it in the sauce and carefully brought it to her mouth. She opened her mouth and bit into it. She nodded as she ate, making vague sounds of saying that it was delicious. The other 8 kids came over and surrounded the plate to eat. After eating a piece of meat, Xiao Bei asked, "Brother, when are you going to sing your song? I'm sure you'll be able to control the audience." "I don't know. It depends on the situation. Anytime." "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao was talking to his sister when an intelligence agent came over from the side. He signaled to Zhang Xiaobao with his eyes that he had something to say. The intelligence agent looked around warily. When he saw that there were no outsiders, he lowered his voice and said, "The duo man that Shui Yun led the team to capture has confessed. He said that the mission of the 231 people here is to capture the Tang people. It's best if they're real Tang people with status, such as officials and merchants." However, they didn't expect the Tang people to act so quickly. They captured them before they could do anything. He said that there are 3 groups of people. One group is them, and the other group is the people at the border who are hired to carry the logs. What about the last group? Zhang Xiaobao knew that the 3rd group was the most important. He had his eyes on the group at the border. He believed that good news would come soon. The last group has more people and many ships. They're traveling by sea and bypassing Lu Zhou's armed ships and the lighthouse. They're heading to Hangzhou to capture people. They said that there are more people with status in Hangzhou compared to other coastal areas. It's safer there, the intelligence agent said. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. Tell Cuckoo to come back quickly. Don't stay there and chat with the others. Prepare the horses. I'll ask Cuckoo personally. When Wang Wan returned and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, Zhang Xiaobao said to her, "We're not the only ones who know how to land and fight. Their target is Hangzhou. They're quite smart." Wang Wan blinked and scoffed. "I'm worried that they'll die at sea when they go around the lighthouse and our armed ships. Let's go back and ask them." Chapter 1246. 1,000 years. Thank you brothers and sisters for your support. Time is redundant, riding the long river road. You are not abandoned, the heart is touched. But with 1,000 days of memories, the eyes are full of fog. For what reason? Acquaintances are often accompanied by deep feelings. Spring comes, the swallow searches for its home. The pen moves, no words of bitterness. The country speaks of the great Tang, still flying egrets. Do you remember? The sun warms the grain soil. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left on horseback. Whether or not they could come back at night to sing Ocean's laughter would depend on the results of the interrogation. Without his brother to help him get the meat from the prawn rake, Xiao Bei did not let the others busy and change to eat other things. If there were not so many people around and he was afraid that the smoke from the barbecue would suffocate others, Xiao Bei would have asked someone to bring a barbecue rack and then cut the beef into large pieces and barbecue it. He ate to his heart's content, and 2 skewers were enough to fill him up. In the future, we will also arrange for performances. If there is a chance, we will go up and perform. Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan, who was scalding mushrooms. Xiao Yuan nodded indifferently. Okay, you can do whatever you want. With you around, we won't have to worry about being idle. Being busy can make people feel fulfilled. Give me a skewer too. I want the reticulated mushroom one. Don't put it among the spicy ones. I want to try it. Xiao Bei held a big prawn in his hand and glanced at Xiao Yuan. After he finished speaking, he continued to watch the performance on the stage. I feel that you are not fulfilling enough now. You let me do it, and you watch the performance. Appreciating art itself is a kind of fulfillment. Look, the skit about selling fake goods is so good. Don't watch it. Listen and look at the mushrooms. Xiao Bei continued eating. Xiao Bei, why did you sell us fake goods? Xiao Bei had just finished speaking when a young girl's voice came from beside him. The children turned their heads to look and saw a little girl about their age standing there, accompanied by a woman with an embarrassed expression. Xiao Bei went to check on the guards first. Seeing that the guards did not respond, he knew that the 2 of them could come in, so they were not a threat to him. Only then did he recall the young girl's words and asked in confusion, "Fake goods? Where are they from?" "They are from Baby Candy House." "Look, are they broken?" The little girl stretched out her hand and revealed a small toy car in her palm. It was very small, and the little girl had no problem placing 4 of them side by side. Xiao Bei reached out and took it. He placed it in front of his eyes and carefully examined it. The small car was made of wood and had 4 smaller wheels that could be turned. The bottom of the car was engraved with 2 cartoon characters that read "Baby." The front of the car was split open. It's true. Baby, the candy house in Candy came with a toy car. Look, there's a word on the bottom. Baby. Xiao Bei proved to the little girl. Then why is the front of the car cracked? The little girl didn't care about Xiao Bei's identity for the sake of the toy. Xiao Bei was at a loss and frowned. How would I know? There are various ways to break the wooden cart, such as dropping it, smashing it with a hammer, or jumping up and stepping on it. No, it's just a normal wheel. When I let go, it's my younger brother's car. As I was playing with it, I suddenly pushed it forward and let go. It hit the wall and broke. The quality is not good. Isn't it a fake? The little girl made a gesture of playing with a small car. Xiao Bei widened his eyes for a while and blinked twice. How can this be played with? A small car is something that looks good. You can hold it in your hand and put it on the ground to let it run. Of course, it will break when it hits the wall. The small car is a gift. When you buy cakes and candy, you don't give them. Only children on their birthdays will give them things. The small car should be a set of 4. If one is broken, there are still 3 good ones. Speaking of cakes, Xiao Bei sighed again. There were no cakes to sell now. He had to wait for his brother and sister to say that there was still a lot of food in the house before he could sell the cakes again. What he lost was all money. The little girl was at a loss for words. The gift was free. It seemed to be a very unreasonable thing to find someone to reason with if a free gift was broken. Look, I told you not to come, but you insisted. It's just a wooden thing. Later, I'll ask your 3rd uncle to make a few more for you. Your 3rd uncle is the best at carpentry. The woman who led the little girl over smiled at Xiao Bei and the others embarrassedly and reprimanded her daughter. No. The little girl was obviously unhappy. What does a carpenter's small car have to do with a baby candy house? Uncle, do you dare to carve the same word "baby" on the bottom? The woman shook her head. No one dared to imitate it like that. The little girl looked worried. She looked at Xiao Bei and asked unwillingly, the gift didn't say that you can't play with it like that. Think about it. Who doesn't want to send the car far away when they play with it? Right? It's good to put some lead in front. My brother is young. If you let him play with it, he will want the car to run far away. Lead won't do. Xiao Bei was also worried. He shook the wooden car and said, if it's lead, children will be poisoned when they put it in their mouths. You're right. The gift must also reflect the quality of the baby candy house. The more you give, the better it has to be. In the future, there will be a ring of rubber around the car. There's no need to be afraid of collision. If it breaks, it means that the force is too strong. I don't have a small car with me. Tomorrow, you have time to go to the baby candy house in the city. Take the broken car and ask them to replace it for you. Let your brother make do with it first. When the car with the rubber ring is out, the baby candy house will publish a message on the newspaper and put it on the 2nd page. When you see it, you can take your car to change it, okay? After that, Xiao Bei added, but we won't take care of your travel expenses. Unless it's a big item, the kind that requires a carriage and animals to pull it. The little girl was very surprised. She didn't expect such a small thing to be published in the newspaper. She immediately regretted coming and whispered, there's no need. There's no need to spend so much effort on a gift. You're not the only one with a car. There are others. Our family represents the highest quality of the Tang Empire. If we don't do it, we'll lose more than just the cost. We're standing here. All the merchants of the Tang Empire have to look up to us. We'll deal with whoever dares to cheat and cut corners. Xiao Bei explained his purpose to the little girl. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, he shook his head and gave up the idea of explaining to her. He said, "Since you're here, let's eat together. We can't finish it anyway." Mei Yu doesn't eat. She hates the smell. The woman said, she doesn't even touch fish at home. Are you allergic? Xiao Bei was concerned. The little girl and the woman shook their heads. Then I know. Do you want to eat bean products? Xiao Bei asked again. Yes, I want to eat dried tofu. The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She was probably attracted by the smell of the malatang. Xiao Bei immediately arranged for people to make some dried tofu skewers and invited the little girl to eat together. As for the woman, she had just eaten a box meal and couldn't squeeze with the children. Only the 9 little guys were eating here. The dried tofu was cooked very quickly. It could be eaten after a few dips in the soup. After introducing the chili oil to the little girl, the 9 little guys began to watch the little girl eat. They also looked at each other. The little girl happily ate 2 skewers. Suddenly, she looked up and saw that she was surrounded. Her face immediately turned red and she whispered, "It's delicious. You guys eat." The 9 little guys tacitly turned around to get the seafood. Xiao Bei also took the mushrooms. He didn't eat them and put them on the little girl's plate. There were 5 mushrooms on a skewer. The little girl ate one and her eyebrows almost flew up. She nodded vigorously and made a whining sound. It seemed that she found it delicious. Xiao Bei ate a mouthful of squid and looked at the little girl. "Let me tell you a story." "Okay." The little girl was very happy. She slowed down her eating speed and stared at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to tell the story. There was a child who was 8 years old this year. He lived by the sea. The sea was blue and couldn't see the end of it. In the distance, it seemed to be connected to the sky. There were white seagulls flying. As for this child, he had 2 rabbits and already had 6 baby rabbits. He had to drink milk before they could grow. One day, the child came home from school and found that the big rabbits were gone. If the big rabbits were gone, the little rabbits would starve to death. The child was anxious and looked for them. He went to the yard and couldn't find them. He went to the barn and still couldn't find them. Where did the rabbits go? Xiao Bei stopped talking and tilted his head as if he was thinking about something. The little girl stopped eating and also thought about it. Her eyes were full of expectation. The child thought, did the rabbits go to the beach? So, he ran towards the beach. When he reached the beach, he suddenly became happy. The rabbits were really there. They were playing with the little crabs on the beach. So, the child ran over to take a look and played with them. When he found that it was late, he wanted to bring the rabbits home to feed the baby rabbits, right? Xiao Bei paused and told the story like a stream of water to fool the little girl. The other party didn't care. The little girl nodded. But suddenly, a sea monster with long fangs rushed out of the sea towards the rabbits and the child. It wanted to eat them. The child was weak and couldn't beat the sea monster. He was very anxious. What should he do? What should he do? Was he going to be eaten? Xiao Bei shook his head anxiously. He frowned and opened his mouth. The little girl clenched her fists and looked very engrossed. At this critical and dangerous moment, the child thought of what the adults said. They said that eating seafood, fish, prawns, and other things in the water could make people smarter and stronger. The little crab seemed to know about this too. They had already helped the child drag a squid out of the sea. It's the squid I'm eating now. It's called the squid mouth, where the squid mouth is. Xiao Bei stopped and ate a squid mouth. He gestured to Yu Yu. The child immediately dragged the little crabs over and hesitated to take a bite. It happened to bite the squid mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Then, he realized that he had become smarter and stronger. The sea monster that rushed over didn't have legs. In an instant, the child thought of a solution. With the help of the rabbits and the little crabs, he dug a big hole on the beach. When the sea monster rushed up, they hid and the sea monster fell into the hole. The sea monster didn't have legs. It wanted to come up but couldn't. The child then filled the hole with sand and the sea monster died below. When he returned home, the child liked to eat seafood and fish in the water very much. He became smarter and his body became better and better. Many children asked why, but the child didn't tell others. He wanted to become powerful by himself. Most importantly, the child realized that seafood and fish were very delicious. After Xiao Bei finished, he let out a long breath. He was tired. The little girl Yu Yu also let out a long breath. She was scared. Eat. You eat your dried tofu and mushrooms. I'll eat my squid mouth. Mmm. It's delicious. It's better than eating soft candy. Xiao Bei ate 2 squid mouths at once and smacked his lips hard. Yu Yu's mouth moved as well. She asked hesitantly, Isn't it fishy? If you think about fishy, then everything is fishy. If you think about freshness, seafood and fish are very fresh. If you don't believe me, try it. Xiao Yuan, bring a skewer of squid mouth over. Xiao Bei instructed Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan brought a skewer of squid mouth soup to the little girl's plate, Yu Yu carefully picked it up and bit off a squid mouth. She chewed hard. After a while, she ate it and felt that it was very amazing. She said, It's really delicious. It's not fishy at all. Then, she ate 2 in a row. She turned to her mother and said, Mother, I want to eat fish in the future. I'll become very smart and powerful. You can also become beautiful, Xiao Bei added. He forgot to mention it just now. Okay. Mother will make fish for you to eat in the future, the woman wiped her tears and said to her daughter. At this moment, she really understood how amazing Xiao Bei and the others were. They were children of the same age, but they could tell stories to their children to make them like eating fish. Who would have thought of such a good idea? The little girl Yu Yu didn't think about the profound meaning behind it. She ate the dried tofu and mushrooms on her plate as fast as she could. Then, she focused on the seafood. She stuffed abalone, squid, and sea cucumber into her mouth until she was full. The woman took Yu Yu, who was rubbing her stomach, and said goodbye to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm so tired. Is it difficult to educate a child? Why did you have to pull her in front of me to tell stories? Xiao Yuan also wiped his sweat. There are many children in Tang Dynasty who are like Yu Yu. They don't like to eat this and that. We can't tell everyone the story once. We need more people to work hard. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded helplessly. The person who had been serving them saw that the little ones were in a dilemma. He thought for a while, and when he passed the sesame oil to Xiao Bei, he said, I don't know if young Master Xiao Bao can come back in time to perform. He's really busy with too many things. Sometimes, he has to do it himself, and sometimes, he has to guide the people through the newspapers. Many things that the people don't understand can only be understood by reading the newspapers. Fortunately, there are newspapers, and the price is cheap. He almost doesn't need to pay for it himself. In the end, when the newspapers are sold, the money from the newspaper subscriptions will come back to him. The cost will be borne by the merchants who advertise. After he finished speaking, he turned around and sat back down, waiting for the little one's instructions. The eyes of the 9 little ones lit up. They looked at each other and were very excited. That's right. Brother can use the newspaper to tell the people things, so can we. We publish our own newspaper in the precious candy house. It's specially for the children to read. We tell stories in it. Those who don't like to eat vegetables have special stories. Those who don't like to eat fatty meat also have special stories. We give it to the children for free. The cost of printing and editing will be borne by the merchants who are involved with the children. We will advertise for them. If they are capable enough, they can monopolize the plot of a certain story in Tang Dynasty. We can even name the food in the story after the name of their product to help promote their sales. For example, there are 100,000 children in Tang Dynasty who don't like to eat fish. After advertising, they like fish. Then, the number of fish sold will be additional to the number they sold before, right? Let's do it this way. Xiao Bei waved his fist, looking like he was going to do something big. The other 8 children also showed their support with their expressions. After confirming the matter, they were suddenly stunned. At the same time, they turned to look at the inner courtyard that had just passed the sesame oil to Xiao Bei. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said, "My family's inner courtyard is 1 in a million." I thought that Xiao Bei's calmness when telling the children stories to let Yu eat fish was very impressive. However, the people around us are silent. The inner courtyard just now smiled modestly and didn't say anything. Suilong, who had been following Xiao Bei and the rest, was stunned at the back. At this moment, he felt that he had seen too many incredible things and learned too much. He understood too much about the deep foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. There were too many things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what their younger brothers and sisters did after they left. After rushing for a while, the 2 of them came to the place where the polycannibals were locked up. After another round of interrogation, the result was the same as before. There were 231 polycannibals. It was impossible to maintain unity and not confess. As long as they pried open one person's mouth, the others would definitely not be able to hold on. Don't let them die. Give some simple treatment to those who were executed before. With more than 230 people, we can build a long section of railway. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left the interrogation place, they asked about the polycannibals. Wang Wan wasn't interested in this. Instead, she said with relief, "It's fine as long as there are no other schemes. If we really send people to patrol the coast, they can come around and smoothly. We can directly send people to wait at a place where they can go ashore in Hangzhou. If the ship is damaged at sea, it will be dangerous for them to find a place to dock. I'm afraid that they will either die at sea or dock at Xinyuan Island, which is Luzon Island. They will compete with the local aborigines for resources. In the end, they will either turn the locals into believers or they will become locals." Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was telling a joke. He didn't think that the polycannibals would take such measures to deal with the war. At the same time, he found that he and Cuckoo had a weakness. They cared too much about the safety and happiness of the Tang people. But they couldn't change it. The imperial court cared about the people, so the people supported the country. If the people were disappointed again and again, even if they didn't dare to rebel because of the military suppression, as long as there were other factors that made the country unstable, the people would be happy to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew the weakness, but they couldn't change it. Looking to the west, she said, "Send more people to patrol the land. The border is too long." The long border on land was more difficult than on the sea. Fortunately, they could see very far on the sea. On the land, there were forests and valleys. Who knew where the enemy would come from? Why don't we occupy the entire Eurasian continent? The land will be safe. Zhang Xiaobao suggested. What about the sea? You can just say to occupy the whole world. Then we can fight against the alien enemies together. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. That's fine. At that time, it will be the global village. The people of various places on Earth will be distributed according to their needs. Our Tang Empire will be in charge of researching the advanced technology, and other places will be in charge of processing and providing the raw materials. They don't need to research. If they do, it will be called a waste of resources. Zhang Xiaobao followed along, not blushing at all. Do you think others are stupid? Do you think there are few stupid people? Many of the elites in China think so. There are even some in the ruling class. Do you think we should help build railways in other countries? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Use it. It's like when Japan invaded China. If we don't build railways, we can't transport things, and it's not easy to mobilize troops. In that case, we should build factories for them. That's fine. Many polluting enterprises will be built. Look at our Tang Empire. The pollution is very serious now. In order to speed up the progress, small factories are built. In the future, we will have to heal this scar. Fortunately, we have moved away the people around the factories. Looking at the colorful smoke coming out of the factories because of the technical limitations, it would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad. Zhang Xiaobao sounded like he was in a difficult position. Wang Wan was also troubled for a while, but she immediately stopped thinking about the pollution. Although the pollution caused by the creation of constant profits now required 5 or even 10 strings of coins to be reformed in the future, the accounts were not calculated like that. Now that constant profits were generated, this constant money brought about the improvement of technology. Moreover, when the time came for the Reformation, it would have already generated hundreds or thousands of strings of coins. The main problem was whether a small portion of the profits would be used for the Reformation. If the money used for the Reformation was not used for the Reformation but to create more profits, that would be troublesome. According to the greed of human nature, there was a 99% chance that they would do so. Unless it was not only the lives of others that were threatened, but also his own life, then he would be willing to reform the pollution. Let's go. We'll go back and sleep for a while first, then we'll go to the performance. I wonder if the smart and bold people of Tang Empire have made preparations for the small cluster of agriculture and handicrafts. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao walked to the bedroom first. I guarantee it. There will definitely be news in 2 days. Wang Wan followed. Chapter 1247. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested, saying that they would wake up later to participate in the performance, but in the end, they slept until dawn the next day. Zhang Xiaobao did not sing A Laugh in the Sea. When he got up, he stretched comfortably, saying that good songs should not be played all at once, but one by one. Wang Wan was also very tired. For the past few days, she and Zhang Xiaobao had been giving everyone the feeling that they were at ease, as if they did not care about the war. Only they knew that what they were most afraid of was that when the artillery was fired, a message would come from somewhere saying that they had been schemed against by the enemy. For example, when crossing a snowy mountain, there would be people shouting in groups, which would cause an avalanche or something. For example, when marching on the green and yellow grassland, they would suddenly find that the surroundings were on fire. For example, when the artillery passed by a certain area, countless fireworks buried by someone suddenly exploded. In any case, there were many methods in asymmetrical warfare, and they were usually very useful. Although they could not achieve a strategic victory, it was not a problem to reap the lives of some people. The two of them believed that if they were the ones commanding the multi-eater, they would definitely be able to trap the Tang army there after paying a certain price of lives, and keep losing people. Since the method was thought of by people, who could guarantee that there was not a particularly smart and lucky person among the multi-eater. When the time came, they would eat 500 Tang soldiers first, and then the Tang would basically lose 500 family members. War is really too cruel. At the cost of people's lives, they get a little bit of resources that are not equal to their lives. I really hope that the world is peaceful and there is no war. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he helped her to write the general tactical arrangements she had made for various places. Wang Wan did not say anything. She was still calculating the distance on the map, and looking through the local climate, geographical environment and other information collected. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Wan to cooperate with him, so he continued, but if there is no war, then the premise is that people must lose the mind to compare with each other. A peaceful wolf pack would never be able to survive. Without competition, humans would also not be able to develop. Humans, through the struggle, became the overlords of the world. Then, humans discovered that the world was only a small part of it. Outside the atmosphere were countless stars and unknown things. One day, the ultimate killer from beyond the heavens would descend upon Earth. Thus, humans continued to develop through the struggle. Wang Wan still didn't say anything. Instead, she handed 2 pieces of paper containing the information to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it and cursed, "Damn, you're so smart." After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, I take back what I just said on behalf of humanity. It has nothing to do with world peace. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Just like what we had in the beginning, we just wanted to make our family more comfortable. Tell me, is it wrong to increase production in the fields? Was it wrong to open a shop to make money? What's wrong with getting some winter cucumbers? You're not wrong. You're wrong because you have it, but others don't. We can only think of ways to protect our own interests. In the end, we protect and protect and protect until we become like this. Who can we blame? All right, don't make it sound so dignified. Do you think I don't know you?" Wang Wan finally couldn't help but speak. Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly. "Ha, thank you. It's enough to have a confidant in life. Look, it says that the cannibals actually developed our fireworks and gunpowder and started to mass-produce them. There have been several explosions in the workshops. I don't object to them making fireworks. It's just entertainment. But why do they put a large amount of fireworks and gunpowder in the stones with holes? Do they lack the paper to make fireworks? It's obvious that from the moment Tang Empire started to have all kinds of good things, those people from other countries have been jealous. If we give away our technology for free, we might be able to achieve a period of peace. Then, we will continue to research and give them technology. Otherwise, they will think about us. When they don't have technology, they will want to steal technology. Now that they have some technology, they will want to use this technology to steal more technology. Peace is never something that can be bought by giving in." "Hubby, what are you trying to say?" Wang Wan raised her head and asked. She really couldn't understand. What was Zhang Xiaobao's purpose for saying so much at this time? Could it be that he regretted attacking others and was afraid that he couldn't persevere, so he found an excuse for himself? What excuse did you need to fight a war? Comfort yourself. There was no need. They just wanted to bully you. They just wanted to rob you. They weren't willing to be enslaved. If you resisted, they would beat you. It was the same principle as lions eating deer and horses. Thinking of this, Wang Wan suddenly became worried. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would start to waver in his determination to fight. If he didn't invade others and gave up halfway, the cannibals would definitely not be grateful. Instead, they would strengthen their military and continue to look for opportunities to attack. Zhang Xiaobao showed a compassionate expression and said to Wang Wan, "What I want to say is that most of the people we are fighting now are the main force in front of the cannibals, the real main force. They are almost all the old soldiers that we used to fight against the enemy when we were training. They are very cunning. Once we fight, they know how to disperse and then regroup. They always stay in places that make our army uncomfortable. Why don't we send the captured cannibals back and tell them that we won't fight anymore and that there is peace? However, our army can't appear in certain areas, and they can't appear in certain areas either. After setting the area, we can roughly determine where they are gathering. We will send the hot air balloon troops over and take advantage of a windless night to quietly surround them. At daybreak, the ground troops will launch a general attack and kill their veterans. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly smiled. She said, "Very good. You are still the Xiaobao I know. If one day you become kind, I will be scared to death." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao was very happy that his idea was accepted. 5 days later, the war was still going on. Shui Yun's family flew back and forth and finally delivered all the salt tickets and some small things to their destination. They returned to the restaurant to have a big meal and rest. Seeing that Shui Yun's family had obviously lost some weight, Xiao Bei and the others felt distressed. They specially had people kill 2 lambs that were specially used to roast whole lambs and fed them to the family. When the telegram was sent to the capital, Li Longji specially made Shui Yun's family a high-ranking official and promoted him to the 4th rank. This was because Shui Yun, who was getting smarter, could be used as a strategic weapon. For example, he could take a bomb and drop it on the enemy's headquarters. Not only could he do it, but he had done it before. On the way back, he took a detour and blew up the headquarters of a 4,000-man camp. The telegram was sent back first, saying that they could increase the intensity of the attack and give Shui Yun credit for the loss of command. When Li Longji heard the news, he praised Shui Yun fiercely in the court, saying that he could take the head of the enemy's general as easily as taking something out of his pocket. He could complete a fixed-point kill from thousands of miles away. The court officials didn't believe that Shui Yun could target someone and kill them. At most, he would blow up the enemy's biggest tent. However, as officials of the same court, they couldn't say anything bad about Shui Yun. After all, he was just an animal. If they argued with an animal, they should be careful that the person who raised the animal would argue with them later. Why haven't I heard of this before? If Shui Yun can fly steadily and we can harden our hearts, find a child who knows how to shoot and fly over with a gun, we can kill a lot of people. The deterrent effect is very strong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately went to see Shui Yun's family. When they returned to the house, they sighed. Why not? We've always had them. We train eagles, dogs, elephants, dolphins, and other animals to help humans hunt and fight. What's so strange about that? Shui Yun is just a little smarter, and the chances of him getting albinism are lower than his. What our great Tang owes him is nothing more than some meat and cotton, but we've gained a lot from him. If you treat him better, he'll be dead set on you. He's stronger than others. Wang Wan recalled something and said with a slightly sad tone. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of that matter and sighed. Sigh. Life is like this. You should think from another perspective. If human nature isn't complicated, wouldn't it be too boring to live as a member of society? When did I say that human nature isn't allowed to be complicated? I'm saying that what he did was really infuriating. If he can't be evaluated as a craftsman, then he should go to a free training place to learn. During the training, the imperial court gave him some living expenses, enough to eat. His 2 children don't need to be raised by him. The imperial court pays for their meals, clothes, and accommodation. We're no different from Germany now. He actually injured his wife, kidnapped his 2 children, and extorted them from the local government. He wants a job with high wages, power, and freedom. What a fool's dream. Wang Wan talked about this matter. In fact, it was a person who found his own career after Zhang Xiaobao issued the 12 national policies. But the reality was that there was no such thing as a career, only a salary. If he went to the local government, the government would arrange work for him. If he didn't know how to do it, he would train him first. But this person felt that it was too tiring to do that. First, he wanted people to give him money for free, saying that the national welfare was so good that it didn't make a difference. Then, seeing that the government didn't agree, he kidnapped his children. He didn't care about his children, but the government did. Hence, while they were negotiating, they sent a sniper and shot him down. He never got up again. The two children lost their father because of this. This was a grain of sand washed by the tide of social development, but it was very touching. Was it right or wrong to increase the welfare of the country? There was an intense debate in the imperial court. Some people felt that the 12 national policies were artificially widening the gap between the rich and poor, intensifying the competition and comparison between the villagers in small areas. That was why such a thing happened. In the long run, the country would no longer be a country. Some officials felt that this matter existed alone. They would first observe, and if it happened a few more times, they would adjust the national policies. There were also people who criticized Zhang Xiaobao's strategy for not doing the right thing. After creating chaos in Great Tang, he didn't immediately fix it and instead, ignored it and treated it coldly. Li Longji was annoyed by the noise and sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao, asking him what he should do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt depressed. Who was the one who was so free to magnify a small problem? Wouldn't such a thing happen if the country didn't develop? That's right. According to historical records, there were very few people who were sentenced to death in Great Tang every year. Moreover, it was said that Li Longji would personally ask the other party if they felt that their death was unjust. However, that wasn't the case. Historical records stated that many punishments didn't go through the government and were directly dealt with by the local clans. Furthermore, this was also a period of land annexation, so how could the gap between the rich and poor be small? The officials were all bored and felt that the government was running smoothly. That's why they targeted us. Did they see how far we were from the capital? They were waiting for us to return. Zhang Xiaobao said mockingly. I feel that it's also your fault. Who asked you to take out the 12 national policies? At the very least, that person was executed because of your influence. What about your follow-up actions? Wang Wan argued. Wait, let's wait for another 2 days. I don't believe that the people of Great Tang will die in just a few days, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily. Chapter 1248. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's sullen look, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, okay. Others don't understand you, but I do. You're a good person who loves this nation the most in the world. You have the talent to cheat others, but you never do anything to your own people. You could have obtained more money, but after you stabilized the Tang Empire's financial situation, you let go and nurtured other businessmen. You were originally an unruly person, but when faced with the accusations of the Tang people, you chose to endure. You had countless reasons and excuses to explain clearly, but you still chose to remain silent. Some people may think that you're weak, but in my eyes, you're a real man. Whether you're weak or not, ask the original Tubo people, ask the Turks, ask the Xinhua people, ask the Japanese people, ask the north of Hebei province, which is the 3 northeastern provinces, and they will give a fair answer. In fact, Wang Wan was not worried that Zhang Xiaobao would lose confidence and stop using his abilities for the Tang Empire. Because she believed that as long as Zhang Xiaobao saw the children of the Tang Empire, he would definitely be firm in his confidence. That Grandpa Dean had already gone deep into his soul. Speaking of which, whether it was China in the past or the current Tang Empire, they should all thank such an ordinary and great old man. He used his life to write a legend that followed the trajectory of the track. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly hugged Wang Wan and kissed her. As if he had taken advantage of her, he said, "You should support me. You're my wife. If you don't support me, who will you support?" Yes, you're my God. God, how did I meet you? Wang Wan replied with a smile. Same, you're also my God. It's so mushy. Don't pinch me. I hate women pinching men, especially on the ribs. I can't use any strength. Look, I'll analyze it for you. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed Wang Wan's hand and said. Oh. There's a talk. Wang Wan asked cooperatively. It's an analysis. Look, yes, I admit that the 12 national policies I took out will cause social unrest, but that's because society is already on the brink of unrest. Ever since we started suggesting that the imperial court help raise children and take care of pregnant women, that sum of money was the source of unrest. Do you agree that the welfare of society can never exceed the minimum average income of society? Otherwise, there would be a deficit, and it would not be a deficit in the development process. A deficit in development could bring about future profits, and a deficit in welfare would not only increase consumption, but also disguise inflation. So why do I insist on giving a lot of benefits to pregnant babies? One reason was that I needed a large number of people, and the other reason was that the Agrarian Technology Research Department already had technology that could be applied in daily life. This is the so-called civilian technology. Actually, I have always put civilian and military together. I'm not afraid of others stealing from the people of Great Tang. Of the surrounding countries, other than Japan, I'm concerned about their intelligence. Even if I give them technology, they won't be able to learn it. They're all too stupid. Of course, Russia is still possible, but is there a Russia now? Our people in Hebei province have been moving there for construction and exploration. I won't give them a chance to establish a country, right? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, not only for Wang Wan, but also for himself. He was very strong in front of outsiders, but when facing Wang Wan, he showed his weak side. This was a kind of trust for his partner, a kind of dependence. Therefore, when many officials had too many people to rely on, they were reported by others. The officials who were strong and calculative in front of the public also needed a harbor for their souls. If they had too many harbors, they would not be able to take care of them when distributing resources. Therefore, internal wars became the source of division. Wang Wan also needed a harbor. In this world, she was no different from Zhang Xiaobao. She couldn't find a partner by relying on local materials. Otherwise, she would always be lonely in her heart. Of course, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao more than once that if the child lying next to her was the person who held the child hostage, she would find a way to kill him. She would rather be lonely than compromise with that kind of person. Whether it was the gap in social status or personality, she couldn't accept that kind of person. As for Zhang Xiaobao, she felt no problem. No matter where Zhang Xiaobao was, he must have a place. Only with this kind of person could there be common topics and ideals. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao said what was in his heart, Wang Wan gently leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you asked me to accompany you to walk on the edge of social contradictions and outbreak. You still have the spirit of adventure in your bones. But now you've caused the contradictions, why don't you do something? What do I count as? Without the influence of other powers, facing the current situation, I am far too relaxed. Li Longji has been fooled by us, and the other ministers are just a piece of cake." However, Li Longji didn't lose out. We don't want his throne. We're content with being in charge of the currency, economic planning, and strategic deployment. In fact, they haven't encountered a more difficult time. Yes, first, I centralized production in agriculture and handicrafts. Then, I raised the working conditions of the workers and forced merchants to choose those with high grades when choosing workers. This caused a group of people to lose their jobs. The scariest thing about people losing their jobs isn't that they don't have money, but that they're used to the sudden change in their working environment. Most people are obedient and like to listen to other people's orders. After many years, they'll be at a loss if that person doesn't order them around anymore. My goal is to let them know in advance that they can make their own decisions. Even if others endlessly change, they can still make accurate judgments and live a good life. During this process, I didn't give up, nor did I use shock therapy. I didn't let the unemployed bear the losses of the change. I provided them with employment training institutions. They receive free training and benefits, just like in the United States. That's why that man kidnapped his own child. It's the same problem. His unemployment isn't absolute. It's relative. If he has a job, he doesn't want the low income. At the same time, he doesn't want to bear the pain and tiredness of training. Say, our social and educational benefits are the same as Germany's, our employment is the same as America's, our stability is something that Iceland desires but can't achieve, our military strength is something that neutral countries like Austria don't even dare to think about, and our care for our citizens is deeply rooted in Chinese Confucianism. Why do you have to push the blame to us when there's a problem? Based on what? Where did these rules come from? Zhang Xiaobao started slamming the table as he spoke. Wang Wan straightened her back and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength. She laughed and slammed the table with Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he paused and laughed as well. People are fucking insatiable. It's such a good era. Cherish it, fuck. Zhang Xiaobao muttered again. You're scolding me. Wang Wan was still laughing. No, I'm saying that after we occupy India and many other places to plant grass, we'll turn them into large pastures. We'll transport them to the riverside and seaside through their trains, and then transport them to the Tang Empire. We need to build big ships. It seems that the transportation cost is too high, but as long as the cost of raising is reduced, it can be equal to the domestic cost. It has to be equal, even if it's lower than the domestic cost. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the domestic animal husbandry industry. I plan to divert 70% of the people who have a real career and send them to the battlefield in the form of transportation. Zhang Xiaobao finally said his plan to deal with the turmoil caused by the 12 national policy articles. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, by the time they arrive, the front lines will have already advanced, and they will be at the rear. You want them to contract other people's land and lower taxes, right? It's tax-free, and we'll also provide them with interest-free loans. We have so much money, and Li Longji has so much internal funds. After the agriculture and handicraft industry cluster, we can't possibly keep so much tax revenue in the bank. As long as the military can ensure the safety of their livestock and produce results within 3 years, flourish within 5 years, and 10 years, we don't even need 10 years. Once they have money, they will definitely attract the envy of other people in the country, and they will immediately follow suit. We'll rotate the troops there and continue to expand. This is called stable colonization. I won't foolishly send people to faraway places. When the time comes, we'll let them play the game of independence with the Tang Empire. Empire on which the sun never sets is a dream. Zhang Xiaobao's words were something that even the people of his era wouldn't be able to understand. They also didn't have the time to understand. They were all in different positions, and they were all busy with their lives and dignity. I feel that you care a lot about 5 years. Why is that? As an intellectual woman, Wang Wan knew how to cooperate. You're asking me. You're from a red family, and you're asking me. Fine, I'll explain it to a big-breasted but brainless woman like you. Hubby, you think it's very big. I think I'm very brainless. Let's get down to business. 5 years is the minimum period for the technology to be converted from military to civilian use. 5 years is the average period for the establishment of an enterprise to achieve stable growth and development. 5 years is the adaptation period for the cultivation of crops to be popularized. 5 years is the regular period for the operation of capital to be doubled. 5 years is the inevitable period for the change in the content of educational materials. 5 years is the period from when I was born to when I ate my first bowl of cold jelly. 5 years is the period when I held you in my arms and hoped that you would still be happy after countless 5 years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, He reached out and hugged Wang Wan's waist. "You're really the biggest liar in the world. I won't be fooled." Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder again. She remembered what happened at the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to treat her to cold jelly, but someone threatened the child. In the end, she didn't get to eat the cold jelly. At that moment, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't with the other party. After coming over, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's regret was why he couldn't eat the cold jelly again. Well, as she and Xiaobao were both crazy. What they thought before they died was different from others. It definitely couldn't be explained by the word free and easy. "You found out. I'm really a liar. I'll deceive the whole world to bless and cheer for you. If anyone dares to oppose, I'll deceive them to death." Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand around Wang Wan's waist and carried her to the bedroom. "What are you doing in broad daylight? Don't worry. I won't do anything else." "No, I don't trust you." "My." Wang Wan suddenly stopped. She remembered that she seemed to have said this to Zhang Xiaobao before. She said, "No, I don't trust you. My mission is to bring you back, damn the 5-year rule." It actually reminded her of the past. "I know. Your mission is to bring me back. Then why don't you carry me?" Zhang Xiaobao's EQ, IQ, and psychological foundation exploded at this moment. In fact, when he was talking about the 5-year rule, he had already thought of the past at the last moment. He just didn't expect Wang Wan to be so cooperative. "Fortunately, I came with you. Otherwise, you would have ruined many girls." Wang Wan sighed in her heart. "You've investigated me. What women do you think I had in the past? Who knows? Just like you said, the 160 billion data we got from the investigation is inaccurate. There are always loopholes. Then I'll whisper to you in private now. No one can hear." No, how can you be like this? Liar and hooligan. "Aw yeah. Hubby, tell me, when will you release the remedial measures?" "This. I'm planning to. Since you're scheming against me, we'll talk about it in the future." "Wait, Xiaobao, let me tell you. Who would have thought that the wind and rain of that year would be sad and lonely? Since ancient times, it's difficult for ambitious and ruthless people to stay for long. I've never been a hero, but I've always been quiet at night. The unfinished business of winter and summer in my previous life, I'll share it with you tonight. It's enough to have you in this life." Chapter 1249. Before the enemy had reached the Great Tang, the people of Great Tang felt that the war was both distant and close. Every day, the newspapers would take out a small section to describe the general progress of the war, how far they had advanced, and how many enemies they had killed or captured. Or, the Great Tang had used up too much ammunition and retreated a few li to reduce their supply line. Occasionally, there would be a section describing the environment and resources of the battlefield. After the people read it, some would sigh that there was good stuff in a war zone, some would be troubled as to how to transport the good stuff back to their country, and some would just let it be. In any case, they would have to sell it for money, so they couldn't give it away for free. They could transport it whenever they wanted. The articles in the newspapers didn't mainly describe these things, but how brave the soldiers were and how they overcame the difficulties they faced. Iron and blood intertwined, and it was like an eternal song that lingered in the hearts of the people. While the people felt this from the newspapers, their lives were also affected by the war. Almost every day, they would see a convoy transporting supplies, and when they occasionally met, they would greet each other. The transport teams didn't transport the supplies to the front line in one go, but in different sections. After delivering the goods to the front line, they would see if the other side had anything good from the front line. If they did, they would transport it to the other side for the exchange, or they would send it to a designated place to store it. As long as the people saw the logistics teams of the war, no matter what the situation was, they would definitely make way for them. The people were keenly aware that the great Tang army hadn't lost many people. While it was a little difficult, life was very precious. This was because of the rules set down by Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. Using ammunition to exchange for a life was a price that could be paid for one life. In reality, there had never been a case of using 10 million shells to exchange for one life, but there were still cases where a few or a dozen shells were fired to prevent their own people from taking risks. Whose lives weren't lives? The people consciously did their best to make things more convenient for the transport teams. When they saw a heavy carriage crushing the road, they would gather a few people and take the initiative to fix it. As for the number of people who were killed by the cannonballs in the war, the people were very indifferent. It was just like when they heard that someone in a neighboring village had died in childbirth, they would just sigh and forget about it. Their lives would not be changed by the dead pregnant woman, and it was even more so for the people who were killed by the cannonballs. There was not a single anti-war demonstration, not a single Tang citizen complained that the Tang army was killing too many people, and not a single person accused Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of being utterly devoid of conscience for taking the initiative to plunder the war. Everyone used their own actions to support the war effort. When they returned home, some offered incense and prayed, hoping that the war would go smoothly and that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would live a long life. The most realistic effect of the war was an increase in the price of goods. The people who pulled the carts found that the price of a jar of butter, which had been introduced 3 years ago, had increased from 6 copper coins to 10 copper coins. The people who bought the kitchen knives and sickles found that the original 5 copper coins worth of kitchen knives had now become 7 copper coins, and it was said that the price was still rising. The price of pottery had also increased. The original 10 copper coins to buy a set of 12 plates had now become 15 copper coins. The price of hemp rope and linen had also increased. The price of pork and chicken had also increased by half. But for some reason, the price of fish had unexpectedly decreased. Moreover, the fish were salted and brought to various places in large batches by the troops transporting the war materials. The price of cotton cloth, silk, fine linen, and silk had fluctuated according to the normal season. The same was true for white flour and millet. The price of highland barley, which was specially used to feed livestock, had suddenly increased. However, a large amount of white rice had suddenly appeared, and it was said that it was released from the northern part of Hebei province. According to the interesting words that Xiao Bao had taught his younger siblings, others should ask, what's going on? In a war, didn't the price of everything increase and then the tax increase? Now, why did the price of peace increase and the price of peace decrease? It gave people a messy feeling. Especially for salt, the price of sea salt, rock salt, and well salt had not changed at all. It was still the kind of salt that one could buy expensive and cheap if one wanted to buy expensive. To be honest, this is the first time that I have encountered such a war. It is said that it is a total war with several fronts fighting at the same time. When I was young, the people had no way to make a living. In a tea house in Fengqiu County under the jurisdiction of Bianzhou in Hunan Province, an old man gently patted the table and said in a strong voice after listening to others reading the newspaper and thinking about what he had seen and heard recently. Old Master Feng, you are lucky to have lived until now and have the same surname as the county. You are 86 years old this year and have seen more than us in the past. But when it comes to the current situation, you can't keep up with it, a young man joked. The old man snorted coldly and refused to admit defeat. I don't know if I can keep up or not. All I know is that the money for the tea and the clothes I'm wearing today was given by the yamen. It's not much, just 600 copper coins a month. If it weren't for the fact that I am old and can't read, and that my grandchildren have not come back from school yet, I would have crowded with you to listen to the newspaper. I have ordered 5 copies of the same newspaper at home. There is no other way. I have many children, and all of them are obedient and filial. Except for 3 who are not old enough to enter school and learn real skills, the rest of the children can't be ordered less. Unfortunately, the children who have left home are not around. Alas! After the old man finished speaking, he was greeted with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. The people nearby knew very well that it was just as the old man had said. As long as he was alive, the imperial court would give him 600 copper coins every month according to his age. There would also be other gifts sent to him during festivals. He didn't need to spend any money to send letters to his distant descendants. When he went out, he didn't need to spend any money to take the carriage of the newly established imperial court. In any case, all the places where the government collected money were free of charge. He had no other choice. He had lived for a long time. He was 86 years old and had 5 generations living under the same roof. The oldest grandchild was 14 years old. If he lived for a few more years, he would have 6 generations living under the same roof. In Fictional, there were countless acres of land and mulberry trees in his home that stretched as far as the eye could see. Because there were too many people in his home, many of them had left to seek development in other places. They could live and give birth to more children. When the government had policies, the local officials would come to discuss with him and ask if he needed anything. In the past, he would always raise conditions that were beneficial to him, and the officials would agree to them one by one. But now, he had learned to be smart. When the officials came to ask, he would directly support them without any conditions. This made many people with bad intentions very disappointed. They hoped that the old man would raise conditions or even refuse to carry out the orders of the government. Then, they would anger the people of the government and confiscate the family. The old man had long known that some people had bad intentions, so he said that the current government was very good and would not deliberately harm people. If they followed the government's orders, they would enjoy endless benefits. Sure enough, there were a few times when the entire family supported the government's policies. The government gave his family an excellent family plaque. The good thing was that every time the government organized a small event, they would send someone to send a letter asking if his family was willing to participate. The government would take care of all the expenses, and when they returned, they would receive gifts. If his family wanted to get a loan from the Great Tang Bank, they would have priority. There were no other benefits. The benefits were shared by the people of Great Tang, and it was impossible to take away others' benefits just to stand out. Thus, some people gave their blessings, some were envious, and very few were jealous. As for what they were jealous of, they could not say. After all, they could not say that they were jealous of the old man's age. But no one criticized the old man's support for the government, because the government was worth supporting. In this era, there was no need to worry about being oppressed by the government. As long as one felt that the local government was wrong, one could run to the telegraph office and send a telegram, and the higher-ups would immediately come to investigate. Of course, one needed to use one's real name and use one's household registration to report. If one was framed, the crime would be the same as that of the official after the successful frame-up. This is called controlling. In order to show that he was up to date, the old man summarized the recent events. Father controls son, grandfather controls son and grandson, generation after generation, and the government controls all of us. Why don't many things increase in price? Is it because the merchants don't want to? No, it's because they don't dare. It's like a father controlling his son. If you do, they will beat you. Old man Foam, do you know who beat the merchants? Another person joked. It's that Xiao Bao who is only a few years older than my grandson. This old man still can't figure it out. How do you think he gave birth to a child? He hasn't even been crowned yet, but he's already so powerful. The merchants will hate him. The old man began to worry about Zhang Xiaobao again. The merchants won't hate him. You always don't understand the 12 national policies. The preferential treatment for merchants is not small. When a merchant earns enough money, they turn around and change their identity. They want to take the imperial examination, 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 they want to take the land, they want to take the land. They all understand that with Xiao Bao controlling them, they seem to be at a disadvantage, but without Xiao Bao controlling them, they are finished. The Joker finally found the opportunity to be the old man's teacher and tried his best to show off. "Grandpa, why aren't you going back? We are discussing important matters at home." At this time, a man in his 40s rushed in. He was wearing yellow and blue silk clothes and looked slightly awkward. The old man had not finished drinking his tea when he heard the voice. He turned his head and stared. "You make the decisions at home. This old man, your father, and uncles have already let go of the family. You are the third generation head of the family. Why are you looking for me?" "My dear grandpa, today's discussion is different from usual. I can't make the decision alone. I plan to take care of the land in 3 villages and open 4 workshops. In the past, I will pay for the land first. I will have to take a loan from the Tang bank and use my family's property as collateral. I will have to leave immediately and will only be back in a month. Someone at home doesn't agree, so I came to ask you for support. Please come back with me." Old Man Fang's grandson's face was full of anxiety. When the others heard this, they all stopped talking and waited to see what the Feng family was going to do. The old man didn't move, and he wasn't as anxious as his grandson. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he slowly put the teacup back and scolded, "Useless thing. Yes, your grandson is useless. Then Grandpa, if you think you are useless, then give the position of head of the family to someone else. The head of the family is the head of the family. When you were the head of the family, others agreed. Now, who dares to stand up and say they don't agree? A snake can't do without a head, and a bird can't fly without a head. Even if the decision of the head of the family is wrong, the family has to listen." Just like the rumor that Xiao Bao had 12 policies when he left the country, many people in the imperial court disagreed. What happened in the end? Whether they agree or not, they have to do it. If they can't figure it out, they have to think about it slowly. Xiao Bao is like the head of the family arranged by the emperor. When he decides, it is for the people who listen to carry it out, not for questioning. Go back. Either suppress all the people who disagree, or find someone to be the head of the family. I am already 1 foot in the coffin. Do you want me to worry? After the old man lectured him, he turned back and no longer paid attention to his grandson. The current head of the Feng family was scolded by his grandfather. He stood at the door and thought about it. He gritted his teeth. Grandpa, don't worry and drink tea. Your grandson will go back and deal with it. I promise there won't be any more problems. Don't promise me. I won't listen. Yes, your grandson will take his leave. The old man is so courageous. When the old man's grandson left, some people stuck out their thumbs and pointed at the old man. Many people also showed looks of admiration. It seemed like the old man was scolding his grandson and was unreasonable. In fact, he had taught them everything. The head of the family had to be strong, just like the leader of a pack of wolves. If he was weak, the whole pack would be finished. Old man, from what Brother Feng said, it seems like your family is planning to do a big business. A man in his 30s asked. Don't ask me. Ask your Brother Feng. I came to the tea house to drink tea and gossip. The matters of the family, whether big or small, will be taken care of by them. My children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. The old man said indifferently. After that, he stopped talking. He picked up his teacup and squinted his eyes, thinking about something. The old man's grandson was called Feng Liang. He was not the oldest grandson of the old man, but he was the most capable grandson. That was why he was chosen as the head of the family. He almost became a high scholar, but the government cheated and his position was taken by someone else. Many people said that with his knowledge, it would be no problem for him to become a grand scholar. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He was 19 that year. After being reprimanded by his grandfather, he couldn't help but think about the past when he was being taken home. Feng Liang clearly remembered that when he was young, he was very smart and eager to learn. His family had land and money. Because the government school was too far away, his family specially found a teacher to teach him. He could write poems, compose essays, and comment on current affairs. He was in the limelight for a while, but that damned county magistrate actually got in touch with the examiner of the provincial government during the exam and used someone else to push him down. At that time, he hated, resented, and was depressed. He didn't know how he got through it. Others looked at him differently, and his close brothers and sisters in the family unnaturally communicated with each other. At that time, he was on the verge of death and wanted to find a rope to hang from a crooked tree. Later, it was his grandfather who found him and told him that many people lived worse lives than him, but they lived happier lives than him because they had the belief to live on. Some did it for their parents, some did it for their wives and children, and some had unyielding ambitions. Failure wasn't scary. Countless people failed for decades and finally became successful late. Some started earning big money at the age of 20, and became rich at the age of 40. Some started to learn how to earn money at the age of 40, and became rich at the age of 50. Who was worried and who was inferior? So what was scary was falling and never wanting to get up again. So what if you became a grand scholar at the age of 19? How many young geniuses can you remember today? If you continue to live and work hard for the family wouldn't have raised you in vain. It was easy to die, but what about the family's money and effort to nurture you? Feng Liang clearly remembered that he didn't want to die at that time. He wanted to continue doing things for the family that had provided him with so much help. He decided to become the head of the family and lead the Feng family to prominence. He waited for 20 years before finally having the opportunity in front of him. Furthermore, the era was different. It wasn't like the past. In the past, there could be people who could push him down. Now, who would dare? That former county magistrate, who was promoted to the state government's army, was still dealt with 3 years ago. As long as he met a good ruler, he could do whatever he wanted. The current situation was arranged by Xiao Bao. Those who had the ability could definitely go up and take over the land and organize the workshops. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to get it again in the future. Xiao Bao, I believe that you will definitely not harm others. I, Feng Liang, will bet with you. Feng Liang clenched his fist and encouraged himself. When the driver heard the commotion, he shook his head and waved his whip in the air to urge the horse to move faster. His heart was filled with worry. In the past, the family had enough money. If they wanted to do something, they would first set aside a portion of the money and then use the rest to do it. Furthermore, the property and land deeds were not touched. Even if there was a problem, the loss would only be the portion that was taken out. It wouldn't affect the family's foundation. Now, the head of the family actually wanted to rent out the land of the other 2 villages. He also wanted to buy technology and equipment to build 4 large workshops. He had taken out all the family's money and even had to mortgage things to get loans. If something went wrong, there would be no one left in the family. It was too risky, too risky. When he returned home, Feng Liang directly used a strong tone to pass his decision. He told the people in the family that they could either transfer his position to someone else or listen to him. There was no third choice. The people in the family compromised. In the past 10 years, they were used to Feng Liang acting as the head of the family. If someone else suddenly took over, they wouldn't be able to support such a large family. Feng Liang first went to find the village chief of the 2 villages. In fact, the Feng family's village didn't only have his surname. The village had a population of more than 600, and his family only accounted for half of it. Moreover, his family also had a manor. He first settled the people in his village, then signed a new agreement with the manor. The previous agreement of selling one's body was no longer allowed. The government allowed slaves to exist, but they didn't allow the Tang people to be slaves of the great Tang people. Thus, the previous contracts of selling one's body were changed to employment contracts. The value of a person was re-evaluated, and the slaves with the contract could complain to the government at any time. When the time came, the government would help to cancel the contract. Whoever disagreed would be punished. The government didn't enforce this because some people weren't willing to change their status as slaves. For many generations, they were used to living with the master. Usually, there was no distinction between master and servant. In fact, the master even treated some of the servants better than the people they hired. For example, if they were tired from work, the master would arrange for them to rest. If they were sick, they would be treated. Of course, this wasn't necessary now. Now, there was free treatment. If you wanted to work more without rest, the master would order you to stop working. At first glance, it seemed that these people had lost their freedom, but in fact, they were living very well. The government didn't care. For example, 100 years before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, foreign investors would force them to commit suicide every few days. The government didn't care, let alone this kind of master who treated his servants well. If one really wanted to talk about it, those who worked for others and were forced to commit suicide from exhaustion were the ones who were cheap. In terms of personality, they couldn't even compare to the current slaves. At least, the people who signed the contract of selling their bodies still had their own persistence and beliefs. There weren't many of these people, but they existed. The most obvious ones were the manor owners of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. Their families were very rich, and any one of them would be ranked among the wealthiest in other places. They signed the contract of selling their bodies. At first, it wasn't. Later on, because of confidentiality, they changed the contract. However, they weren't willing to change their identities. They had many properties in the Great Tang, but only the one in Sanshui County was their home. As for Feng Liang, he persuaded his own family's manor owner and finished discussing with the people in his village. After that, all he needed to do was to rent all the land in the two neighboring villages. In order to successfully complete the plan, he paid a year's rent in advance and added a 50% premium. In addition, he hired people to farm. It didn't seem cost-effective, and he couldn't even keep his capital. His family objected to him because of this. However, he had his own thoughts and considerations. He wouldn't grow crops like others. On the day he learned about the 12 national policy, he went to Bianzhou Prefecture and found the branch of the Sinong Temple in the prefecture. He asked them about the technology. The purpose of all the Sinong Temple branches was to collect data on the local environment and the effect of soil on various crops. The other purpose was to provide technical support for people who came to inquire, free of charge. For example, what to do if the cabbage at home had worms. Go to the branch of the Sinong Temple to ask and describe it. If they understood, they would directly give a solution. If they didn't understand, they would send someone to follow them home and then tell them what pesticides to buy. If the soybeans planted in the land didn't grow well, they could also go to the branch of the Sinong Temple and ask someone to check what the problem was. If the problem was in the soil and could be solved by using fertilizers, they would recommend a specific type of fertilizer. Feng Liang didn't ask about the worms and bad growth of his crops. He asked the Sinong Temple if there were any new varieties that he planned to bring over to try planting. In the end, there was. They told him that there was a new crop seed that was grafted from pepper and tomato. It had just been tested last year and hadn't been popularized. If he wanted it, he could buy it. The Sinong Temple would send someone to keep an eye on it and collect data at the same time. If it was suitable to grow on the land in Feng Liang's area, the Sinong Temple would reward Feng Liang. If it wasn't suitable, the Sinong Temple would compensate him for half of the losses and he would bear the other half himself. At the same time, he would sell the new varieties. The Sinong Temple would supervise them. He would sell them directly to the Sinong Temple and both sides would negotiate the price. Feng Liang was so tempted. Even if he failed and bore half of the losses, his family wouldn't go bankrupt. However, if he succeeded, the gains would be huge. Feng Liang used 2 days to successfully sign a lease contract with the 2 villages. At the same time, he also encountered trouble. As for the trouble of hiring people, Feng Liang signed a second contract with the 2 villages. After leasing the land, he would hire people to farm. He could plant whatever he wanted without negotiating with others. The people of the 2 villages naturally hoped that they would be hired back to farm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find anything else to do. In fact, the 2 villages and the people of Feng Liang's village didn't lose anything. Feng Liang was leasing at a premium. The extra 50% was enough to make up for the losses of the original landowner. In other words, if they farmed themselves, the final harvest would only be this amount. Moreover, the new rules now required them to sell themselves. Perhaps their income would be even lower than normal. Feng Liang was taking all the risks for them. At the same time, he was freeing their labor. If they worked again, the income they received would be considered extra. Even so, they still hoped that Feng Liang would hire them back to farm for Feng Liang. Some gave him gifts, some played the family card, and some implied threats. Feng Liang didn't accept gifts, but he wasn't afraid of threats. Those who played the family card were persuaded to go back. Then, he began to choose the locals. Usually, they were close to each other, so they knew each other well. Which family did farm work well, so they all knew. Feng Liang chose a portion of them and planned to look for a portion of them outside to gather manpower or see if there were any extra cattle to rent. When the remaining people who weren't chosen complained, Feng Liang told them about the 4 workshops and was willing to hire the locals to work in the workshops. This way, it would be much easier for him to control. People who were good at farming were usually men. Women didn't have strength, and there were also men who had strength but lacked skills. They were the kind that were more stupid. Normally speaking, those who didn't meet the requirements should be eliminated. Most businessmen would choose this, or they would lose money. Feng Liang originally planned to do the same. Later, he referred to the Zhang Wang and Wang families in Sanshui County and found that the 2 families used a very reasonable labor distribution method more than 10 years ago. Every farmer didn't look very tired, but they were very efficient. No matter who was in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads, they were all useful. Even if they were children, when they were not in class, they could play around and help out the master's family. Even if they were lame, they would be given a very good job. For example, if they were afraid that birds would eat grains, they would be given some firecrackers. They would sit there and drink tea while looking at the fields. When they saw a bird coming, they would set off a whip, or even make a whip that was used to drive a carriage. If they had skills, the crippled people would help make baskets. Feng Liang initially thought that the Zhang Wang and Wang families didn't want to let anyone go and wanted to squeeze everyone. After reading an article in the newspaper, he understood that the goal of the Zhang Wang and Wang families was not to make others work hard, but to make everyone feel that they were valuable. A person who thought that they were worthless would lose confidence in life. When the basket weaver realized that the baskets he made were useful to the master family, and at the same time, he could earn more income and be useful to his family, he would be very happy. Therefore, he would affect others. The entire Zhuangzi people would be in a happy atmosphere, and their work efficiency would increase. Feng Liang was deeply moved. He admired the way the Zhang Wang and Wang families distributed labor at that time. At the same time, he felt that there was a strong sense of humanism in it. After that, he read another article about corporate culture. It said that only a cultural enterprise with its own soul was a successful enterprise. Only then could it go further. If one sincerely invested in the construction of corporate culture, one would realize that it was directly proportional to the income of one's enterprise. In fact, the proportion of output was even greater than the proportion of investment. As a cultured person, Feng Liang agreed with this. Of course, it also depended on who wrote the article. If it was written by someone he had never heard of, he would be suspicious. However, the author of the article was Zhang Xiaobao. This could be questioned. However, if one couldn't think of a better way to manage a business, it was best to learn from him. If one had a good idea, they could write it down and let others learn from it. After concluding, Feng Liang came up with a plan to rent land and build 4 new workshops. Those who were not good at farming and were eliminated by him were arranged to work in the workshops. There were more women in the village. The men who were eliminated did not work with the women. Instead, they were assigned to work in the transportation and mixing of raw materials. There were also older men who were responsible for cooking for others. Anyway, everyone who could be used was used. Even the elderly were assigned to the position of night watch. The advantage of doing so was that the villagers did not have to work outside. If the men stayed behind to farm, what would happen to their wives at home? Would they stay there and not work? Or would they run outside to find a job? Would the men still have the mood to farm? The workshop's factory had not been built yet. While Feng Liang arranged for people to build the house and level the land, he ran to the county yamen to ask about the grading of the types of work. He explained his situation to the yamen and asked the yamen to send people to his home to grade his hired workers. It was a little troublesome because the grading of farming depended on the results of the work. Feng Liang first asked the yamen to put it on the agenda. Then, he asked the yamen to help him train his hired workers. This was free. He did not want the welfare subsidies for a period of unemployment. He requested that the yamen's trainees be specially trained according to his requirements. The yamen usually considered everything, but after hearing Feng Liang's words, they felt that it was okay and sent people over. There were many people in the 3 villages, so it was not a problem to send people over. It was not a waste of the yamen's training resources. While the training was going on, Feng Liang ran to Bianzhou's Kaifeng Manor and wrote a notice. He stood beside the yamen's bulletin board and raised it to shout, "Free volunteer assistance base for students is provided. Not only is there no charge, but accommodation and food are also provided. The local people are kind and gentle. The local children are obedient and cute. The local accommodation environment is comfortable and the food is reasonable. We welcome all students to come." Feng Liang's shout attracted many people to watch. Some people did not know what he was doing and were just there to join in the fun. Some people revealed a look of realization. One of the 12 national policies said that if students wanted to qualify for the imperial examination, they had to do 200 days of volunteer work and 100 days of free teaching. The main emphasis was on teaching. If they were willing, the first 200 days could also be used for teaching. In total, they would be qualified for the examination after teaching for 300 days. At the moment, most people were in a wait-and-see period when it came to the 12 national policies. Very few people were actually taking action. Feng Liang was considered to be the group of people who were eating crabs in advance. Seeing that the number of onlookers was gradually increasing, he rolled his eyes and shouted again, "I promise that within 3 months, I will build a library. There will be all kinds of books in it, and all the writing tools will be provided by me. Students can teach their children while learning by themselves. There is no need to pay any fees. At the same time, there are countless talented students in the schools around the village. Every month, I will fund a student exchange gathering. Come, only I know what you need. Come, I will definitely provide you with a good teaching and learning environment. If you miss it, you won't be able to find someone like me. Hey! Why are you calling that? Are you different from others? I don't believe that I will regret missing out on you. I think you are just like that. Someone in the crowd jeered. Feng Liang knew that the person who jeered was definitely not a student, but he could not scold back. He revealed a gentle smile, looked in the direction of the voice, and nodded gently. Good question. What do I have that is better than others? First of all, my family is quite rich, enough to support me to fulfill my promise. I am not showing off. Everyone knows that the richest families in Tang dynasty are the Zhang family and the Wang family. Showing off your wealth will only make people look down on you. This is the second advantage that I want to talk about. I am not as rich as Xiao Bao, but I am like him in cuckoo. I have a heart that cares for children. I hope that the children in our village and the surrounding villages will have good teachers. I really can't teach them all by myself. Although I should have been a high scholar, I was forcefully pushed down by others. Keep bragging. You think you are a high scholar? I believe in rotten people. Someone jeered again. His words were a little harsh, so the moment he finished, the person beside him gave up his seat and kept a certain distance from him. In the end, he was despised by others. He lowered his head and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Feng Liang really wanted to rush over and beat up the person who jeered, but he knew that he had to control himself. He still revealed a warm smile and said, "Yes, actually, you can say that I am bragging. I feel that if you want to brag, you have to have the ability to do so. I will brag with all my strength. I will blow away the clouds and see the morning sun. The morning sun shines without sorrow. Without sorrow, in the country, children roam together with laughter. I ask, which side do the children laugh? The children laugh and point at the emperor. The pillar of the emperor, the Huiying Hall, illuminates the country and gradually becomes stronger." After Feng Liang finished speaking, the surroundings immediately quietened down. Everyone looked at Feng Liang differently. He was indeed a student. His words flowed like water, and his words were eloquent. Good, well said. Unfortunately, I am not a student, so I can't go to your place to teach children. Do you have any students? Go quickly, follow this big brother. You definitely won't lose out. When you have nothing to do, you can even communicate. Someone began to support him. That's right, that's right. Look at how well he said it. I don't understand the meaning, but it is very comfortable to listen to. Another person echoed. Finally, someone walked out and approached Feng Liang. He asked, "When will you start? Don't you have a teacher to teach you now? There are 150 children in the surrounding 3 villages, but there are only 6 teachers. That's not enough at all. There aren't enough subjects, so I can only teach the Analects of Confucius and simple arithmetic. I want to add in all the subjects. I'm currently studying geography and physics, and I'm still taking the chemistry exam. After I pass the exam, I'll be able to obtain the experimental equipment provided by the imperial court, and I'll use it to teach the children." Feng Liang said sincerely. He was indeed doing so. "Count me in. Don't shout here. I'll help you find a few more people. With everyone contacting each other, there will be more people who want to volunteer." The person who stood forward persuaded Feng Liang. Feng Liang nodded immediately. "All right, I'll treat you to a drink. We'll talk while drinking. In fact, it's best to start work now. The sooner we finish the 300 days of work, the sooner we don't have to worry when we want to take the exam in the future. It's useless to wait and see. Will Xiao Bao change the national policy? I heard that when the imperial court is discussing, His Majesty only allows everyone to listen, watch, and discuss, but is not allowed to object. Xiao Bao is playing a big game of chess. Don't think that you can reverse the tide. Feng Liang spoke very loudly for others to hear. When he was about to leave, he turned around and shouted, "My family is from Fictional County. My surname is Feng. Anyone who is interested in developing there can come and take a look first. I'll definitely be waiting for you." There was a clamor of agreement from the surrounding crowd. Feng Liang was relieved. Now, he didn't have to worry about the children of his employees. With a good teaching environment and teachers, he believed that the employees would work in peace. At the same time, they would stay in the local area to develop. Even if the skills of the employees improved in the future, and someone wanted to spend a large sum of money to rope them in, the employees would first have to consider if it was worth it to leave the local area to earn more money. Would others still provide their children with such a good education environment and care? Feng Liang was the first batch of people to take action when the 12 national policies were released. There were also people who were not in business or agriculture who actively joined the army to receive military training. Some of them wanted to complete the stipulated time for this year's military training as soon as possible, while others wanted to practice guns. Usually, they could only see guns made of wood. It was satisfying to hold them in their hands or shoot out fireworks horizontally. It was not easy to get the chance to touch a real gun. At the same time, they did not need to worry about being sent to the front lines to fight right after they started training. Then, they would be beaten to death because they did not learn the basics well. It would probably take them at least 2 years to learn. If they really needed to participate in the war, they would also have to undergo intensive and specialized training. Then, they would learn more and would not need to be afraid of dying when fighting with advanced weapons. After Zhang Xiaobao released the 12 national policies, the entire Tang Empire's society began to quietly change in just a few days. One after another, people who dared to gamble chose to be the team leader after the land was annexed. Furthermore, most people chose the second option, which was to lease the land and then farm it according to their own wishes. At the same time, there were people who originally had a small workshop and hired a few people. Seeing that they had the support of the national policies, they began to expand their scale. There were also people who were originally workers. When they saw the hope of earning a lot of money, they contacted a few people from the same hometown and started to recruit people to start their own workshops. The Great Tang Bank was filled with people applying for loans. The officials were also busy helping the bank to verify the qualifications of the applicants. There were also businessmen who were rich and wealthy who began to look for investment opportunities. They observed the land in various places and the existing workshops. Then, they asked the other party if they were willing to expand their production. If they were willing, they would be able to get a sum of money from the other party if the loan amount was not enough. This money was not a loan shark, but an investment. The first type of distribution was shares, which meant that there would be dividends when the time came. The other type of distribution was based on a fixed number of months and years. When the amount reached a certain amount, there would no longer be a partnership. Regardless of which type, the investor would have to bear the risk together with the person in charge of the land or the workshop. 2 days later, social problems began to erupt. A large portion of the land was annexed, and many people who were weak in farming lost their jobs. A large number of workshops were annexed, and if they were not easily annexed, they would be affected by the cost and close down in the future. Similarly, a large number of people lost their jobs. Many people began to go to the designated places to take the examination for their work. When their rank was high, they would request for better treatment. Some people did not pass the examination, or because they did not have any skills in the past, they could only participate in training. In the end, a scene that the officials and Li Longji did not expect occurred. They initially thought that Zhang Xiaobao's 12 national policies would cause a large number of people to lose their jobs, which would be a source of unrest for the country. However, what they saw shocked them. It wasn't that many people lost their jobs, but that many people were unable to find workers. Those who passed the examination had high expectations, so they would rather not do the work if the pay was too low. Those who did not have a rank were mostly participating in training. They did not want to lower their income due to a lack of skills, and there were also some who had reached the age to participate in military training. For a moment, Great Tang's manpower shortage appeared, and many workshops and merchants were extremely anxious. They wanted to raise their wages, but they also had to calculate their own costs. If they wanted to raise the price of their products, they would have to consider the purchasing power of others. This was especially so when Zhang Xiaobao refused to allow the price to rise. During the morning court session, Li Longji shouted to the officials below, "Xiaobao is truly infuriating this emperor." His detailed explanation did not mention what to do about this matter. The officials remained silent. In any case, he was not talking about them, but Zhang Xiaobao. Only after he was done talking could they move on to the next step of the discussion. "Speak. What did you all say at the start? You all said that there would be a large number of people losing their jobs, but what about now? You can't find any workers. Isn't that miraculous? Didn't you all think that you have learned very well? Now, I want you all to explain to this emperor what went wrong." Of course, Li Longji couldn't possibly look for Zhang Xiaobao. It was too far away, and there was no point in sending a telegram. Wouldn't that mean that he had admitted defeat? How difficult was it to beat Xiaobao? This was an opportunity. Could it be that none of his subordinates could think of a solution? The officials remained silent. In any case, they would just hide as long as they weren't called. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, stepped forward and said, "This subject doesn't know why this situation happened, but this subject wants to say that the expenditure of the national treasury has increased recently. Training people is money, so is the evaluation. Also, the training of the recruited soldiers is also money. Due to the lack of manpower in the workshops and merchants, the flow of goods and cash will also decrease for a period of time. This subject is worried that there won't be enough money." Many people looked at Wang Bei and cursed him for lying through his teeth. How could the national treasury not have enough money? Even if there wasn't any income, it would still be enough to last for half a year. Furthermore, there was a steady flow of money into the national treasury. Could it be that the things plundered from the battlefield weren't income? Zhang Xiaobao wasn't greedy. Could it be that the things he sold to Japan and other places weren't income? Li Longji raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Bei. Wang Bei felt his hair stand on end. Only then did he say, "Minister Wang, make a report. It needs to be detailed so that this emperor can take a look." Wang Bei was dumbfounded. Writing a report would be very troublesome, right? Li Longji's eyes swept over everyone's faces. When he saw that Zhang Zhong's expression was normal, he thought for a moment and asked, "Minister Zhang, do you have anything to say?" "Actually, this subject wants to say what Your Majesty said to this subject a few days ago." Zhang Zhong stepped forward. Chapter 1250. What did I say to you? Li Longji blurted out his thoughts in a daze. Then, he realized that Zhang Zhong didn't want to make things difficult for him and wanted him to show off his abilities as an emperor. Thus, he hurriedly said, "Yes, I told you before. I said that it's a lack of manpower, but it's not a problem. Furthermore, it's a simple matter that will be completely solved in 2 months." Zhang Zhong cooperatively continued the conversation. Yes. I mentioned it when I ate at your restaurant that day. That day, you said that it's not the season to eat crabs yet. When the time comes, you should think of a way to have Xiaobao personally cook a few crabs and send them back for everyone to try. Li Longji came to a realization and pointed at Zhang Zhong as he spoke. The officials standing on the steps watched the emperor's performance and took it as such. They were already used to it. Not only did they look at the emperor, but they also looked at their colleagues in the same way. If one day, they were to see a colleague speak the truth, then they would be shocked. Zhang Zhong nodded repeatedly. Isn't it just crabs? When the time comes, I'll send a few crabs to everyone to try. It's not a big deal. Then, he continued, back then, Your Majesty said that the lack of manpower is due to the sudden influx of people participating in military training. After this year's training, everyone will understand that during a certain period of time, they won't be able to participate in the training. Next year, this busy period of time will be different. Usually, the training will take around 2 months. If it's fast, 4 to 7 days will be enough. By then, the manpower will be replenished. Furthermore, the price for recruitment will no longer be the high wage given the lack of manpower. Instead, it will return to normal and be calculated according to the grade of the job. Perhaps during this period, a group of people who helped cheat will be investigated. When everything is on the right track, there will be no need to worry about the instability of the country. With that, Zhang Zhong returned to his seat. Li Longji and the officials thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. When the people who participated in the military training returned and after the training, there would still be unemployment. Oh, we also said that the significance of this was that while it seemed like there would be a delay, after these 2 months, the Great Tang as a whole would have improved in terms of technology. Moreover, in the future, there would be accurate rules to measure competition, which would allow the people of the Great Tang to improve their own standards. Li Longji wasn't stupid. He had come to this conclusion from Zhang Zhong's words. It was worth it to exchange a small amount of unrest in the country for a long period of steady improvement in the country. Your Majesty is wise, the officials said in unison. Li Longji smiled and nodded. He didn't blush at all. After a short pause, he turned to Zhang Zhong and asked, this emperor also mentioned something the other day. Do you remember? Wang Ke snickered and looked at Zhang Zhong. He thought, you deserve it. Who told you to talk too much? Say it again. Zhang Zhong expressionlessly stepped forward again and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. He didn't look at the tablet in his hand. Clearly, there were too many things to remember. Unless there was a flipping device on the tablet, he couldn't remember anything. With a cough, Zhang Zhong read, Your Majesty also said that people from Xinlua and Japan have begun to come to the Great Tang. Some of them will arrive immediately. There are also children and their families participating in the competition. More than 200,000 people can come at once. This group of people came at the right time. Keep them here. According to the plan discussed by Xiao Bao, this can solve a part of the shortage of workers. Moreover, they don't need to be paid too much. It's fine as long as it's 1 or 2 times more than their original salary. There's such a thing. When you mentioned it, this emperor suddenly remembered that it wasn't just the people who came back this time. There were also people from Xinlua who were willing to leave their country. There wasn't much use for them to stay in northern Hebei province for the time being. It would be better to send them here, where more manpower is needed. After some calculations, with the help of the merchants from Japan, it won't be a problem to attract more than 1 million people. Moreover, with their participation, the employers won't have to raise their wages indefinitely. This will balance the relationship between employers and workers in society. Li Longji was very happy. He didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so capable. If he couldn't answer, how embarrassing would it be? Your Majesty, this subject remembers that you said a few things to Brother Yongqing that day. Wang Bei joined in the fun and said with bad intentions. Li Longji glared at Wang Bei. Many officials wanted to laugh, but they had to hold it in. They looked very hurt. Without waiting for Li Longji to find a way to smooth things over, Zhang Zhong continued, Yes, Your Majesty also said that the army in front of us will capture many captives. It's too cruel to kill them. Therefore, we should give the captives a chance to turn over a new leaf. It just so happens that there are many things in the Great Tang that require courage. Why not let the captives prove themselves once? Li Longji turned his head to the west and asked, "When will they be back?" According to the latest intelligence, the first batch of captives has more than 175,000 people, and they're currently on their way back. A portion of them are man-eaters, and the rest are people from various countries in India. They're helping the man-eaters distribute supplies and provide shelter. Zhang Zhong replied. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher, and the latter nodded. The news had just arrived when the morning court was about to begin. Most likely, Zhang Zhong had been shoved into his hands before coming here. Otherwise, he would have been able to memorize it. There was no need for him to read it out loud. Li Longji was relieved. Yes, I did consider the matter of the captives that day, but I didn't expect that the first batch would already be on their way back. This means that we can free up some manpower in the mines and quarries, and at the same time, reduce the cost. There won't be a need to invest too much in safety measures, and there won't be a need to provide them with good food. Similarly, there won't be a need to provide them with alcohol. As a qualified emperor, Li Longji's first thought was to reduce the cost of assistance. His own people would use all kinds of methods to carefully investigate the mines before going down. Even so, they couldn't avoid danger. Therefore, he repeatedly told his people that as long as they felt danger, they should immediately come out of the mines. They could mine slowly and not put their lives on the line. At the same time, there was no lack of alcohol and meat, and the working environment was cold and humid. Similarly, in the quarries, they had to wear safety helmets and gloves. Some even had to use thick glasses to block their eyes and wear dust filters. These were all costs. The captives caught from outside didn't need to wear these things. After all, they had the same job in their own country without any protective measures. Although they weren't provided with meat, they were provided with enough salt. The food they ate in their own country might not be as good as that of the Tang slaves. The only difference was that they didn't receive wages. Li Longji thought about it again and felt that there was nothing else to say. He looked down and said, "What else do you all want to discuss?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still in Yi province. They didn't go to any of the battlefields. The feedback from the battlefields was good. The speed of their advance wasn't fast, but it was stable. At the same time, they saw through many of the enemy's tactics. They didn't suffer any casualties when they attacked. Lu Zhou's landing team had gone around Zhenla and was heading toward the back of the duo people. If Zhenla made a move, the two of them would go over personally. Their personal guards were enough to push in. Now, they just had to wait for news from the Meteor Squad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free now. Every morning, afternoon, and night, they would look at the map according to the news from the front line. Then, they would come up with a plan. If they could use the front line, they would use them. If they couldn't, they would abandon them. The rest of the time was spent on learning and teaching their younger siblings. Recently, Little Bay and the others would go out for about 4 hours every day. They seemed to be busier than the adults. Sometimes, they would go to other people's restaurants. Sometimes, they would listen to storytellers in the tea houses by the street. Sometimes, they would go to the nearby school to play with the children. After going out today, they only came back when it was almost time for dinner. At noon, they ate outside with the children in the school. They were picky with their food and obviously didn't feel good. At dinner, they ate half a bowl more than usual. After that, each of them held a plate of fruit and stared blankly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao, signaling him to see what was going on. Something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao first called the people who accompanied them out today and asked them. They didn't find anything wrong. At noon, they ate almost nothing. Therefore, when the little ones got their food, they only got half of their usual share and ate it all. In the afternoon, they had 2 classes with a class of their own. After that, they played for a while and distributed the snacks in their bags to the children. Little Bay sang 2 songs and came back for dinner. Everything was normal. You guys made it. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what was going on. He directly asked his younger siblings. No. Little Bei shook his head. Why are you so listless? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. I'm thinking about something. Brother, you and sister go do your things first. I'll find you later. Little Bei pushed his hand and asked his brother and sister to leave. They wanted to discuss something. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. They turned and left, leaving only Little Bei and the other 9 people behind. Could it be that they saw something bad in the school and have some thoughts? Wang Wan walked out and asked. Who knows? Let's wait and see what they want to discuss. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. After about half an hour, Little Bei held a notebook in his arms and skipped into his brother and sister's room. Finish the discussion. Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Bei nodded and came to the sofa. He nestled his whole body in it. He first smiled at his brother and sister and then said, Brother, we found a problem. What problem? Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. About the oil extraction. Today, I'll treat our school friends to snacks. You know sunflower seeds, right? There's oil in them, and they look pretty good. Press them out and taste them. They're so fragrant. Xiao Bei took out a handful of sunflower seeds and bit one open. Then, he pressed his hand against the glass coffee table with all his might. His thumbnail was already on it. Then, he raised his hand and waved his thumb in front of his siblings, indicating that there was oil on it. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Little Bei's thumb and said, Oh. There's oil. What's going on? Brother, your expression is so fake. Hee, look at sister laughing at you. Little Bei winked at Zhang Xiaobao and laughed happily. Okay, you saw through me. I admit that your sister and I already knew that there was oil in sunflower seeds. We also know that the oil inside is pretty good. It's better than soybean oil. It can be used to stir-fry vegetables or cold dishes. It's even nutritious to drink a small spoonful of it. It's nutritious. The reason why sunflower seeds taste good is because of the oil inside. Otherwise, when you eat watermelon seeds, if you don't add seasonings or cook them, the taste will be much worse. Sunflower seeds are very good both when stir-fried and raw. Your sister and I originally planned to plant more and then start to extract oil in large quantities. In fact, part of the oil you're eating now is sunflower seed oil. We just didn't tell you. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. Little Bei was very disappointed. There's already oil. We were still thinking of using some of the sunflower seeds at home to make premium oil in the future to make money. Then we'll leave this business to you. We won't interfere with the sunflower seeds anymore. You'll be in charge. You'll build the equipment and sell it, okay? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and gave her a type of oil. Okay, brother, sister. Don't worry. We'll definitely sell the sunflower seed oil at a higher price. Then, we'll use more of it to make cakes. Sunflower seed oil is good for the body. We'll give it to the children. Little Bei swung her 2 legs and looked very happy. She lowered her head and looked at her notebook. Then, she looked up and said to her brother, There's still one more thing that needs to be negotiated. Oh. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile. We want to buy the copyright of our family's children's Monopoly game. Then, we'll open it in Duoshire and India. We'll use their style and maps to play. At the same time, we'll send it back to China. We can also add some exotic scenery. Little Bei said to her brother. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Okay. Your sister and I will allow you to sell the children's version of Monopoly outside. However, it must be made by us. You can't make it privately. At the same time, for every copy sold, you have to pay us 50% of the profits. Any changes to the content of the game have to be approved by us. We'll use a one-time payment method for the foreign maps and characters you sell to China. That means, no matter how much we produce or print in the future, we won't continue to pay you. Ha! Xiao Bei stared at his brother with his eyes wide open. After a few seconds, he blinked and said, "That won't do. The domestic market is so big. If we sell it overseas, there won't be many people who can afford it. We're planning to target their civilization and attack them. Besides, we have to get your permission. What can we play? Also, your demand for profits is too high. We have to obtain the production rights and the rights to change the characters and maps. For those sold to China, because we are the main source of resources, we ask that the quantity and quality of your production be strictly monitored. For every copy sold, you have to pay us. If you hold a children's competition, we ask for the right to advertise." After saying that, Little Bei stared nervously at her brother. Wang Wan was smiling at the side. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and said, "Okay, we agree to your request. However, we have to add a condition. If you use the maps provided by the military and the maps of our intelligence department, you have to pay extra. It can be a one-time payment, but at least 500,000 strings of cash for a map of 10,000 square kilometers. It can also be based on the amount of production, with a 50% profit. During this process, the rights to the other versions of Monopoly will be completely given to us. You are not allowed to carry out any sales, publicity, or production." Little Bei slapped her forehead hard. Brother, why are you like this? Didn't you just give up the sunflower oil right away? What are you doing? Now that you're talking about it, my head hurts and I'm confused. I can't figure it out. Is it a loss or a gain for the relief draft? Zhang Xiaobao smiled but did not say a word. Wang Wan got up and went to Little Bei's sofa. She hugged Little Bei and explained, "Little Bei, you said before that if you wanted the production and sales of the sunflower oil, as your brother and sister, we would give it to you because you are our younger siblings. But you said later that it was a negotiation, so we need to put aside our other identities and just be negotiating partners. In other words, that Xiao Bao in front is your brother, but the one behind is not your brother. Why don't you give up on the negotiation and ask your brother and sister for it? Your brother and sister will give it to you directly. Don't." Little Bei pouted and shook her head. "I don't believe it. I'll remember what I said just now. I'll look for Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai to discuss it. Negotiation is negotiation. At the very least, I have to figure out what's going on first. Wait. If there's no result tonight, we'll think about it again tomorrow morning." Humph. With that, Little Bei ran out. Chapter 1251. When they woke up the next morning, the 9 little guys didn't go anywhere after breakfast. They went back to their own yard to discuss things. At noon, they came out for a quick meal and turned around to go back. In the evening, Xiao Bei came back with a book in her arms. She set up a carriage and negotiated with her brother. In the end, she left in a daze. The next day, the result was the same. On the next day, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao as soon as she came in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's neck. She said coquettishly, "Brother. You must be very busy with domestic affairs recently. You must be very tired, right?" "It's okay," Zhang Xiaobao said as he leaned close to his sister's face. "Don't lie, we all know. Brother, how about this, you rest first. It's just a small problem of children playing Monopoly outside. It's not worth your trouble. Sister will do it with you, right?" Xiao Bei continued to hug her brother's neck. Yes, yes, it's the same whether I talk to your sister or not. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and hugged Xiao Bei and spun 2 rounds on the ground. Xiao Bei giggled for a while. After landing, she looked at Wang Wan. Then, is it the same if we talk to my sister? It's the same. You talk, I'll go rest, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister with a smile. Goodbye, brother. Seeing her brother go to another room, Xiao Bei waved her hand and turned to Wang Wan. Sister, let's start the negotiation now, okay? Wang Wan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. All right. Let's talk. Last time, your brother said that he allowed you to get intelligence and military maps at the price of 5,000 strings of coins per 10,000 square kilometers. However, you must gather 85% of the foreign children in this 10,000 square kilometers. For every percentage point less, you have to pay an additional 1,000 strings of coins. At the same time, you will also be given 26% of the shares of other domestic monopoly games. However, you need to taste the real foreign food and develop a series of food that domestic children are willing to accept. At least 50% of the children will like it. For every percentage point less, your shares will also be reduced by 1 percentage point. Everything else remained the same. Your older brother directly agreed to all of your requests. He didn't make any changes based on your requests. Instead, he added our side's conditions. You have to understand that if it were anyone else negotiating with your brother like this, your brother would definitely not make such a concession. Allowing your conditions is a loss to his own interests. Now, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Wan made things very clear. Xiao Bei represented the 9 of them and made one request after another in exchange for more benefits in the negotiations. Zhang Xiaobao did not directly discuss Xiao Bei and the others' conditions. Instead, he came up with new conditions. It was impossible for the same thing to happen in a real negotiation. The other party's conditions would definitely be the most beneficial to the other party. A very important part of the negotiation process was to suppress the other party's conditions, even if they did not understand the effect of the conditions on the mutual benefits of the two parties. Wang Wan kept looking at how Zhang Xiaobao nodded no matter what conditions Xiao Bei put forward. Then, he put forward his own additional conditions, weakening the benefits of Xiao Bei and the others again. When it came to spoiling and training his younger brothers and sisters, he showed his level. Not everyone could use additional conditions to make up for the loss of benefits caused by the main conditions. Wang Wan also knew that Zhang Xiaobao did not take the negotiations proposed by his younger brothers and sisters seriously at all. Every time they negotiated, he would deal with them as they came. And all of this was not to say that his younger brothers and sisters were weak. If it were someone not in the top-ranking list of billionaires negotiating with Xiao Bei and the others, they would definitely be tricked by Xiao Bei and the others and suffer a big loss. Don't think that children are easy to fool. You have to see how they were raised first. The people who followed Xiao Bei and the others, except for Li Yilong, were all elites from the inner courtyard. There were people who specialized in conspiracies, people who played open schemes, people who knew economics, people who understood politics, people who planned battles, and people who were familiar with human nature. Xiao Bei and the others learned by themselves. Occasionally, they would pull someone from the inner courtyard to have a discussion with them. After so many years, if they could not learn anything, how low would their IQ be? Wang Wan could say with certainty that the people assigned to her younger brothers and sisters were better than the people who followed her and Xiao Bao, especially the 2 fast shooters who guarded the 2 guards. Now, there were 4 of them. She and Xiao Bao did not have a single one by their side. They were all given to their younger brothers and sisters. Therefore, Wang Wan felt that at her younger siblings' current age, she could not be too indulgent and flattering. She should suppress them when she needed to. It just so happened that they came looking for her, and as expected, they were casually suppressed by their older brother, Xiao Bao. That kind of understatement and unrestrained additional conditions that he proposed were the most hurtful. She believed that her younger siblings would work harder in the future and not be arrogant and complacent. Now that Xiao Bao was sent away, she had to complete this task. She was also casually nodding and agreeing to her younger brothers' and sisters' conditions. She also gave additional conditions. Otherwise, if she was weaker, Xiao Bei and the others would feel that they were more capable. It would be easy for them to suffer more losses. Xiao Bei did not know why she was constantly suppressed by her older brother's negotiation techniques. She and the other 8 siblings did not understand their older brother and sister's painstaking efforts. They wanted them to have confidence, but not be arrogant. They just wanted to have a little advantage in the negotiation. However, it had been 3 days. She was very serious in the negotiation, but her older brother dealt with it like it was a game. What was the problem? Xiao Bei thought. She looked up and saw her older sister's smiling eyes. She twisted her body and smiled embarrassedly. Okay, sister, yes, we are afraid of brother. We finally know why the merchants of Tang Empire are so honest. We thought and thought until our heads hurt. In the end, brother casually said something. When I went back and thought about it with them, I found that I was at a disadvantage again. In the end, we felt that we made a mistake, a big mistake. Yes, a mistake. So? Wang Wan asked with a smile. So we decided to change the negotiation rules. According to Xiao Yuan, instead of stopping the boiling water, it is better to take drastic measures. We found the wrong opponent to negotiate with previously. It is the biggest joke in the world to play economic games with brother. We are using our shortcomings to attack his strengths. To sum it up, we are stupid. Xiao Bei was very calm. Since her older brother had promised not to participate in the negotiation, he would not go back on his words. Even if her older brother heard what she said in the room next door, he would not come out to the negotiating position again. It was just like how her older brother disdained to use administrative means to solve economic schemes. In the past few days, the 9 of them went to visit. Most of the merchants said that they were afraid of their older brother, not because of his position, but because of the confidence that her older brother had when dealing with them. If he did not use administrative means, they would not be her older brother's opponent. That administrative order that could be used at any time was like a loaded bullet that had not been fired. It was like swimming on their own. They were not afraid of how deep the water was, but they were afraid of not being able to find the bottom. Administrative orders were the simplest method and could easily solve any economic scheme. However, if her older brother did not use them, no one could guess how many methods her older brother had and how profound his way of doing things was. Indeed, the unknown was the scariest. Wang Wan looked at the changing expression on Xiao Bei's face. She seemed to think of her sister's concerns and admiration for her older brother, so she said, "Did you guys adjust the negotiation strategy and use a trick to lure the enemy to change the leader? It looks like you guys are treating me as a pushover. Tell me, what is the content of your negotiation today?" Xiao Bei shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue. Her eyes kept rolling as she shook her head. "No, I just feel that sister is better than brother. Brother is not giving in at all. Be careful that your older brother won't cook for you guys tomorrow. Alright, let's see if I can give in today's conditions." Wang Wan touched and pinched Xiao Bei's face as she spoke. Xiao Bei sat up straight, looked at the folder she had brought, and said, "Alright, regarding the conditions raised by brother yesterday, we have the following ideas. For every 10,000 square kilometers of map provided by the Intelligence Department and the Military Department, we should not pay 5,000 strings of coins. This is because everyone knows that it is impossible to use military maps in a child's Monopoly game. Military maps are top secret. We ask that you treat some of our partners according to the actual situation. We have protected your military confidentiality system, but your fees are too high. Furthermore, when we release the game locally, we will definitely obtain new local intelligence, more detailed and specific information. Children are not tight-lipped. Therefore, in exchange for the exact information we can obtain, we will reduce the cost of all map modifications. At the same time, due to the geographical constraints of the objective traffic situation, where can we find 85% of the children? If you insist, I need you to fully equip the early stages of transportation infrastructure. As for the second point, we believe that the 26% shares we can obtain is too little. In other words, we lack the understanding between partners to let 50% of the children like to eat foreign food. Because after continuous trials, we believe that more adults will like to eat the foreign food that we have researched. Therefore, we ask that you increase the shares given to us in other Monopoly games. Otherwise, we will ask that the adults in the country are not allowed to eat the foreign food that we have researched after trying it. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he looked at his sister without blinking. They had discussed for a long time last night before coming up with targeted conditions, and they were very convincing. Now that brother was not participating in the negotiations, he wanted to see how his sister would respond. Perhaps he could gain a huge advantage. Wang Wan still smiled and nodded. All right, we accept all of your requests. Xiao Bei immediately sighed when he heard this. He knew that it was over. His sister's tone was too similar to his brother's. In the past few days, he had already known that when his brother agreed to his conditions without hesitation, the additional conditions he mentioned would cause him to lose a lot of benefits. His sister definitely knows how to. Ha, you businessmen have been deceived. The demoness cuckoo in your eyes is not only good at fighting. Just as Xiao Bei was worried, after Wang Wan agreed to the conditions, she said to Xiao Bei, "We fully support your pursuit of benefits. Similarly, we also have our own interests." Say it, I am mentally prepared. Xiao Bei lowered his head dejectedly. Under normal circumstances, when an adult saw Xiao Bei like this, they would be soft-hearted and give in. However, Wang Wan knew that now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Her younger brother and sister negotiating with her, and Xiao Bao was a child acting coquettishly and showing off to adults. If it was too easy for them to gain recognition in terms of knowledge, they would very likely put their thoughts on other aspects in the future. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, who had half of his head peeking out from another room. She said to Xiao Bei, "According to the advantages you mentioned, we require you to summarize a piece of useful information from the foreign children every day. At the same time, we no longer require you to recruit 85% of the children, but you need at least 20% of the children to be convinced by you within half a year to acknowledge our Tang Empire. You also need to convince 10% of the parents to change their hostile views towards our Tang Empire. As for the second point you raised, under the condition that we agree, the share distribution will be calculated according to the proportion of the adults who specially order the foreign dishes in each restaurant. You can send financial supervisors to calculate, and then distribute according to the net profit ratio of the foreign dishes sold. You can have 50% of the shares." I knew it would be like this. Anyway, there is still a lot of time before we can really sell the Monopoly toy to the foreign world. We are not afraid. We have already prepared for a long and difficult negotiation process. I will remember it. When I go back, I will discuss with them. I can't put all my thoughts on the negotiation and delay other things. It is not worth it. I am going back now. Brother, where are you? I am leaving now. Xiao Bei found that things were not different from what he had guessed. He let out a long breath and admitted this fact. He yawned and prepared to go back to his courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao came out from the room next door and carried Xiao Bei downstairs. Wang Wan followed to send him off. At the back door of the first floor, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister, "I heard that the prefectural school will hold a table tennis competition for all children between the ages of 7 and 13. If you have time, go and take a look and support the sports development of Tang Empire. Then, will we come back for dinner tomorrow?" Xiao Bei was very afraid of eating outside. If the food was not delicious, he had to pretend that he liked to eat. It is not easy to be a public figure. Xiao Bei sighed like an adult. Zhang Xiaobao kissed his sister's face and patted Xiao Bei's head. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to send food over. Take it as supporting the sports development of Tang Empire. Out of the 8 dishes, you can choose any 4 dishes. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. Okay, I'm leaving now. Xiao Bei skipped away. Wang Wan looked at Xiao Bei's departing figure and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. It is not easy for the younger brothers and sisters. As public figures, they are invited to participate in all kinds of activities almost every day. Unlike us, others know that we have to think about the war and domestic affairs, so they do not dare to invite us. The children of aristocratic families seem to be very happy, but they are actually busier than ordinary children. After a few days, it is up to them. If they feel tired, they can tell others not to invite them in the future. Otherwise, they will be like celebrities and have to appear in all kinds of situations. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he coughed and said to Wang Wan, "What era are you talking about public figures? What era are they?" Wang Wan was stunned. Then, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. "Why do you have such a strong resentment for that era?" Yes, public figures must be able to perform the specific actions that his or her identity in front of the public represents to society. The social role you embody is to promote purity, so you cannot perform any actions that are pure. You want to create an artistic image for the public, so you feel that you cannot reveal your erotic nature. You want to let the public know what honesty and justice are, so you cannot be corrupt or take bribes. Are you planning to criticize them? Criticize the public figure of that time for not being in line with his or her specific actions and promoting social concepts. But you have to know that existence is reasonable. Under the circumstances of a special social period, there are bound to be some special social behaviors that survive in the soil. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, looking as if he had been wronged. I didn't say anything. I was just asking. Knowledge. I ask as I learn. What makes you think you can judge me? But I agree with a part of what you just said. Do you agree that it is reasonable for public figures to perform under certain circumstances when they do not perform as they wish? Wang Wan asked. No, I agree with what you said before. For example, if there is a prostitute in a brothel, she must ensure that she has not been groomed by a man. Otherwise, she will immediately be removed from the list of prostitutes. I actually admire the women from more than 100 years ago. When they debuted, they took off their clothes. That was their public image. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. But I am very disgusted by the fact that they spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite women from other countries who sell their bodies. They just have to talk about art. This is clearly a kind of blasphemy to their identity as a prostitute. Zhang Xiaobao continued to criticize as he explained. Watch your mouth. Be careful of offending people. What if you meet someone like Wang Bei who is unrepentant and insists on making trouble for our family? Actually, what you just said is related to the education of the local officials. Back then, it was not like now. If the officials did something immoral, they would be pointed at and scolded on the street and blushed. The officials back then were successful in their cultivation. Okay, let's not talk about the things back then, okay? Let's talk about Xiao Bei and the others. I was serious about what I said just now. I have really decided to use Xiao Bei and the others' game of Monopoly to attack the national spirit of the other countries. He was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's cynical personality, so he changed the topic and talked about the national spirit of the other countries. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, I know. I also support it and have been doing it. Just like the long-term strategy that the United States used against China, they used all kinds of methods to destroy the history, culture, and beliefs of the Chinese people. The simplest method is economic. Yes, the United States was very successful. Some people were attracted by the beautiful foreign economy. They did not think about how long China had been established. They only saw the wealth of the United States and the various domestic problems at that time. But in fact, the United States was also a failure. The Americans seemed to be unable to understand our nation. We scold and love at the same time. When we have nothing to do, we scold to our heart's content. But when faced with a life and death situation, we will stand up and use our lives to support our nation. I used to think about it, and later I felt that this was the survival of the Chinese people. All the ancient civilizations had disappeared, so why did China still exist? It is because this nation is very different. Their nobility makes the world blush with shame, and their despicable level embarrasses themselves. It is a contradictory combination. It is also because of its uniqueness that its civilization and spirit have been passed down. Then what you mean is that now we also want to see what situation the people of Tang are in now? Wang Wan asked. No, I want to see if we can help the other ancient countries to perish in advance and then be reborn. The reborn countries do not even have their own civilization spirit. I will help them to reorient themselves, such as learning our Chinese civilization and becoming a part of us, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 1252. The next day, Xiaobei and the other 9 kids went to the government school together. It was an ancient school that had been around for more than 100 years. Many talents had been produced and recorded. Now, portraits were hung up for future generations to admire. Were there any villains? Yes, but villains weren't qualified to be painted, let alone be hung there. The government school used to be located in the center of the city. Now, because of the expansion of the city, the location of the state capital was shifted, and the school was shifted as well. It was similar to the state capital, but it was slightly renovated. It wasn't an unspoken rule that officials didn't renovate the yamen. In the past, the government didn't renovate the yamen. The officials would rather be greedy than renovate the yamen. They would be scolded by the people, criticized by their colleagues, and impeached by the imperial censor. Now, the yamen was renovated as much as possible. The officials had to work in a comfortable environment, and the rooms for receiving the people also had to make them feel no pressure when they came in, as if they were at home. The reason why the yamen and school weren't renovated immediately was because they were going to move. Izhou planned to further expand the city without the city wall. The city wall was no longer useful, and there was no need to leave it as a cultural relic for future generations to see. If future generations wanted to travel, they wouldn't come just to see what the wall was, right? What needed to be left for future generations was a kind of spirit, a series of knowledge, and a rich and beautiful land. The yamen and school were going to be moved out of the city. They would be renovated in the city. Now, there were more and more people, and it was too crowded. Outside the city, they were building a base, designing the water and sewer systems, spacious streets, and towering buildings. There were 4 stories tall, and each household was very large. There was quite a lot of space between the buildings. Then there was the library, the garden, and the open-air market. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they felt that life was too leisurely, so they suggested to do it locally. They also helped to design it. Because there was no electricity, gas, or natural gas, they still had to burn coal. The buildings were designed with special flue pipes. The reason why the distance between the buildings was enlarged was that it was convenient for the people to communicate with each other. They didn't want to lose the warmth of neighbors because they lived in the buildings. The library wasn't for everyone to study. There would be all kinds of newspapers, chess, and cards in there for a period of time. At that time, the people living in the building would come out to bask in the sun, go to the library to chat, discuss national politics, and scold uncivilized behavior. When the sun was about to set, they would go to the market to buy some food to cook. In order for people to be willing to move in, they would have to relocate the government office and school. Next, they would have to relocate the manpower market and small commodity wholesale market. If there were still not enough people, they would have to build a new stadium nearby. Of course, there would also be a movie theater that would play Li Longji's image first. It was a very conventional method. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, anyone from their generation would have done this. This kind of urban management and relocation knowledge was no longer knowledge, but common sense. Unless the person who came did not care about the common sense of society at all, then there was no other way. He believed that such a person would not be able to survive in this era. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived, they saw the dilapidated courtyard and buildings in front of them. Why isn't anyone paying to fix it? What were the authorities thinking? It's fine if it's broken, but it actually caused the prefectural school to break as well. Also, why didn't the merchants give some money when they saw that it was a prefectural school? The children in the school don't have it easy either, right? Li Yilong put her hands on her waist and shouted in front of the school. The faces of the officials in the school and the government office immediately turned ugly. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people moved a few steps to the side, meaning to tell everyone that they were not in cahoots with him. No matter how poor we are, we can't be poorer in education. No matter how hard it is, we can't let the children suffer. The children are our rising sun. Everyone is responsible for the children's education. It needs all of us to protect and contribute. Isn't that right, Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei and the others hid, but Li Yilong did not plan to let them go. After she finished speaking, she asked Xiao Bei. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned his head to the other side, as if he was very interested in the ants that were moving insects on a bluestone at the school entrance. Is it going to rain? The ants are moving. After everyone waited for a while, Xiao Bei finally spoke. Xiao Yuan cooperated and walked closer, squatting down to look. He turned back and said to Xiao Bei, "It doesn't look like it. It's a group hunting operation. The ants are very united. I don't know if they will follow when the school moves to a better place in a while." Li Yilong was more embarrassed and said, "Xiao Yuan, you didn't hear what I said just now, right? The school is too dilapidated. Didn't you hear what I said? The school is about to move. The new prefectural school is much better than what we see now." Xiao Yuan felt that there was a problem with Li Yilong's IQ. Li Yilong was scolded and her face turned slightly red. She defended herself. "When did this happen? I don't know. Look at the local newspaper. Are you Principal Zhou? Hello. It's not the first time I've heard of you. You value the health of the children very much. You often let them participate in exercise. It has a great promoting effect on strengthening the physique of the children in our country. You have worked hard." Xiao Bei said to Li Yilong, turned around and smiled. He went forward and shook hands with the principal. In his heart, he complained. The school was not repaired, but the road at the entrance was repaired. It was full of potholes. What if the children fell? It was better to lay a layer of fine sand. Principal Zhou didn't know that the little guy opposite him was giving him face. He really thought that he did a good job. He raised his hand to touch Xiao Bei's head. After Xiao Bei dodged, he said with a smile, "I haven't done enough. According to the Yaman's instructions, we have to further improve the physical fitness of the children in the school in the future." With Principal Zhou's words, I believe that the future of the school will be beautiful. The learning life of the students will be happy. When will the table tennis competition start? Xiao Bei was really unwilling to talk nonsense with him. Immediately, please. When the children are ready, it will start immediately. Principal Zhou realized that the expression in Xiao Bei's eyes was not very good. He quickly got to the point. Xiao Bei and the others were about to step in when someone suddenly appeared nearby and shouted to Xiao Bei, can I ask you a few questions? Everyone looked sideways. The person who shouted quickly introduced himself, I'm the information collector of Izhou newspaper. I want to ask you a few small questions. Xiao Bei thought of the reporter in the story and waved him to come closer. He looked back at the other 8 brothers and sisters, took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curved up. He showed a professional smile and said, go ahead. The reporter was very happy and said, my surname is Wang. You can call me Collector Wang. First, I want to ask you a question. Everyone knows that you came here with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to attack the Arabs. Do you think we can win? The reporter, surnamed Wang, asked this question with good intentions. He wanted to let the readers of the newspaper know that the Tang Empire could win through the interview. Xiao Yuan and the others felt sorry for Xiao Bei. They hated it when people asked such questions. It was hard to answer. Xiao Bei was in charge of foreign affairs, so he was troubled. At this moment, Xiao Bei showed his professionalism. The expression on his face did not change at all. He was still smiling and said, the soldiers and soldiers of the Tang Empire are united like a family. No matter what difficulties we face, we will overcome them together. As the country develops, I believe that the future will be better. Reporter Wang was dumbfounded. He looked up and scratched his head. He thought about it as fast as he could and asked, Xiao Bei, can I ask you a second question? We all know that the Japanese are coming to the Tang Empire, and there will be a lot of them, including their leader. Some people say that we invited them here as a form of deterrence and warning. What do you think of this? The world is the world of the people. Regardless of whether it is an individual or a country, there is a need for communication and cooperation. I look forward to the Tang Empire having a deeper understanding and communication with more countries. In terms of culture and economy, we can exchange what we lack and improve together and develop together. Xiao Bei replied and looked at reporter Wang, indicating that he had finished speaking. Ah! Reporter Wang choked. Was this what I asked? If he thought about it carefully, there was indeed a connection, but why did the answer make him feel so uncomfortable? Xiao Bei, thank you for your answers to the previous 2 questions. Let me ask you a third question. It is said that the cannons of the Tang Empire are very lethal, and the Ministry of Works is still researching even more powerful offensive weapons. Can you introduce these cannons and future weapons to us? What effect will their existence have on the surrounding countries? Reporter Wang continued to ask. He didn't believe that he couldn't get something practical out of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's eyes moved, and he nodded. Just like what I said before, the Tang Empire is willing to have many exchanges with other countries. We place emphasis on peace. As everyone knows, the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works has developed many technologies that are beneficial to the country and the people. These technologies have made our lives more prosperous, and at the same time, they have the effect of maintaining peace. When the surrounding countries communicate with our country, they have also benefited from our technologies. I firmly believe that in the future, the research results of the Ministry of Works will have a deeper impact on the cooperation between countries. Gather Wang, the competition is about to start. Why don't we go in together to gather information about the competition? Seeing that Xiao Bei had answered the 3 questions, Xiao Yuan immediately said to reporter Wang. Reporter Wang wanted to bang his head against the wall. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, everyone else was in a state of confusion. They were all trying hard to think. What was Xiao Bei talking about? He was asking about the outcome of the war, the threat to the Japanese, and the level of the country's weapons. But wasn't what he said too general? It was soft and powerless. Xiao Bei looked at the expressions of the people around him and was also depressed. What do you want me to say? You want me to say that it's very easy to invade other countries. Other than killing them, I'll capture the rest and make them slaves. You want me to say that the invitations to the Japanese and Shinlua are not only threats, but you can also take advantage of them leaving your own country to use this opportunity to do as much damage as possible. You want me to say that it's easier to kill people with cannons than using knives to kill chickens. Not only are the cannons now very powerful, but the gasoline bombs that the Ministry of Works is going to develop will also cruelly kill the enemy during positional warfare. Can I say this? I'm a diplomat. I have to protect the country's positive image. No matter how dirty the things I do are, I have to make it sound dignified. If you ask me in private, I might tell you the truth. Now, it's going to be in the newspapers. If I let you have your fill, how disappointed will my brothers and sisters be? I, Xiao Bei, am the most outstanding diplomat in my brothers and sisters' eyes. The group of people walked into the school in a depressed atmosphere. Xiao Yuan held Xiao Bei's hand and praised him. Your answers are too beautiful. You're really like an antelope hanging horns. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to answer such vague questions. It's okay. It's just a so-so. Basic skills. Yes, basic skills. Xiao Bei smiled like a flower and said modestly. When the team arrived at the competition venue, the contestants and the audience were ready. There were not only children in the audience, but also adults. They were probably not busy with work today, so they came to accompany the children to watch the fun. Executive Zhou went up to speak first. He spoke for more than half an hour, from when the academy was first established until now. At the same time, he thought about tomorrow and blessed the motherland. Now, let's welcome the Tang Empire's inspector to speak. Executive Zhou invited Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei glanced at the several officials who were waiting for him to continue speaking. He came to the podium and waved to everyone below, which was greeted with cheers. Then he said, "Today, we are very happy to watch the competition. At noon, my family will send food. There are 8 dishes and 1 soup. Everyone can choose 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. We will eat with you. Now, I announce that the competition begins." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he went to find his seat. The children below cheered again, and the officials who were waiting to speak were stunned. Men and women covered their mouths and laughed. Zhang Fang rolled her eyes at the officials and muttered, "Let you speak. After you finish speaking, you will have lunch directly. After the competition, you will have dinner." Executive Zhou didn't know what to do. He trotted to the officials of the yamen and said, "Well, everyone, can you go up now and say something? Didn't you hear that the competition has started?" "Start." One of the officials scolded, thinking that Executive Zhou was really unreasonable. Xiao Bei said that the competition had started, but he still dared to come and ask them. He didn't know what Xiao Bei would think if he saw his action. He would fire him later. Later, tell Xiao Bei that our yamen is responsible for providing the fruit platter. Now ask someone to prepare it. Buy the good fruits and cut them. After scolding Executive Zhou, the official ordered the people around him. He clearly saw that Xiao Bei glanced at this side, and then Executive Zhou just returned to the podium and said that the competition had started. Would Xiao Bei think that she had already said that the competition had started, but it was useless? She had to ask him. "You are the local official. You are the boss. I can't suppress the local snake. It's over, it's over. I was tricked by that guy surnamed Zhou." The competition started, but the official was still worried. His eyes swept over Xiao Bei from time to time. No matter what Xiao Bei did, he felt that it was directed at him. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He leaned over to Xiao Bei and said to him with a smile, "It's really hot. Just now, Executive Zhou asked me before the competition started whether I should prepare a few umbrellas for you. At that time, it was not hot, so I said no. I didn't expect it to be hot again. Do you want to hold up a few? Xiao Bei's eyes were on the small tennis table. He casually replied, no, we are still young. Staying in the house all day long is good for our health. Yes, I also think that not being in the sun is bad for our health. The official echoed and finally felt relieved. The competition on the field continued. It was a best-of-3 system. The children played very seriously. The 4 tables competed at the same time. From time to time, cheers could be heard from the audience outside the field. When the sun rose a little higher, Xiao Bei arranged for someone to send out free soda. It was iced. She had heard from her brother and sister that children could not drink carbonated drinks for a long time. They were restricted at home. Therefore, when she came outside, she would drink 2 bottles if she had the chance. It was delicious. When she drank it, her tongue was numb. Time passed in a trance. Noon came. The winner of the last table was decided. The top 16 were decided. After lunch, they would rest for a while before continuing. As a public figure, even if she was eating with others, she could not stop. Xiao Bei first ate 2 taels of rice with the dishes to fill her stomach. Then, she picked up the plate and began to walk around. Xiao Yuan and the others were basically in charge of one direction. They ate with the other children, said a few words, showed concern about their learning and living situation, praised and encouraged them, and then walked to the next place. Your name is Mao Mao, right? It's a very nice name. It's as nice as my Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei came to the side of a girl who had entered the top 16. The 11 children were eating around the folded round table. After Xiao Bei came over, she squeezed in and sat down. The girl called Mao Mao by Xiao Bei changed her fierce style during the competition. She was very shy. When she heard Xiao Bei speak, she stopped eating and looked at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to continue. You played really well, especially smashes. When the ball flew high, you smashed it. When the ball flew low, you still smashed it. You actually smashed it quite a few times. I observed your serve. The opponent always missed it easily. You added spin, right? Xiao Bei continued speaking. At the same time, she lamented in her heart. It was not easy for her. She had to know a little of everything so that she could find common topics with others. Yes, I added spin. When I was at home, my father specially hired 2 people who were good at basketball to be my masters. Many of my classmates don't know how to spin, so it was easy to beat them. Mao Mao became cheerful with a topic to talk about. That's great. You've done us girls proud. There are 2 girls in the top 16. You have to continue to play steadily and strive to get first place. Your father is really good to you. Did your father come to watch your competition too? Xiao Bei could tell that Mao Mao's family had a good life. Otherwise, who would specially spend money to hire 2 people to be their daughter's teachers? Xiao Bei asked very casually. Who knew that Mao Mao's eyes would turn red when she heard it? Your father didn't come. He doesn't care about you. Xiao Bei asked softly. Mao Mao shook her head. There's a problem with the family's business. The stock is almost unable to support it. Father said that he went to the bank to get a loan. I'm not sure if he can get it. Stock. Xiao Bei's eyes turned. He couldn't understand. What kind of goods could be suppressed in today's society? Recently, it was the peak period of consumption that her brother had mentioned. If they wanted to sell goods, they could sell them. Yes, stock. We have to pay a lot of money every day. If we don't use money to buy things, the goods will starve to death, Mao Mao said. Starve to death? What work? Your family sells slaves. If you can't sell them, you can let the slaves work or rent them out. Xiao Bei helped to come up with an idea. It's dogs. They're like the dogs raised by people who live in the grasslands. They help with the herding and can fight with wolves. They eat a lot of things every day. In the past, my family raised sheep and cows. Later, my father learned how to raise dogs from others and started raising dogs. Now, the dogs are very big, but no one buys them. After Mao Mao finished speaking, she held her chin and fretted. How many dogs? Can they herd sheep? Xiao Bei wasn't worried. To her, as long as it was a problem with money, it wasn't a problem. 10,000, more than 13,000, Mao Mao replied. How many? Xiao Bei was shocked. Although he had more dogs at home, his family was rich. How much money did Mao Mao's family have to be able to raise 13,000 herding dogs back then? There had to be a place, right? After Xiao Bei asked, she didn't need Mao Mao to repeat herself. She comforted, don't worry, it's fine. Isn't it just 13,000 dogs? I'll invest. Let's cooperate and keep raising them for a few more months. Then. I'll talk to your father after I see him. Chapter 1253. When Mao Mao heard Xiao Bei agree, the worry in her heart disappeared. She immediately promised Xiao Bei, I will definitely get first place in this afternoon's competition. I will show the other boys that we girls are better than them. First, we must be first. Friendship comes first. Xiao Bei wanted to say that girls were better than boys, but she suddenly remembered her identity. She was afraid that she would put too much pressure on Mao Mao and not perform well, so she could only say something official. However, Xiao Bei said, you have to perform well, show yourself, and respect the spirit of sports. What's your surname? What's your father's name? Xiao Bei was not in the mood to tell Mao Mao what her surname was or what her father's name was. She asked very straightforwardly. She still had to negotiate later. There were more than 13,000 dogs. She had to take good care of them. Many puppies would appear in 3 or 4 months. If she grasped the opportunity, she could make a lot of money. Xiao Bei had not been in a good mood for the past 2 days. She kept finding trouble with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to find her family's doctor. After observation and diagnosis, she found that she was under too much pressure. To a large extent, it was caused by the negotiations with her brother and sister. In fact, it had only been a few days, but Xiao Bei had never experienced such a difficult negotiation. More importantly, it was difficult for the 9 of them. As the target of the negotiation, her brother and sister had nothing to do. They dealt with the military, political, and economic information on time every day. Then, they ate and slept well. When she woke up this morning, she even heard 2 people running to the rooftop. One was playing the guitar, the other was playing the piano, and they were singing, Swallows Fly Together. It was too much of a blow. She had to prove herself in other ways. Xiao Bei and the other 8 siblings had been thinking about what to do to divert their attention. They wanted to temporarily break away from the vicious circle of negotiations with her brother and sister and redefine themselves. The doctor said that her psychological behavior was not normal now. She needed psychotherapy and wanted to send a professional doctor to help. In the end, Xiao Bei and the others refused. They did not need anyone's help. They could adjust themselves. Xiao Bei thought that she had found an opportunity to cooperate with Mao Mao's father. Then, in the next 6 months, they would invest, raise, breed, train, migrate, rent, or sell. In this way, she could temporarily get rid of the pressure brought by her brother and sister. Mao Mao did not know that Xiao Bei had her own difficulties. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Bei's excited expression and thought that she had thought of a good idea to help her father. Then he said, "My surname is Song." My father is Song Dakong. Xiao Bei, are you going to lend me some money? I'm not lending. I just said that we're working together. Borrowing money is for a moment, and working together is for a long time. After saying that, Xiao Bei felt like he was lying to Mao Mao, so he continued, it's easy for me to lend money to your family, but your family's development is still slow. Why don't you work with us? Our channels for obtaining information are different. It may seem like your father's share of the profits is relatively small, but in terms of absolute profits, it is much more. I don't understand. In any case, I believe in you. You won't harm my family. If even you want to harm my father, then the great Tang will have no hope. Mao Mao said very seriously. Of course, we can do wrong things with a kind heart, but we definitely can't do right things with a bad heart. Brother and sister don't care if we fail to help others. At most, they will be responsible for compensating for the loss, but they won't allow us to build our success on the pain of others. Xiao Bei promised Mao Mao. She knew that after her group of children did something, there would always be brothers and sisters helping to clean up the mess. Even if they knew that they were not doing well enough, they still supported them from behind. The purpose was to train the 9 of them. The prerequisite was that they had to put their hearts and minds in the right place. My father should be here in a while. The person in charge of the loan at the bank will be resting at noon. Mao Mao was afraid that Xiao Bei would be anxious from waiting, so he said this. I'm not in a hurry. You play well. I'll go somewhere else to take a look. Xiao Bei ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and 4 mouthfuls of dishes at this table. She picked up the plate and continued to walk to another table. After lunchtime, Xiao Bei and the 9 of them finally had time to rest. She asked someone to bring them a bowl of hot soup and finished the food on the plate. Each of them held a large pear and listened to the Yamen officials who had also finished eating speak on the stage. At the same time, they pondered over what Xiao Bei had just said. Mao Mao's father hadn't arrived yet. She really couldn't wait. She could only look for him personally after the table tennis competition ended. Officials really talk a lot. They don't stop talking. 4 or 5 meters in front of Xiao Bei and the others, a man's complaining voice sounded. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person beside him said, they wanted to say it before, but Xiao Bei said that the competition had started first. They didn't dare to say anything. Now that they're resting, if they don't say what they've prepared beforehand, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I don't object to their words. When children play, they say that children are good. What did you hear them say? Economic construction. My child is only 6 years old. Do you want him to carry bricks? Speaking of economic construction, it's better to talk about the safety of children's meals. My child came home a few days ago and told me that when we ate at school, half of the salted duck egg was smelly. The third person turned his head and complained to the 2 people who had spoken earlier. Xiao Bei and the others' attention couldn't help but be attracted. How could they give smelly eggs? When I was young, I liked to eat smelly salted eggs the most. If they weren't smelly, I wouldn't eat them. At that time, they were all smelly. We're poor. My 2 children are like me. They're willing to eat smelly eggs. In the future, when your children encounter smelly eggs, they can exchange them with my children. It's fine if the salted eggs are smelly, as long as the meat isn't. The second person who spoke retorted the third person. While speaking, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. It seemed that he really liked to eat smelly salted eggs. Xiao Yuan, have you eaten salted and smelly eggs? Xiao Bei was very curious. Why did people like to eat smelly eggs? Xiao Yuan shook his head. No, the ones we eat are not smelly. The yellow ones are oily. I heard the brother's guard at the door say that there's someone in the kitchen who specially marinates the smelly salted eggs. It seems that the eggs are marinated for a period of time. Why don't we go back to the kitchen and ask? Try a few. It's probably similar to stinky tofu. Anyway, it's marinated for more than 28 days. Seems like there's no problem with the school's food. Xiao Bei had just eaten and wasn't hungry. He didn't think too much about the smelly eggs for the time being. The three people who had spoken earlier seemed to have found a topic and began to discuss the smelly salted eggs. Some said that if there wasn't enough salt, the eggs couldn't be eaten. Others said that the eggs that had been taken out to dry under the sun couldn't be eaten. As they spoke, the topic went astray. From the salted eggs under the sun to the deterioration of the ham under the sun, from the deterioration of the ham to the deliciousness of the air-dried chicken, from the air-dried chicken to the roast duck of Sanshui County, from the sweet sauce of the roast duck to the shredded meat that could be used to make the sweet sauce. From the shredded meat in sweet sauce, to the planting techniques of green onions, from the need to bury them deep in the soil so that there would be more green onions. From the deep soil to the yam eggs, from the yam eggs to the potatoes that hadn't been popularized yet. From the potatoes to the benefits of foreign species, from the benefits of foreign species to the practical use of plunder in war, from war to artillery. Speaking of artillery. The person who had spoken first began to comment on artillery in an authoritative manner. It's indeed powerful, especially when used against man-eating cavalry. Once it's fired, even the horses would be scared off. The people on top would fall down like dumplings. I've thought about it before. It's powerful, but it's too expensive. How many bullets can one shell make? The imperial court should use more bullets to hit people. That's not right. How can bullets be compared to shells? How far can bullets fly? How far can shells fly? Shells explode everywhere. It's hard to say if the bullets can hit people. Current guns can only shoot up to 500 meters, while shells can fly up to 1,000 meters. The third person who spoke commented like an expert. The first person who spoke was unconvinced. Who told you that bullets can only shoot up to 500 meters? You're talking about pistols. Long guns can shoot up to 3,000 meters, and shells can fly up to 7,000 to 8,000 meters without a problem. Xiao Bei and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. In the end, they confirmed that this person was talking nonsense. The best pistol at home could shoot up to 130 meters, while the average one could shoot up to 40 meters. The furthest one could shoot up to 170 meters. Long guns could indeed shoot further. The furthest one could shoot up to 2,500 to 600 meters, with a killing range of 1,400 meters. This kind of gun was very rare. Most of them required a killing range of 100 to 400 meters. The special sniper rifle at home could only shoot up to 1,100 meters. That didn't mean that it could shoot as far as it could accurately shoot the enemy. Xiao Bei and Xiao Bei had said that the manufacturing of guns was still not accurate. They relied on many imprecise situations to produce an accurate gun by chance. Or it could be specially modified later. With the addition of a scope, it could only shoot up to 800 meters and have a higher hit rate. Usually, they pursued an accurate sniper shot up to 400 meters. Moreover, good marksmanship at this distance did not require a scope. As for shells, they could only fly up to 4,000 meters, which was the furthest one could go. Usually, the guns used could not shoot as far as guns, such as grenade launchers, small infantry cannons, and mortars. When the 9 people felt that the 3 people speaking were interesting, they continued to listen to them. Don't argue, don't argue. The second person who spoke tried to persuade them. Anyway, we don't know. I only know that the weapons of the Tang Empire are powerful. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rather spend more money than to let the soldiers pay with their lives. Speaking of the real source, I think it's the transportation cost. Due to the confidentiality of the technology, they have been transported from Luzhou, Jili province, and the capital to the front line. I heard that the munitions factory is going to be placed here and at the seaside. When the time comes, there will be a lot of soldiers guarding it. There are many places we can't go. Even if we want to visit, we have to check 8 generations of ancestors. We are not allowed to bring anything with fire or dangerous metal pieces on us. That's right. You can't even bring a needle. The first person who spoke continued, I know. There's a needle at the back of the gun. If you poke it forward, the bullet will fly out. You want to bring a needle over and make the bullet fly out. You know. I'll join the military training tomorrow and touch the gun. I'll tell you when I come back. The third person still didn't like the first person. The two of them had quarreled just now. The second person who spoke began to persuade them again. Go, go. I found that after the transported things are put down, the things that have just been robbed or excavated are transported elsewhere. The transportation is switched section by section. The road here is not easy to travel, whether by water or land. After the last section is finished, many cars and boats can't go back immediately. The cars need to be repaired, the boats need to be checked for wear and tear, and the animals need to rest. Generally, the animals need to rest for 10 days before they can go on the road again. Is it because they can't do anything with the extra 10 days? Animals need to rest, but people don't. People just need to sleep. As a result, there are more idlers. As a local, I'm afraid that they will cause trouble. I'm also worried. They need to eat. I'm worried that the price will be raised. But this can't be helped. Maybe we can only solve part of the problem when the munitions factory is built here, the first person said. The third person didn't continue to argue with the first person. Instead, he said, if I have a business, I'll hire them temporarily. Anyway, they have nothing to do. They have good stamina to do transportation. Let's stop talking. The officials have finally finished reading. The competition is about to start. The top 16. This group of little guys is so nice. The second person sat up straight and looked forward to the start of the competition. I'm going to pee. The third person stood up. Let's go together. The first person followed. After sitting up straight for 2 seconds, the second person also stood up. After listening to you, I also feel suffocated. I didn't drink much water just now. The 3 people left, but Xiao Bei and the other 9 people couldn't focus on the competition. Xiao Bei turned his head and asked the inner court next to him, are there many people staying in Izhou to repair the boats and carriages? Yes, and there are also people who drive the animals. The road is not easy to travel, so the animals can't go back immediately. They need to grow fat. It takes about 10 days. As for the donkeys, they don't need to rest for too long. Their bodies can recover, but donkeys have bad tempers. The inner court answered. Xiao Bei thought for a while and then asked, can't we ask them to work? The situation has just started, so other logistics are still transported from nearby places. The cannonballs in the distance were transported before and were escorted by soldiers. Later on, people started to use manpower. It will take about a month at the earliest to arrive. Maybe after a while, there will be more idle people. However, it's not easy to recruit local people. Excluding their rest time, they can do other things in less than 8 days. The inner court answered again. Stupid, how can it be a waste of manpower? Xiao Bei felt that 8 days, or even 7 days, was a lot. The main problem was that for people who only transported goods, they only had a little free time. In fact, there was a 7-day periodic labor overflow in Izhou. It was like a part of the money from the bank was never taken away. Xiao Yuan, do you think it will be helpful to us if we make good use of them? Xiao Bei asked Xiao Yuan, who was closest to her. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and thought. Xiao Hai suddenly said, we need to choose the type of work well. The longest continuous cycle can't exceed 7 days. It's suitable for short-term, non-continuous work, such as dockside porters or construction site porters. In fact, farming is also fine. We can hire many people at once and plow a large area of land in a short time. But now, the farming season has passed. If we change to embroidery, breeding, hotel service, carving, wine, and other industries, it's not suitable to ask them to work. The other 8 children nodded. They felt that Xiao Hai was right. If they wanted to use this labor force, they had to consider clearly what they wanted them to do. After a while, the top 4 were decided. Xiaobei's eyes lit up and she suggested, according to what Brother Xiaohai said, let them participate in the construction site porter work. Brother and sister have designed a new city area and are lacking manpower. Why don't we find them and let them work for 7 days? The other locals can do other things. What do you think? If you agree, we have to do it quickly. Otherwise, others will beat us to it, especially brother and sister. If they think of it first, we have nothing else to do. How can we continue to negotiate? Let's take a break. It's tiring. You didn't directly negotiate, so you won't understand the frustration. In the beginning, I hoped that brother would miscalculate the benefits. Later, I settled for the second best, hoping that brother would fight over the details of our negotiation. That would mean that brother had no other choice. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Even if it was sister, none of my expectations were realized. It's difficult, really difficult. Why don't one of you give it a try? Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan quickly shook her head. I know without trying. We feel that it's difficult now. Back when brother and sister were younger than us, how difficult was it when they went to negotiate with that bunch of officials? That bunch of old fogies were all smart. We feel that we can't handle this little bit of pressure. How did brother and sister persevere? Everyone praises brother for being a serial schemer, but wasn't the situation back then continuous? Who was the opponent? Every time brother and sister gave in, they would definitely leave behind an opportunity to advance. Countless times, they took advantage of losses to achieve what they have today. If we want to reach brother and sister's height, we have to suffer even more. So what if it's difficult to negotiate with brother and sister? If it really doesn't work out, we can give up on negotiations and ask directly. Brother and sister will give it to us. Back then, brother and sister couldn't give up. Thinking about it this way, do you feel better? Alright, when we can compete with brother and sister in a battle of wits, we can go anywhere in the world. Now, there's an opportunity to integrate the surplus labor force produced during the transportation process due to objective conditions. We'll let brother and sister see that we're still very powerful. Xiaobei's mood had indeed improved. Wasn't it just that they felt that they had failed in the negotiation because they couldn't get any benefits? What was the big deal? Their opponents were very, very impressive. They were brother and sister who could fight with the entire imperial court officials, including Uncle Emperor, and win. After thinking it through, the 9 little fellows began to arrange people to keep an eye on the various transportation teams and pull them together to provide labor output to the construction site. They themselves were waiting for Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, to appear quickly. This way, they would have 2 new business deals and increase their own advantage in the process of negotiating with brother and sister. The competition was still going on. The 3 parents who had previously said that they were going to the outhouse did not go back. They gathered together to talk. Big brother, the 2 of us cooperated pretty well, right? Did we reveal any flaws? The second person who spoke asked the first person who spoke. The first person who spoke wiped the sweat on his forehead and shook his head. I don't think so. I believe that with the little ancestors' intelligence, they should be able to think of recruiting people to work. It's really not easy for little master and little lady. On one hand, they're attacking Xiao Bei, Little Master, and on the other hand, giving them new hope. Big Brother is right. Everyone says that our Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan are very powerful. There's also Dao Nen and Xiao Nen, Xiao Qiang, and the others. The common people think that they're all good. They only think that it's magical and good feng shui. Only we know how Little Master and Little Lady educate their younger siblings. Have those adults who think that their children can't compare to other people's children ever thought about how much they've sacrificed? In fact, it's like planting crops. Leaving it alone and carefully tending to it will definitely result in different results. The third person who spoke sighed. He was also so nervous that he was sweating. If the little ancestors had seen through him just now, not only would he not be able to complete the task that Little Master and Little Lady had asked him to adjust his younger sibling's mood, it would even make the little ancestors feel even more sad. How's the other aspect? Will Song Dakong spill the beans? The first person who spoke, who was also the big brother, asked. The two people shook their heads. One of them said, "It shouldn't be wrong." Last night, Little Master deliberately asked someone to set up a trap and made an agreement with Song Dakong. The little ancestors gave people a lot of pressure, but they didn't give people pressure from themselves. They gave people pressure because of Little Master and Little Lady. Who is Song Dakong more afraid of? That's right. Let's wait for the news. We've made a contribution. I hope the little guys can grow up well. My child is about to be born. When he's born, I'll directly send him to the department in charge of parenting in the inner yard. I estimate that after 10 years, even if he can't compare to the little ancestors, he'll be close to them. When the big brother talked about his unborn child, his eyes were full of gentleness. He was very confident in the education system of the inner yard children. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. I can't raise dogs anymore. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. Outside the prefectural academy, Song Dakong kept repeating the same sentence in front of a small mirror in his hand. He had been practicing since last night. After sleeping in a daze, he started to repeat it again in the morning. But he was still worried. He was indeed a dog breeder, and he was really short of money. He needed a loan, but he was not in a hurry. He used to provide funds for 4 schools at the same time. He took 6% of the total funds provided by the society for each school. Moreover, he used money to build roads and simple bridges for several villages. With the receipt, he could easily get a loan from the bank. But Song Dakong didn't want to do that. 6 years ago, when he planned to invest money in the Chaoyang operation, he never thought of getting a loan through this. He just felt that since he had money, it was right to help more children. He helped people to build bridges and roads, and it was very comfortable to hear a word of praise. If he had to do that today before he got a loan, he felt that it was demeaning to himself. He was willing to spend money on the children, but it was not for any benefits. He planned to find someone to borrow some money to get through this uncomfortable period of time. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao would send someone to find him last night? He asked him to tell his daughter that he would get a loan and then come to see her. He said that with his daughter's playing skills, there was a great chance that she could attract Xiao Bei and the others, and thus pave the way for him to appear. There were 2 other people who had also received the mission. One was a herdsman in the northern area of Hebei province. Later, he moved his family to Yizhou, and now he was not doing well. The other was a man who had a lot of contact with the Turks in Fengzhou, and raised eagles and hounds at home. 3 years ago, he came to Yizhou with 5 eagles. Xiao Bao told him not to be surprised or excited when he saw the 2 of them. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to meet them, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to connect with Xiao Bei and the others. In that case, he would have to act 1 or a few more times until they connected. That was because his 13,000 plus dogs were very useful. So now was the time to test himself. He had to be steady and treat it as the first time he met Xiao Bei. In fact, it was the first time he met Xiao Bei. He had to be like a normal person. No, a normal person. He repeated it twice, and then went in. Song Dakong kept encouraging himself. As expected, he repeated it twice in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and walked into the school. Chapter 1254. Xiao Bei and the others waited and waited until the third or fourth place was decided. When the first and second places were decided, Song Dakong appeared where Mao Mao was just now. Mao Mao held the racket in her right hand and was about to serve when she suddenly turned her head and saw her father standing there and waving his arms. She immediately revealed a big smile. When the referee blew the whistle, she threw the ping-pong ball up high. At the same time, she leaned back slightly to the right. When the ball fell more than 10 centimeters away from the table, she suddenly twisted her body and waved her arms. The ball spun at high speed to the right and landed on her table. Then, it jumped to the table diagonally opposite her opponent. The first time the ball deviated a little, but when it landed on the table, the ball bounced to the opponent's left. The opponent was a little boy. Without waiting for the ball to bounce too far, he stretched his arm forward and swatted it back. It seemed that he was not a mediocre player. Mao Mao turned sideways and pulled her right hand up from her leg. When the ball flew over, it just happened to hit the racket. She increased the strength of her wrist and pulled the ball up, but at an even faster speed, it drew an arc and fell to the table on the opponent's right. Seeing that he could not directly hit the ball back on the table, the little boy quickly moved his feet one step to the right. Facing the falling ball, not only did he not pull it up, but he cut it down. Using the spinning force of the ball, he chopped the ball back along the net. Mao Mao swatted the ball back. The moment the racket touched the ball, her wrist trembled, and the ball was pushed to the little boy's left hand. The little boy supported his left foot and used his waist. His right foot stepped in front of his left leg. His right hand swatted down again, and the ball flew to the corner of the table on Mao Mao's right. Mao Mao quickly took 2 steps back, giving her right hand time to swing and pull the ball up again. The two sides played back and forth. It was a thrilling game. Xiao Bei's eyes widened. He stood up and said in surprise, "Is this a children's competition? The opponent seems to have a good family education. Either that, or he's talented. It's not easy for Mao Mao to win." Xiao Yuan was also surprised. He had played a few times and knew that it looked like the two sides were hitting the ball back and forth. They wanted to make the opponent lose their position and be unable to exert force. In reality, every time he hit the ball, not only did he have to face the opponent's spinning ball, but he also had to hit the ball back according to the direction of his own design. If it were him, the ball would have flown away by the time he hit the ball. The two sides fought back and forth on the field, and the score was very tight. In the first round, Mao Mao won by a narrow margin with a score of 17-15, and then the second round began. "Is that Mao Mao's father?" Xiao Bei didn't want to be affected too much by the competition, so he looked elsewhere. Suddenly, he saw an adult at the spot where Mao Mao had been standing. He raised his hands and shouted, so he guessed who it was. More or less. "Shall we go over?" Little Yuan suggested. "Let's go. Hurry up. Who knows, Mao Mao might end up winning both rounds. If we turn back, it'll be too chaotic." Xiao Bei called out and ran towards that direction from the aisle that the crowd had deliberately left open. The other 8 people followed behind him. When they squeezed near Mao Mao's father, the score on the field was Mao Mao 17-18 behind the opponent. In a 15-goal game, they actually played such a high score. The intensity of the competition between the two sides was evident. "Excuse me, are you Song Mao Mao's father?" Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong, who was staring at the stage. "Wait a moment. Didn't you watch the game?" Song Dakong had forgotten the purpose of his visit. He clenched his fists tightly and hated that he couldn't turn into a racket and fly over to help his daughter. He didn't want to hit the opponent's ball to the side of the table, making it impossible for the opponent to catch it. As they spoke, the score on the field came out. Mao Mao had lost 17-19. Aya, that brat doesn't know how to give in to my daughter. Her father wants to marry me. Dream on. Look at how my daughter is being bullied. She's sweating all over, Song Dakong said with a gloomy face. Xiao Bei and the others were speechless. The two sides knew each other, so it looked like they were going to marry each other. Boss Song, respect, do you understand? Playing nicely with Mao Mao is a form of respect for Mao Mao, just like my brother and sister. When the two of them are idle, they will argue, but my brother never gives in, Xiao Bei said to Song Dakong. The two sides on the field were taking a short break, drinking some water and wiping off their sweat. Song Dakong finally had the time to look at the person who was talking. When he heard her mention brother and sister, he suddenly realized that the one who liked to talk the most was Xiao Bei. He thought of his mission and asked, then who won the argument between your brother and your sister? There was no winner or loser in the topic they were arguing about. As they argued, the topic would deviate very far. In the end, they found a common topic and began to discuss. Mao Mao, do your best. Don't be afraid of losing. Do your best. Xiao Bei had just said a few words when she saw that the third round was about to begin. It was also the deciding round. She jumped and shouted, and Xiao Yuan and the others cooperated and shouted together. Song Dakong didn't think about the collaboration and waved his hand. On the field, Mao Mao looked at her opponent and smiled. It just so happened that she was the one who served. She suddenly switched the racket from her right hand to her left hand, squinted her eyes, and said in a voice that her opponent could hear, "Not bad. It looks like your family found someone to specially train you. You were indeed very tenacious before, but did you know that my left hand is better than my right? Now, the game officially begins." The little boy on the opposite side looked at his own two hands and was stunned. The game just now was already hard enough. It was too awkward for the opponent to suddenly switch hands. It couldn't be played like this. He hadn't studied how to deal with the spinning ball played by the left hand. Who in his family collected the information? I protest. The little boy raised his racket and shouted at the referee. The referee made a hand gesture to signal for the game to be paused. He approached the little boy and asked him. After that, he softly communicated with the little boy and retreated, indicating that the game should continue. The little boy looked depressed. It looked like his protest was ineffective. Mao Mao threw the ball and pushed it with her left hand. The ball bounced twice on the table. The little boy caught the ball and it flew away. Mao Mao, aren't you supposed to serve the ball? Why aren't you turning it? The little boy picked up the ball and returned it to Mao Mao. Normally, catching a spinning ball was a 100% success rate, but usually there was only a 50% success rate. This was because when you caught the ball, you had to turn it back. If you made a wrong judgment, the success rate would not be as good as in theory. There was a high possibility that the ball would fly away. Just now, he wanted to turn it back, but the opponent didn't turn it. All is fair in war. Mao Mao didn't show any mercy. After that, she served the ball again. This time, when the racket touched the ball, it suddenly tilted back. At the same time, there was a pulling action. As a result, the ball rolled forward and spun down. The little boy made a horizontal cutting action to block the ball. He made a wrong judgment and the ball flew away from the top. Then Mao Mao showed his power and made the opponent eat 7 balls in a row. The little boy didn't get the right to serve and fell behind 0-7. The 8th ball was finally caught. Just as the ball was pulled to a far angle on the right side and hit Mao Mao's right hand, Mao Mao directly hit the little boy's left hand with his left hand. The little boy couldn't adjust and lost the ball. Just now, he was at the right corner of his table and pulled the far angle. Now that the ball was spinning, he had to run back and step with his right foot and pull up with his right hand. But he didn't have the time. He had already lost his position. The little boy was not used to Mao Mao's left hand. He understood that the left hand didn't mean that he was good. If he knew how to play, the opponent would face the same situation as him. If his position was uncomfortable, the opponent would also be uncomfortable, unless the opponent used two hands, but that was not allowed. Do you need me to give you a handicap? After playing for a while, Mao Mao was leading 12 o'clock and still had the right to serve. The little boy lost miserably. When he heard Mao Mao's words, he hesitated for a moment and showed a disdainful expression. Give me a handicap. Isn't it just a left hand? Next time, do you think I can't afford to lose? Serve. The two played back and forth. The little boy was affected by his mentality and played worse and worse. In the end, he lost 0-15. It was a clean loss. The audience couldn't believe what they saw. The first two games were so fierce. How could the third game be so obvious? Mao Mao didn't look too happy when he won the game. Instead, he said to the little boy, "My father wants to talk about cooperation with Xiaobei. Maybe he will leave Izhou in the future. My brother, sister, and I will have to go with him. We can't play with you." The little boy was stunned. Winning or losing the competition seemed so insignificant at this moment. He felt very sad and asked, "Didn't we agree when we started school at the beginning of spring? When it rains during summer vacation, we'll go catch loaches and make them eat tofu. If you leave, I'll take the servants at home to catch loaches." It was Xiaobei who said to cooperate with my father. "You know that my family is short of money now." Mao Mao was also in a difficult position. "Your father shouldn't have raised dogs. It's better to raise cows and sheep like my father. I will find my father and ask him to give your family money and not cooperate with Xiaobei," the little boy said angrily. "Impossible. Xiaobei wants to cooperate with others. Who dares to disagree? Look, they are talking." Mao Mao pointed at his father's position. There were a few children there. "I'll go find Xiaobei," the little boy gritted his teeth and said. "You can't stop them. That's Xiaobei, not silly boy and the others like us. Do you want to use your power or money to pressure them? You can catch loaches when you have time. I'm not stupid. Why should I stop them? I'll tell them to cooperate. My family is fine too. You can count me in. That way, you don't have to worry about me not being able to catch loaches with you." "Who's worried? I'm not going to play with you." Mao Mao turned around and ran towards his father with the racket. The little boy was shocked. He slapped the table and threw away the racket. He chased after his father and muttered, "You said that you would catch a lot of loach fish. Leave some for us and give the rest to others in school. You don't keep your word. You won, you won. Mao Mao, you are so good. You can play with your left hand. 15-0. You are first." Xiaobei saw Mao Mao coming over and happily held his hand. Mao Mao was not very happy. He forced a smile and nodded. "He is not used to my left hand. If there is a next time, he will definitely not lose so quickly. He learns very quickly. There are no ifs in a competition. The next time will be the next time. Although friendship is first, it is still like war. Success or failure depends on the hero. If there is an ifs, then perhaps you will practice better next time and win more easily." Xiaobei had already developed the habit of not regretting. She would sum up her failures, but she would not regret what she had done wrong in the past. That was useless. According to her brother and sister, living in a regretful memory would tire one to death, unless one wanted to be a saint. This was because even saints had times when they made mistakes. It was already good enough to be a saint. Hence, Xiaobei and the others did not think about what-ifs. If their brother and sister were not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, then their lives would definitely not be as good as they were now. Would they commit suicide? You are Xiaobei. You want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father. The little boy ran over and directly questioned Xiaobei. Back off. Xiao Yuan stopped him. He did not let the guards come over. Although the other party seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than him, he was taller and stronger. If they really fought, he, who had been trained regularly, could beat up the other party. What? Can't I ask? The little boy did not care who the other party was at this moment. Okay, it's the same if you ask me. Ask. Xiao Yuan did not give in at all. Okay, do you want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father and let her move? What's the matter? What does it have to do with you? I made an agreement with her to bring her to catch loach fish. If she moves away, who will catch them? You can't find anyone other than Mao Mao. I can't find anyone. I just can't find anyone. Mao Mao's father sighed and said to the little boy, Huang Huang, come to uncle. Cooperation does not mean moving. The little boy ran over and stood behind Mao Mao's father. What if we move? If we move, we'll bring you along to catch loaches with Mao Mao. Let's see if your father is willing, Song Dakong said with a smile. He's willing. I still have an older brother and a younger brother. Xiaobei, my family can also cooperate with you. Count us in. My family raises many cows and sheep, the little boy named Huang Huang said to Xiaobei. Xiao Yuan, who had always thought that the little boy's attitude was bad, was angry. Before Xiaobei could speak, he said, we can't cooperate with just anyone. Mao Mao is good at basketball, so we cooperate with her family. What's good about you? What's bad about me? Huang Huang retorted angrily. I know you want to play with Mao Mao, Xiao Yuan said. Yes, I just want to play with Mao Mao. What's wrong? Huang Huang did not give in at all. Xiao Yuan. Xiaobei reminded him, meaning that he did not want to compete with others. In the end, just as she finished shouting, she was touched by her own brother, Xiao Hai, who told her to be quiet. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and said, those who are not capable can't play with Mao Mao. In the future, we will play with Mao Mao. Why? Huang Huang did not give in. Because we see Mao Mao play hard and feel that her father is an open-minded and capable person. Therefore, we feel that from a young age to a great age, we can pass on the knowledge to her father and not be biased. If a girl meets here, the road will be wide. Xiao Yuan raised his chin and said to the little boy, Huang Huang. Huang Huang glared at Xiao Yuan and looked up to meet Mao Mao's expectant eyes. He curled his lips and said, childhood sweethearts are always together. The gentleman says peony, and I say lotus. Xiao Yuan often follows Xiaobei by her side. What is fate? Xiao Yuan blinked his eyes and looked at the boy, Huang Huang, in front of him again. He held his voice and said, You are too mature. I just want to play with Mao Mao. Don't set a trap for me. Huang Huang looked at Mao Mao and said embarrassedly. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let your father come over and talk about cooperation. Xiaobei decided. With Huang Huang's literary skills, she believed that the adults in his family would not be bad. It was a cooperation, so they had to find a suitable person. Chapter 1255. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, went up to the stage with Mao Mao to receive the prize. In addition to a certificate written by the school and several sets of stationery, Xiao Bei and the other 9 also took out a prize. All the children who participated in the competition received a prize, and the prize was very simple: money. According to Xiao Bei, it was useless to give other things, but money was the most practical. Everyone could buy whatever they liked. If they didn't want to buy anything for the time being, they could save the money in the bank or give it to their parents. Sure enough, Xiao Bei's prize was the most popular. The children clamored to have dinner with Xiao Bei and the others and then go back. There was still a long time before dinner time. On one hand, the children were enthusiastically urging them to stay, and on the other hand, it was time for dinner. After a discussion, the 9 people decided to work directly in the academy. They found Mao Mao's father and Huang Huang's father to talk about cooperation. Then they could confirm the plan of arranging short-term idlers. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, was very nervous. He was afraid of being exposed. When he met with the 9 people, he looked around and didn't see the 2 people he might meet. His psychological pressure was reduced a lot. In this way, he was not afraid that one of the other 2 people would have a problem. Thinking of Huang Huang's father coming, Song Dakong knew that the other 2 people might not be needed. The other 2 people's roles were limited, and they were only assisting him in raising the dog. Now that there was another livestock breeder, it would be no problem to match up with his dog. Looking at the 9 little guys sitting opposite him with smiles, Song Dakong had a lot of feelings. He thought silently, "Little guys, you only know how to be happy now. You don't know how much effort Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have put in for you." He thought that he had done enough for the children at home. He even spent money to hire someone to train a girl like Mao Mao, and trained a seemingly useless ping-pong ball. But compared with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he seemed to have done a lot worse. Yes, a lot worse. He put his fatherly love on the surface. When he found someone to train with Mao Mao, he told his daughter that if she didn't learn well, it would be a pity for her as a father. In the future, he should learn from how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo treated their younger siblings. It was nothing more than a little effort. Raising a child should be done well. Raising a dog should be done patiently. Raising a dog should be done patiently, and the child should be given more effort. It was not good to leave the child to the teachers of the academy. "Hello, Boss Song. We are looking for you because we want to discuss a business deal with you." How could Xiao Bei know that the person in front of him was deliberately found by his brother and sister? Xiao Yuan and the others also did not know that ever since they were emotionally affected by the mere few days of cooperation, their brother and sister had been thinking about how to divert their attention. Therefore, last night, they inadvertently mentioned that there would be a table tennis match today, and then a series of coincidences were waiting for them to meet. Song Dakong took a deep breath and nodded. He then looked at the door behind him. Seeing that there were still no signs of the other 2 people, he confirmed that he would be the main body in this cooperation. Then, he sat on the wide chair opposite Xiao Bei. The cushion under his butt was like a sofa, very comfortable, and he could even lean back. Putting his hands on the armrest, Song Dakong also showed a professional smile and said, "I have guessed part of the content of the cooperation. Do you need me to send the dog to the areas that have been occupied and ruled by our army? What do you want to drink?" Xiao Bei did not immediately mention the cooperation. "Do you have wine?" Song Dakong was not polite. He knew that he would not be so relaxed if it were a third-grade official sitting in front of him. Of course, the official might not have prepared a comfortable chair, or a small folding stool or something. Then, the official would sit in a high position and look down at him, seeking to exert pressure during the negotiation. If it were not for the fear of being seen through, he would not have felt any pressure when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was not that he was disrespectful, but the Zhang family and the Wang family gave him a feeling that they were too considerate. As long as he was a citizen of the Tang Empire, he did not need to worry about being deceived or disrespected when facing them. Xiao Bei was very generous. Okay, this year we have white wine to drink. You sing. It tastes stronger than red wine. Don't drink too much. Let's drink some red wine. Xiao Bei's last question was to the other 8 siblings. She liked to drink red wine the most. Ever since she got drunk before the new year, she found that it was very interesting to feel dizzy and wanted to drink a few sips whenever she had the chance. Let's drink fruit juice, shancha juice with a little bit of alcohol. Xiao Hai did not agree to his sister's request to drink red wine. Usually, his brother and sister gave him a quota of 2 ounces of red wine in 10 days, and they were not allowed to drink more than half an ounce at a time. This requirement was much stricter than drinking carbonated drinks, and the inner courtyard did not dare to violate it. As for white wine, unless one was sick and needed some kind of medicine to balance it, they could only drink it. However, one could not get sick just to drink white wine. Illness was not something that could be borne just because one wanted to. Okay. Xiao Bei compromised. When outside, she had to listen to brother Xiao Hai. Shancha juice was fine, but she could not get drunk. After all, if she wanted to get drunk, she would have to stuff herself to death. Her stomach could not hold it. Someone brought wine and beef jerky to Song Dakong. They talked and ate at the same time. The atmosphere of the negotiation was very relaxed. Xiao Bei drank a mouthful of shancha juice and said, "We have 2 ways to cooperate. One is to buy all your dogs directly, but I don't think you will sell them. Then, we will provide you with the second way of cooperation. You use your dogs to invest, and we will pay for other expenses, manpower, and material resources. When the time comes, there will be dividends." Song Dakong did not drink and nodded directly. "I agree with the second way. Then how many shares do you want? Do you need us to give you some data first?" Xiao Bei and the others were not ready. For example, the size of the ranch, where it was located, how suitable the growth of the grass, and other follow-up protective measures, and so on. Therefore, Xiao Bei and the others discussed that they would listen to Mao Mao's father first and see if he had any reasonable suggestions. Then, according to the conditions proposed by the other party, they would negotiate to increase or decrease the number of shares. This way, their side would be more proactive. Song Dakong picked up his wine glass and drank a mouthful of white wine. He took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed stronger than red wine. I don't have any requirements. I will cooperate however you want. Even if you say that I will give you my dogs for free." Xiao Bei was stunned. She licked her sweet lips and asked kindly, "Aren't you afraid that we will cheat you? What if you suffer a loss?" "I'm not afraid." Song Dakong shook his head. The Zhang and Wang families are both big families and big businesses. They wouldn't be interested in a small business like mine. The only reason you want to cooperate with me is because you want to make some money for yourselves. You wouldn't be targeting me. I don't know how much land you want, but I need to know that all the businessmen who cooperate with you have a good life. Then we have reached an agreement. Why do I feel a little uncomfortable? What kind of negotiation is this? It looks like we have to quickly fill in the details. Don't worry, we will not take advantage of you. We will cooperate as usual and calculate each other's contributions and income. If we find out in the future that we are at a disadvantage in the contract, then we will consider ourselves to be at a disadvantage. If you are the one at a disadvantage, then we can change the contract. Money is earned from others under the condition that we work together. We are not earning money from our partners. Otherwise, the money earned will not be enough." Xiao Bei looked at the others. Everyone felt that this was not a negotiation at all. It was just like chatting. One side did not have any conditions, and the other side had to consider the other's interests. Xiao Bei and the others did not know that the order Song Dakong received yesterday was not to discuss the details of the negotiation with Xiao Bei and the others. Otherwise, there would be two uncertain consequences. One was that Xiao Bei and the others would win the negotiation and be full of confidence. The other was that once they thought of the negotiation, they would be traumatized and become even more irritated. Zhang Xiaobao was so good at psychology, but he could not judge which point he would lean towards. He would not gamble. He had to let his younger siblings win a project comfortably. Previously, they had arranged for 3 people to cooperate with. If they did not meet by chance, then they would immediately have other backup plans. Anyway, no matter what, Xiao Bei and the others would have to move forward on the path of chance encounters without any accidents. At the same time, they also arranged for the rest of the labor force. If the 9 little fellows in the stands did not get any inspiration from the 3 people's conversation, there would be other people who would inadvertently give them inspiration. For Zhang Xiaobao, arranging a series of things was much more difficult than negotiating with his younger siblings. Encourage education was the right way to go. Sometimes, it was necessary to suppress children. However, at the same time, they had to immediately create opportunities for the children to build confidence. This was actually a form of encouragement education in disguise. Xiao Bei and the others were in their older brother's scam. They made their own choices among the countless coincidences. They, who were kept in the dark, began to chat with Mao Mao's father. They waited for Huang Huang's father to come so that they could sign a simple agreement together. After that, they got someone to write down the details and everyone signed the contract. It did not take long before Huang Huang's father was called over. Along the way, he already knew what had happened. He did not value his son's childhood friend very much. The child was still young and did not know how to behave. When he grew up in the future, he might change. Who could decide the future? However, he very much hoped to be able to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. When the time came, his cattle and sheep would be able to obtain more benefits. However, he was not sure about the upcoming negotiations. How much benefit should he seek? The people he was going to negotiate with now were 9 children. He had never seen them before, but he heard from others that they were very smart. However, when he thought about it, they would definitely not be able to avoid him during the negotiations. Should he take advantage of this opportunity to gain more benefits? He was afraid that the children would not be able to avoid him. After signing the contract, they would be at a disadvantage. Their older brother would personally deal with him. Even if the contract was not amended, he probably would not be able to make money from this deal. Who knew how many tricks Xiao Bao had up his sleeve? No matter how detailed the contract was, it would not be able to seal all the loopholes, right? As he struggled in his heart, Wang Huang's father rushed all the way to the place. As soon as he was invited into the house, Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, quickly stood up and said enthusiastically, "Li Xiaojiang, you came just in time. As soon as you nodded, I said that I would not mention any conditions. I believe that the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family will not do anything wrong. Now that you are here, quickly sign the contract with me and settle the initial intentions. After that, just wait to get rich." Xiao Bei and the others want to do a big business. Yes, drink some wine first. This wine is good. The more you drink, the clearer your mind will be. The person called Li Xiaojiang by Song Dakong was Huang Huang's father. Before he came, he was still thinking about what to do. When he heard what his old friend said, he completely understood. The other party did not want him to negotiate with Xiao Bei and the others. He wanted him to agree directly like the other party. However, after so many years of understanding, the other party was definitely not talking nonsense. There was definitely something wrong, but it was not good to say it now. Especially when he said that the more he drank, the clearer his mind would be. He was telling him not to make a mistake. Could it be that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to directly take over his family's business? The kind that uses force? Impossible. Xiao Bei and the others were not short of money. More importantly, he did not do anything wrong. The money that should be donated had been donated, and the roads that should be repaired had been repaired. He did not bully others and did not force others to buy or sell. If they blatantly snatched, their brothers and sisters would not agree. Thinking in his heart, Li Xiaojiang was pushed to another chair by Song Dakong. Song Dakong handed him a glass of wine. There was no hint on his face. When he handed the wine to Li Xiaojiang, the force was transmitted to Li Xiaojiang's hand. Try it. You made everyone wait for you. Originally, you should be punished. Seeing that you came immediately after hearing the news, I will respect you. We will cooperate more in the future. Song Dakong smiled and joked. Li Xiaojiang nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. He did not want to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Li Xiaojiang let out a long breath. He turned to Xiao Bei and the others and said with a smile, just as Dakong said, I came here to sign the contract and put my fingerprint. I will need you to worry about the rest. We can talk about the conditions. Xiao Bei kindly advised. My conditions are unconditional. Even if I can't trust others, can't I trust you? Not to mention cooperation, even if you want my livestock, I will send it to you immediately. I will even give you fodder. Li Xiaojiang was no longer worried about the content of the negotiation. He was relaxed. All of you are so easy to talk to. Well, we will draw up the contract. When the time comes, I will let you see which part is not good. We can change it. It is not a big deal. Let's go to India and the original place of the cannibals to raise livestock. The grass there is good. If we find that the yield of beans, wheat, and rice is much higher than in our country, we can also plant them. When the time comes, we can extract oil and wine. The price of transporting them back is about the same as the local price. The profit will be big because there is no tax. Xiao Bei saw that the other party did not mention the conditions and was a little embarrassed. She introduced more. After her introduction, Li Xiaojiang was interested. He asked, Xiao Bei, if we transport them back, it will be a lot of transportation, right? Not much. First go to the river, and then go to the sea. A ship does not need too many people. Going back and forth will only take a little time. Bean oil and wine can be stored for a long time and will not spoil. In fact, as long as the rice and wheat are not shelled immediately, it is not a problem to store them for 2 or 3 years. There is no need to use a special storage method. If we need something from the Tang Empire, as long as it is not very urgent, there is no need to transport it by land. It is just a small amount of daily necessities. A ship can carry a lot. We have steam engine power. And even if we don't want to transport, the ships have to go there in groups. We have heard from brother and sister that whether it is India or India, we will try our best to use water transportation. Xiao Bei was very happy to solve the problem of the contract, so she revealed more information that ordinary people could not understand. Then, what are you still asking? Just sign the contract. Song Dakong saw that Li Xiaojiang still wanted to ask and said with a slightly impatient expression. I don't want to ask about the contract. I want to know more about what I don't know. In the past, can you know the situation that Xiao Bei and the others talked about? Knowledge, you need to listen more, see more, and think more, right, Xiao Bei? The wine in your house is so delicious. Li Xiaojiang glared at Song Dakong and then asked Xiao Bei with a smile. He did want to know more about the key information. Before, he did not know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted people to go there to open a ranch, and he did not know that it was tax-free. As for why they wanted to strengthen water transportation instead of land transportation, he had to ask again. Xiao Bei did not answer Li Xiaojiang immediately. She waved her hand and called the servant of the inner yard to her side. After whispering a few words, she nodded to the inner yard, turned around, and gave Li Xiaojiang a bright smile, saying, "Okay, ask." "Just now I asked Dongxing. I know what can be said and what can't be said." At this moment, both Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang liked Xiao Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Although she smiled, she was very steady in doing things. She did not even care about the two of them. Frankly speaking, she had to ask the inner yard first if she had something, which meant that she exposed the fact that she was also under control. Ordinary children were not like this. When they took the servants out, they would not be happy even if the servants reminded them, let alone take the initiative to ask them what they could and could not say. "It's a pity that she is not born well," Li Xiaojiang muttered quietly. Hearing this, Song Dakong shook his head and thought, "Your teaching is not as good as hers. Do you know why I am here to talk about cooperation? I will tell you when we go back so that you can broaden your knowledge. Don't you want to ask? Ask now." Song Dakong also wanted to know, but he did not know what to ask. Li Xiaojiang pondered for a moment. He had to think carefully. He could not directly ask about military operations, nor could he ask about the logistical shortcomings of the Tang Empire. That would make others think otherwise. After thinking for a while, Li Xiaojiang asked, "Why don't we use land transportation? Isn't it easy to get to Duoshi from the Turks? Then the Duoshi people built roads for their own material circulation and for the convenience of the army during their rule. How do we use land transportation?" Xiao Bei asked. "Livestock." Li Xiaojiang answered quickly. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Livestock are better used for farming than for transportation. We don't even have enough logistics in our country. How do we send them out? Ships are much more convenient. We can't use ships to farm, right? Ships can't reach anyone in the country, right? If we use livestock to transport goods over land, there is no problem in the use of logistics resources. No one can find fault with it. However, according to the distribution of all the resources in the country, it will inevitably lead to problems in the allocation of transportation and labor resources, right?" Li Xiaojiang looked at Xiao Bei in surprise and then turned to look at the equally surprised Song Dakong. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Is this a child? The words that came out of his mouth were too frightening. Xiao Bei did not care about what they thought and continued, "There are two more problems. In fact, it can be said to be one problem. The advantage of using ships for transportation is that we could train captains and crew members, as well as the development of the shipbuilding industry. After they became stronger, they would be able to build better ships and sail them further. They would also be able to reduce mistakes during operations. Skilled workers were treasures in any industry. Next is another main problem. We have livestock to occupy land transportation at any time, but it's not easy to travel on land. There are mountains, rivers, swamps, and so on. When we invade other places in the future, oh no, it's when we have trade and military exchanges with other places in the future, we still need the support of the Navy. No, it's the ocean transportation industry. Brother and sister said that there are many places that are not accessible by land and are full of seawater. Shouldn't we consider the future? For example, the seeds that my family sent people to a very, very far place to bring back are only a small part of them. They are also crossing the sea. It's very cold. If our fleet is powerful enough, we can directly cross the sea and reach there to bring back more things. We can even send people there to take turns to develop them. They will come back after a year or two. Not only can they broaden their horizons, but they can also train people." Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang were dumbfounded. They nodded repeatedly like students listening to a teacher. At a certain moment, they chose to ignore Xiao Bei's age. They had broadened their horizons, truly broadened their horizons. It turned out that water transportation involved many things. Truly, when one stood at a different height, one could consider a problem from a different angle. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had been instilling these things into their little brothers and sisters? Were they not afraid of exhausting their children? Many officials of the imperial court would never have thought of such a scheme, right? Then why don't they have people stay in other places for a few more years? Just like you said just now, using ships can promote the development of the shipbuilding industry. If they stay in other places for a few more years, won't they have a better understanding of the place? Song Dakong asked. They're afraid of independence. It takes several months to get there by ship. A group of people going there is actually called colonization. They've been there for a long time, have a good relationship with the natives, and have also obtained some of the great Tang's technology. It's inevitable that they'll feel that it's not worth it to listen to the other side when they're so far away. In a moment of impulse, they'll go independent. Xiao Bei explained the reason. If they dare to go independent, we'll beat them, Li Xiaojiang harshly said. Idle. Giving others a chance to make a mistake is itself making a mistake. The improvement of the system is actually to reduce the possibility of people committing crimes when faced with temptation, right? You can't always think of making others self-aware. Just like the matter of loans, I've already sent someone to investigate. Boss Song can actually get a loan from a bank, and his share is not small. Even without any collateral, he can still get a loan of 4,000 strings of coins. Based on what? Based on the fact that he started to invest in the Chaoyang operation many years ago, based on the fact that he repaired the bridge and paved the road. Based on what Big Brother said, a person with a sense of social responsibility has a certain degree of credibility. Thus, I've always wanted the local merchants to support the school and give them benefits. Now, it may seem like an exchange of benefits, but as time goes by, it'll gradually become a habit. I feel very sad for merchants who aren't willing to spend this money, but I can't arrest them and punish them. They didn't do anything wrong, so I can only use other benefits to entice them to invest. After saying these words, Xiao Bei recalled that some merchants in other places said that they wouldn't spend money on the school no matter what. She sighed like an adult with a helpless expression on her face. However, no matter how one looked at her when she sighed, she looked very cute. Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang looked at Xiao Bei's cute appearance, but they couldn't feel happy at all. Li Xiaojiang drank another cup of wine and said angrily, "Some merchants are just not sensible. They only consider the rules set by the imperial court. As long as they don't break the rules, it's fine. As for paying more, that's not okay. In my opinion, they are fools." Dakong is investing money in the school because he really likes children. I also invest, but I don't like children. I only like my family's children. I invest money to show off and let others see that my business is big and good. I have money. You said that you earned a lot of money and returned to your hometown in glory. Don't you want to give others some benefits? The rich people in the village know how to build a good house. If I earn money and invest money in the school, won't others praise me more than if I only build a house for myself? I won't talk about the loan. I'll just say that I'm giving money to the school. If something happens to my family one day, who doesn't want to work hard after receiving benefits from me? When it was Xiao Bei nodding, Xiao Yuan and the rest were equally surprised. Xiao Bei's thinking was too simple. Today, I spend money to let your child go to school. Tomorrow, if my child falls, you have to carry it back. You owe me. It was a very typical idea of using kindness to get repaid. But if you say that he was wrong, he really wasn't wrong. Because he was the one who showed kindness first. If you received benefits from him, shouldn't you repay him? It was a simple exchange of interests in social behavior. It was simple, realistic, and always had an effect. That was why people hated ungrateful and repaying kindness with ingratitude. Alright, I support you to continue thinking this way. You are clear about the problem of colonization. Do you have any other questions? If you miss this village, you won't have this opportunity again. We can't tell you every time. Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang again. He was in a good mood today, so he said more. As long as he didn't say anything that really needed to be kept secret, it was fine. I don't. Song Dakong didn't think much. He was a little more foolish than Li Xiaojiang. But he came at a good time. If it were another era, his dog would have been gone. I do. Li Xiaojiang sat up straight. What I'm asking is, if you only consider the situation of colonization and rebellion, how can you do it? How can you prevent people from rebelling in faraway places and also obtain more benefits there? It involves the research and application of technology. Now you see the steam engine ships. In the future, there will not only be ships, but also, what else can't I tell you? In any case, if you want to go there from the Tang Empire in the future, it won't take a few months, just a few days. The duration of colonization depends on the time of travel between the two places, the difference between the military technology of the colonized place and that of the Tang Empire, and whether there is a comprehensive foundation for social development at that time, including a monetary system. Xiao Bei explained again. She actually wanted to say more, but she remembered this point. Usually, when she listened to her brother and sister talk like they were just chatting, in fact, there were many meanings behind it. Just as Li Xiaojiang was about to hear what was better than ships, they suddenly changed the topic. He felt very uncomfortable, but he accepted it. Obviously, what they wanted to say was not suitable for him to hear. Looking at the wine in his glass, Li Xiaojiang shook his head. I have no more questions. Since we are cooperating to open a ranch in other places, do you need me to send a few people? Their families all have businesses. Xiao Bei did not answer immediately. Instead, she discussed with the others in a low voice. After a quarter of an hour, when Li Xiaojiang was a little drunk, Xiao Bei sat back down and said, No, we can't take up too many resources. Our identities don't allow it. What we can do is to go there first and set an example for others, but we can't monopolize it. Then do you have other things you need us to do? Li Xiaojiang wanted to improve their relationship further. You raise livestock in your family, right? Xiao Bei asked. Seeing the other nodding, she said happily, Yes, raising livestock is really good. Tomorrow, no, tonight, you call the breeding technicians in your family over to my restaurant. I have something for them to do. What about me? Song Dakong asked. You raise your dog well. It is estimated that in 3 months, or 5 months, your family can let the dog breed again. Don't be afraid of spending money. I will give it to you. The more dogs, the better. After all, people are too busy. Xiao Bei gave Song Dakong another order. Chapter 1256. After listening to Song Dakong and Li Xiaojiang talking about the local people, he ordered people to speed up the details of the contract. Xiao Bei and the other 8 decided to have dinner at the academy. At the request of several representative children, they planned to eat canned food at night. Xiao Bei asked people to go back and bring all kinds of canned food, but he didn't know what was delicious in the canned food. When the evening came, the children in the academy were as happy as a festival. They surrounded Xiao Bei and the other 8 who knew they couldn't have a steady meal, singing and dancing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were supposed to wait for their younger brothers and sisters to have dinner together at home, didn't eat in the restaurant when they saw that the children had dinner in the school. Instead, they disguised themselves and went to the Izhou pier together. The lanterns and torches at the pier had lit up a large area in advance. The ships didn't stop because of the sunset. The ships that needed to rest had special places to park. The real loading and unloading area was very busy with people coming and going. In the process of any organized mass transportation of goods, there will always be people who find opportunities to make more money. The income gap between social groups will gradually widen. Generally speaking, people with flexible minds will always make more money than those who only know how to work hard. The development of human beings is ahead of the development of animals, because the brains of animals are replaced by strength in many cases. Thus, the source of polarization is formed. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan beside him when he saw people carrying things up and down. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, as if he felt that he was a little out of touch with the masses. Now, the first thing he thought of when he saw something was not the closest atmosphere between the scenery and society, but the root cause from the perspective of a ruler, as well as the various social effects and solutions in the process. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew what he was thinking, so she said, "If you always think like this, you will die of exhaustion. Don't you think the busy workers are full of happiness and hope for the future? Well, let's not care about the social problems. I'm here today to see how normal people live. I'm a normal person. Yes, I'm a normal person. I'm really a normal person," Zhang Xiaobao muttered. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and helped a worker to steady the goods that were about to slide off his shoulder. He smiled and said, "You're welcome," as the worker thanked him in surprise and fear. Wang Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Look, you're mumbling. You can continue to say that you're a normal person, but if you say it to others one by one, you're definitely not a normal person. Look at which mentally ill person would say that they're mentally ill. Hee, I really need to adjust myself. Otherwise, if I think about too many abstract things all day, I will become a professional philosopher in the future. Let's go, there's a store selling liangpi over there. Let's try it." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his head and chuckled. He pulled Wang Wan to a stall selling liangpi. There was a small 2-wheeled cart. When the cart stopped, the handrail at the back was propped up with a piece of wood with a groove to keep the cart balanced. Next to the car were 2 open folding tables and a dozen or so stools. This was a temporary dining area. It was only about 60 meters away from the dock. Sometimes, when the wind was strong, the dust would be blown over by the wind when the goods were being loaded and unloaded. But whether it was the people selling liangpi or the people eating it, they didn't seem to care about the dust. They held bamboo bowls and slurped with their chopsticks. 1 serving, add more garlic juice. Zhang Xiaobao handed over 2 copper coins and chose 1 serving. Wang Wan looked around and found a wooden stool that someone had moved over to use as a stool. There was no one there at the moment, so she ran over to occupy the space. Soon, a serving of liangpi was stuffed into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Sure enough, there were 2 spoons of garlic juice in it. "Do you like to eat garlic?" Wang Wan asked. "It's not that I like to eat garlic. I'm just worried that if I don't ask for more garlic juice, she will give me less liangpi. Look, some of her liangpi are already in the bowl, and some are left unshaven. Just now, when I asked for more garlic juice, she scraped it." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan didn't understand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao could only continue, "Usually, people who set up stalls have a habit, and that is, they are afraid that it will be crowded, so they prepare some in advance. You know this, right? But when it comes to preparation, liangpi isn't prepared piece by piece like the noodles. The difference isn't big. Liangpi is scraped from a large lump of starched jelly. Whether it strips or slices depends on the tool she uses. If it's prepared beforehand, very few sellers are willing to put more into the bowl. Only those who seem to be very familiar with the jelly will give more. On the other hand, those who are familiar with the jelly are usually fond of it and have a big mouth. If you give less, they will complain. She's not afraid that you will make trouble, but she will find it annoying. Those who are willing to choose the jelly in advance are usually in a hurry to eat and don't care if it's more or less. I asked for garlic juice to prove that I'm a person who eats a lot, so she was afraid that I would argue with her, so she specially scraped it for me. I compared it, and it's really a little more. Wang Wan nodded repeatedly as she listened. She picked up her chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls. She smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You deliberately put in so much effort just to eat a little more." A gust of wind blew the dust over. Zhang Xiaobao quickly picked up the bowl and put it under his clothes. He turned sideways to avoid the wind and said, "I didn't put in any effort. I really thought of doing this naturally. Look over there." Wang Wan looked over and saw a well-dressed lady arguing with the seller of liangbi. "Give me more sesame paste, I'll buy yours." "Did you forget that I love sesame paste the most?" "Too much, too much. If you give more, you can just eat sesame paste. Sesame paste is getting more and more expensive now. Even if I give you more, it won't cover the cost. I'll sell it at a loss," the seller said to the lady in the same loud voice. Wang Wan looked at the wind and asked Zhang Xiaobao to take out the bowl. She asked doubtfully, "Sesame paste is expensive. Does that mean that sesame oil is also starting to become expensive?" "And sesame? It's expensive. It's just a little more expensive. There's no need to consider the cost. It's just a saying. This is the real life of a normal person. It seems that I'm a normal person." Zhang Xiaobao also ate 2 mouthfuls and said, "You mean to say that I'm not a normal person? Since it's expensive, why don't you care about it?" Wang Wan grabbed the bowl and started to eat. "I don't care about the price of sesame. For a period of time, the price of sesame won't go down at all. I can't force it down. That's against the rules of the market. It's a non-essential consumable. As long as the price of salt, oil, and grain doesn't fluctuate beyond the normal range, I won't ask about it. It's because we need to transport things from other places during the war, which increases the number of people moving around in the local area for a period of time. The local grain is enough to support the consumption of the people. Originally, the Chengdu area was a large production area. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to be called Chengdu. It's a pity that it hasn't been Chengdu. It always stays in this name with a slightly inferior status." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he grabbed the bowl again and drank some soup. It was sour and sweet, very satisfying. But to the extent that it's not a situation of inferior status has never appeared. It can't become a capital, but its influence has always been widespread. It's because the environment and water transportation are developed. Izhou's liangbi is different from other places. How can there be so much soup? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao drinking another mouthful of soup and asked casually. Zhang Xiaobao burped and smiled. "It's not that there's a lot of liangbi soup in Izhou. It's a soup that's specially mixed with a little sugar and a little vinegar. The cost is increased, but the sales are also increased." Wang Wan thought about it, but she really couldn't figure out why this was done. Zhang Xiaobao didn't explain. Instead, he shouted at a person who was also holding a bowl and wanted to squat down to eat. He asked, "Brother, is her soup good?" "It's good, it's good. When you're tired from work, you should have a bowl. It can quench your thirst and fill your stomach. Otherwise, when you're hungry, you won't have the energy to work if you eat too much. If you don't eat, it'll be even more boring. After a bowl of liangbi, you can continue to work. This is called efficiency, little brother." The person turned around and said. He also taught Zhang Xiaobao what efficiency was. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly as if he had been taught something. He gave the person a thumbs up. With a smile on his face, the person found a relatively sheltered place and squatted down to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, he got up and ran to the stall to ask for more soup. Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're really interesting. You even cooperated with others. Comrade Xiaobao, tell me, did you learn what efficiency is just now? No. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Who dares to say that he knows how to maximize efficiency? All efficiency improvement plans are just plans. No one dares to say that their plan is the best because there are still uncertainties. Do you want to calculate all the probabilities clearly? It's just like how no one knows how much rain a certain cloud in the sky can turn into. I've been walking on the path of increasing efficiency, but there's no end in sight. Wang Wan lightly clapped her hands twice as if she was applauding Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at the soup in the bowl, she also ran over to ask for more. When the person was unhappy and added a large spoonful of soup, Wang Wan embarrassedly took out a copper coin and gave it to the person. In the end, the person added another spoonful of soup and garlic juice. Wang Wan also drank a mouthful of soup and smacked her lips twice as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, I ate a stomach full of dust. The situation of our hygiene is really worrying. What hygiene? Didn't you taste it? This soup was boiled first and then cooled. There's the taste of seasoning in it, not star anise powder directly. Firewood is not valuable, and the seller is also afraid that the people working at the docks will have a stomachache. What's there to be afraid of? Let the white blood cells in your body take care of it. Don't you usually breathe dust? Especially the roads in Tang, they are all made of earth and stone, and very few of them are cement. The Ministry of Works produces a lot of paraffin, and the most important thing is to get them to produce asphalt as soon as possible. I realize that I've become abnormal again. Today, I'm not thinking about other things. I'm just looking, listening, and chatting with people. Actually, you should ask her for more liangbi. It's just a copper coin. You don't have to buy soup. She probably feels guilty now and keeps looking at you. Zhang Xiaobao did not look at the person selling liangbi at all. Wang Wan looked back. Sure enough, the person was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She could not help but sigh, Xiaobao, why are you so familiar with the common folks' things? Then why didn't she take the initiative to add some liangbi for me? Because at that moment, the greed in her heart won over the idea of a fair trade. But she will probably ask you later if you still want more soup, but she will definitely not give you liangbi. So, we can't stand on the moral high ground and attack her. She is also kind in her heart. Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the person who was eating the liangbi. That person was eating very slowly, unlike before when he drank the soup quickly and asked someone to refill it. Wang Wan sat back down and followed Zhang Xiaobao's gaze. She asked, why are you looking at him? I'm getting the same satisfaction from him. He ate very slowly because he wanted to savor the liangbi. I can ask him to do something, Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan looked. Sure enough, that person was eating very happily. She looked back at Zhang Xiaobao. What do you want him to do? Sell liangbi, Zhang Xiaobao answered. Chapter 1257. You want to sell cold jelly? Wang Wan didn't believe it. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded affirmatively. Do you have nothing to do? If it wasn't for Zhenla, we would be at the front line somewhere. We are staying in Ezhou because we are worried that the garrison in Annan can't withstand the attack of Zhen La's army. When the war starts, we will immediately take all the armed personnel in our family to that place for emergency help. Why don't you take advantage of your free time to think about national affairs and come here to sell cold jelly? Your ability shouldn't be used on a small business in a city. Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao personally selling cold jelly was a waste of talent. Zhang Xiaobao took the chopsticks and sucked the liangbi in his mouth. He looked at the sky as if he was savoring the taste. I just found out that there is no mustard. It's good that there is no mustard, so the people working at the docks don't have fast blood flow, and eating mustard will increase the incidence of cardiovascular diseases. I'm asking you a question. Why did you say mustard? Wang Wan looked at the person who was squatting and eating, afraid that he would leave after eating. Well, you ask and I answer. Don't you think that not going to the front line is more of a deterrent to the cannibals? Staying in Ijo can take care of the whole front line. Our guards can't be directly used to attack one side to complete the tactical arrangement, right? Our soldiers should be used at the critical moment. When the team is pulled out, there is only one battle strategy, which is to attack. And it must be unstoppable and invincible. It's not a lightning battle, but a thunderous battle, crushing all the way. If you really play a defensive counterattack, when the newspaper reports and the people see, oh, God of War Cuckoo can't beat them. Right? So we should just stay here and wait for the time to move. What does that have to do with you selling cold jelly? Wang Wan admitted that Zhang Xiaobao was right. But what does being stationed in Ijo have to do with cold jelly? I want to be a normal person. I really have nothing to do recently, except to plot against my younger brother and sister and set up a trap for them. I can't continue to make national policies, and I don't have any good policies at the moment. Is cold jelly bad? Do I have to sell my face? It's too expensive, right? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be giving an explanation, but his purpose was different from Wang Wan's question. Burning newspapers at the grave. Who are you trying to fool? You set a trap for Xiao Bei and the others. I know. This is your old profession. You used to do this when you cheated people in the past. You gave people chance after chance, and in the end, they fell into your trap. The only difference was that when you were scheming against Darren, you had to go in a bigger circle and involve more karma. I don't object to you using trickery on your younger siblings. Using it for good is good, using it for evil is evil. Then why don't you trick more people? Deceive them in a good way. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make connections, but she didn't want to see him use his ability to sell cold jelly. And from the way Xiaobao instantly thought of lying to his younger siblings, she could tell that Xiaobao was really used to it. That kind of smooth arrangement was the best interpretation of his former identity. Fortunately, she was watching over him and reached an agreement to not let him do anything to his own people. Otherwise, it might not have been a big deal. Xiaobao used to cheat people because the country's system was too stable. Unlike now, as long as he showed his ability, he could easily gain the recognition of the upper echelons. Li Longji would make an exception and promote him. This was an era that was used to making exceptions. At that time, Xiaobao probably wouldn't be able to walk the right path. Many people would want to take advantage of him and suppress him. The upper echelons of the country wouldn't care about his ability. Or rather, they would only care when he had great achievements. For example, when he finally returned to the country, the upper echelons finally cared. But it was too late. He came back to bury his bones in his hometown. But it wasn't the absolute upper echelons, but the upper echelons wanted to take his money and convict him. Then, they would secretly release him to do things for some people. The meaning was that if they didn't kill you, you would be indebted to them. So at that time, Xiaobao had to take an unconventional approach to achieve his goal. Now, the great Tang was much more flexible in selecting talents. There were disadvantages, but there were also advantages. With Xiaobao's love for his people, he wouldn't continue to be so ruthless. Who knows? Anyway, she was in charge of him now. His abilities were all used to treat his own people well and treat outsiders badly. Moreover, when he did things, it was very reassuring. Even if it was a small matter, it had a deep meaning. For example, selling cold jelly. Thinking of this, Wang Wan came back to her senses and placed her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She smiled sweetly and said gently, "Hubby. Hubby. Is there something you haven't told me?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but tremble. He became nervous. No, I was just thinking about what you said just now. You said that my ability shouldn't be used on a city. In the past, we discussed that the country has many experts. The real experts are quite capable. If they put down their bodies, they can easily make a county rich. At that time, I mentioned it before. But after their status rose, they forgot about the things below and only thought about fighting for power. They all thought that they were in charge of the country's affairs and not a county or city. That was a waste of talent. They became selfish. In fact, how many counties are there in the country? They have so many people. Let's just say that they need 3 to 5 years to solve 1% of the poverty in the county. Then, they can lead the surrounding counties and provide a model for other similar counties. In 2 generations, the entire country will be revitalized. However, they were unwilling. The composition and promotion structure of the local officials also determined the degree of local construction. Local officials were not allowed to hold the position of the head of the local department. The young foreign officials were gilded, while the old ones were retired. Now, you can treat me as one of those experts. What I need to do is to calm down. As long as I have time, I will plan for a small group of people in a city. If I don't do it, I will be idle. If I do something, I will gain something. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he removed his hand from Wang Wan's hand and used the fastest speed to gulp down the bowl of cold jelly. He also drank the soup until there wasn't a drop left. He put the bowl down, gasped for breath, and showed a sincere expression to Wang Wan. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She put her hand on his hand again. Hubby. Look, the moon is so round today. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. It was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, and the moon had just appeared not long ago. He nodded. Yes, I can clearly see Chang-Yi feeding the rabbits. The moon is like a silver plate, and the moonlight is like water. The reflection in the river is broken and condensed with the river. The quiet environment is like a cauldron, and the lights are shining brightly. It is quiet and noisy. If Hitong moonlight is written like you, Lao Zhu will be scolded to death. Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Do you think that if you don't write like me, no one will scold you? What I said does not seem to be logical at first glance, but from another perspective, it shows the unity and opposition of contradictions. For example, the boundless blue sky was filled with large patches of dark clouds. You shouldn't question why there were dark clouds in the blue sky, and why there were large patches of them. You should think that the sky was indeed blue, and there was no end to it. Then, a group of dark clouds came over, large patches of them. In other words, if you first draw a blue sky without a single cloud, and then you draw dark clouds. In this way, you are not wrong, right? As for how to adjust the color, that is a matter of skill. However, you cannot say that the sky is not blue because there are dark clouds, but that when you look at it, the color of the blue sky is covered by the dark clouds. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all as he justified his statement. Then let's talk about the cold powder, shall we? Wang Wan did not continue to discuss the moon with Zhang Xiaobao. This big brother, are you done eating? Do you want another bowl? I will treat you. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked behind the person who was eating the cold powder slowly. He slapped the person's back, causing the person to cough. There are still 2 more mouthfuls. The person who was slapped was unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his hand and scratched his head. Sorry, I saw wrongly. Big brother, please continue eating. I want to treat you to another bowl. This person really did not care about being slapped. He reluctantly ate the remaining 2 mouthfuls of cold powder and raised his head to drink the soup. I say, little brother, next time be more careful. If it is someone with a bad temper who wants to beat you up, with your small physique, you will be beaten up with 2 slaps. Yes, it is hard to find a good person like Big Brother. Do you still want to eat? I will treat you. Zhang Xiaobao did not correct the person's words. If he used weapons, he would instantly beat up such a person. Instead, he asked if the person still wanted to eat. The person shook his head. No, if I continue eating, it will delay my work. If I eat too much, I will not be able to use my strength. Little brother, did you bring your wife out to play? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. It is getting hotter and hotter. My wife at home said that she wanted to come out, so I did not dare to not come out. I was afraid. Wang Wan looked at him indifferently. She did not explain or hide anything. She wanted to know what Xiaobao was playing at. The person wiped his mouth with his sleeve. No, it is not good to be afraid of your wife. Men do big things. If you are afraid of your wife, it is because she is soft. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother is right. Just like when Big Brother went to ask for the soup, the cold jelly seller was obedient and said that she would give it to you immediately. At home, she must also listen to Big Brother. Zhang Xiaobao said. No, no. The person nervously denied. I do not live with Gui, She is not my wife. We are not close. Not close. But I just saw her scrape a few more times for you. When you asked her to add the soup, she first used a spoon to scrape the side to get rid of the little bit of foam. She scooped it gently, afraid that she would hand over the sediment at the bottom. When my wife went to ask for the soup, she did not do that. Zhang Xiaobao was just short of directly saying, you were flirting with me with your eyes, flirting and laughing with me just now. When? The person was anxious. You did not. Big brother, there were 2 empty seats at the table in front. Why didn't you take them? Why did you have to squat here to eat? And, Big brother, the bowl you used is different from ours. Our bowl is sawed from thick bamboo. The one in your hand is made from pottery, right? It has been placed next to the cart selling cold jelly. There is a cover on it. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He even winked at the person, meaning that he understood. The person was even more flustered. He glanced at the place where the cold jelly was sold and stuttered, I thought the bamboo was dirty. I saw that there was something to play with, so I used it. I really have nothing to do with Gui, I know. Big brother, don't worry. You and Gui, have a pure relationship. I understand. Big brother, listen to me. I am speaking nonsense. Why didn't you take the table? Because you want to leave the table for someone else. Why did you squat here? Because, from this angle, you can see the side of Gui, who is selling cold jelly. It is so beautiful. Zhang Xiaobao continued. If you say that again, I will beat you. The person directly reached out to grab Zhang Xiaobao's collar. Chapter 1258. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wan made a hand gesture to the surrounding people. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. Big brother, let's talk things out. What are you afraid of? Everyone loves beauty. The person tried to struggle, but found that he was not as strong as Zhang Xiaobao. At first, he was shocked, but after looking at Zhang Xiaobao carefully, he did not swing his other hand that was holding the bowl. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, little brother, a real person doesn't show off. Even so, you can't slander Gui, Big brother is so strong. As expected of the leader of several people at the docks. You're good at work. Zhang Xiaobao said as he let go of the other person's hand. Wang Wan looked on calmly, not worried at all. The other person was just one person. Xiaobao could deal with him easily. If the other person was an enemy, he would have been knocked down in an instant. She and Xiaobao had a systematic training method. Moreover, they started training from a young age. The nutrition and equipment were all kept up. Not to mention Xiao Bao, she could deal with that person easily. Unfortunately, the training method from a young age was not universal. For example, Xiao Bei and the others did not receive proper training until they were 4 years old. Otherwise, it would cause bone damage. Children were unable to accurately express their body's condition, and did not have equipment to follow up with. They were unlike her and Xiao Bao, who knew when to stop training. If other children were to train like this at 1 year old, they would definitely fail. They did not know how much their body could bear. Zhang Xiaobao did not dwell on the details of the other person attacking first. Instead, he continued to ask in a friendly voice, "Big brother, I'm just curious. At the same time, I have some thoughts. Do you have that kind of relationship with Gue Er? Is she your brother's wife, or is she a widow?" How did you know?" The person was shocked. He lowered his head and sighed. "Sigh. You're right. She's the wife of one of my brothers. She's also a widow. It's been 5 years. That brother of mine has been dead for 5 years. When he was carrying a log, he accidentally fell off the pedal and was crushed to death by the log he was carrying. He left behind a 7-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old boy." Zhang Xiaobao revealed a sad expression and explained softly, "Big brother, I've said something that makes you sad. But I have to say that I don't want to make you suffer. I have a way to make other people's lives better. Normally, when buying starch jelly, there shouldn't be extra soup. Furthermore, it should be a mixture of sweet, sour, and salt. This was used to quench one's thirst and to relieve one's summer heat. Especially starch jelly with broad bean powder. Drinking a bowl of it during normal work would make one feel very comfortable and could restore one's physical strength to a certain extent. She gave you more cold jelly because she was familiar with you. She gave you a special bowl because she was close to you. You didn't take up a spot because you wanted to leave it for someone else. You squatted here because you could look at her when she wasn't looking. You gave her money because you didn't want to make her life difficult. She came to sell starch jelly with soup specially prepared for people like you who worked at the docks. Looking at her figure, she had children. She sold things at a place where a group of men worked and didn't receive any teasing or harassment. This in itself was abnormal. So, either she was the wife of one of your brothers who worked at the docks, or she was a widow, and a widow who was protected by you guys. Moreover, she only prepared another bowl, and that bowl was for you to use. If you say that there's no relationship between you two, who would believe it? Either she needs you to take care of her husband, or there's only a layer of paper between you two, but no one is willing to break it. Now I know. You think that if you say it out loud, you'll let down your dead brother, but you're afraid that she can't take care of 2 children by herself. She doesn't want you to look down on her and think that she's a shameless woman." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sighed. There were too many helplessness in the world. Just like the song, the joys and sorrows of the world were as easy as turning over one's hand. Looking at the green mountains and blue waters, one can't help but wonder. Wang Wan also stood up and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. She looked at the person in front of her and didn't say anything. She didn't want to comfort him, because he seemed to be strong enough. She didn't want to say that Gue Er, who sold starch jelly, was suffering, because the gentleness in the heart of this man who worked at the docks didn't need to be stirred up. This person was about to go silly. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao in shock. After a while, he swallowed his saliva and asked, Since you guessed it, then tell me, other than the fact that I feel sorry for my dead brother, what other reason is there that I don't want to tell her?" "It's because she doesn't have much pressure to survive. Her daughter and son are taken care of by the school. Usually, she can get a sum of money from the court every month. She doesn't have to pay taxes for her business. Especially recently, the number of bailiffs patrolling outside her house at night has increased significantly." Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Brother, how do you know all of this? This person was obviously stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. It was too amazing. How was this possible? The former is the welfare of the court. The latter is because the local officials want to keep their position and their heads. Tell me, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Yizhou, what would happen if someone knocked on the widow's door in the middle of the night? The heads of the yamen would pay a heavy price for this. Therefore, you feel that she can live well without you, so you don't have the courage to say what's in your heart. She's such a good woman, living with 2 children, doing things quickly, and can support herself. She's also not bad-looking. The burden of supporting the family shouldn't be put on her. Otherwise, it's the incompetence of all men in the world, right? Zhang Xiaobao said again. This person nodded repeatedly. For a moment, he was at a loss. He felt that this person, who was younger than him, was too terrifying. What did he usually do? Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a blissful look on her face. It couldn't be like this. Why did Xiao Bao always give people the impression that he was so smart and considerate? It was just eating liangbi, a very normal thing, but it actually gave him so much information. It seemed that those who were cheated in the past were not wronged at all. Your opponent is too strong. It's not your fault. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. This person reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. Brother, my dear brother, give me an idea. You said that you would help me just now. Like you said, I really like Gui. In fact, many of my brothers know. They even advised me to take the initiative when we were drinking. But I don't dare. I haven't married yet. I always feel that I am not good enough for Gui. This woman is really too good. Tell me, as a person who works at the docks, what can I give her? Then do you know what she wants? Zhang Xiaobao asked back. This person shook his head. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. He did not tell this person that Gui wanted a shoulder and someone to rely on. Instead, he said to this person, I hope that you can continue to work at the docks and lead a group of people to do things well. Also, gradually expand the team. Do the children in her family like you? It's okay. I used to go to Baby's Candy House to buy things for them to eat. It's a pity that Baby's Candy House doesn't sell cakes anymore. Her daughter's birthday is coming soon. During the new year, I promised to buy her a big birthday cake. This is troublesome. This person began to worry about something that seemed very small to an adult. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes hem. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, there will be cakes, and there will be sodas. Why do you sound so awkward? Big brother, don't worry. I will help you think of a way. You can see that I don't have bad intentions. Just now, when my wife asked for soup, she gave me an extra copper coin. I won't take advantage of others. I will ask Gui to return it. When the other person heard this, he thought that they were complaining about the copper coin. Don't. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stopped him, you don't lack a copper coin. The future is long. Big brother, how about I provide you with a feasibility report? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao, what feasibility report? Big brother doesn't understand. Just tell me what to do. I believe that big brother will listen to you. Yes. Sister-in-law knows more. Brother, you have to listen to your wife more in the future. This person smiled at Wang Wan. There was no expression in his eyes that should not be there. Wang Wan was so beautiful that normal men would not be able to look straight at her. Perhaps some perverted people could look straight at her, but if they knew who Wang Wan was, they would probably regret it very much. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to scold the other person. Just now, you said not to be controlled by your wife. In the blink of an eye, you changed sides. Looking at the busy situation at the docks, Zhang Xiaobao said to this person, "How much longer do we have to finish work?" "I don't know. If you are not tired, continue working. If you are tired, take a break. Now that there are many boats coming and going, take the opportunity to earn more money. Other than me, there are 22 brothers who have families. Children are actually harder to raise than before." "Why are they hard to raise? Isn't there a school to take care of them?" Wang Wan asked. "Sister-in-law, you asked a good question. When I said raise them, I meant raise them well, not raise them. It is easy to raise them, and there is no need for the family to fork out money. The family has to buy books for the children to read, have to specially boil water for them to bathe every day, have to make beautiful new clothes, have to prepare good candles, or else the adults will lose face. People will say, look at the imperial court, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the others helping you raise your children, but you don't do anything for them. Whose children are they? I don't have children, so I raised Er's children as my own. Especially her son. The last time he called me father, Er was still there. I was so scared that I ran out of her house without even putting on my shoes." This person's face immediately turned red when he talked about what he thought was embarrassing. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "This stupid thing. The woman already taught her child to call you father, but you actually ran away. Your IQ and EQ need to be tested. You are a weirdo. That, big brother, do you know how to do carpentry?" Zhang Xiaobao could only change the topic. "I don't." "You don't know how to saw wood and make a table?" "Of course, I don't know how to do carpentry. Carpenters need to carve, engrave, paint, inlay, and carve." This person answered honestly. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood, yes, it is not easy to be a carpenter these days. You need to have professional qualities. The money you earn is not much, but the relevant skills are definitely not lacking. Wealth, it is the wealth of treasures. Zhang Xiaobao then said to this person, "How about this, big brother, see if you can let your brothers take a break. I will go back with you to Er's house and make some things. After that, we can earn more money. From tomorrow onwards, Er will not have to come out to sell herself." "No, if she doesn't come out to sell, what will she do? People will become stupid if they are bored." This person disagreed. "Please listen to me slowly," Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was singing. Chapter 1259. "Brother, I still don't know your surname," the other party asked Zhang Xiaobao. "My surname is Zhang, and my name is Xiaobao." "What's your surname, big brother?" Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Brother, don't joke around. My surname is Liu, and my name is Pan. My father found someone to give it to me. He said it means tenacity or something. Anyway, my life is very tough." "What's your name?" the person who called himself Lu Pan asked again. "My name is actually Zhang Xiaoyu." "Brother Lu, shouldn't you find someone to come back?" Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to make up a fake name. "Come back. Little brother Zhang, do you really have a way to make money?" Lu Pan was still hesitating. "Really? Making money is very easy, especially small amounts." Zhang Xiaobao had a confident expression. Lu Pan was still worried and hesitant. Zhang Xiaobao simply took out a handful of money and stuffed it into Lu Pan's hand. "Brother Lu, here. Take it as a deposit. If I'm wrong, the money is yours." Lu Pan glanced at the money in his hand and was shocked. He looked at the denomination of the notes. They were all 10 strings of coins. Luo estimated that there were at least 300 strings of coins. He quickly stuffed the money back. "I believe you. Wait a moment. Sister-in-law take it too. I still need her help. Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. Okay, I'll take it all. Lu Pan saw that the other party took out a lot of money and thought about himself. He realized that it was not worth it to be cheated once. Lu Pan first ran to the stall selling liangpi and told Gui, He threw down the bowl and ran to the dock to discuss the handover. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to find someone to take over the work halfway. If the work was not done well, for example, there was a problem with the stacking, and the person behind took over, earned a portion of the money, and took all the responsibility. That would be stupid. Lu Pan probably wanted to give up all the money and then use his reputation as a dock worker to give the benefits to others. He would then be able to recruit his brothers back. Xiaobao, what are you trying to do? Wang Wan still did not understand. She only knew that Xiaobao thought of a way to make money with liangpi. To her, it was normal. The question was whether the return was proportional to the effort. What else can we do? Give a demonstration. As the saying goes, I'll make an example and let everyone see that a simple industry can also play well with the 12 national policies. Most of the people are still observing. When they see that I'm successful, they'll be willing to follow suit. Under normal management, the role of the leader was very obvious. Many things were actually ruined by the officials. Some of the officials were kind enough to govern the area, but the other officials were not thinking about the situation of the area, but how to cause trouble, and thus determine their own position. In the end, when someone raised a contrary opinion, not only did this group of officials not humbly accept the correction, but they also talked about great principles. For example, if they wanted to do more, they had to protect their position and let themselves be in a better place. Or they might say something like, in the Jianghu, one has no choice. Well, you are in the Jianghu. In order to do more things that benefit the common people, you first have no choice but to embezzle, accept bribes, flatter, and speak empty words. All along, you have the idea of doing more for the common people in the future, and all along, you did things against your will. Others who wanted to do things for the common people were eliminated by you. You finally reached the position of the head of department, and then. Don't, Xiaobao, in the Great Tang, there is no head of department, nor is there a situation where the municipal party secretary is a vice minister of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Let's talk about the current situation. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, all the way to the position of a third-grade or fourth-grade provincial governor, you found that because you used the excuse of climbing up the ranks in the Jianghu to get rid of many officials who were willing to do things for the common people, while you were in a high position, you did countless things to harm the common people. So now, you need to start doing things for the common people and realize your original life dream. You, on the other hand, need to explain to the people who came to you that you are now a provincial governor, not a village chief or county magistrate. If you care too much, how can the people under your rule live? If you do everything, what can the people under you do? So, as the secretary, oh no, as the provincial governor, you mainly care about people. If you maintain the balance between the officials under you, you will be successful. And you will also say that many people don't understand you. In this position, there are too many things to consider. You have to maintain the overall correct path and not be biased. At the same time, you are under a lot of pressure from the capital. It is you who desperately communicate with the higher-ups to maintain the stability of the local development. Harmony, many common people don't know the importance of harmony. In the process of development, there will definitely be problems. But, do we not do anything in order to not make mistakes? The officials in the capital are watching, and so is the emperor. Then why can't we maintain a harmonious scene so that the higher-ups can see prosperity? Do we have to make small problems infinitely bigger? Problems do exist, but we can't stop development because of problems. As the municipal party secretary, oh no, as the provincial governor, the production of the entire province, no, the GDP of the people has doubled compared to previous years, a growth rate of 100%. The average income of the common people has reached 1,500 copper coins per month. What does this mean? It means that the path I have been taking is right. As for how the 1,500 copper coins are averaged out, it doesn't matter. I gave you the opportunity to develop, but you didn't work hard. You dragged down the GDP, so how can you have the nerve to complain? And a small number of people are facing difficulties in their lives. This is the pain brought by the reform and development. As the provincial governor, I have to take care of the majority of the people, not a few people who don't have the ability to develop and adjust themselves. Do you want me to directly give money to people who don't have a good life? That would be instilling lazy thoughts in the entire province. Wife, why aren't you against me? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of things, and all of them were true. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have vented his feelings and was in a good mood. However, he found that Wang Wan didn't interrupt him like before. Wang Wan sighed softly. Xiaobao, you said so much about the situation that existed at that time. Then tell me, how should I change it? Don't be like that person called Lang something Ping more than 100 years ago. He spouted a bunch of nonsense. Now that things have happened, what's the use of him saying nonsense to sell himself? He only knows how to act like an actor on TV, but he doesn't talk about how to solve and prevent the problem. Many fools listen very seriously and think that he is very impressive. Then tell me now, how do you solve the problem and not keep criticizing it when you know the problem? Don't talk about solving the problem of governance. According to what you said, from the section chief level to the central government, they are all rotten. Even if you can take them all down, who will fill in the positions during that time? You can just take down a mayor and find a normal person to tell him that you are now the mayor. Do you think he will be the mayor? If you take them all down at once, the country will collapse. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. After thinking about it, he admitted, yes, I have been criticizing it in the past, but it is useless. I need to solve it. China belongs to everyone, so I have to start with myself. If I feel that society's imagination is wrong, the first thing to consider is what I have done. If my actions are to go with the flow, I have no right to criticize others. I should not be thinking about going against the flow. What I need to do is to do my best to guide. The solution you asked me for is actually very simple. The reason for this problem is one of the problems of China's bureaucracy since ancient times. The other is the problem of economic expansion. To solve the bureaucracy, the upper echelons need to have absolute control over the military. They need some people to replace the current officials. If it is difficult, then solve the economic problem. First, investigate the illegal merchants at the bottom and punish them harshly. Let the people have a sense of hope and expectation for the upper echelons. Then, investigate the merchants in the middle. They have been playing the role of a link. After investigating them, the people will realize that the situation around them has changed. Then, it will be a political game to get rid of the illegal upper echelons. At the same time, strengthen the country's military in advance to prevent a large amount of money from flowing out and being protected by other countries. Then what if there is a protective umbrella when investigating the merchants? Wang Wan nodded and asked. Protective umbrella. Let their opponents deal with them. The upper echelons only need to take down a small portion of the officials under the protective umbrella. The strong ones will send a signal to the other officials under the protective umbrella to let them fight each other. Then, the upper echelons will laugh at the situation. The final result is that the officials under the protective umbrella will first make a move on the forces under their protection. They are all shameless anyway. They can just find an excuse and compromise with their opponents at the same level. Only then can they keep their position or step down with dignity. During this process, encourage the people to sue the officials. According to the normal principle of fairness, let the people win a few more times to give the people confidence. Then, for 5 to 10 years, some of the officials will not dare to secretly collude with the merchants. After they retire, the new officials will want to collude with the merchants again. However, they will realize that the people are no longer the people they used to be. They know how to resist. Even if the leaders at the top change, they have no choice but to follow this rule. Zhang Xiaobao explained his method of changing a common social phenomenon. He started with the merchants. Although a portion of the merchants would be wronged, if others could suffer, why couldn't they? Then do you think the people will listen? As you said before, many of the people are not complaining about the bad society. They are complaining that they can't occupy a position where they can get more benefits. They scold the officials and profiteers because they can't be officials and profiteers. How do you think we should change it? Wang Wan asked another question that was difficult to answer. Losses. Use losses to exchange, Zhang Xiaobao answered. How? Who are we going to lose? Wang Wan asked again. We will lose the country's economic and international political interests. We will raise the industry standards for foreign investors. We will even confiscate the assets of foreign investors. We will show a strong stance internationally and suppress the neighboring countries. The upper echelons can even broadcast a strong speech on TV and scold people. This way, the people will feel that their country is very powerful. Although it is an illusion, at least they will feel that their backs are straight. The result is that the countries that trade with our country will be very angry. They will use various means to sanction China's foreign enterprises and be politically isolated for a short time. However, there is no need to be afraid of a large-scale war. That will destroy the world. It will be a long process to get through this period and then make concessions internationally. But if we want to keep the roots of this nation, we must do it. First, we will mention the pollution of the enterprises and cause public opinion. Then, we will investigate and pull down some of the officials and give a hint to the opponents of the same officials in other places. Then, we will investigate every official who is exposed. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, he waved his hand. Don't talk about it. It's useless. Let's talk about it now. I want to use practical actions to tell the people of the Tang Empire that cold jelly can also be made on a large scale. Let them see it and they will learn. And then we won't go to war. We can use it to divert domestic conflicts and give the Ministry of Works Technology some time to adapt to the civilian application. From then on, all problems will no longer be a problem within a few years. Zhang Xiaobao liked the current system more and more. The emperor had so much power. It was so easy to do things. Wang Wan knew that Xiaobao might not attack the previous system in the future because he knew it was useless. But Xiaobao's words were worth thinking about. If the upper echelons had the same idea at that time, they might have handled it better. They were playing this game. Thinking that there would be a period of peace on this matter in the future, Wang Wan was in a good mood. Suddenly, she thought of a question and asked, "Why did you start with cold jelly? Was it a coincidence?" "Because there are more broad beans in Sichuan. I can always be stupid and find something that doesn't exist in the area to make a sample, right? That's pure idiocy." Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan.